Your father is the deputy mayor and police chief, and your mother is the director of the finance bureau. After graduating from the police academy, you became a drug enforcement officer. Unexpectedly, during a major operation, his fear of death caused the leader to be shot and killed, which implicated his parents and made him a black sheep that everyone wanted to kill. When your family was in ruins, you used the last connections in your family to help your good brother get promoted. More than 10 years have passed and you are still struggling at the bottom, while the person you once tried so hard to help has reached the pinnacle of power. But not only did he not show any gratitude, he also fired you from your last position. And he colluded with your wife and even let your son kill you. He had just been fired and returned home, but when he opened the door, he saw an adulterous couple. Watching Xiaobo and the woman being intimate on the sofa, his mind exploded. Bang! Zhang Tian just shouted in anger, and the next moment he felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Lying on the ground, Zhang Tian looked up in disbelief, only to see his son standing behind him with an iron rod in his hand. He was the one who did it just now. Zhang Tian's wife Wang Yifei sneered, "Waste, I'm not afraid to tell you that Brother Xiao and I have known each other longer than you, but Brother Zhao's family arranged a marriage, so I gave in to you, a waste. Not only are you a waste, but your whole family is a waste. Okay, don't teach Jiangyu bad things," Xiaobo said sarcastically. "Dad, don't call me Jiangyu. This jerk is not my dad. I don't have such a jerk dad. We have done a paternity test and you are my biological father. I should call you Xiaoyu. This old man should have died long ago. He doesn't deserve to have a son." Jiangyu flattered. "Yes, Brother Xiao, we mother and son all depend on you. This loser, his family's genes are all losers' inferior genes, and his family is not worthy of inheritance. Every time I am with him, I secretly take medicine. Brother Xiao, you is definitely your son. Beast." Zhang Tian was angry. Bang! The severe pain hit Zhang Tian and he fell into darkness. "Zhang Tian, wake up quickly, it's time for an emergency meeting." In a daze, Zhang Tian heard someone calling his name. When he opened his eyes, he saw a strange yet familiar face. "Don't just stand there. This operation is very important. I heard that a senior leader is personally in charge of the command." The voice sounded again. Zhang Tian looked at the person who spoke. "This is my comrade in arms and roommate, Xiao Wei reborn." Moreover, could this period be the most important turning point in one's life? Zhang Tian's heart skipped a beat, and as he thought of his previous life, his eyes turned vicious. "You didn't expect that, you bastard, I'm back." Zhang Tian clenched his fists. At this time, my father had not been placed under double supervision, and my mother had not been arrested. It was not too late to redeem the family's regrets and take revenge on the enemies. Just at this moment, there is always boundless evil in the world. The brighter the light, the more terrible the evil. Do you have justice in your heart and are you willing to help society? A voice came out, and Zhang Tian was surprised to find that there were two options in front of him, yes or no. Really, along with the rebirth, Brother Tongzi appeared. Yes. Zhang Tian quickly made his choice. Swish. In an instant, a fluorescent light appeared in front of Zhang Tian's eyes that only he could see, as if it was a panel. Name: Zhang Tian. Entry: little proficiency in spearmanship, white; mediocre martial arts, white; mastery of gunsling, white; your shooting talent is rather ordinary, unremarkable. Martial arts, white; you have no talent for martial arts, and you will never achieve anything great in your life. Zhang Tian took a look at the panel and his face almost turned green. There were 6 entries in total: black, white, green, blue, red, and gold. He didn't expect that not only was there no green, but he was also so rubbish. "You have a newbie gift pack, do you want to claim it? Receive it." Zhang Tian took a deep breath. "You randomly upgrade an item to the maximum level. Gunmanship, white; upgrade to accurate shooting, gold." Zhang Tian's heart was pounding, and the next moment, he felt as if countless memories appeared in his mind out of thin air. These memories even extend from muscles to every part of his body. His eyes are like sights. At this time, he even has overwhelming confidence that as long as the target appears in his eyes, he can hit the target without missing a shot. This is fucking awesome. Zhang Tian finally understood how terrifying the golden entries were after a preliminary understanding. It's simply invincible. It can be said that no matter what kind of gun, even a bow and arrow, or even a dart, as long as it is a throwing device, as long as Zhang Tian is willing, he can hit the target without missing a beat. The most amazing thing is that Zhang Tian is now even confident that he can make a sniper rifle perform the operation by firing continuously with an AK. Isn't this invincible? Zhang Tian's heart was surging. Here he comes, the big leader is here. I heard that he is a leader coming from Kyoto. This time there is a very, very important operation, and he will personally take charge of the command. Zhao Wei said impatiently with rapid breathing. Zhang Tian suddenly looked up, only then did he realize that he had unknowingly arrived at the operations meeting room. At this moment, a pre-mission meeting is taking place, the entire conference room was filled with people. A quick glance showed that there were at least a few hundred people. They are all people involved in this operation, and it wasn't just the drug enforcement officers wearing police uniforms. More than half of the people in the conference room were dressed as armed police. A joint operation between the armed police and their drug enforcement officers. The next moment, a figure appeared on the podium in front. Zhang Tian couldn't help but shudder when he saw the familiar face. It's him. There is only one person, one seat, and only one name on the rostrum: Gao Xiaolong. This man changed Zhang Tian's life. Gao Xiaolong walked quickly to the top of the podium and glanced around. Zhang Tian could even clearly feel that the other party's eyes were mainly looking for him, and it stayed on me for a very long time. Let me announce the combat mission now. Gao Xiaolong said in a deep voice. Zhang Tian was very excited. At first, everyone thought that this was just a small-scale conflict. With the armed police and their anti-drug police acting as a whole, there wouldn't be any accidents. However, no one expected that this conflict would be so tragic and terrifying. It was during this mission that Gao Xiaolong met with an accident. His father was implicated and placed under double supervision, and his mother was arrested. In other words, as long as Gao Xiaolong survived, he would lead a completely different life from his previous life. We've received a tip-off that a major drug lord from abroad will be bringing a large amount of drugs into our country through our Yunhai border. Chapter 2, Leaders Supervise the Battle. It's a big fish indeed. Hiss, Zhang Tian, our brothers have seized the opportunity and are about to make a great contribution. Zhao Wei said impatiently. Look, is the leader looking at me? The corner of Zhang Tian's mouth twitched, but Gao Xiaolong took off his police hat, his face gloomy enough to drip water. He spoke fiercely. Today, a lady called my frontline drug control headquarters and asked me to take care of her son. This black sheep got to me through the back door, but I like it. Why do I like it? Because what I love most is to let these losers fight drug dealers at the forefront. Seeing these losers scared to death makes me happy. Wow. Following these words, the noise at the scene suddenly stopped. Everyone almost stopped breathing. The head looked around. It seemed that he wanted to find the person who took the back door. As Gao Xiaolong mentioned to Zhao Wei, who was sitting next to Zhang Tian, also said with a gloating look on his face, I don't know which unlucky guy walked into Chief Gao's back door. Zhang Tian looked up at Zhao Wei, then at Gao Xiaolong. At this moment, Gao Xiaolong was staring at him intently. Memories of past lives gradually overlapped. Zhang Tian's mind was turning. That was the reason in my previous life. Speaking of which, Zhang Tian's family situation is good. Zhang Tian's father is the police chief of Yunhai and the executive vice mayor. My mother is the leader of the finance bureau. In the eyes of ordinary people, he is extremely powerful, and in fact, he is indeed so. A position similar to that of Zhang Tian's father can even cover the sky with one hand in the sea of clouds. However, compared to Gao Xiaolong, Zhang Tian's old father is nothing. Gao Xiaolong is from Kyoto and is a man sent down from heaven. Zhang Tian's mother was worried about Zhang Tian's safety. She had originally arranged for him to come here for Dilding, but who knew he would catch up with the big mission of this operation? Zhang Tian had a very clear memory of the cause of this mission, or the turning point of this incident in his previous life. The cause was that the younger brother of Tucha, a drug lord in the Golden Triangle, was arrested by the Longwa police at the border a few days ago. At present, Tucha's younger brother has not been exposed in Longwa, and he was arrested as an ordinary drug dealer. Tucha deliberately leaked the traces of his drug trafficking. The Dragon Kingdom indeed attached great importance to it and launched a large-scale operation, but Tucha's purpose goes far beyond this. A large number of drug traffickers were sent out in two groups, one of which was to ambush the police who were carrying out the operation. Another group quietly tried to rescue Tucha's brother. Otherwise, how can we say this is a turning point in fate? Because in his previous life, Gao Xiaolong was also so angry that he ran to the front line to supervise the battle with Zhang Tian. In the end, he fell into Tucha's trap and unfortunately died. It directly caused an 18-magnitude earthquake in the entire Dragon Country. Amidst the huge sensation, all the causes and consequences were investigated. Issues such as Zhang Tian's mother using backdoors were magnified infinitely. In the end, Zhang Tian's parents were placed under double supervision, and Zhang Tian was transferred to a small local police station as a clerk, where he lived a life of mediocrity and ended up dying in depression. The Zhang Tian family, who had once been prosperous and had a bright future, were completely thrown into the abyss. This is a turning point in Zhang Tian's fate. Dad didn't come. Was Gao Xiaolong deliberately sending him away? After the meeting, Zhang Tian took a look around. Yunhai's deputy director, the anti-drug team leader, the armed police leader, etc. were all present for this operation. Logically speaking, for such a large-scale operation, Zhang Tian's father, as the director, must come here for a meeting and even give a speech. In his previous life, Zhang Tian didn't think so much, but now, Zhang Tian understood that this was probably because Gao Xiaolong had deliberately targeted him in anger. This big boss who hates evil has targeted him that he thought he was afraid of death and that his family was corrupt. But Zhang Tian curled the corners of his mouth. The scenes from the previous life will not be repeated. He subconsciously touched the pistol on his waist, and a feeling of spiritual connection came over him. Next, everyone changes clothes, put on bulletproof vests and receive standard weapons, QBZ-95, which can also be said to be the Type 95 automatic rifle, a comprehensive hunting weapon that was recently introduced. As soon as he picked up the gun, all the data flooded into Zhang Tian's mind. The Type 95 automatic rifle uses small caliber 5.8mm bullets, has an effective range of 400 meters, can fire 40 rounds per minute, and can fire 100 rounds per minute in bursts. It is equipped with 5 magazines, each with a capacity of 30 rounds. The Narcotics Squad 1 is taking a head count. Inside the transport convoy, the anti-drug team leader Song Ligua was counting the number of people. The Yunhai Anti-Drug Brigade Action Team should have 35 people present, and the actual number is 35. The report is complete. The deputy detachment leader quickly began his report. Song Ligua nodded slightly, then looked at Zhang Tian with a slightly worried look. Actually, he should bear the main responsibility for this matter, because Zhang Tian's mother originally called him, but Gao Xiaolong happened to be there, and when he saw it was a business landline number, he picked up the phone. This instantly made Gao Xiaolong furious. "Xiao Jiang, just follow me," Song Ligua said after thinking for a moment. "Yes." Zhang Tian replied with a twitching mouth. Having experienced his past life, he knew that their anti-drug team was originally a sideline support, and it was the armed police who took the direct action. After all, the main tasks of their anti-drug police are investigations and small-scale arrests and pursuits of drug dealers. Fighting with large-scale drug dealers is all done with the cooperation of the armed police, and they themselves are just supporting operations. In fact, Zhang Tian also knew that Gao Xiaolong was only vicious and hated evil on the surface, but in fact, he was able to stand up and save him at the critical moment. Although the misfortune started because of Gao Xiaolong, Zhang Tian never held a grudge against him, even though Gao Xiaolong said that he wanted him to be a member of the Suicide Squad. In fact, the main combat target was still the armed police as the front battlefield. Their anti-drug police are coordinating on the side roads. What no one expected was that all of Tucha's main forces were on this trail, which resulted in terrible and heavy casualties. It is also known as the worst case that has caused the greatest losses since the founding of the People's Republic of China and has the greatest impact in recent years. Zhang Tian in his previous life was shocked when he first came into contact with it, but this life Zhang Tian held the Type 95 in both hands, his eyes filled with unprecedented excitement and determination. In his previous life, at a critical moment in the fight against drug dealers, Zhang Tian was shot by the drug dealers because he was too frightened. It was Gao Xiaolong who pushed him away at the critical moment. Zhang Tian survived, but Gao Xiaolong died. But this life will be rewritten. Zhang Tian looked through the window with a gloomy gaze, took deep breaths continuously, and adjusted his state. The next moment, crack. The door of the armed police transport vehicle was opened. Gao Xiaolong got into the car with 2 strong armed bodyguards. "Chief." Everyone stood up subconsciously, and everyone in the Yunhai anti-drug operations team was stunned and surprised. Even the detachment leader Song Ligwa's heart beat faster. Chapter 3: Change Your Destiny. Start now. Don't be nervous. I will follow you this time so it will be easier for you to command. Gao Xiaolong smiled and gave his hand out. He glanced at Zhang Tian calmly. Those eyes were filled with coldness and anger. "Chief, you can't come." Song Ligwa's face turned green. It is definitely not crazy to act together with Chief Gao. If any problem occurs, the entire sea of clouds, from top to bottom, Song Ligwa couldn't even think about it. In fact, this was indeed the case in the previous life, because in the previous life, not only Zhang Tian's parents were implicated, but also Song Ligwa, because it was later found out that the backdoor call was made to Song Ligwa. This also led to Song Ligwa being implicated and thoroughly implicated. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he still had the golden finger after traveling through time, so it wasn't too late. At this moment, Gao Xiaolong, who was not far from Zhang Tian, looked at Zhang Tian. His face was filled with a sneer. "Why can't they come? If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known that there were such cowards in the team. If they are so cowardly, I don't know why they would come to the anti-drug team and harm themselves and others." Gao Xiaolong was filled with anger when he saw Zhang Tian. The drug enforcement police are on the front line, and it is also an extremely dangerous frontier. He joined the anti-drug team, especially Yunhai, who was on the front line of the national anti-drug team, the most frontline team, but he turned out to be so afraid of death. The end result is not only harming yourself, but also harming your comrades at critical moments. Cancer. This is the cancer in the team. Gao Xiaolong was burning with anger. Chief. Song Ligua wanted to make a few more excuses. Gao Xiaolong interrupted directly, don't say anything. As the captain of the detachment, you can't escape responsibility either. Don't you know how harmful it is to the entire anti-drug team by bringing in a loser? In his eyes, Zhang Tian was just that useless second-generation guy who was ignorant, cowardly, and greedy for life. Song Ligua's face was covered in cold sweat when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. His family wants someone to take care of him, right? Fine, I'll take care of him myself. During this operation, I'll be behind him as the supervisor. If anyone dares to secretly retreat during a fight, I'll shoot that loser first and send him somewhere else to get his laurels. The anti-drug team isn't for losers to get their laurels. There were many people here before, so we had to save some face, but now there are fewer people, and Gao Xiaolong's words are becoming more and more unpleasant. The sound became louder and louder. Everyone in the transport vehicle was shocked. Their eyes were constantly looking at each other and scanning their teammates. Gao Xiaolong did not mention anyone by name, so no one knew who he was talking about. Naturally, Zhang Tian's identity could not be publicized. However, the people who could come to the anti-drug team had such vicious eyes. Seeing that Gao Xiaolong's eyes kept lingering on Zhang Tian, they had already guessed something in their hearts. Do you understand? Song Ligua shouted to everyone, clear. Everyone responded, including Zhang Tian. He didn't object or say anything, because there is no need to do that. Just do it yourself and see for yourself. And no matter how much I say now, it will only give people a feeling of impotence and rage. This time, you will finally look at me with new eyes. Zhang Tian said to himself. Action. Song Ligua ordered the driver with a bitter face. The Yunhai anti-drug operation team consists of a total of 35 people, with 4 or 5 cars in the front and back, including the car in the middle where Zhang Tian and Gao Xiaolong and others are, which is a large official car with 12 seats. There were just 3 seats left for Gao Xiaolong to sit. Chief, would you like to sit down? Song Ligua was sitting in the front seat and stood up to give way to Gao Xiaolong, but Gao Xiaolong just shook his head and walked straight towards Zhang Tian. Next to Zhang Tian was Zhao Wei. When he saw Gao Xiaolong coming, he shuddered and stood up to salute. Gao. Zhao Wei opened his mouth and spoke. What's so high? Go and find a place to sit. I'll sit here. Gao Xiaolong pushed Zhao Wei aside. Zhao Wei didn't say a word and ran to the back. He looked at Gao Xiaolong sitting next to Zhang Tian in shock. Zhang Tian was still in shock, his eyes looking at his nose and his nose looking at his heart, but his mind was spinning wildly. Zhao Wei just saw Gao Xiaolong's condition and Gao Xiaolong's attitude towards Zhao Wei, which was unusual. After decades of ups and downs in his previous life, Zhang Tian keenly felt that Zhao Wei's background was definitely not simple. Think of this. Zhang Tian's whole body trembled. Really, there are many hidden talents in the team. In his previous life, he wasted his time in clerical work, but he also knew that there were many people in the team who were hiding their identities. It may seem like nothing special, but people often do things as if they were blessed by God. It can be said that all the credit and achievements went into his mouth. At first, Zhang Tian envied the other party's luck, but later he realized that the other party was really helped by God. Could it be related to Gao Xiaolong? However, Zhang Tian did not think too much about it, because for him, the most important thing now was how to deal with and solve the problem of Tucha, the big drug lord. Without a doubt. As the large armed police force in front headed towards the intelligence road, there were only 35 of them, but they led to another small path. The atmosphere in the car was rather depressing, but there wasn't much psychological burden, because many people, including the detachment leader, Gao Xiaolong, and others, never thought that the detour they were responsible for was the real intention of the drug lord Tucha. The key is that Zhang Tian can't say it yet. First, Zhang Tian considered whether he should tell Song Ligua to be careful, but now, because of Gao Xiaolong's misunderstanding and even Gao Xiaolong's dislike for him, Zhang Tian can only be a mute now. Any rebuttal or any word sounded like a clown's joke to Gao Xiaolong. It doesn't serve any purpose other than being disgusting. Along the way, Zhang Tian's mind kept recalling the scenes that happened in his previous life. Soon, the convoy drove into a dense forest. Zhang Tian looked around, and the memories of his past life had become blurry. After all, several decades had passed. However, the moment we entered the dense forest, the familiar feeling, as if it were yesterday, came over me in an instant. Is this dense forest? Zhang Tian's whole body trembled. It's right here. Zhao Wei died here. Gao Xiaolong also died here. There were a total of 35 people in the team, plus Gao Xiaolong and 3 others, a total of 38 people, but only 8 survived. Thinking of the scenes in the previous life, Zhao Wei was shot and vomited blood. Even after he died here, Zhang Tian never knew Zhao Wei's true identity, and Gao Xiaolong. Oh no, it's probably not just Gao Xiaolong who caused such a sensation in the previous life. Zhang Tian glanced at Zhao Wei. He took a deep breath. I clenched the Type 95 in my hand. This life will be different after all, and every shot will hit its target. Jiang Tian couldn't wait to try out his marksmanship from now on, completely changed the fate of his father, mother, and even himself. Chapter 4 Deceiving God. Nervous? Next to Jiang Tian, Gao Xiaolong glanced sideways. With his sharp eyes, he saw that Jiang Tian was holding the 9-5 style tightly in both hands. In Gao Xiaolong's eyes, this was a sign of cowardice and nervousness. Gao Xiaolong couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Trash is trash. This useless second-generation guy not only made a name for himself by making money in other places, but he also brought his evil tendencies into the anti-drug team. This made Gao Xiaolong more and more angry. The people in the transport truck were silent when they heard Gao Xiaolong's voice. Subconsciously, everyone except the driver turned their eyes to Jiang Tian. Report, don't be nervous. Jiang Tianxia answered subconsciously. In fact, he had just been thinking about something that he had not noticed in his previous life. In the previous life, the sacrifice of Gao Xiaolong and Zhao Wei caused a huge sensation. First of all, it was the wrong intelligence that led to this major sacrifice, so Jiang Tian's family was just dealt with in passing. Even if there was no incident involving the noble lady Jiang Tian's father would have been dismissed and investigated because the entire sea of clouds, from top to bottom, seemed to have been cleansed after this incident. So much so that one hand was almost pulled all the way down from the top. It caused a huge sensation of terror across the country. Originally, Jiang Tian was definitely going to be fired, but then Jiang Tian thought of a beautiful girl in his mind. She asked Jiang Tian to meet her and asked her some questions about Zhao Wei. Later Jiang Tiankai found out that it was Zhao Wei's sister, who was very beautiful. He didn't know so much in his previous life, but now, Jiang Tian thought about it. He was able to transfer to a clerical position and stay in it for so long. It was probably because of the efforts of his sister Zhao Wei. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian took a deep breath and his eyes gradually became firm. He must rewrite the ending of his previous life. Moreover, since he cannot change the battle plan in advance, and his words are not influential and no one will listen to him, he can only rely on the weapons in his hands. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar faces in the car. These police officers are fighting on the front lines, with an average monthly salary of only around 3,000 yuan, but they are risking their lives. I can't say anything, but now that he has the ability, Jiang Tian always feels that he needs to do something. Although I feel weak inside, I am very tough on the outside. Very good, don't think that there will be no fighting if we support you. After the fight between the drug dealers and the armed police, they will definitely retreat. 90% of them will take our path. Therefore, there is a high probability that we will have to fight with the vicious drug dealers. Bullets have no eyes. If you run away in the face of danger, I will kill you first. Gao Xiaolong said expressionlessly, being despised again and again by Gao Xiaolong. Jiang Tian's anger was also rising. Yes, you are the leader in heaven, you hate evil. However, one after another, Jiang Tian's anger continued to rise, and he stood up in a flash. This shocked Gao Xiaolong so much that he couldn't help but lean back. Everyone's eyes were focused on Jiang Tian. The next moment, Jiang Tian's confident voice rang out, I'll take a step back. I don't need you. I'll just shoot myself first. Wow. Good job. Zhao Wei was stunned. It was the first time he saw someone being so tough in front of Gao Xiaolong. Even Gao Xiaolong's eyes were confused. This GUI at IT doesn't seem like waste. He could actually speak so confidently in front of him. Gao Xiaolong just happened to like this kind of person, but the question is, if he was really that tough, would he still ask his family to call his boss to ask for care? That's impossible, so this thing is a disguise. After Gao Xiaolong confirmed it, he sneered in his heart with a look of contempt on his face. This kid almost fooled him. However, even a clayman would have some temper, let alone Jiang Tian, who had been insulted again and again. Jiang Tian could tolerate it, but he couldn't tolerate his golden bullet hitting attribute. In that case, I'll give you a big one. Jiang Tian thought to himself before Gao Xiaolong could say anything. Jiang Tian's voice continued, I run faster and deeper into the battlefield. For your safety, you'd better not follow me. Otherwise, if anything happens to your precious body, we will be in trouble and you will be a drag on us. Boom. What is a bomb? This is the bomb. Puff. Song Ligua burst into laughter and looked at Jiang Tian in amazement. Zhao Wei's eyes were dull, as if he thought he was dreaming. Colleagues at the scene watched this scene with tingling scalps. Originally, it was Gao Xiaolong's insult to Jiang Tian, calling him a coward and a useless second generation. But now, Gao Xiaolong stared blankly, and the next moment, he stood up with his face also flushed. That's deceiving God. It's the opposite of Tiangang. Gao Xiaolong clenched his fists and roared repeatedly in his heart. You're talking nonsense. Gao Xiaolong gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. Jiang Tian breathed a sigh of relief and looked around in surprise, as if he didn't understand why Gao Xiaolong, who was standing next to him, reacted so violently. Because Jiang Tian is very clear about his own combat capability, and there will be many drug dealers at that time. In order to reduce the casualties, He must try to go as deep behind enemy lines as possible. If Gao Xiaolong supervised him like he did in his previous life, he would definitely not be able to keep up, and even if he did, it would be full of dangers. Gao Xiaolong said nothing could go wrong. When Gao Xiaolong looked at Zhang Tian with anger on his face, he found that Zhang Tian's face was really full of concern. This made Gao Xiaolong want to spit out blood. This bastard. Gao Xiaolong's clenched fists were shaking. The next moment, Gao Xiaolong seemed to have thought of something and said with a smile, "Do you think I won't keep an eye on you or supervise you if you say that? You're dreaming. This kind of provocation won't work on me." Zhang Tian was speechless, but didn't say anything. It's useless to say anything now. Gao Xiaolong has already determined that he is a good-for-nothing second generation. No matter how much you say, it will only cause misunderstandings. Zhang Tian didn't say anything because the vehicle had arrived. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. The night road in the mountains is difficult to walk on, it is winding all the way, and after reaching an intersection, everyone get out of the car and hide on the spot. Song Ligua came to a fork in the road. In fact, there was another important reason why the fight was so brutal in the previous life, that is, when the intelligence is wrong. At first, only 4 or 5 drug dealers came quietly, and after they were caught, they were not taken too seriously, but then a large number of drug dealers rushed over from all directions. After getting off the car, Zhang Xia put on his night thermal imager and hid behind a tree on the roadside. Don't be too nervous. It's always like this for the first time. After all, you just graduated. Just adapt to it. Gao Xiaolong squatted not far from Zhang Tian and couldn't help but speak. After they got off the car, the armed police car had already been driven away. At this moment, the 35 people hiding in the dense forest were particularly quiet. To be honest, Zhang Tian was a little surprised at this moment. He didn't expect Gao Xiaolong to have this attitude. Chapter 5. Let you be right. At this moment, Gao Xiaolong remembered the stubborn words Zhang Tian said in the car, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After all, he is just a kid who just graduated and is in his 20s. Looking at the other person sitting behind a dark tree without saying a word, Gao Xiaolong smiled in his heart and said to himself, why get angry with a child? Although his behavior was a bit bad, he still had some character. He was just a little afraid of death, and these can be changed. Zhang Tian did not answer Gao Xiaolong at this moment. To be honest, Gao Xiaolong's status is indeed very high. He is a man sent from heaven and a real big shot, but for Zhang Tian, his most important thing is to change the misfortune of his previous life, reduce team sacrifices, especially to ensure Gao Xiaolong's safety. At this moment, Song Ligua took the intercom and spoke to everyone. Let's clarify the mission objective. We've received a tip that a major drug lord from abroad, Tucha, is preparing to transport a large amount of drugs tonight, using a different route. Our mission is to prevent him from escaping. Protect yourself later. Zhang Tian said in a low voice without any expression. Yeah, what a joke. Gao Xiaolong glared at the kid. What was he saying? Gao Xiaolong was actually asked by Zhang Tian, a rookie, to protect himself. Gao Xiaolong was almost laughing out of anger. Here I come. Just when Gao Xiaolong was about to say something, he heard Zhang Tian's voice. Someone is coming? Song Ligua was also surprised, because he didn't receive any news about the armed police fighting. 5 people. Zhang Tian had sharp eyes and saw the figure from a distance through the night thermal imager. To be honest, wearing a night thermal imager on the head will have a significant impact on vision. This is different from what we see with the naked eye. Without very strict training, it is difficult to adapt to the thermal imager, especially when shooting with a thermal imager. Many people don't even know where the gun is aimed and just fire randomly. The fighting hasn't started over there yet. Why are there people coming here? Gao Xiaolong's eyes narrowed slightly. Song Ligua also leaned not far from Gao Xiaolong, fearing that something might happen to him. It seems that this drug lord is very cunning. He may have split his forces into 2 groups, and there are people staking out here as well. Gao Xiaolong thought for a moment and guessed, it's also possible that he released some smoke bombs. In fact, if I want to pass through this side, don't do anything yet. Whether it is Gao Xiaolong or Song Ligua, they are almost all experienced criminal investigation experts. According to their life experience, the biggest purpose of the drug lords entering the country is to transport drugs. They play the role of rats, and it is absolutely impossible for them to fight to the death with the police, but they overlooked a more important issue, that is the other party's main purpose this time, and it is not for drugs at all, just to save people and take revenge. Zhang Tian hid behind a tree, listening to their discussion with a heavy expression on his face. It looked like there were only 5 of them, but in fact the other party had already arrived. Based on the detailed information Zhang Tian learned in his previous life. At this point, the drug lord's accomplices had already kidnapped Tucha's brother from the escort vehicle. The other party deliberately released this rumor in order to attract a large number of police forces. Moreover, the other party had long known that Tucha's brother would be transferred from the border detention center to Yunhai City tonight. However, Tucha's younger brother was unfortunately killed by a stray bullet during the rescue process, that is, Tucha's younger brother died. So, in fact, they are facing not only the drug dealer Tucha, but also a group of elite mercenaries. What's more terrifying is that this will cause Tucha to carry out crazy revenge actions against them, after changing the mission objective from rescuing his brother. Zhang Tian felt increasingly heavy-hearted. The key is that Zhang Tian has no way of saying these things, because of the cause and effect. Even everyone in their anti-drug team doesn't know. What's more, he was misunderstood by Gao Xiaolong. Is there a possibility that the drug lord deliberately released a smokescreen and actually has other intentions? For example, a group of people suddenly appeared behind us and surrounded us from the front and back. Zhang Tian said calmly. Impossible, our intelligence is foolproof. Besides, it's even less likely that he would be preparing to enter the country if it wasn't for drug trafficking. You have just joined the anti-drug work group not long ago, and there are many things you don't know. You still need to learn slowly. Song Ligua taught patiently. Zhang Tian sighed and didn't say much. Young man, you still have a lot to learn. I see that you are not hopeless, so I will teach you. These people are probably sent by the big drug lord to explore the way, and they want to split up into two groups to transport drugs. You have just graduated, so you should study hard in the future. You will understand when you have experience. Gao Xiaolong's perception of Zhang Tian has also changed, but specifically, it depends on whether you are afraid of death during the battle. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaolong observed with the thermal imager and talked to Zhang Tian that he mainly stared at the young man Zhang Tian along the way and found that he was not as hopeless as he had imagined. It is normal for young people to go astray. It's normal to be a little immature. You may have made a mistake, but as long as you know your mistake and can correct it, there is still a chance to make amends. After all, it is normal for him to be a little afraid of death when he just joined the anti-drug team. He will have the opportunity to correct his behavior with proper guidance in the future. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaolong used thermal imaging to turn around from the few people and continue to teach Zhang Tian. Young people just finished their mission and started to have wild thoughts. They've watched too many police and gangster movies, and they're all like this, being attacked from both sides. Gao Xiaolong suddenly paused here. He seemed to have seen something just now. It seems like I saw thermal imaging behind them. Gao Xiaolong looked shocked. An animal? Captain Song, do we have two more groups of support personnel behind us? Gao Xiaolong asked in surprise. Song Ligua waved his hand. Commander, we are just assisting. Even if it is support, it is not support for our side. Everyone is going over there. Click. Gao Xiaolong had a bad feeling in his heart. He looked up hastily. Wow. The next moment, Gao Xiaolong's head exploded. Oh no, something happened. When Gao Xiaolong looked into the jungle behind him, he saw a series of figures shown by thermal imaging. At a glance, there were at least a dozen of them. The next moment, Captain, there's a situation. The thermal imaging shows a large crowd gathering. At this moment, the sentry suddenly spoke through the intercom. Buzz. Gao Xiaolong turned his head suddenly. Sure enough, I saw a large number of red dots appearing in front of me, surrounded. Gao Xiaolong was stunned. He looked at the people who appeared in the thermal image before and after, and then looked at Zhang Tian. He opened his mouth and said in a lost voice, "You were right, kid." Chapter 6. A critical moment. But at this moment, Zhang Tian actually had no time to answer. In his past and present lives, for him, today's events had caused him to wake up in his dreams countless times at midnight, thinking about ways to break the deadlock. At first, all he wanted was to ensure Gao Xiaolong's safety, but now, Zhang Tian discovered that in addition to Zhao Wei, there were faces of his teammates. Narcotics police, they fight silently on the front line, protecting the people's interests and property safety with their own flesh and blood. After being reborn, Zhang Tian always felt that he needed to do something. In this case, let's find a way to completely wipe out the enemy. Let's first find a way to retreat and eliminate the drug dealers behind us. Song Ligua made a prompt decision, because there is not much time to say anything at this time. The number of red dots of drug traffickers appearing is increasing, and they are getting closer and closer. Everyone, don't move and prepare to retreat. Song Ligua had cold sweat on his forehead. Something was not right today, not right at all. But Zhang Tian said silently, instead of going to the rear, I feel it is better to attack directly from the front. Song Ligua and Gao Xiaolong were both stunned. Gao Xiaolong said with a heavy look in his eyes, you know what you're talking about. The number of people seen from the thermal imager ahead is at least 100, and there's an endless stream behind us. But didn't you see that the drug dealers in front were disorganized, but the more than 10 people behind them were very disciplined when they acted in the thermal imager, and they cooperated with each other very tacitly. Jiang Tian said. If Jiang Tian didn't have the memory of his previous life, he wouldn't have observed it so carefully and understood it so clearly, because it was this group of mercenaries at the back who were hit hard when they retreated. After all, their anti-drug action detachment is not professional. Although they have received training, there are still certain differences between them and professional armed police or even special forces in terms of combat effectiveness and coordination. Their skills are no problem for fighting drug dealers, but just imagine how terrible it would be if they faced professional mercenaries. At least Jiang Tian knew that in his previous life, when the two sides encountered each other, 9 of the 35 of them plus Gao Xiaolong and 3 others, a total of 38 people, were killed instantly. The other party is professional. Even Jiang Tian, who was known for his deadly accuracy, was not 100% confident when facing these mercenaries who had good coordination, cover, and equipment. Swish. Just as Jiang Tian finished speaking, Gao Xiaolong and Song Ligua couldn't believe it. Boy, are you sure? You know, no one can bear the consequences of making a wrong judgment. If that's the case, there might be foreign forces involved. The two of them chatted with each other, and there was some cold sweat on their foreheads when they spoke. If even well-trained people from abroad are involved in coming from behind them, it means that the intelligence is wrong. Both of them had extensive experience in criminal investigation, and it only took them a moment to realize the dangerous situation. Gao Xiaolong just took a quick look and instantly broke out in a cold sweat, because this was exactly the same as what Jiang Tian said. If you observe carefully, you can find that unlike the drug dealers in front who have no rules, the dozen or so people behind them have strict rules for their positions, and if we really break through from the rear and don't notice the problem in front of us. Hiss. He no longer dared to think about what consequences he would face. After taking off the thermal imaging lens from his eyes, Gao Xiaolong twisted his neck stiffly and looked at Jiang Tian. Good boy. He's just a good boy. You've done a great job, kid. Gao Xiaolong took a deep breath. I have done a meritorious service? Jiang Tian's eyebrows jumped. Has he done a meritorious service already? To be honest, Jiang Tian himself was full of surprise. If we hadn't had you, and we had rushed in recklessly, there would probably have been many casualties. Captain Song, you must contact the armed police for support immediately. Gao Xiaolong said fearfully. You have to know what the difference is between ordinary drug dealers and a group of well-trained foreign forces. Just at this moment. Bang bang bang. Bursts of rapid gunfire rang out. Everyone present looked a little ugly. The two roads are actually very far apart, but in the silent night sky, gunshots can still be faintly heard. What should we do, Chief? Song Ligua's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Jiang Tian turned his head and took a look, and he knew in his heart that Song Ligua probably had just contacted them. I'm afraid it will be difficult to get support from over there, because both the armed police and the drug enforcement police have been sent out in full force. Yunhai has no extra manpower. Even if we mobilize them, it will be difficult to get here in a short time. By the time the army arrives, the battle will probably be almost over. Gao Xiaolong's face was solemn. In a short time, he had made a decision. Give the order, leave 10 people to provide firepower to block the enemy in the rear, and the rest of the people should give priority to eliminating the drug dealers in the front. Gao Xiaolong immediately slammed the table. If it is just fire blocking, it is not difficult, even if the enemy is well equipped and well trained. Song Ligua was even cursing. Tucha is crazy. What is going on tonight? Song Ligua has had many dealings with Tucha, the drug lord in the Golden Triangle. After all, the only access to the country from the Golden Triangle is through the Sea of Clouds. Anti-drug police are the front line of anti-drug efforts, and the Yunhai anti-drug police are the front line among the front line. This resume and CV will be of great help to future advancement. That is why Jiang Tiankai was arranged here to gain experience. Generally speaking, the primary goal of drug traffickers is always to transport drugs and make money. No, that's not right. If Tucha was trying to smuggle drugs, how come someone had already entered the country in advance? It's completely different from what was reported in the newspaper. Another thing is, why didn't a large number of drug traffickers take the route reported by intelligence, but this route? In other words, Tucha's main purpose is probably not to smuggle drugs. Gao Xiaolong analyzed calmly. After all, he is a big boss, and he can still calm down and analyze the situation at such a critical moment. Really, Song Ligua also reacted with cold sweat on his face. If their purpose is to transport drugs, they will not be in any danger, but if other purposes, this time, they may be in great danger. Song Ligua had cold sweat dripping from his chin. He was not afraid himself, but he was afraid that these anti-drug police officers who had fought with him in many battles and made great contributions would be sacrificed. He was even more afraid that something might happen to Gao Xiaolong next to him. Cover the leaders, retreat first. Song Ligua made a quick decision. Nonsense, follow the battle plan and don't worry about me. This is an order. Gao Xiaolong said angrily. Song Ligua had something else to say. The result is the next moment. I saw Zhang Tian standing behind Gao Xiaolong, with his hands raised with the gun at some point. Zhang Tian, what are you going to do? Song Ligua's eyes widened and he almost fainted from fright. From Song Ligua's perspective, Zhang Tian pointed his gun at Gao Xiaolong. This is crazy. The next moment. Bump. Gunshots rang out. At this moment, when Gao Xiaolong wanted to turn his head, he clearly felt a bullet brushing past his ear. He even felt a slight touch on his ears. A puff. Chapter 7 Entry Upgrade, Pull Explosion. You shot me? Gao Xiaolong suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. He was really scared and broke out in a cold sweat. It was too sudden, too sudden. Do you have any opinion about me? I admit that I spoke a little loudly during the meeting, but you wouldn't look for an opportunity to shoot me, Gao Xiaolong said in shock. Without giving Zhang Tian time to explain, Song Ligua rushed forward with both hands tightly holding the 9-5 style. Song Ligua said fearfully, the commander scolded you for your own good. You must not act on impulse. No, I just saved the leader. Zhang Tian spread his hands. You shot me to save me? Gao Xiaolong lost his voice. Zhang Tian nodded in confirmation. Song Ligua and Gao Xiaolong turned their heads away with stiff expressions. Snap. At this moment, a noise was heard from the place where Zhang Tian had just fired the bullet. Then, after a surge of movement, a body with its head blown off fell out from the bushes. It buzz. See the scene. Gao Xiaolong and Song Ligua were both shocked and their scalps tingled. My head is buzzing. People, enemy, why didn't the thermal imager see it? When did you come here? Their whole bodies were cold, and what frightened them was that the enemy had gotten up behind them without them noticing at all. Actually, this person's disguise is very good. If Zhang Tian had not been reborn and was not deeply impressed by this incident, he would not have remembered it, because in the previous life, it was also at this location and in this direction, but no one discovered the enemy. How do you know there are people here? Gao Xiaolong asked in shock. Zhang Tian chuckled. This person avoided the thermal imager, but even if he did, we still had to keep watch around after we got off the car. In other words, this person has been hiding here for a long time. I just saw from the thermal imaging that he missed a little bit. Good job. As soon as Zhang Tian finished speaking, Gao Xiaolong and Song Ligua were shocked. Which good person would use thermal imaging to look under his feet? Sure enough, after a few people gathered around, I saw a person lying in the bushes, his body covered in mud. This is using mud to avoid thermal imaging. In other words, this person has been here for a long time. These people from the anti-drug squad were also exposed early on. You kid, hiss. After looking at the corpse, Gao Xiaolong looked at Zhang Tian in shock. It was like meeting each other for the first time. Observe the details, but this subtlety is too outrageous. If I remember correctly, this guy hasn't been hired yet, right? Gao Xiaolong opened his mouth wide. Song Ligua immediately replied, to be precise, I'm still a senior this year and currently a trainee police officer. I've only been in the team for over a month. You're a fucking genius. Gao Xiaolong took a breath. Think about it. From the beginning of discovering and analyzing the drug dealer, to now calmly shooting and directly killing a lurking drug dealer, indirectly recovered important losses twice, without extraordinary observation skills, it is absolutely impossible. This means that it would be a waste of talent for this kid to be in the Narcotics Control Brigade. He can better display his talents in the Criminal Investigation and Serious Crime Unit. Good boy, you are really a genius. Although I was a little scared, I didn't expect you to have such a skill. You are really a genius. Gao Xiaolong's eyes lit up. He just graduated, and none of these veteran detectives noticed it. As a result, Zhang Tian discovered it twice in a row. Of course, Gao Xiaolong didn't have much time to speak. As Zhang Tian's gunshots rang out, they all knew that they didn't have much time left. The drug dealers and the thermal imaging moved faster. These people have gone crazy. Xiao Jiang, what are you doing? Song Ligua turned his head and saw Zhang Tian squatting next to the drug dealer. Nothing. Zhang Tian turned his head with a strange look on his face and replied. Then, he turned around and looked at the mud-covered body on the ground. I saw a green entry floating above the corpse. 5 level entries, white, green, blue, red, and gold. Zhang Tian himself trained in the police academy for 4 years, but he only had 2 white notes. Now a green entry has been directly revealed. Zhang Tian narrowed his eyes. Although the bodies were covered in mud, Zhang Tian could still see that the other party was wearing mercenary equipment and was a foreign mercenary. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Tian reached out and touched the entry, and the next moment, the information about the entry appeared in Zhang Tian's mind. Insight into people's hearts. Green. When a criminal appears near you, you will have a special feeling. Hiss. Good job. Zhang Tian couldn't help but his eyes lit up. If it is upgraded to gold, wouldn't it be able to directly turn into a scanning radar, and at a glance it would be able to sense the severity of the crimes committed by all the people around it? Zhang Tian couldn't help but feel his heart beating fast. Make a lot of money. If I want to upgrade the entry, all entries can be upgraded in 2 ways. The first is to upgrade by synthesizing entries of the same level. The second is to upgrade by increasing the sin value after the host captures and tries criminals. The sin value is determined by the crimes committed by the criminals. But current entry, never miss a shot, gold, insight into people's hearts, green, ordinary martial arts, white, current judgment sin value, 352, the upgraded martial arts is mediocre. Zhang Tian's mind moved to the next moment. I saw that the sin value decreased by 100. That is to say, it takes 100 points to upgrade from the lowest level to green. The purchasing power of the sin value is very strong. Zhang Tian's eyes lit up. Martial arts, white, upgrade to martial arts, green. The next moment Zhang Tian only felt that his whole body was full of strength, and some fighting skills that he had not remembered before suddenly appeared in his mind. It's amazing, but I can clearly feel that my physical fitness and the fighting skills I learned in school have improved significantly. The green color alone creates an immediate effect. If it is golden, doesn't it mean that he is a martial saint in the world, and his bullets never miss their target? Hiss. Zhang Tian suddenly turned his head and looked at the groups of drug dealers. At this moment, these drug dealers were no longer a source of danger, but became tools for his upgrade. If we kill all these drug dealers and leave them here, how much sin value will be obtained? In addition to the sin value, how many other items will be revealed? Hiss. He hasn't even left the novice village yet, but he's already going to become a god. Zhang Tian's heart was pounding. Our position has been exposed. We can't stay here. Xiao Jiang, please follow me. Song Ligua was still somewhat considerate. Normally, a newcomer like Zhang Tian would be mentored by an old person, but Zhang Tian is currently in internship. The time he spent in the anti-drug team was too short, and no arrangements were made, so now Zhang Tian could only follow him. What's more, Zhang Tian has Gao Xiaolong behind him. Gao Xiaolong's safety must be guaranteed, but Zhang Tian hid behind a tree, looked sideways, and grinned. At this moment, the drug dealers were less than 200 meters away from them, just over 100 meters away, and the two sides were on the verge of a fight. The sound of your gunshots has caused these drug traffickers to speed up their approach. Song Ligua breathed a sigh of relief, also feeling a lot of pressure this time. We encountered great danger. Beat. Bang. The next moment, the word Song Ligua had not yet come out. I saw Zhang Tian raised his hand and fired. At this moment, in Song Ligua's thermal imaging, he could see a drug dealer falling down close to 200 meters late at night, and a direct hit? Song Ligua was stunned. A blind cat has caught a dead mouse. Cao Xiaolong looked somewhat relieved. What he had thought before turned out to be correct. This kid was not hopeless after all. Tonight's performance completely exceeded Gao Xiaolong's imagination. It's almost ridiculous how lucky I am. Yes, just like playing cards, there will always be a protection period for newbies. Song Ligua agreed very much. Chapter 8. You're a ghost, right? Good luck and a certain keen observation, but no matter what, in the eyes of Gao Xiaolong and others, Zhang Tian is already a qualified drug enforcement police officer. As for being afraid of death, Zhang Tian is still young after all. Everyone is afraid of death. Young man, your marksmanship seems pretty good. Luck is partly due, but we cannot deny that your own strength also plays a big part. Gao Xiaolong said with emotion. Bang. Just as Gao Xiaolong was speaking, Zhang Tian had quickly come behind a tree, raised his gun, and instantly shot another drug dealer in the head. Hiss. There's something. Gao Xiaolong used thermal imaging to see everything clearly. The gunshot caused the man to fall. 3 Now, Zhang Tian shot and killed 3 drug dealers today. There's even a guy lurking among them dressed as a mercenary. This is more than just something. This happened one after another, leaving Gao Xiaolong dumbfounded. Bang. The next moment, Zhang Tian fired again. The Type 95 automatic rifle was developed in 1995, but the full hunting version was not developed until 2,000 years later. Although this rifle uses small caliber bullets, its advantage is obvious, which is that it is easy to carry. Low recoil calibration is relatively simple. The disadvantage is that the effective range is short. Only about 400 meters, but this is enough for Zhang Tian. In fact, the lethal range is not only 400 meters, but can reach 600 to 800 meters. Normally, if the distance exceeds 400 meters, the bullet will fly to who knows where. But don't forget, Zhang Tian's bullets never miss their target. As soon as the opponent shows his head, Zhang Tian can kill him instantly. It's as if we have a mutual understanding. Zhang Tian was wearing thermal imaging. In the dark night, he seemed to see countless sin values from the thermal imaging, and countless entries were waiting for him. Under normal circumstances, how could there be so many opportunities and such abundant resources? These are all notorious drug dealers. The crime value of any drug dealer starts at least dozens, and occasionally exceeds 100. Zhang Tian took a deep breath, his eyes full of greed, and he licked his lips unconsciously. If he is trained well in the future and his cowardice is eradicated, he will definitely be an elite talent in the police force. Gao Xiaolong's eyes became brighter the more he looked at him. I have completely forgotten how I called Zhang Tian a black sheep before, how to angrily call Zhang Tian a waste. Don't worry, Chief. We will always focus on training him. Song Ligua quickly stood at attention. I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. It seemed that this matter was over. Gao Xiaolong will not settle the score later, but before Song Ligua could breathe a sigh of relief, then I heard a burst of intense gunfire. When Zhang Tian opened fire, a fierce gun battle had already broken out between the two sides, and Zhang Tian was not afraid at all. What a joke. At this time, they are all entries, all sin points waiting to be harvested. After this incident, Zhang Tian came out of the mountain at the maximum level. I can't squat anymore. Zhang Tian took a leap, found an angle to rush forward, raised his hand and fired. Bang bang bang. Don't be impulsive. Song Ligua shouted from behind. Gao Xiaolong's face also became a little stiff. Does your face hurt? Just as he was saying that, Zhang Tian was a little afraid of death. The next moment, Zhang Tian rushed forward directly. In fact, don't look at what Gao Xiaolong said before about being ruthless, asked to join the suicide squad or something. In fact, Zhang Tianjin has not yet completed the internship period and definitely lacks experience to join the team. Wouldn't it be suicide to rush forward? Not to mention now, even when Zhang Tian didn't show any performance, Gao Xiaolong would never let Zhang Tian die. Return. Gao Xiaolong shouted from behind it. He didn't even care about being slapped in the face, but the next moment, as Zhang Tian fired continuously, Dandian was even about to make the sound of continuous shooting from Zhang Tian. Shooting randomly will do nothing except expose your position. Shooting randomly will only allow drug dealers to discover your position and put you in danger of being shot in the head at any time. It is completely useless. Gao Xiaolong said anxiously. Rushing to your death will not achieve anything. Yes, it was too impulsive. You should exercise more in the future. Song Ligua also hurriedly agreed. No matter what, Zhang Tian's performance has been excellent, and Zhang Tian's background is not simple. If something unexpected happens, how can he explain it to Zhang Tian's family? We need to strengthen training in this area in the future. This is simply nonsense and tantamount to seeking death. If there are teammates around, it is simply harming others and yourself. If you are not careful, you can become a cancer in the team. Gao Xiaolong said angrily. Their position is very important. The most urgent thing now is to transfer them carefully first, especially newcomers like Zhang Tian and Zhao Wei. They will be arranged to evacuate with him. You disobeyed orders and acted recklessly. Do you think you can impress others by showing that you are not afraid of death? Shooting randomly and exposing your position is simply nonsense. Zhang Tian, stop it now. Song Ligua said. He wanted Zhang Tian and Gao Xiaolong to find an opportunity to break out. Now they were exposing their position in a hurry. Many drug dealers and red dots had already discovered this place and were preparing to approach. This is nothing but nonsense. What's the point of shooting randomly? Zhang Tian, stop immediately. Just the next moment, Gao Xiaolong glanced around. I saw 3 drug dealers approaching and they were shot dead instantly. Hiss. Good job, too fast. Zhang Tian is the only one on this line of defense, and with thermal imaging, Gao Xiaolong can see very clearly. After 3 shots were fired almost in rapid succession, the next moment, the figure in the thermal image fell to the ground instantly. He really fell to the ground and didn't move. It was obvious that he had been shot in the head. This doesn't look like random shooting. Why did 3 people lie down? Were you hit? Gao Xiaolong's expression was stiff. His mouth was open, and he couldn't speak. My head is buzzing. This kid doesn't look like he's just cheating during the novice protection period. It seems like there really is a method. Did you ejaculate just now? Gao Xiaolong still couldn't believe it. Yes, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Zhang Tian turned his head and blinked innocently. It seems to be wondering, was there any problem just now? Puff. Gao Xiaolong almost spit out tears. Any questions? This is more than just a problem. Being shot is not scary. What is scary is that it is late at night. Late at night is not scary either. What is scary is that 3 shots were fired in a row, 3 shots that seemed like a joke, and directly killed 3 drug dealers. At such a long distance, with thermal imaging, in the middle of the night in the dense forest, you fired 3 shots in quick succession, directly into the head. Are you a ghost? Isn't it enough to have hands? Chapter 9, Doing Justice for Heaven. Boy, how did you do it? Song Ligua gasped. In fact, most of the time when we are carrying out missions, thermal imaging equipment is not equipped. However, because the mission tonight is special, we have specially approved it is to prevent drug traffickers from escaping. As a result, equipped with thermal imaging, they were able to see Zhang Tian's godlike operation. Look at me, I'm only practicing once. As Jiang Tian was speaking, a gunshot was fired. Didn't even look at the drug dealer, didn't take aim, he just raised his hand and fired a shot. Didn't even turn his head. The neck was still talking to Song Ligua. The next moment, in the eyes of Song Ligua and Gao Xiaolong, a drug dealer had already fallen to the ground with his hands covering his neck. Oh my god, Song Ligua widened his eyes. Both eyeballs were about to pop out. It's that simple. Jiang Tian Dao. Silenced. Gao Xiaolong was silent. A slap in the face? No, he didn't have time to think about it now. The person before him seemed to be a god. Gao Xiaolong took a deep breath, and his heart beat faster unconsciously. Young man, your uncle Gao knows. His voice was a little loud and his words were a bit harsh at first. I hope you don't take it to heart. However, you haven't even finished your internship yet. The battlefield is dangerous. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have some marksmanship. And don't get too cocky. Gao Xiaolong suppressed the shock in his heart. After all, he had seen a lot of big things, and this situation was like seeing a god. However, Gao Xiaolong could still bear it, and some soldiers in the military region could do it too. His marksmanship is amazing. He can even be called a sharpshooter, but the battlefield is not that simple. A newcomer has not received professional training, let alone the special forces soldiers who are professionally trained in combat in the military region. It is dangerous to face this kind of battlefield. This is a good ceiling. Gao Xiaolong knew that this was definitely a top-notch talent. He admitted that he had spoken a little louder before, but he can correct it now. Gao Xiaolong's eyes are bright. Such a talent has been discovered, and Gao Xiaolong has already developed a love for talent in his heart. But before Gao Xiaolong could finish his words, Jiang Tian had disappeared into the dense forest ahead. Jiang Tian's voice could be heard faintly in his ears. It's safer here. You two stay here. The drug dealers behind us won't be able to get through for a while. I'll deal with the ones in front first. I can't say any longer. To Jiang Tian, these are all naked terms. The sin values are red and purple. Song Ligua hurriedly said, come back, Jiang Tian. I order you to come back immediately. It's dangerous ahead. You are still in your internship period. I order you to come back. This kid is lawless, absolutely lawless. Gao Xiaolong was furious. It's deceiving God. It's simply an insult to God. Song Ligua was also filled with righteous indignation, and angrily echoed, Commander, aren't you supervising this kid? If he disobeys orders on the battlefield, he will be killed. He is simply a cancer, a black sheep in our team. He must be killed. If he dares to disobey orders now, he will dare to make trouble in the future. We must not allow such a black sheep to remain in our team. Gao Xiaolong stopped cursing and looked at Song Ligua with a gloomy look. He supervised Jiang Tian in the battle because he was angry that Jiang Tian was afraid of death, so he wanted to drive him to the battlefield to vent his anger and tell those who took the back door that the frontline combat team is not a place for you to take the back door. But what was Jiang Tian's performance? It was simply a perfect answer. He analyzed the correct movements of the drug dealers from the very beginning. Then discovered and killed a dangerous enemy, indirectly saving him. Now he has killed 5 drug dealers in succession, as easy as eating and drinking water. Keen insight and superb marksmanship. Originally, Jiang Tian was angry and afraid of death, but when he went to the battlefield, he rushed forward even if he was disobeying orders to fight drug dealers. You tell me, such a good seedling should be shot? Is this being sarcastic? Xiao Song, just execute him. It's his first offense, so there's no need, absolutely no need. Gao Xiaolong said in a muffled voice. Bang bang bang. At this moment, more intense gunfire rang out. Gao Xiaolong quickly looked over with thermal imaging. Jiang Tian had already rushed towards the drug dealer at this moment. He ran in the jungle with extraordinary agility, and thanks to thermal imaging, it is simply a powerful weapon in Jiang Tian's hands. Find the drug dealer's hiding place, move quickly in the dark, change the angle, and then shoot him dead. Then anyone who showed up was shot at. A short time in Gao Xiaolong's eyes, any drug dealer who showed up or was in Jiang Tian's sight would be shot to death. What? You said it was definitely Jiang Tian, because at this moment, both sides are still advancing step by step. The people from the anti-drug detachment are hiding behind the trees and using thermal imaging to defend in a roundabout way. At this moment, only Jiang Tian rushed towards the drug dealer very fast. In thermal imaging, unless you are covered in mud and the mud blocks the thermal imaging, any heat source can be easily discovered. I'm rough. Gao Xiaolong's eyes widened. Crazy, this is just crazy. He had been in the public security department for so long and had seen some great soldiers from the armed police and the army, but even these people didn't seem as outrageous as Jiang Tian. This guy's bullets must have eyes. Song Ligua was dumbfounded. Gao Xiaolong was silent. My face is so hot, it still hurts a little. What's going on? Who hit me in the face? At this moment, Zhang Tian was killing all the drug dealers in one blow. A group of people who have not received any training and do not even have the most basic military skills. They are just a group of ordinary people holding guns. There are even some people who have already overdrawn their bodies due to drug abuse. Their combat effectiveness is shockingly weak. In addition, Zhang Tian was equipped with thermal imaging, which made it possible for him to walk on flat ground in the dark. In addition, he was able to become one with the gun and his bullets never missed their target. Massacre. Who is it? Don't come over here. Damn it, there's a sniper. Fuck, where did the sniper come from? These drug dealers are not fools. In a short period of time, drug dealers were killed one after another in the dark night. They have already reacted. If you shoot, your approximate location will be exposed. The drug dealers' attention immediately shifted from the people in the anti-drug detachment to Zhang Tian's direction, and Zhang Tian, like the ghost of death in the dense forest in deep night, was silently reaping lives. These are the culprits who deserve to be cut into pieces in half. Persecuted countless families. Death is not a pity. Bang bang bang. At this moment, dense bullets swept over and Zhang Tian hurriedly dodged behind a tree to avoid them. 34. Crack. Zhang Tian hid behind a tree, thinking about the results of tonight's battle, and replaced the empty magazine with the gun loaded. Zhang Tian started firing bursts, then quickly stood up and raised his gun. Bang bang bang. 4 more drug traffickers died in the northwest. I'm rough and too brutal. Chapter 10, The Cloud Sea Trembles. A residential area with excellent green environment. At this moment, bursts of quarreling continued to be heard from inside. I just received the news that Xiaotian was sent to the front line under the personal supervision of Commander Gao. However, he was lucky that he was not on the front line, but was just on the side. Zhang Peng exhaled deeply, looking at the woman sitting on the sofa with her head down. Zhang Peng sighed softly with a complicated look in his eyes. I'm sorry, I really didn't know that the person who answered the phone was Chief Gao from Kyoto. Zhang's mother bowed her head and admitted her mistake. Forget it, there's no point in talking about this now. I hope everything goes well tonight. Zhang Peng continued to sigh. After all, it was also for Zhang Tian. It's just a bit of bad luck. But I'm still a little worried. Xiaotian is just an intern and hasn't even been hired as a full-time employee. Is there anything wrong with me doing this? Now he's being supervised by Commander Gao. Xiaotian is a newcomer and this is his first time in actual combat. Woo woo woo. Zhang's mother covered her chest with her hands, feeling uneasy. She always felt that something big was going to happen. She covered her face and cried bitterly when she spoke. Commander Gao is a good person. He won't take revenge on Zhang Tian and deliberately let him die, so you don't have to worry too much. Besides, more than 100 armed police officers and all members of the Yunhai anti-drug action team have been dispatched tonight, so there will be no accidents. Zhang Peng analyzed comfortingly. Zhang's mother felt slightly relieved, but the next moment, Zhang Peng's phone rang. The next moment it buzzed. After hearing clearly what was said on the phone, Zhang Peng felt dizzy and almost passed out. Zhang Peng's expression gradually became uglier and uglier. Yunhai Police Station, the lights are on. As the Yunhai Police Chief and also the Deputy Mayor, Zhang Peng's face was full of urgency. Contact the army, the armed police, and the criminal investigation team that are on rest to go up and provide support, quickly. Zhang Peng's blood was boiling with excitement. So many big things happened today. Originally, Zhang Peng was supposed to be present at tonight's operation and even the meeting, but because of a phone call from Zhang Tian's mother, Zhang Peng was directly blocked and targeted by Gao Xiaolong. In other words, he was not required to participate in tonight's operation. Originally, he was feeling uneasy and sitting at home. As a result, at this time, the secretary called him directly and told him about the situation on the scene. Zhang Peng's scalp was immediately pounding, and he ran all the way to the police station, where Secretary Yunhai was already there. His expression was extremely serious and extremely anxious. After making arrangements, Secretary Yunhai patted Zhang Peng on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, we have quite a few people dispatched. We just investigated and found out that it was the drug lord Tucha's brother who was arrested. Those drug lords were trying to rescue Tucha's brother. The initial news was just a smokescreen. The Army Special Operations Team has already gone there. Don't worry, there will be no problem." Actually, that's what I said, but Secretary Yunhai was also feeling uneasy. Danger. It's too dangerous, especially the safety of senior leaders. How long will it take for the army to arrive? Zhang Peng asked. Most of the troops went to the next door for exercises today. It will take about an hour for the nearest support to arrive. Secretary Yunhai said. An hour? Jiang Peng stood up instantly. It's too late to say anything now, whether it's recalling people from the police station, taking emergency action, or asking for military support, it's simply too late. That's crazy. Tucha's brother was killed by a stray bullet during the rescue, so now Tucha is taking retaliatory actions. Secretary Yunhai said as he took Jiang Peng into the car. The convoy soon gathered in front of the police station. These are all the people we can bring. Others are still on their way. Let's go over and take a look at the situation first. Secretary Yunhai said. The secretary of Yunhai is named Zhou Zhao. Zhou Zhao and Jiang Peng don't have a very good relationship on weekdays, but apart from their work, they rarely have any contact. But tonight was very unusual. Zhou Zhao held Jiang Peng's hand, his face full of anxiety, and Jiang Peng smelled an unusual smell. Secretary Zhou, how many drug dealers are there? Jiang Peng asked solemnly. Zhou Zhao sighed and then said a number. Buzz. Jiang Peng was completely furious. At first they just said it was a drug trap and the intelligence was wrong, but now after hearing the number of people, Jiang Peng's scalp was tingling. There are more than 100 drug traffickers on the armed police side, and nearly 200 people on our Yunhai anti-drug detachment side, including a team of foreign forces, suspected to be mercenaries. Zhou Zhao said, wow. Jiang Peng's face turned pale. So, what about Jiang Tian? Jiang Peng felt a horrible, ominous premonition rising in his heart. In addition to Jiang Tian, he also instantly understood why Zhou Zhao did this, because Gao Xiaolong is with the anti-drug detachment. If something unexpected happens, Jiang Peng simply couldn't bear to think of the consequences. However, what is certain is that once Gao Xiaolong encounters problems, the entire Yunhai, from top to bottom, officialdom will experience a terrifying 18th magnitude earthquake. No one, including Zhou Zhao, was spared. There are no outsiders here. We are now in the same boat. Zhou Zhao said. Be either in person. Zhou Zhao and Jiang Peng brought the few combat-capable personnel in the police station to the scene. The incident happened suddenly. No one expected that these drug dealers would set a trap. In fact, neither Zhou Zhao nor Jiang Peng said anything because they knew it was over. Being there in person now is just a remedial measure. By the time they arrive, the anti-drug team's cucumbers will probably be cold. More than 3 times the number of personnel, and a team of professional foreign mercenaries. Those people kill without blinking an eye, and they are professional in killing people. Secretary, I'm sorry. Jiang Peng apologized in a trembling voice, because he knew that his son Jiang Tian's death didn't matter to anyone else. However, Gao Xiaolong, because of a call from Jiang's mother, personally supervised Jiang Tian and went to the front line. This means that he is to blame for Gao Xiaolong's accident. As for the current situation, even if they arrive, they can only collect the bodies. It's too late to say anything. Xiaotian, I've read his information. After all, he's an intern and hasn't been hired yet, so it's normal for him to need some care. It's not your fault. If Chief Gao knew about this, he wouldn't be so angry. Zhou Zhao sighed. This time, it's too late to say anything. Gao Xiaolong and the narcotics control team, think of this. Zhou Zhao was worried about the bleak future. Jiang Peng felt heartbroken when he thought of his son Jiang Tian. That he only had one son and one daughter in his life. My daughter just got admitted to a prestigious university. Jiang Tian also graduated from the police academy, and no one expected this incident to happen. Please accept my condolences. Zhou Zhao looked out the window. Hearing these 2 words, Jiang Peng's whole body trembled, because he knew that the narcotics control team was probably finished. Chapter 11, Killing 150 Drug Dealers in One Battle. Shocking. They have prepared for the worst, because according to the information and situation they have received so far, the situation on the front line is very dangerous. Whether it is Jiang Tian or Gao Xiaolong, I'm afraid they have probably encountered danger. Whether you can survive depends entirely on fate. As for the 35 people from the anti-drug detachment, they cannot compete. This is because, whether intentionally or not, the drug dealer's target from the very beginning was them. 35 people against nearly 200 people. Or in the case of an ambush, the more Zhou Zhao and Jiang Peng thought about it, the heavier their hearts became. Something had happened. It was going to be a big deal. A big event that will shake the world. If the casualties are serious, it can be said that even without Gao Xiaolong, they will have to bear huge responsibility. Adding Gao Xiaolong's words to this adverse impact can be said to be the case with the largest and worst losses in recent decades. Wait until they arrive. After rushing from a distance, you can see a silent jungle. This silent jungle gives people a deep sense of fear. It looked like the open mouth of a devil. Leader, it's quite dangerous ahead. Besides, our follow-up contact with the Narcotics Control Brigade has been cut off. Those drug traffickers are obviously well prepared. We can't rush and rashly. Deputy Director of Public Security Sun Jianhua, who was sitting in the passenger seat, said in a heavy tone. Something is wrong. Jiang Peng got off the car and looked ahead from a distance. How far are we from the ambush site? Zhou Zhao also asked. The deputy director, standing beside them, was fully aware of the situation. It's probably less than 2 miles away. 2 miles, click. Zhang Peng and Gao Xiaolong turned pale instantly after hearing what the deputy director said. It's over, the sky is falling, this is the only thought in their minds. Zhang Peng felt dizzy and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the deputy director reached out to help. These bastard drug dealers, damn it, aren't they afraid that we will shock them and send troops out of the country to destroy them? Zhou Zhao said angrily. There will be no problem with the armed police for the time being, but the most dangerous one is the anti-drug detachment. 2 miles, regardless, gunshots could be heard, but now. Damn it! These drug dealers deserve to die. Zhang Peng clenched his fists with bloodshot eyes. The gunfire stopped, and in their minds, the anti-drug squad was completely gone. The entire army had already been wiped out. As for the killing of more than 200 drug traffickers, there was also a group of foreign mercenaries. 35 people from the narcotics squad. Stop joking, they didn't even dare to think about it. Even if the special forces came, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to defeat us tonight. Ask them when the military reinforcements will arrive. I'm going to make them pay for their crimes with blood. Zhou Zhao practically gritted his teeth. Then, after a pause, he continued, the anti-drug detachment is full of heroes. We can't let their sacrifice be in vain. He knows now it's all over. The entire Yunhai, from top to bottom, was completely reshuffled, and Zhou Zhao, as the secretary of Yunhai, could not escape blame. This is the provincial capital. As the top leader of the provincial capital, he is a highly qualified cadre of the provincial party committee, but in this case, he cannot escape blame. Not to mention further progress in the future, there is even a high probability that it will be pushed all the way down, because the incident was so bad that no one could escape it. Let the criminal investigation team go over and investigate the situation. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth and spoke almost word by word. The criminal investigation team leader was about to take action with his men. The next moment, there was a sound of footsteps. This was especially loud in the dark. Almost everyone quickly found cover and prepared for battle. Damn, these drug dealers came too quickly. Zhou Zhao already thought that it was the drug dealers coming. Everyone has assumed that the anti-drug team has sacrificed their lives. The criminal investigation team loaded their guns and aimed at the place where the sound came from. Then hold your breath. I don't care what method you use, just hold these drug dealers until the army arrives. Zhou Zhao ordered. I guarantee to complete the task. The captain of the criminal investigation team promised with a serious face. Even so, there were only 20 of them. The next moment, Zhang Zhongchen from the criminal investigation detachment said, don't worry, leader. I won't let the anti-drug detachment's sacrifice be in vain, and I won't let Captain Song's sacrifice be in vain. I will hold them back even at the cost of my life. Okay. Zhou Zhao nodded with soft eyes, but they didn't finish their words. On the path in the distance, the vague figure of a person gradually became clearer until the outline finally emerged. Wait, what is that? Zhou Zhao was shocked. The moon is especially round tonight. Under the moonlight, it shines on the ground and appears unusually bright. Although it is not as bright as during the day, at least people can see very clearly within a range of 10 meters, even dozens of meters away. You can see part of the outline. To be honest, the moonlight tonight is just like Gao Xiaolong's mood. From the dark clouds at the beginning to the moonlight now shining on the earth, the sky cleared up after the rain, and Gao Xiaolong did not feel excited at all because of the feeling of surviving a disaster, because until now, until everything was over, Gao Xiaolong was still in a trance and thought he was in a dream. Gao Xiaolong thought he was probably sick. Moreover, he was seriously ill and fell into a deep dream. Otherwise, how could everything be so clear? In a dream, he saw a drug enforcement officer who hadn't even passed his internship, carrying a gun and shooting people in the head with every shot. CSGO Supermaster, even a super expert can't do this. A tiger among a flock of sheep becomes braver and braver with each fight. He dreamed of the quasi-policeman, firing a fully automatic rifle. It seemed to be fully automatic, or maybe semi-automatic, because he had the illusion that the rifle was fired so quickly that he could actually fire it when the drug dealers were approaching. With a sweeping move, he killed more than 20 people, and every shot was a headshot. Gao Xiaolong often organizes police forces to conduct military exercises with the army. I have also seen many military kings. But those soldier kings were not comparable in the slightest to the guy in his dream. He had also seen the best soldier in the army, the kind who could capture enemies with one hand and sweep the entire army. But he felt that he was probably much worse than the man in his dream, because this man killed 130 drug dealers by himself in a short period of time, and also killed 2 mercenaries. All the drug dealers fled for their lives, and he chased them relentlessly, and finally succeeded. The total number of kills was fixed at 148, and 150 bullets were used. The 2 empty bullets also hit the opponent. In short, he thought he was sick. In 8 days, he walked silently in front, wondering when the dream would end. Even after he walked out of the dense forest, He still hadn't woken up from his dreamed in a trance. After he walked out with his hands behind his back, he saw a group of policemen, led by Xiao Zhou, walking excitedly towards him. Bang! Gao Xiaolong slapped him. My palms hurt, and I wasn't dreaming. He was very happy because he was not sick and all this seemed to be happening in real life. Zhang Tian, the trainee policeman whom he deliberately targeted, was a master of guns, Jedi gun god. It's not a dream, it turns out all this is real. Gao Xiaolong looked at his hands and muttered to himself. Mr. Gao, you are still alive. I am not dreaming. This slap also woke Zhou Zhao up. Zhou Zhao came back to his senses instantly, tears filling his eyes. Still alive. Mr. Gao is still alive, God have mercy on us. Yeah, I wasn't dreaming either. Gao Xiaolong said silently, I wasn't dreaming, which meant that all of this was real. Thinking of the sound of himself scolding Zhang Tian as a bad apple, Gao Xiaolong felt a surge of guilt in his heart. This person is not a black sheep at all, he is clearly a police god. By the way, Mr. Gao, don't worry. The army will support us soon and will definitely take care of those drug dealers. You guys run away first and we will hold them off. Zhou Zhao seized the opportunity and quickly spoke to remedy the situation. The intelligence was wrong, and it was their fault. On the Yunhai side, the chaotic situation has caused dissatisfaction from the higher-ups, especially for the increasing number of drug dealers. As more and more are caught, they will do anything to achieve their goals. It is the first line of defense in drug control and also the first line of defense in the country. Gao Xiaolong came all the way from Kyoto to inspect. Zhou Zhao was already dissatisfied with his superiors, and when this incident happened, he naturally wanted to make amends. Drug dealer? When Gao Xiaolong heard these two words, a moment of confusion appeared on his face. Yes, they are drug dealers. Don't worry, Mr. Gao. Now that we are here, you will be safe. Zhou Zhao said quickly. Where are the drug dealers? Gao Xiaolong asked subconsciously. Zhou Zhao's heart skipped a beat and his face turned pale. He was already wondering if Mr. Gao was injured in the battle and had lost his memory, or if he had been shot in the head. Otherwise, how could he ask this question? And as for this moment, the first thing Zhang Peng looked for was his beloved son. Gao Xiaolong was followed by many people. A rough look showed that there were at least 30 people. Some of them were injured, and some were being carried. There were casualties, about 4 or 5 people. After all, bullets are blind on the battlefield. Even if Zhang Tian is a gun god, it still takes time. When the fight broke out, facing attacks from both sides, it was inevitable that several people were hit by bullets from all directions. After all, this is the narcotics police. Beneath this peaceful appearance, in this tranquil world, there are always many lovely people who are silently carrying their burdens and moving forward. There will always be casualties in a battle. However, this is already 10 million times better than Zhang Peng expected. But was Zhang Tian among those who sacrificed? Zhang Peng was in a heavy mood, as if there were thousands of pounds of weight under his feet. Very heavy. I was even more nervous. Hello, Director. Director. When they saw Zhang Peng, the people from the anti-drug detachment all greeted him. Zhang Peng nodded with a smile on his face, but he was becoming more and more uneasy deep down in his heart. Every step he took was so heavy that it made him tremble. Finally, in the next moment, he saw Zhang Tian. From the very beginning, when Zhang Tian joined the anti-drug detachment, he never told anyone that he was the director's son. This is an unspoken rule. No matter how powerful your background is, you have to keep a low profile within the system. Now, Zhang Tian saw his son. He really saw him, like the moon surrounded by stars, holding a gun, and his face had a toughness that was somewhat unfamiliar to him. Good. Okay, Zhang Peng smiled. After experiencing the war, he clearly felt that his beloved son had completely changed. If you had to say it, he had gone through a baptism. But why did the people around him leave such a large area for Zhang Tian? What was the purpose? Was it to isolate him? Zhang Peng frowned, feeling a little heavy-hearted. After what happened today, Zhang Peng finally came to terms with it. Perhaps, some things cannot be forced. If you don't have the ability, don't force your help on him. Otherwise, you're not helping him, but harming him. Perhaps, it would be a good choice to let this child get married, have children, work as a clerk, and live an ordinary life. Zhang Peng thought to himself, the plan has been to force Zhang Tian to leave the frontline team and fall to the back to work as an ordinary clerk. If that doesn't work out, even working as a police officer in the household registration office to handle household registration is a good option. After what happened today, Zhang Peng has figured it out. He decided to find Gao Xiaolong later to admit his mistake and take responsibility, and promised to transfer Zhang Tian to the household registration office to be a police officer as a punishment. Turning his head, Zhang Peng took a quick glance and saw Gao Xiaolong looking at his son. That expression was full of complexity. Zhang Peng looked at himself inside. In his heart, his son's future was completely ruined, and his own future was completely over. Thinking of this, Zhang Peng pulled Song Ligua to the side of the road, shared a cigarette with him, took a deep drag and said, "Old Song, Xiao Jiang is alive." Thank you for taking care of Xiao Zhang. I will remember your kindness and will repay you if I have the chance. He knew that Zhang Tian was just a freshly graduated recruit and had just started his internship. Zhang Tian was able to remain safe and sound in such a dangerous situation this time. It must be because of Song Liguo's care. Zhang Peng accepted this favor. However, Song Liguo lit a cigarette, but his smoking hand became completely stiff after hearing this. Did you misunderstand something? Director, listen to me. Song Liguo wanted to explain that he saw Zhang Tian, the Jedi Gun King, perform such a feat on the battlefield. Explained that he saw Zhang Tian sweeping away hundreds of drug dealers alone. Every shot is a headshot. Every shot kills. Their guns were like blind men shooting randomly, but Zhang Tian's gun was alive. It could run to the enemy's head by itself and the bullets would track it. Now, even if Zhang Tian said that he knew gunfighting skills and could shake the gun to make the bullet turn, which was a ridiculous joke, Song Liguo would believe it. But Song Liguo still wanted to explain. Zhang Peng has come to Gao Xiaolong's side. At this time, Zhou Zhao was about to ask Gao Xiaolong worriedly if he had a head injury. He was interrupted by Zhang Peng's arrival. It also interrupted Gao Xiaolong, who was lost in thought and constantly regretting himself. Commander Gao, I was wrong. I hope you can forgive me. I know that I have committed a heinous crime. I also know how terrible this incident is. It all happened because of my son Zhang Tian. Commander Gao, I also know that my son is a black sheep and a cancer in the team. After all, he is afraid of death. So, I hope Commander Gao will give Zhang Tian a chance and transfer him to the logistics department. I've already made up my mind to have him go to the household registration office and work as a police officer. If you have any objections, I can let Xiao Tian leave the team. Zhang Peng's words were very sincere. He was full of apologies, regrets and remorse, and seemed to regret that he had impulsively allowed his son to join the police force. Therefore, he now repents after learning from his mistakes. If punishing Zhang Tian alone is not enough, he can punish him as well. Angry at Zhang Peng's heart sank. He saw through everything and was good at observing people's words and expressions. His mood became heavier as he saw the flames of anger burning in Gao Xiaolong's eyes. This made his hands and feet cold. Chapter 12 Hexagonal Warriors, Invincible. Once out of the mountains, the atmosphere at the scene was a little quiet. Even Zhou Zhao looked at Gao Xiaolong with a slightly nervous look at this moment. What a high status Gao Xiaolong holds. That he is a man who truly came from heaven, a figure in the public security department whose words are law. Even Zhou Zhao, the highly ranked municipal party secretary, did not dare to say a word at this moment. After Zhang Peng said this, he didn't dare to speak anymore. But Gao Xiaolong felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. The sky is falling. The opposite, everything is reversed. You people in Hanong are simply rebelling. Xiao Tian is a black sheep. I know that as a father, I did not correct him in time. I am also wrong. He is a cancer in the frontline team. But even if he is a cancer, I hope that Chief Gao can give him a chance. Zhang Peng requested. This request is reasonable. Even Gao Xiaolong couldn't hear anything wrong. It was a very reasonable request. Did he have any reason to refuse? Fart. Gao Xiaolong woke up from his dream. The world is in chaos. The world is turning upside down, because someone actually wanted to clear his god of war out of his police force. Presumptuous, Gao Xiaolong shouted angrily. The whole audience was silent. Zhang Peng's whole body trembled, his eyes flickering. Could it be that Chief Gao really wanted to hold on to him and would not even accept such a small request? Zhang Peng felt increasingly heavy in his heart. Just at this moment, military support arrived and quickly passed by them and headed towards the place where the battle had just taken place. The military leader came behind them at some point in time, but at this moment, he was frowning, because he came here to ask for support, and after knowing the situation on the scene, he felt very disappointed and expressed his condolences to the Yunhai anti-drug police. But when he came here, he seemed to see a familiar person. Although the military is not part of the system, Gao Xiaolong can still often appear in front of the camera at national conferences. I asked Gao Xiaolong, okay? Surprised. The military leaders were also surprised, but the next moment, Gao Xiaolong's voice rang out. The military leaders were instantly inspired. Gao Xiaolong's face was gloomy, as if it was the calm before the storm. Of the military leader understood in his heart. He knew that even if Chief Gao survived what happened tonight, the leaders of Yunhai would probably be held accountable. Not knowing to what extent they were implicated, the military leaders silently prayed for Yunhai's leaders and the police force in their hearts. Really, Gao Xiaolong was furious. In a fit of rage, he got angry for a moment. He asked angrily, "You actually want Comrade Xiao Zhang to leave the front line? What are your intentions?" Zhang Peng, who was in a depressed mood, looked up in surprise. Zhou Zhao, who was silently mourning for Zhang Peng and thinking about how to cut off his relationship with Zhang Peng, also changed his expression. At first, I thought that Gao Xiaolong was in trouble, so Zhou Zhao and Zhang Peng were no different. They were on the same boat, so he was very friendly to Zhang Peng, because Gao Xiaolong's accident was the lethality of the map cannon, and no one could avoid it. But Gao Xiaolong survived and wanted to be held accountable. In anger, he implicated Zhang Peng. Then he had to cut off all ties with Zhang Peng so that he could be safe. This is just a human instinct to seek good and avoid harm. He was already at the back, ready to watch the fun, but Gao Xiaolong's tone was wrong, very wrong. This doesn't seem like a final settlement. And the next moment, Gao Xiaolong's voice came out with anger and rage. Do you know how much contribution Xiao Jiang has made? Contribute? Zhang Peng had a confused look on his face. Zhang Tian, did he perform well? Gao Xiaolong's angry questioning voice continued to emanate. Do you know that without Zhang Tian, all of us would have died there? Zhang Peng was shocked. Zhou Zhao was even more shocked. Chief Gao, what are you talking about? Do you know that in this battle, Comrade Zhang faced more than 200 drug dealers alone, fired 150 bullets, and killed 148 drug dealers? Gao Xiaolong said almost word by word. You buzz. Exploded. Hiss. Zhou Zhao staggered and almost fell to the ground. The military leader took 2 steps back. He was so shocked by these words that he took a step back unconsciously. As for Zhang Peng, he looked confused and his brain was not enough. It's totally insufficient. What is Chief Gao saying? Comrade Jiang, is that Zhang Tian? With one gun, he never missed a shot. He faced more than 200 drug dealers and even mercenaries alone, and he killed 148 drug dealers by himself. A buzz. As the police chief, Zhang Peng also knows the concept of shooting. During the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression, many veterans of the 10-year war may not have had a total kill count of even double digits, and now, what did he hear? An automatic rifle is not a sniper rifle. An automatic rifle is a short-range submachine gun. A sniper rifle couldn't even dream of doing this, but an automatic rifle did it, etc. It seems that Chief Gao wants to express more than just this. Gao Xiaolong's eyes swept over the almost cadenced voice. We were attacked from both sides by mercenaries and drug traffickers. Comrade Xiao Jiang was alone behind enemy lines, and you actually said that Comrade Xiao Jiang was a cancer, a black sheep. You slandered our heroes and suppressed our vigilantes like this. What are your intentions? Staggering, Zhang Peng took a step back. Was this done by your own son? Zhang Peng was a little confused. Zhou Zhao looked into the distance. The black shadow seemed to be Zhang Tian. He has seen it. During the operation, Chief Gao paid special attention, so he made special observations and learned that his performance in the police academy was average, his fighting ability was average, and his training ability was average. A mediocre and average person. Such a miracle was accomplished by a police academy intern. No, this was a dream. Commander Gao was just joking with them. At this time, Song Ligua, the detachment leader, could no longer hold back and stood up to accuse them. Mayor Jiang, although we have a good relationship on weekdays, I absolutely cannot tolerate you insulting our police god, who is also our savior. If it weren't for Comrade Xiao Jiang, all of us would have been wiped out there by the drug traffickers. Hiss. Another confirmation has come. Everyone was digesting this shocking news. It also made the military leaders who had just arrived look confused. If he didn't know Gao Xiaolong, he would have thought that Yunhai's police force was putting on a show for him. As the leader of the army, he understood too well what this achievement meant. It was an impossible miracle. The next moment, a soldier trotted over, stood at attention, and saluted. Report, we just inspected the scene of the battle and counted a total of 167 drug traffickers. 5 of them are still alive but have been shot. 14 of them have died from bleeding from the bullets, and the remaining 148 have been killed by single shots to the head. Hiss. Real, this is actually true. Among them, those drug dealers who were seriously injured and killed must have been the ones who were rushed over by the remaining anti-drug team after Zhang Tian killed a large number of drug dealers with 1 gun. At the same time, this incident will completely deter all drug dealers with ill intentions. Etc. If all this is true, the military leader's eyes instantly became hot. Just now, he seemed to hear someone say that Zhang Tian was a cancer in the team. ISEA. Black sheep, such an awesome person. Your police force doesn't want him, but our army does. Commander Gao, I am the commander of the 346th Regiment stationed in Yunhai, and I. The military leader came forward and spoke excitedly. Shut up and get out. Gao Xiaolong didn't give him a chance to speak. It's always raining or blowing when we ask you to provide support. Now our police god has finally shown his prowess with a single shot, and you actually dare to come up here? Are you dreaming of something unreasonable? After a moment, Gao Xiaolong said with eyes that looked like they could eat people, if you dare to do this, I dare to chop off your hands. There is murderous intent. The commander of the 346th Regiment was shocked, but with such a record and such a heroic figure, even the best soldier in the army would have to retreat. He can't give up. Gao Xiaolong ignored him and looked at Zhang Peng, who was shrinking his head and looking timid. Gao Xiaolong's heart sank. He never expected that his son was a police officer and a hero. while his father was so timid and a coward, but considering that Zhang Peng has trained such talents for the police force, Gao Xiaolong decided to, for the time being, well, forgive him for the time being. Accompanied by Gao Xiaolong and Shan Pai, Zhou Zhao took a quick step and rushed towards Zhang Tian with his men. Okay, if it's true, Zhou Zhao could hardly conceal the shock in his heart. He seemed to see a police god rising up, shining brightly, and at this moment, in fact, Zhang Tian was still counting today's deliveries, made a profit. It's really a crazy profit. Tonight, the entire sea of clouds is crazy tonight. The incident went straight to Kyoto in the sky. Kyoto was shocked and called Gao Xiaolong to inquire overnight. After confirming what happened, he was even more shocked. After Zhang Tian came back, he first went to the police station. A battle report was made within the police force, together with the anti-drug detachment, senior leaders, and others. The only thing that made Zhang Tian a little regretful was that from beginning to end, that damn Tucha never showed up. If he killed Tucha, Zhang Tian couldn't even imagine how much sin points he would gain. But now, Zhang Tian is also very satisfied. After all, greed is insatiable. After being busy until very late, Zhang Peng did not tell his mother what happened today when he returned home. He just said that Zhang Tian had made a contribution. Zhang Tian returned to his room and took the time to take stock of his gains. The harvest was rich. Open the panel. Zhang Tian excitedly. Never miss a target. Gold, insight into people's hearts. Green, scanning radar. Gold, minor martial arts master. Green, martial arts master. Red, strong and healthy. Green, a little bit of disguise, excellent memory. Green, a little bit of gambling skill. Green, sin value, 1200. He took a quick look at his panel. 2 golds, 1 red, and many green ones. The main part, such as the entries like stealing like crazy, were all synthesized by Zhang Tian, and the useless ones were synthesized by Zhang Tian, so you can see them at a glance. A sea of green, make a lot of money. After killing more than 100 drug dealers, this is all Zhang Tian got among them. A lot of money was upgraded by Zhang Tian. For example, the golden entry scanning radar was dropped by the drug dealer who was killed by Zhang Tian at the beginning, and then Zhang Tian upgraded it first. The scanning radar can directly sense any criminals that appear within a 1,000-meter range of Zhang Tian. In other words, as soon as Zhang Tian thought about it, the area within 1,000 meters seemed to turn into a map, and all criminals within the 1,000-meter radius could not escape Zhang Tian's perception. This is simply a magical skill. It is upgraded first during the battle to make it easier for Zhang Tian to annihilate the drug dealers. All disguises cannot escape Zhang Tian. The next step was to upgrade to the Red Martial Arts Master, which was only one step away from Gold Martial Arts Master. Zhang Tian can now say this in his mind. All the fighting skills and fighting techniques that exist in the world now, such as eye poking and crotch kicking, etc., are almost all killing moves plus a strong body. Although it is green, it is also one of the top-level special forces. This time's acquisition directly equipped Zhang Tian with all-round invincible combat power. This is definitely a hexagonal warrior. If Zhang Tian could improve his physical fitness slightly and surpass the limits of human beings, he would be completely invincible. Very cool. Of course, these things are secondary. The most important thing is to change your destiny. Important destiny. The next morning, Zhang Tian opened his eyes and saw the ceiling. It was not the despairing scene of the previous life. Only then did I realize that I was really reborn and it was not a dream. Xiao Tian, it's time for dinner. Zhang's mother's gentle voice sounded. Here I am, Mom. Zhang Tian's eyes were a little moist. This was the voice he wanted to hear day and night, even in his dreams in the middle of the night. In his previous life, sit at the dining table, Zhang Peng was eating breakfast in the morning. Zhang's mother poured millet porridge for Zhang Tian and peeled an egg and handed it to Zhang Tian. At this moment, Zhang Tian's eyes were filled with tears. In his previous life, Gao Xiaolong died in a battle last night. Zhang Peng was suspended and placed under disciplinary supervision. The next day, Zhang Tian was directly given leave and stayed at home awaiting investigation. Soon after, Zhang Tian's mother was also placed under double supervision and sentenced. Yes, you read that right. He was sentenced to 2 years. Sentenced for abuse of power. In his previous life, Zhang Tian had a miserable life, and fate had brought him to the bottom. Zhang's mother was depressed in prison and fell seriously ill. She died shortly after she was released from prison. Zhang Peng was also depressed because of his mother's death, and passed away a few years later. Zhang Tian also completely became a lonely ghost, wandering in this world until I met that woman. When Zhang Tian had been depressed and sick for many years, the woman said these words. Waste, you deserve to have a child. This child is Brother Zhao's. I'm not afraid to tell you, the child I've raised for more than 10 years is Brother Zhao's. Since you're almost dying of illness, I'm not afraid to tell you that every time I do it with you, I secretly take medicine. You are a waste, your whole family is a waste, you don't deserve to stay in this world. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a deadly cold light. Wang Yifei, are you ready to face my revenge? And Xiaobo Chapter 13 Beating up the enemy. Xiao Tian, you are in the limelight now, but you also have to be careful and keep a low profile in your daily life. Sometimes, being too aggressive is not a good thing. Zhang Peng advised Zhang Tian while eating breakfast. These are my experiences as a person who has been through it. Zhang Tian understood it very well that if you show off too much, too many people will be jealous of you. This is true wherever you are, especially in the previous life. Zhang Tian clenched his fists. In his previous life, Zhang Tian treated Xiaobo as his own brother. It can even be said that after Zhang Tian's family fell from power, he was able to secure some background resources thanks to the connections left by his parents. However, all the connections left behind were used by Zhang Tian to push Xiaobo to the top. Zhang Tian used all the connections left by his parents, part of which was certainly due to Wang Yifei's instigation, but more of it was due to the relationship between Zhang Tian and Xiaobo, whom Zhang Tian considered to be as close as brothers, entrusted to Xiaobo without any hesitation. So much so that, in the end, he was deceived into that state. But now, God has mercy on me. By the way, there is one more thing. Regarding your colleague Xiaobo, I have already arranged his promotion. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be completely resolved in a few days. Zhang Peng suddenly said while eating. This shows that Xiaobo is hypocritical. Even a leader like Zhang Peng did not see through Xiaobo's character. If Zhang Tian had not been reborn, he would never have dreamed that Xiaobo could do such a thing. Why, Xiao Tian, are you unhappy? Haven't you begged me several times for this matter? Zhang Peng looked confused, because he saw that Zhang Tian's expression was not very clear, and even when he heard the name Xiaobo, his whole body exuded a cold temperature. This is murderous intent. After Zhang Tian slaughtered more than 100 drug dealers, his temperament from the inside out unconsciously became murderous, which was extremely shocking. I begged you? Zhang Tian was stunned while recalling and thinking. Zhang Tian finally reacted. There really was such an incident in the previous life. Although Xiaobo tried to obstruct him in every possible way, that bitch Wang Yifei kept whispering in his ear. So Zhang Tian patted his chest and promised more than once that he would be able to help Xiaobo solve the promotion problem. I am really stupid. Zhang Tian wanted to slap himself a few times. If he wasn't stupid, how could he do such a stupid thing? It was obvious that the two of them had already colluded with each other. One of them whispered in his ear, and the other pretended to be noble and holy, refusing to be promoted and acting so honest. Not only did he not understand it at first, he even valued Xiaobo even more. He is really stupid. If it weren't for what happened before rebirth. If not, yes, and Jiang Yu. Wang Yifei was originally distant, but suddenly came close to me. I'm afraid she's already pregnant with that bastard Xiaobo, and is looking for me to take over. Zhang Tian's forehead veins bulged. Xiao Tian. Zhang Peng frowned slightly. Zhang Tian reacted. Dad, forget about Xiaobo's promotion. What's wrong? Zhang Peng asked. Dad, Xiaobo talked to me before and said that he doesn't like to use backdoors. I thought about it and decided that I can't force him, so let it go. Zhang Tian lowered his head to eat, trying hard to conceal his murderous intent. Okay, let's eat quickly. Xiaobo is a good boy. Although Xiaobo reminded me yesterday to call Captain Song to take care of you, he meant well but ended up doing something bad, but Xiaobo was doing it for your own good. Zhang's mother said with a smile on her face. Swish. Almost instantly Zhang Peng looked at Zhang's mother sharply. Zhang Tian stared at his mother intently, because in his previous life, he had never heard his mother talk about this matter. No, Zhang Tian suddenly remembered the look on his mother's face when she was released from prison and knew his situation, and she was hesitant to talk to him about it that time. I'm afraid my mother would want to talk about this, but at that time, he didn't care at all, and was even showing off that his good brother Xiaobo had been promoted again. Xiaobo. Zhang Tian clenched his fists that he not only asked for leave but also used backdoor channels to promote his mother. If Xiaobo didn't know something in advance, no one would believe it. There is only one truth that follows. Zhang Tian's eyes were gloomy. Under normal circumstances, second-generation children who enter the system to work will, in 99% of cases, hide their identities. This is an unspoken rule. You can guess it, and I know you can guess it, but you can't say it out loud. The same is true for Zhang Tian. Zhang Peng said it casually, and after returning, he temporarily put Xiaobo's extraordinary promotion on hold, and did not make any other comment, but Zhang Tian felt that Zhang Peng should know something. Very good, very handsome. Zhang Tian looked at himself in the mirror. Zhang Peng had already left for work. Zhang Tian also hid his identity at work. Basically, except for Captain Song, his comrades did not know Zhang Tian's identity. After a long absence, he put on the police uniform again. All I could see was the figure in the mirror, with strong limbs, an upright body, and a fair face with tough features. Everyone who sees him will say, "What a handsome young man." A new life begins now. After going downstairs, Zhang Tian got on his scooter. Shortly after the millennium, the national economy was still lagging behind and developing rapidly. As for the salaries of civil servants, they are not high. Although drug enforcement police have a high-risk profession and good benefits, this is relatively speaking. In a period when the whole country is tightening its belt, even the frontline drug enforcement police in high-risk professions can only be paid enough to support their families. Similar to a drug enforcement officer, he can earn about 1,000 yuan a month including bonuses, etc. Jiang Tian is an intern and his salary is only 500 yuan. On the road with cold wind blowing, Jiang Tian saw a Mercedes-Benz passing by, his eyes full of envy. Think about those drug dealers, each of them is extremely wealthy. While the lives of drug enforcement officers are hard to describe, because of this situation, it is actually a huge challenge for drug enforcement police, who have to resist the temptation of bribes from drug dealers at all times. Jiang Tian arrived at the police station on time yesterday. Before Jiang Tian left, Gao Xiaolong told Jiang Tian that he would give him a surprise today. To be honest, Jiang Tian was very much looking forward to it. Individual first-class merit. Jiang Tian's heart was moved. Or become a regular employee directly. Jiang Tian was in a good mood. Xiao Jiang is here. What? Xiao Jiang? Call me brother. Yes, ha ha ha. As soon as he entered the door, the teammates who had returned yesterday showed Jiang Tian an extremely high standard of attitude. There is no way. It is no exaggeration to say that the lives of all the people in the entire anti-drug detachment were saved by Jiang Tian. Not only that, although their anti-drug department made mistakes in what happened yesterday, they wiped out so many drug dealers. Even if it had little to do with them, it is definitely a collective achievement. As a result, almost everyone greeted Jiang Tian with a smile on their face. At this moment, an unexpected voice came. Jiang Tian, you're here. That's great. I thought you were on leave today. I heard that Commander Gao called you a cancer and a black sheep yesterday. What's going on? Came a voice full of concern and care. The entire anti-drug department was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Jiang Tian's face was full of sarcasm. He turned to look at Xiaobo, who was sitting at his workstation, and looked worried about him. That's right, it's Xiaobo. This was the person he considered his best brother in his previous life. In fact, all signs indicate that almost all events were caused by this bastard. He was hypocritical on the surface, but secretly, he harmed his entire family. Especially now, people seem to care about themselves. But what about in reality? Yesterday, Chief Gao did not mention Jiang Tian's name, but only mentioned a certain comrade. With so many people present, who knew it was Jiang Tian, this also shows that Commander Gao had shown mercy yesterday and gave Jiang Tian a chance. As a result, today, Xiaobo directly made the matter clear, and even stopped short of naming the person in front of everyone. In other words, if Jiang Tian had not made a great contribution yesterday, even if Chief Gao returned safely, however, the fact that the person he scolded at the meeting of senior leaders yesterday was his own business had to be passed through Xiaobo's mouth and reached everyone's ears. That bastard probably never dreamed that I busted over 100 drug dealers last night, and Chief Gao even hailed me as the god of police. Jiang Tian's eyes flickered, but he looked at Xiaobo with a sneer in his heart. Jiang Tian and Xiaobo both graduated from the same school, but Xiaobo was 2 years older than Jiang Tian. They have always had a good relationship. From the very beginning, Xiaobo even knew Jiang Tian's true identity. Xiaobo has been trying to make friends with him, but in his previous life, he was really stupid and damnable, and he didn't see the disgusting face of this person clearly. Xiaobo, what are you doing? Did you take the wrong medicine? Zhao Wei frowned and stood up. Xiaobo quickly touched his mouth twice and apologized with an apologetic face. I should have hit you, I forgot, and I let it slip. Xiao Tian, how about this? I'll treat you to a meal tonight, and this matter will be over. Well, Xiao Tian, go get me a glass of water, I'm a little thirsty. I'll continue to teach you anti-drug techniques later. This sentence came out. Jiang Tian felt like laughing, looking at Xiaobo, who was sitting there calmly without a trace of apology on his face. In his previous life, when he was in school, Xiaobo was the vice president of the student union because of his outstanding academic performance. Jiang Tian's academic performance was average, so after joining the anti-drug detachment, he had been following behind him to study. This is also the reason why Jiang Tian is so open-hearted to Xiaobo. But now I saw Xiaobo's true face clearly. Jiang Tian walked over with an expressionless face. Xiao Tian, I'm a little thirsty. I asked you to pour me a glass of water, but didn't you hear me? Xiaobo frowned slightly. He frowned, feeling that something was wrong with Jiang Tian today. What? Just because you made a mistake, you can cover it up with just one sentence? Jiang Tian sneered. Xiao Tian, I find that your attitude is very problematic. This problem must be corrected. How can you be a qualified anti-drug police officer with such a narrow mind? Xiaobo frowned and was a little angry. Are you a drug enforcement officer? Jiang Tian asked. Jiang Tian, what do you want to do? It's working hours now and this is the anti-drug brigade, not a place for you to vent your emotions. Xiaobo slammed the table and said angrily. After saying that, Xiaobo waited quietly for Zhang Tian to apologize. This has happened many times before, but every time he got a little angry, Zhang Tian would hurriedly apologize to him and treat him to a meal to make amends. Good boy, you dare to get angry with me today. I will stand up and kick Wang Yifei tonight. Xiaobo thought and grinned unconsciously. So what if Zhang Tian is the second generation? The goddess he was reluctant to touch was stood up and kicked by him. You are still being played around by him, but he didn't finish his words. Bang. Xiaobo, who was still in fantasy, felt a sharp pain on his face. A loud slap echoed in the room. Xiaobo covered his face in disbelief. How dare you hit me, Zhang Tian? You're a black sheep, a cancer. How dare you hit me? Besides using backdoors, what else can a worthless person like you do? The next moment. Puff. Xiaobo suddenly felt a terrible pain in his lower body. The pain went straight to the top of my head. Xiaobo fell to the ground, covering his lower body, his whole body trembling with pain. That's right, I am a cancer, a black sheep. What, you don't accept it? Zhang Tian sneered, looking at the terrifying look on Zhang Tian's face. This was an expression Xiaobo had never seen before. Even though he had known Zhang Tian for several years and had gained countless political resources from Zhang Tian, this didn't seem to be the Zhang Tian he was familiar with, because it's too scary. But at this time, Xiaobo's hypocritical side showed up again. What do you want to do, you black sheep? Do you want to be fired? We have a good relationship. If you apologize to me now, I can still forgive you. Xiaobo endured the severe pain and immersed himself in his own world. Although Xiaobo really wanted to fire Zhang Tian right away, however, Xiaobo still doesn't have a clear understanding of what happened yesterday. However, after taking action, Xiaobo knew that he was no match for Zhang Tian. After thinking for a moment, Xiaobo changed his attitude. After what happened yesterday, Xiaobo didn't believe that Zhang Tian could continue to stay in this team, the second generation. But many people don't like it. Considering what happened yesterday, he didn't believe that Chief Gao would just let it go so easily. Zhang Tian, however, had a sneer on his face. If it weren't for what happened yesterday, this guy might have a chance of success. But when this hypocritical expression appeared, it was immediately clear how much he was superior to me. But now, you little bastard, do you know how powerful your savior is? Do you know how much credit is provided for bringing you a collection? Very good, keep it up. Zhang Tian squatted down, grabbed Xiaobo's hair and patted Xiaobo's face. Even as an enemy, Zhang Tian had to admire Xiaobo's disguise. It's just a pity that Zhang Tian can see the hatred and viciousness in this guy's eyes at a glance. Both hands were about to dig into the meat, but he still has to act calm and composed. It's really hard for him. The previous second, he was angrily calling himself a bad apple and exposing his past. After he had made himself look bad, he immediately whitewashed his magnanimity. This move directly stepped on himself. Puff. Zhang Tian stepped on Xiaobo's face again. Chapter 14, First Class Merit and Medal, Mental Burst. Treating such a person as a brother, Zhang Tian wanted to slap him a few times. How could he be so shameless as vicious? Moreover, Zhang Tian could roughly see what the other party was thinking, because of the imbalance caused by Zhang Tian's second-generation identity, and then there was a revengeful mentality. But Zhang Tian's behavior was not so abnormal yesterday. Even if Zhang Tian survived by chance, even if Gao Xiaolong survived by chance, Xiaobo directly exposed Zhang Tian's use of connections to get things done through the back door, leaving all his colleagues with the impression that he was a coward, including the armed police. There are 100 or 200 people. Who knows who Gao Xiaolong is talking about? As long as Zhang Tian does not stand up and admit it, no one will know that Gao Xiaolong was scolding Zhang Tian, but Xiaobo just happened to bring it up on purpose today. After seeing Zhang Tian go to work safely, he brought it up carelessly. Zhang Tian saw through this little trick at a glance that he wanted to cause public outrage. Combined with what happened yesterday, if his performance was any worse, he would not be able to stay in this team today. If the consequences were even worse, he would lose his family, just like the development in the previous life. Zhang Tian used the connections left by his parents to promote this damn Xiaobo, but was deceived by this pair of dogs and bitches Xiaobo and Wang Yifei. Zhang Tian lived in a muddle for more than 10 years, and finally ended up in a miserable state. From then on, Xiaobo seemed to have opened the door of miracles and married the daughter of a wealthy businessman. His own position seemed to be rising steadily as if by magic, and Zhang Tian in his previous life had also envied him. I have fantasized countless times, wondering if I would be so successful if that incident hadn't happened. But Zhang Tian's eyes flashed. Suddenly he remembered that when Wang Yifei was begging him, she said that Xiaobo's current fiancée was the daughter of that wealthy businessman, and she didn't like Xiaobo's conditions. Xiaobo was 2 years older than Zhang Tian, graduated more than 2 years ago, and was just promoted to a third-level police inspector more than a year ago. There are second-level police officers and first-level police officers before the superintendent, but due to conflicts in the public service system, police officers are prepared for secondary school and high school students. However, since the selection for formal public police starts with a bachelor's degree, police officers are rare. Except for the second-level trainee police officers during the apprenticeship period, they will directly become superintendents after normal regularization. Normally, if Xiaobo wants to be promoted, he needs to level up for 3 years. It will take nearly 2 years to become a second-level superintendent from a third-level superintendent, and that is under the assumption that everything goes well. But the road to physical fitness is one of steady progress. If you fall behind even a step, you may have to wait 3 more years, just like most people who work their entire lives as small clerks. This is the principle of one man for one job. The condition proposed by the wealthy businessman's daughter is that Xiaobo must be promoted to second-level police inspector this year to prove his ability. Xiaobo endured the severe pain at this moment, holding onto the table and slowly standing up, but with a serious face he said, "Brother just made a slip of the tongue. I know you have a bad temper and shouldn't have provoked you. After all, these words were used by others to call you a black sheep and a cancer. You, Brother Xiao, were wrong. You have no control over your words. Now we are even." After saying this, Xiaobo's inner anger almost twisted him. At this moment, he wanted to step on Zhang Tian to the ground. However, reason told him that he couldn't do that. Because of this, Zhang Tian's promotion problem that his father was arranging would be over. He has softened his attitude. As usual, whenever he said this, Zhang Tian would bow down to him and think that Xiaobo was a real man with a broad mind. Not only did they shake hands and make peace, Zhang Tian even apologized to him with a guilty conscience and treated him to a meal. Just now, without Zhang Tian, Zhao Wei was already furious. "That's enough. Who are you calling the black sheep and the cancer?" Xiaobo's brows furrowed slightly as his spellcasting was interrupted. Yesterday, the senior leader was furious at the meeting about someone using a backdoor. "Oh, Zhang Tian, I'm not talking about you. Don't be angry. We were wrong in this matter after all, and we have to endure it. We can't hide it, right? It's normal to be afraid of death, and everyone can understand. After all, we are on the front line. As long as we can correct it in the future, that's fine." As he said this, he smiled encouragingly at Zhang Tian. He thinks he is unfathomable. Crack. Just at this moment, Xiaobo found that everyone in the office looked at him strangely. Before Xiaobo could think deeply about it, the next moment, the door of the office behind him opened. A heavy voice sounded. "You said Zhang Tian is afraid of death and is a black sheep and a cancer?" A heavy questioning voice rang out, and Song Liguo walked out with a gloomy face. In fact, he heard the noise outside early in the morning, but he didn't come out. He was just listening to what was happening outside. After hearing what Xiaobo said, Song Liguo could no longer sit still. Do you know that the boss was angry because he didn't understand the situation yesterday? I feel very guilty and uncomfortable, and I am still repenting. This bastard came out today, and the top leaders couldn't hide it no matter how hard they tried. Not only did you jump out to spread the word, but you also ran in front of the person you were dealing with, acting like a green tea bitch. Who are you trying to show off to? Originally, no one knew that the leader had called Zhang Tian a bad apple and a cancer before the operation last night, and that he was afraid of death. They just thought he was a member of the armed police or the anti-drug detachment. As a result, now everyone knows that the person the boss criticized last night was Zhang Tian. This is not embarrassing Zhang Tian, it is making the big boss lose face. This could be hidden from Zhang Tian in his previous life, but it couldn't be hidden from these battle-hardened people. I didn't care about it before because I felt it was nothing and I didn't want to get involved, but it doesn't work now. Who is Zhang Tian? That is the police god, a strategic weapon of their anti-drug detachment. Captain. Xiaobo walked up to him with a smile on his face, respectfully handing him a cigarette. Captain, it's my fault for letting this happen. But I think everyone will know sooner or later that teammates are always on the same page. Hiding things won't last long. Song Liguo's face was gloomy and his anger was accumulating. He unconsciously clenched his fists tightly, almost gritting his teeth as he said, "Xiaobo, you're going too far." Xiaobo didn't notice anything unusual and continued with a righteous expression, "No, Captain, we're fighting on the front lines. Who would trust their back to someone who's afraid of death? I think it's necessary to let everyone know the truth. This is also responsible for everyone." Xiaobo secretly looked at Zhang Tian with vicious eyes. Is there any hatred between the two sides? Actually, not, but Xiaobo was jealous of second-generation people like Zhang Tian in particular. Xiaobo's deeper reason is for political resources. He saw clearly that with Zhang Tian in the team, not only would his political resources not be available to him, they would even become a stumbling block for him. He refused, brought down Zhang Tian, and then, based on Xiaobo's understanding of Zhang Tian, he simply apologized. This idiot would probably forgive him immediately with tears of gratitude, and then use all his resources to help him without hesitation. Xiaobo was calculating in his mind. Bang. Just the next moment, there was a sharp pain on my face. Xiaobo was completely confused. Turning around, he saw Song Ligua's face filled with anger as he spoke word by word. You said Comrade Zhang Tian is a black sheep? Bang! After he finished speaking, Song Ligua slapped him again. You said Comrade Zhang Tian is a cancer? Bang! You said Comrade Zhang Tian is afraid of death? Song Ligua slapped him in the face for every word he said. In the past, Song Ligua thought that Xiaobo was a young man who was a bit studious and smart, and he could be trained, but now, the anger in Song Ligua's heart was about to explode. This bastard. Song Ligua was so angry that he saw stars. He said, "Who gave you the courage to say that? Comrade Zhang Tian was fighting bravely on the battlefield last night, and you were lying at home sleeping. Comrade Zhang Tian faced over 200 drug dealers alone in a life-or-death battle, and you were at home enjoying the air conditioning. Now you dare to say that Comrade Zhang Tian is afraid of death? Who is the cancer in the team?" Xiaobo felt severe pain on his face, and it was even visibly swollen. However, the physical pain is far less than the trembling in the heart, because he turned around and found that everyone was watching the fun. It seemed like many people were surrounding Zhang Tian and talking about something, asking about his well-being, and I think he must have gotten the news and ran away yesterday. I remember he never asked for leave in over 2 years. I thought he was very serious, but it just so happened that he asked for leave right when there was a big task. Yes, could it be that he knew the danger, yet he was so afraid of death that he came here shamelessly to slander Comrade Zhang Tian and choke? Did you know that Zhang Tian saved the entire anti-drug team yesterday, knowing that if Zhang Tian was not there yesterday, they even did a tactical analysis and post-war simulation last night, deduced many times, there was only one outcome for them. None of them would survive before rescue arrived. I simulated this 10 times, and every time the entire army was wiped out. Even if there were 1 or 2 survivors, it was only by luck. Knowing this result, who wouldn't be scared and terrified? But because of Zhang Tian, they managed to retain most of their strength at the expense of only a few teammates. It was Zhang Tian who gave them a second life. Being condemned by thousands of people, almost became a public enemy. Xiaobo has done this many times before, and many people are helping him. Even under his intentional or unintentional guidance, Zhang Tian almost caused dissatisfaction and even disgust among many people. But I only have one friend, and that is Xiao Wei. The result is now that it's his turn. Not what happens? What exactly happened? Xiaobo was almost going crazy before Song Ligua could continue speaking. At the next moment, a group of people walked in from outside the door. Many leaders came, Director Jiang Pang, Deputy Director, etc. And of course, the one walking in the front is of course the big leader Gao Xiaolong. Beat the gongs and drums. The drums and gongs were deafening. A first-class merit plaque, not surprising. Comrade Zhang Tian, please support me in the future. Yes. Everyone in the room congratulated Zhang Tian. This piece of trash, it's impossible. Xiaobo sneered with a gloomy face. Are you kidding me? Just relying on this piece of trash, you still want first-class merit? Just the next moment, Gao Xiaolong's face was unusually solemn. As he approached Zhang Tian, everyone consciously made way for him. Comrade Zhang Tian, an urgent report was sent to Kyoto last night. The higher-ups were extremely shocked by your miraculous performance and have awarded you a special first-class merit. This was the surprise Gao Xiaolong prepared for Zhang Tian overnight. Special matters are handled specially, and some even approved them swiftly overnight. First-class merit. Zhang Tian looked at the Medal of Honor on the sign, which was so bright and dazzling at that moment. Father Jiang followed behind Gao Xiaolong and watched the scene. He couldn't help but wipe the tears from his face. At this moment, how much he wanted to shout out, "This is my son." But he knew he couldn't say it now. Zhang Tian took a deep breath. He looked up at his teammates who were defending him, and at Xiaobo who was being criticized by everyone, and then looked at Gao Xiaolong who was dragging the first-class Medal of Honor, took it off, and personally hung it on Zhang Tian's chest. Changed. At this moment, he finally believed that the gears of fate had changed. Today in his previous life, this morning, at this time, he should have been suspended from work and was waiting for further notice at home. Then a group of uninvited guests came and handcuffed Zhang's father and mother. After waiting in a daze for a few days, he met Xiao Wei's sister. A few days later, he was transferred to a leisurely department, but now everything has changed. The situation where his parents were arrested turned into a situation where his parents were proud of him. Bring honor to the family. This achievement is of great significance. There is a saying that goes, third-class merit is received while standing, second-class merit is received while lying down, and first-class merit is received by family members. Although it is not absolute, it also shows how difficult it is to obtain first-class merit in peacetime. When the Medal of Special Merit is hung on your chest, Xiaobo's head exploded. How could that be? How could he have first-class merit? first-class merit for being alive. What does this represent? A brilliant future, as we can say in the future. Jiang Tian directly registered there. Even if family background is not taken into consideration, Jiang Tian will be given priority for promotion in the future. At this time, Gao Xiaolong immediately said, "Comrade Xiaotian, I'm sorry for putting you in such a difficult position." "What?" Xiaobo's eyes widened. First-class merit. Are you feeling wronged? What kind of vicious words are these? Xiaobo was trembling all over. He looked around and found that everyone seemed to be accustomed to this sentence. Some even said that they all agreed with it very much. Aren't you guys shocked? Xiaobo was so shocked that he completely forgot the pain. Yes, the leader is right. The first-class merit is indeed unfair. Based on yesterday's situation, I feel like he's qualified even for special merit. Commander, isn't this a special merit? After 1955, everyone thought it was impossible to have a special merit award in peacetime, so it was cancelled. What a pity. No, crazy. It's just crazy. Is this world too crazy? Xiaobo staggered back, his face full of shock, his pupils shrinking unexpectedly. Gao Xiaolong also agreed strongly and said, "That's right. I originally applied for you to be awarded the special merit. The higher-ups considered that restarting the special merit would have too much of an impact. Besides, you are still young, so you will have many opportunities in the future." He patted Jiang Tian on the shoulder and said, "The future depends on young people like you. Xiaotian, you didn't let me down, nor did you let anyone down. I apologize for what happened yesterday. I didn't investigate thoroughly and was arbitrary. I wronged you." Last night, Gao Xiaolong carefully understood the situation. It was finally discovered that Zhang's mother had concealed the backdoor transaction from Zhang's father and Jiang Tian. After investigating this matter, he found out that it was all done by Zhang's mother herself, and Jiang Tian was also wrong. It's normal for Zhang's mother to consider that Jiang Tian is an intern who has just joined the police force and ask someone she knows to take care of him. All in all, it was just a misunderstanding. However, he almost wronged a genius. Last night, Gao Xiaolong couldn't sleep all night due to guilt, and tried his best to win special merit for Jiang Tian, but unfortunately. And, Comrade Jiang Tian, in view of your outstanding performance last night, which perfectly protected the lives and property of the nation and its people and made outstanding contributions, I hereby award you the first-class Medal of Merit. Furthermore, I am terminating your internship early and promoting you to the rank of second-class superintendent. Skip the second level directly. Xiaobo, who had been in the team for 3 years, directly achieved the rank of second-class police inspector, which he had been pursuing but could not get. Sizzle. Gao Xiaolong personally tore off Jiang Tian's trainee police rank and replaced it with 1 bar and 2, which is a second-class police inspector. Skip a grade. This level directly saved Jiang Tian 4 years. 1 year of internship, 3 years of promotion. 4 whole years, and Jiang Tian did it in 1 night. Xiaobo watched Gao Xiaolong personally receive the first-class merit in front of Jiang Tian and apologize. This completely devastated Xiaobo for him. Seeing Jiang Tian take the credit was even more painful than killing him. At this moment, Xiaobo was so shocked that he stood up and shouted angrily, "Why? He is just an intern. How could he get first-class merit and become a second-class superintendent? He is afraid of death." Chapter 15, Promotion and Salary Increase. Mentality explodes, jealousy goes crazy. If you want to get promoted in the system, it's really a one-step process, starting from the third-level police inspector who has been converted to a regular employee. The basic requirement for promotion is to have at least 3 years of service. You have 1 chance every 3 years. This opportunity is not available to everyone. There are so many new police officers coming in each time, but only a few vacancies are given. Why should you be promoted? If you miss it once, the next time will be in the second 3 years, which is 6 years, whereas Jiang Tian, I saved the first year of regularization, and also saved 3 years of salary as well. This is what happened. Xiaobo's mentality exploded. First-class merit. Are you still feeling wronged? The big boss Gao Xiaolong apologized in person. Plus the second-level police superintendent who was promoted in 1 step. He was promoted directly to the second level. The younger brother who was trained by him to serve tea and water became his immediate superior overnight. That mental explosion made Xiaobo lose all his rationality. Shady dealings. There is something shady going on. At this moment, Xiaobo was absolutely certain that Jiang Tian was definitely involved in something shady, lawless, and completely unscrupulous. Hateful. These second generations are simply lawless. I thought Chief Gao hated evil, but I didn't expect they were just in cahoots. Xiaobo's whole body was shaking with anger. He pointed at Jiang Tian and cursed, "He's just a piece of trash. How could he have received first-class merit? How could he have been promoted directly out of turn? He's just a cowardly second generation who got in through the back door." Many times, reality can really drive another person crazy, especially when there is a clear contrast. Seeing Zhang Tian getting promoted and getting a raise, reaching the pinnacle of his life with a bright future, while he is still struggling in the mud, the requirements of his fiancée have already made him overwhelmed and he has to plan carefully. As a result, the unattainable promotion that he had worked so hard for so long was just a byproduct of Zhang Tian's first-class merit. What did you say? Gao Xiaolong patted Zhang Tian on the shoulder with a happy expression on his face, but when he suddenly heard an inappropriate voice, he couldn't help but frown slightly, looking at unfamiliar faces. A harsh and sharp question. The reason why he felt unfamiliar was that Gao Xiaolong had never seen him before. After the operation yesterday, Gao Xiaolong looked at the faces of all the people in the anti-drug detachment, including the few who had died. He was sure that he had absolutely no impression of this person. The anti-drug brigade is an important place. Strangers are strictly prohibited from entering. Who are you and how did you get in? Gao Xiaolong frowned. Xiaobo quickly explained, Leader, I am also from the anti-drug squad. Why didn't I see you last night? Didn't I tell you that everyone in the anti-drug detachment had to participate in the operation? Gao Xiaolong pressed on. I feel a little unwell. Xiaobo's swollen face looked a little unnatural. So, you don't recognize Comrade Zhang Tian's contributions and think he is a cancer and a black sheep? Gao Xiaolong's face showed no emotion. Xiaobo nodded hurriedly and said, Captain Gao, he's a piece of crap. He was a piece of crap even back in the police academy. Of course, I'm not scolding him, I'm just being responsible. A person with such mediocre qualifications and abilities, if promoted hastily, would be bad for his future. He still needs time to hone his skills. Furthermore, how could a first-class merit be awarded to such a piece of crap? It's simply outrageous. Zhang Tian's gaze on the side gradually became sarcastic. He didn't know who gave Xiaobo the courage to question Gao Xiaolong, or question his contribution in eliminating more than 100 drug dealers yesterday. Jealousy has become a tearing apart of the body. However, Gao Xiaolong had a hot temper and would not tolerate anything, especially after learning about Xiaobo's situation. He became even more furious. Bang! However, what Xiaobo faced was a slap from Gao Xiaolong. His already swollen face became even more swollen, even his eyes were almost narrowed into slits. You ask for leave when your teammates are on the move, you sleep when your teammates are in danger, you question your teammates' achievements, and you get jealous when your teammates get promoted. Bang! As he spoke, Gao Xiaolong raised his hand to hit him again, but the next moment, Gao Xiaolong took a deep breath and forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart. Really angry yesterday, it was Zhang Tian who created a miracle in a dangerous situation where they were sure to die. Not only did he save them from almost certain death, but he also wiped out most of the drug dealers, and a person who asked for leave turned around and questioned Zhang Tian's contribution? What's your name? Gao Xiaolong's flames of anger continued to burn. The voice was also extremely cold and lowed. It was almost an angry growl. Xiaobo's heart skipped a beat. Leader, his name is Xiaobo. He is from the first squad of the first action team of our anti-drug detachment. A burly middle-aged man walked out from the crowd. The captain of the first team. He is also the captain of Zhang Tian's action team. Okay, Xiaobo, right? From now on, you are suspended indefinitely and go home to reflect on your actions. Gao Xiaolong said angrily. Boom. A bolt from the blue. The sky is falling. Xiaobo's face turned pale. The sky had fallen. The sky had completely fallen. He comes from a village in the mountains and is the first college graduate from the surrounding villages in recent years, especially after going to police academy. The threshold of my house was trampled down. His family is very prosperous because of him. Because of this, he worked hard to climb up, and after entering university, he realized how vast the world was. He began to resent God for not having him born into a powerful family. I resent the second generation even more. But now, when Xiaobo thought about his family's reaction after he was suspended, his mentality instantly collapsed. I don't accept it. Why does this loser Zhang Tian get the first-class merit? Why is he suspended for just a few words from others? Has the police force become dark? You kept saying yesterday that you would clean up the bad apples, but now, just because his family is powerful, ordinary people like us have no way to survive? Just because one person did not retreat in the face of drug dealers can get the first-class merit, then all of us who did not retreat in the face of drug dealers, why don't we have the first-class merit? Xiaobo tried to arouse everyone's sympathy. However, when Xiaobo looked around, he found that no one spoke for him. Gao Xiaolong said with a cold expression, Okay, I'll tell you why Comrade Zhang Tian received the first-class merit. It's because Comrade Zhang Tian single-handedly wiped out 150 drug dealers yesterday. Hiss. Xiaobo's pupils contracted 150 drug dealers? Are you kidding me? Besides, the reason for your suspension is not because of this. Yesterday, it was you who instigated Comrade Zhang Tian's family to call the police force, and you also chose the time when I was in the office. You also told Comrade Zhang Tian's family the landline number, right? Cao Xiaolong said with a gloomy face that he didn't expect that he would be plotted against by a villain as soon as he arrived here. It almost wronged a police genius. I just care about Comrade Zhang Tian. Is there anything wrong with letting his family know the situation? Xiaobo argued with his neck stiff. Okay, almost everyone present laughed out of anger. Even now they are still confusing right and wrong. You are simply vicious, narrow-minded, and jealous. You are the black sheep and the cancer. Gao Xiaolong's face was cold. If he had not still had his rationality, he would have wanted to shoot this bastard directly. At this moment, Zhang Tian looked at Xiaobo sideways, his face full of disappointment. At this moment, Xiaobo was sitting on the ground exhausted. To be honest, his fighting ability was too poor. I originally wanted to keep him alive and take revenge slowly, making him suffer a fate worse than death, but who would have thought that Xiaobo was gone before Zhang Tian even made any effort. You will be suspended indefinitely for reflection. But when Gao Xiaolong said this, it was almost as if he was saying that you will be directly dismissed from your public office. Xiaobo is completely finished. Zhang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. I have to say, this is fate. In his previous life, Zhang Tian was in the same situation. After being stepped on by Xiaobo, he completely sank into hell. I have been living in a muddle for more than 10 years, and my life is worse than death. Family members died one after another in extreme torture. In the end, even the son he thought he loved the most betrayed him. The wife who worked hand in hand with him turned out to be his biggest accomplice in plotting against him. Unfortunately, I realized it too late in my previous life, but now, it's not too late. All of this has been redeemed. I didn't expect that Xiaobo seemed nice enough on weekdays, but turned out to be such a vicious person. Oh my god, I didn't expect Xiaobo to be so calculating. Knowing that Brother Zhang's family had some connections, he secretly ran over and gave Chief Gao his cell phone number so that he could get in through the back door. How fucking vicious. Oh, that's just disgusting. Everyone was shocked. Even Song Ligua didn't expect that there would be such a thing here. This person was the one behind all of this. Damn it. As Xiaobo left, Zhang Tian was surrounded by compliments. That's not all. Gao Xiaolong even brought a bonus of 50,000 yuan and a collective second-class merit. The second-class collective merit is already quite good, mainly because Zhang Tian's contribution is too dazzling. Others can say that this second-class merit was also taken from Zhang Tian. Originally, yesterday's operation not only did not achieve any credit, but the intelligence error caused significant losses, and the entire Yunhai anti-drug brigade should have been held responsible. However, the merits and demerits offset each other, and Comrade Zhang Tian wiped out so many drug traffickers, so I specially award you a collective second-class merit. Gao Xiaolong then made the announcement. Wow! This is an honor and a huge surprise for everyone. Xiaobo walked to the door, turned around and glared at the words, his eyes bloodshot, looking at Zhang Tian who was surrounded by the crowd, with the first-class merit hanging on his chest and 1 bar and 2 resistances on his shoulders. He was truly shining. And what about him? From now on, I'm suspended. Xiaobo's eyes were bloodshot with jealousy. Zhang Tian could be said to be the person he hated the most. Watching Zhang Tian get promoted and get a raise and reach the peak of his life was more painful to him than killing him. Ding ding ding. Just when Xiaobo was feeling jealous, a cell phone rang. Xiaobo immediately bent down and bowed. Yuna, why did you call me when you have time? Yuna, she is Xiaobo's fiancée, but the condition for the engagement is that he gets promoted this year. How is your promotion going now? My dad said that if you can't get promoted this year, our relationship will be impossible. You know, our family doesn't want useless people. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiaobo said attentively, I'm sure, Yuna, wait for me. We will definitely get engaged before the end of the year. After hanging up the phone, Xiaobo's flattering expression turned into a ferocious one. He wanted to crush the phone he was holding. In his opinion, all of it should be his. The one who was criticized by thousands of people and left in disgrace should be Zhang Tian. The one who was being the center of attention and being complimented by everyone should be Xiaobo. It was him. It was he who took it all away. Zhang Tian didn't pay any attention to Xiaobo's departure. Although everyone has made contributions, don't be too happy too soon. Tu Cha's actions are a provocation to our country and even more so to our entire department. This is absolutely intolerable. Gao Xiaolong paused for a moment before continuing. Besides Tu Cha, the situation in Yunhai is also very serious. Drug traffickers are becoming increasingly rampant, and this is deeply related to Yunhai's inadequate supervision. I don't care what you do, I only have one request, and that is to eliminate the drug traffickers in Yunhai. This matter is taken very seriously. According to statistics, 70% of the drugs in the country enter the country through Yunhai. This is your dereliction of duty. The drug dealers in Yunhai are very serious, because it is connected to the Golden Triangle. Yunhai has become the first route for drug trafficking in the Golden Triangle. In addition, the Sea of Clouds environment is well connected and the transportation channels are extremely convenient. This place is simply a paradise for drug dealers. Every day, a large number of drug dealers transport drugs into Yunhai from the border through countless various means. Some can be found, while others cannot be found at all. Because there are so many methods, it is impossible to guard against them. After Gao Xiaolong left, Song Ligua directly cancelled the celebration of the achievement, held an urgent meeting with a gloomy face, and angrily scolded his subordinates. Now, everyone, take action immediately. Each team will be assigned a task. From now on, everyone will cast a net and arrest drug traffickers. Also, Comrade Jiang Tian, your action team leader, died yesterday. You will be the leader of your team for the time being. We are short of manpower, and we will transfer personnel later. Song Ligua gave his final instructions. Good job, you got a promotion and a raise. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. Not only was the police rank promoted, but even the position was promoted. I'm not good, but brother Jiang is awesome. Zhao Wei gave a thumbs up. Jiang Tian was in a very good mood because as the team leader, except for designated tasks, he could basically carry out any action he wanted in a group of 3. This allows the scanning radar within a kilometer range, to directly activate the map cannon, hit wherever you point. The team leader who led Jiang Tian and Zhao Wei died unexpectedly yesterday. Jiang Tian just filled this gap, but in fact, there is still one person missing in the team. At present, only Jiang Tian and Zhao Wei are taking action. Jiang Tian and Zhao Wei got into the official car fully armed. Just okay. Jiang Tian said modestly, sitting in the passenger seat. Jiang Tian squinted his eyes and looked at Zhao Wei, who was a very low-key driver. If he hadn't been reborn, Jiang Tian would never have known that this guy had an extremely powerful background. Ding ding ding. Brother Jiang, your phone is ringing. Zhao Wei reminded. Jiang Tian took out his cell phone and looked at the incoming call message. Wang Yifei. When Jiang Tian saw this name, his brows furrowed deeply. A nameless fire rose from my heart. If she hadn't said it herself in her previous life, Jiang Tian would never have known that the child was actually Xiao Bo's. What's even more infuriating is, according to the situation in the previous life, when he was at his wit's end, Wang Yifei got him drunk today and took advantage of the situation. A month later, I told him that I was pregnant. In fact, Wang Yifei is already pregnant now. Chapter 16, Saving Jiang Xiaoyu. The drug dealer unit was also because Jiang Tian was too distraught that his mother was arrested and his father was suspended from work overnight. The sky collapsed for Jiang Tian in his previous life. In my previous life, I didn't even know the reason for all this. It turned out that Xiao Bo was behind it, and Wang Yifei, this woman, was definitely a participant. Jiang Tian unconsciously tightened his grip on the phone. The cold light is becoming sharper and sharper. The hatred of the previous life will be avenged in this life, and Jiang Tian has not forgotten the child in Wang Yifei's belly. He raised this child for more than 10 years in his previous life, but in the end, he turned out to be the culprit who killed him. Especially now that the call came, Jiang Tian guessed that Wang Yifei had just found out that she was pregnant and was anxiously looking for someone to take over. Because of the woman Xiao Bo is pursuing, Wang Yifei can only be a backup. As for Jiang Tian, he is this woman's backup. It's a pity that Jiang Tian pursued this woman for such a long time in his previous life, but from the very beginning, she treated him as a spare tire and kept him hanging. In the end, he successfully became the one who took over Jiang Tian's countless regrets in his previous life, his beautiful family, and his happy life. Why did it become like this overnight? Jiang Tian hung up the phone without answering. Knowing the whole story, Jiang Tian's revenge plan will unfold slowly. There is still a long way to go. Let's leave him alone for now. At the same time, Jiang Tian's vehicle left inside the police station. Jiang's father and Gao Xiaolong did not leave, and several people were in Jiang Peng's office. Song Ligua was actually a little worried. Although Comrade Jiang Tian's personal combat capabilities are very strong, he is, after all, a recent graduate and has very little criminal investigation experience. Letting him lead a small team would be a bit premature. Everyone present, including Jiang's father, nodded in agreement. He may be an accurate shooter and agile on the battlefield, but that doesn't mean he's also good at catching drug dealers. Young people, when you have made achievements, you will unconsciously become proud. When necessary, it is a good thing to do a somersault. Gao Xiaolong is shrewd. Commander Gao, so this was all your plan? Zhang Peng was surprised. I felt inexplicably sad for this kid Jiang Tian. There are major problems with the drug dealers in Yunhai after all. The relationships are so complicated that it is not so easy to find out. Otherwise, Yunhai would not have cracked down on drug trafficking and other problems for so many years, and it would not have been so rampant. Without an old drug enforcement officer to lead them, they would be like headless flies when they go out. Gao Xiaolong said slowly. As Gao Xiaolong said, the battlefield is different from searching for drug dealers. In drug control, the most important thing is the ability to search for drug dealers. Once they are found, they are usually crushed head-on. Or make a plan to catch them all in one swoop, etc. Anyway, there are all kinds of means. The only ones who dare to fight against drug enforcement police head-on and engage in fierce fighting like on a battlefield may not appear for many years. Wait, Brother Jiang, wait for me. At this moment, a hurried voice came from behind Jiang Tianche. Crunch. Zhao Wei slammed on the brakes, and then the woman got into the car. Sister Li, what are you doing here? Zhao Wei asked in surprise. Captain Song just assigned me to your team. Li Zijin said quickly. What? I'm rough. Zhao Wei was dumbfounded. He rolled his eyes and took a look at Brother Jiang, who had just finished his internship and was promoted out of turn after showing great prowess on the battlefield and sweeping across the world. Looking at his shoulder badges, he saw that he was still a trainee police officer and had not yet been promoted to a regular officer. Look at Li Zijin's delicate appearance again. It's numb. What are you looking at? I have been in the anti-drug team for 3 years. You are two newcomers and don't know as much as I do. Li Zijin was very proud. Zhang Tian glanced calmly at Li Zijin's most proud chest and nodded calmly. He really had reason to be proud. Zhang Tian did not feel any aversion to Li Zijin's joining, mainly because Zhang Tian had a good impression of Li Zijin in both past and present lives before his rebirth. When Xiaobo openly and secretly belittled him because of his ignorant character, Li Zijin mentioned this matter more than once. Unfortunately, Zhang Tian didn't take it seriously at that time. In his previous life, Li Zijin also died in the siege by drug dealers last night. At that time, before his death, Li Zijin told Zhang Tian that Xiaobo had a gloomy personality. On weekdays, Li Zijin would bring food to Zhang Tian and take care of him from time to time. Brother Jiang, where are we going now? Zhao Wei asked. Let's patrol the streets first. Zhang Tian sat in the back seat fully armed. In the year 2000, apart from the official cars used by their police force when on duty, the other vehicles they used for normal patrols were Santanas. The windows were sealed shut and it was pitch black. We have been given a mission from above to find the drug dealers. We won't find them by running around like this. Li Zijin complained. Who said that? Zhang Tian grinned, scanning radar. This is a golden entry. Any drug dealer with a golden entry who appears within 1,000 meters of Zhang Tian will not be able to escape Zhang Tian's eyes. In front of Zhang Tian's eyes, small dots appeared after the scanning radar was turned on. Ordinary people are white, but if there is a sin value, it will be a little red, which proves that this person has definitely done something illegal. However, Zhang Tian simply skipped those with only a little color. The rest. Zhang Tian carefully observed the passers-by on the road, parking. Just when the vehicle arrived at the gate of a school, Zhang Tian subtly straightened his waist. At this moment, the scanning radar in Zhang Tian's mind clearly saw several bright red dots. Hey, what is this? Zhang Xia got off the car with a look of surprise on his face. Brother Zhang, this is Yunnan University. Zhao Wei explained. Yunnan University. Zhang Tian frowned and thought for a moment, then finally figured it out. Isn't Yunnan University the place where his sister goes to school? Yunnan University is the only double first-class university in Yunhai province. Zhang Tian's sister is a good student and was admitted through her own efforts, but in the previous life, Zhang Tian's relationship with his sister broke down because of Wang Yifei. After her parents left one after another, Wang Yifei targeted her younger sister, who was still in school at the time. When she returned home, Zhang Tian was immersed in sorrow and had no control. After Wang Yifei drove Zhang Tian's sister away, the homeless Zhang Xiaoyu had no choice but to return to school to live. On that day, Zhang Tian found out that his sister had jumped to her death due to hallucinations caused by drug abuse. At that time, Zhang Tian was heartbroken and grief-stricken. He hated himself countless times. If he felt almost heartbroken. Later, Zhang Tian's sister's best friend found Zhang Tian and told him the truth. It turned out that on that day, Zhang Tian's sister was forced to take drugs by several people in the school. Zhang Xiaoyu couldn't bear the humiliation and jumped off the school roof. Crack. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian unconsciously clenched his palms. Wang Yifei and Xiaobo completely ruined his life. That's not all, and there are these drug dealers in the school. Oh no, they are drug addicts. Later, Zhang Tian specifically learned that the people who forced Zhang Xiaoyu to death were those led by someone who pursued Zhang Xiaoyu, but Zhang Xiaoyu ignored him and kept rejecting him. Finally, he went completely crazy and wanted to use drugs to control Zhang Xiaoyu. Or get Zhang Xiaoyu. Brother Jiang, it's time to go home from school. Zhao Wei said eagerly while holding the police dog. It's vacation. Li Zijin didn't know what Zhang Tian was doing here. Oh, by the way, today is Saturday. Zhao Wei realized it belatedly and rubbed his head. Our holiday this week is gone again. Jiang Tian raised his hand and slapped him. As a qualified drug enforcement officer, tens of millions of people across Yunhai are living in dire straits, under the threat of drugs. If you still want to take a vacation and join the drug enforcement team, you must be prepared to stay away from your family at any time. Do you understand? Mainly, Jiang Tian thought of Zhao Wei's sister. Her eyes were scary, as if she could see through people's hearts. To be honest, Jiang Tian didn't want to see that woman in this life. A bit scary. Zhao Wei's whole body trembled, tears glistening in his eyes. Brother Jiang, I am guilty. As a drug enforcement officer, my thinking and cognition are not in place. Jiang Tian smiled with satisfaction. Elder brother. Brother, here. At this moment, a surprised voice rang out. Jiang Tian turned his head and saw Jiang Xiaoyu turned into a gust of wind and flew into Jiang Tian's arms. The fragrance was so strong that Jiang Xiaoyu's head was moving back and forth in Jiang Tian's chest. A long-lost fragrance. A long-lost feeling. Jiang Tian's lips were cracked. The familiar voice and the familiar smell made Jiang Tian think he was dreaming. In my previous life, for more than 10 years, I dreamed of this scene countless times. In the middle of the night, I dreamed that my sister was still alive. Damn it, Brother Jiang, I misjudged you. Zhao Wei widened his eyes and almost vomited blood. Damn it, just a moment ago they were saying that drug enforcement officers had a clean conscience, but now not only do they have no vacations, they also have to keep a distance from their families. Be willing to work overtime. The next moment, my sister ran into my arms. Stop pushing, it's vacation time, right? Jiang Tian touched Jiang Xiaoyu's little head, and the guilt in his heart seemed to become reality at this moment. What's more, she is such a sensible and good sister who likes to stick to me. Woo, brother, I'm hungry. Jiang Xiaoyu pouted. Brother will take you to a big dinner. Jiang Tian waved his hand. After all, she is someone's sister, and everyone would feel sorry for her. Well, Captain, we are still on a mission. The superiors are very strict. If we fail to complete the mission targets, there will be penalties. Li Zijin didn't want to disturb them at all. However, think of the urgency above. As well as the rampant drug traffickers in Yunhai, they could only speak out and interrupt this heartwarming scene. The world is big, but having dinner with my sister is the most important thing. Jiang Tian waved his hand. Brother, what about me? At this moment, the little girl following behind Jiang Tian asked with her eyes lit up. Jiang Tian then narrowed his eyes and turned to look at the little girl behind Jiang Xiaoyu. I was so busy catching up with Jiang Xiaoyu that I forgot something important. Looking at the little girl, Jiang Tian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lian Xi and I in the previous life, it was Lian Xin, Jiang Xiaoyu's best friend, who told Jiang Tian all the truth. Later, in order to avenge Jiang Xiaoyu, Lian Xin even teamed up with Jiang Tian after graduating from the law department to find evidence of the drug dealer's crimes and handed it to Xiaobo. Although this solved the problem of the drug dealers, it also gave Xiaobo another credit for his promotion, but now everything has been rewritten. Together. Jiang Tian waved his hand. Jiang Tian had just received a bonus of 50,000 yuan, and he was very generous. Long live brother. Jiang Xiaoyu was excited. However, Jiang Tian ignored Jiang Xiaoyu. Instead, he glanced around and instantly saw a dodging figure. At this moment, Jiang Tian's eyes glowed red, and murderous intent flashed across his eyes, but he was quickly suppressed by Jiang Tian. Then he said calmly, "That classmate, I just saw you following Xiaoyu, you must be Xiaoyu's friend. Let's have dinner together. Don't be in a hurry to leave. That's not a friend, brother, you've made a mistake." Jiang Xiaoyu's face changed and he said hurriedly, "Of course not, Xiaoyu. I'm going to say something to you. How could you leave your friends behind to have a meal? I just saw that classmate following behind you and talking to you." Jiang Tian whispered gently. Jiang Xiaoyu was furious. He raised his fist and hit Jiang Tian's chest. "Brother, you've pissed me off. I'm not going to talk to you anymore." "Hello, brother. My name is Gao Fei, and I'm Xiaoyu's classmate." The male classmate following behind Jiang Xiaoyu came up and shook hands with Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian smiled slightly and said, "We are all friends. We are all friends. You are welcome to have dinner together." "Thank you, brother." Gao Fei glanced at Jiang Xiaoyu and nodded continuously in surprise, because one car could not accommodate them all. Jiang Tian brought his men directly to the hotel opposite Yunda University. On the way, Jiang Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Tian's police rank with his little eyes rolling around, and then looked at the two trainee police officers following behind Jiang Tian. "Brother, aren't you a trainee police officer? Where did you steal the police rank from?" Jiang Xiaoyu whispered. "Don't talk nonsense. Do you need to steal your brother's police rank? Jiang Tian frowned. Brother Jiang, you haven't really been promoted, have you? I remember you just graduated, haven't you? When they arrived at the restaurant and ordered the dishes, Lian Xian was surprised. I was lucky enough to make a contribution and was promoted out of turn. Jiang Tian said modestly. But brother, isn't it too expensive to pay for a private room for our meal? Jiang Xiaoyu hesitated a little. It's just a public expense. Jiang Tian said as he glanced at Gao Fei. That's right. It's not expensive at all. After all, compared to Gao Fei, any amount of money spent is worth it. Really? Gao Fei's eyes lit up at this moment, his eyes kept rolling around. He didn't expect that today's trip would bring him such a big surprise. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. Gao Fei pursues Jiang Xiaoyu madly. In addition to the fact that Jiang Xiaoyu was beautiful, Gao Fei also accidentally saw Jiang Peng coming to pick up Jiang Xiaoyu. Coincidentally, Gao Fei knew that Jiang Peng was the director of the Yinhai Public Security Bureau. If Jiang Tian could be dealt with, wouldn't Jiang Peng be able to solve the problem easily, and even get Jiang Xiaoyu through Jiang Tian? As for what means to use, Gao Fei had a plan in mind. Li Jin and Zhao Wei were silent. Now their attitude has changed. Their captain Jiang is not a police god. Both Xiao Bo and Chief Gao yesterday were right in their scoldings. He is truly a black sheep. Is it really okay to smuggle public funds so blatantly? Ahem, Captain, our team's funds are quite tight. Li Zijin reminded quietly from the side. Unfortunately, Jiang Tian seemed not to hear her. I'll treat you. Brother Jiang, please give me some face and I'll treat you today. Gao Fei stood up and said generously. Jiang Tian grinned. This is what he has been waiting for. Many people who have not experienced that era have no idea how arrogant the drug dealers in Yunhai are. Chapter 17. I just wanted to cut the watermelon. How did it become a murder? For example, when Jiang Tian brought people to a better hotel for dinner, Zhao Wei and Li Zijin were shocked. As a drug enforcement officer, the average salary is only a few hundred yuan a month, and this is even with the high subsidies in the public service system. A normal civil servant may only earn 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a year. In the event of sacrifice, Jiang Tian specifically found out today that the teammates who died last night were given a subsidy of 80,000 yuan. That's a human life. Only 80,000 yuan in subsidies will be given if you die. What would happen even if preferential treatment was given to the children of martyrs? The pillar of a family is gone. However, because of this, it also further promoted the arrogance of drug dealers. While drug enforcement officers earn a salary of 600 or 700 yuan a month to support their families, the drug dealers they face often demand bribes of hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan. The most terrifying thing is that many drug dealers have even infiltrated the anti-drug team. They even know the family situations of the members of the anti-drug team. As far as Jiang Tian knew, there had been more than one incident where something had happened at a teammate's home before. The brutality of drug dealers is hard to imagine. Captain Jiang, I fell in love with Jiang Xiaoyu at first sight. Can you give me a chance to pursue her? I swear that I will treat Xiaoyu well. Gao Fei said while holding a wine glass. Jiang Xiaoyu was sitting next to Jiang Tian. Hearing this, his face was filled with anger. His hands were sweating as he clenched Jiang Tian's hand. Jiang Tian reached out and patted the back of his sister's hand. Then Jiang Tian said without showing any expression, my sister is so beautiful, and there are many people pursuing her. Who do you think you are? Gao Fei was not angry. He looked around, his eyes flickering, and finally smiled at Jiang Tian and said, Captain Jiang, I wonder if we can go out and talk alone. Oh, sure. Jiang Tian nodded in agreement. Brother. Jiang Xiaoyu was a little anxious. Xiaoyu, wait here. Jiang Tian instructed, and then he turned around to see Jiang Xiaoyu's best friend Lian Xian, who was puffing out her cheeks and saying things like delicious. Jiang Tian didn't save it all today. He wanted valuable things like sea cucumbers and abalone. Oh my god, Captain, where are you going? Li Zijin was very anxious. She was eager to make a contribution. As a result, Li Zijin now seriously doubts whether following Jiang Tian is the right decision. I couldn't help but wonder if this guy was really a black sheep. A black sheep with a bit of a good shot? Captain, we have police laws and public service systems. Accepting bribes is illegal. Zhao Wei swallowed his saliva and said from the side. He looked and it seemed that the situation was a little different. Why is Jiang Tian's behavior becoming more and more like that of a corrupt official? A small team leader is being asked to treat others to a meal. What's the next step? Is it a bribe? Zhao Wei is timid. Even the dumbest person would feel something was wrong when seeing Gao Fei's appearance. We are the great public servants. What's wrong with the people inviting us to dinner? What's wrong with listening to the people's demands in a reasonable manner? Zhang Tianguang said righteously. Gao Fei was standing aside, his eyes brighter, the smile became brighter and brighter. Li Zijin and Zhao Wei opened their mouths. Me? Zhao Wei wanted to stand up angrily. The next moment, facing Zhang Tian's righteous yet extremely shameless face, Zhao Wei immediately sat down in fear. Captain, I didn't see anything. The vigilance in Gao Fei's eyes weakened again. I have a few brothers who have long admired Captain Zhang. We have already booked a private room upstairs and are waiting for you. Gao Fei led the way. Zhang Tian adjusted his collar, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and followed behind. How could he forget, in the previous life, when these people were arrested, Zhang Tian asked Gao Fei why he forced his sister to death. What Gao Fei said at that time: shameless woman, if it was your deputy mayor's father, it would be fine. That old man has already gone down, so killing her would be nothing. It's a pity that her pants were taken off and she didn't have time to enjoy this woman before she jumped down. Gao Fei's words were still fresh in Zhang Tian's ears. And what is Gao Fei? A piece of social garbage. A scumbag. A drug dealer. A piece of trash like this could look down on them in the previous life. It was also from that time that Zhang Tiankai understood that in this society, if you have no power or influence, even a piece of trash can step on you. Fortunately, all this has changed. Just walked out the door. Zhang Tian paused slightly. He stopped and turned to look at a woman. Wang Yifei. They ate in a private room on the first floor and had accommodation on the top floor. At this moment, Wang Yifei was holding Xiaobo's arm and waiting at the elevator entrance. When Zhang Tian saw Wang Yifei, hatred flashed in his eyes. Previous life, Zhang Tian should have had a glorious life, but because of the couple Xiaobo and Wang Yifei, Zhang Tian was ruined. Even Zhang Tian's father was harmed. The whole family was harmed by these two bastards. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian took out a hidden camera from his pocket and took a picture of Wang Yifei and Xiaobo. This time period, Zhang Tian and Wang Yifei have a very close relationship, and have even confirmed their boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. But before this, Wang Yifei had always refused on the grounds that she was a conservative woman and absolutely could not open up before marriage. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian paused for a moment, because it suddenly occurred to him. On this day in my previous life, I was disheartened and got drunk. When I finally woke up, it was already the next morning. The woman, Wang Yifei, was lying naked on the bed, and there was even a pool of blood on the bed. In addition to the bloodstains, there was indeed a smell on the bed and in the room. At that time, Zhang Tian really thought that he had done something to Wang Yifei. That's not right either. Zhang Tian suddenly remembered that when he was helping Wang Yifei out of the hotel, that bastard Xiaobo was sitting there in the hotel lobby, claiming to be worried about him. In other words, from the beginning to the end, Zhang Tian might have never touched Wang Yifei in his previous life. Xiaobo might even have raped Wang Yifei in front of him while he was drunk. Then, after the relationship was confirmed, Zhang Tian never touched her for the next year. The excuse is that you can't do that kind of thing when you are pregnant. What a bullshit. Chastity and loyalty, it's all bullshit. She's just a slutty. Zhang Tian sneered. It would be too easy for this pair of bastards to be killed directly. That's not right either. Zhang Tian suddenly remembered one thing, that is, Zhao Wei's sister, the mysterious woman, found him in the hotel. When they opened the door, Zhang Tian and Wang Yifei were both naked. At that time, Zhang Tian clearly saw the heavy disappointment in the woman's eyes and said in a dejected tone, "Brother said you were good, but I didn't expect that after the incident, you could still do this kind of thing in the hotel." In other words, even if he fell, he still had a chance because of the existence of this pair of dogs. Captain Zhang? Gao Fei was shocked when he saw the hidden camera being taken out, and his face became alert almost instantly. Zhang Tian explained, brother Gao, that woman is my girlfriend." The wariness in Gao Fei's eyes turned into confusion. He glanced at the man and woman hugging and kissing at the elevator entrance. He looked again at Captain Zhang, who was standing at the corner, wearing a drug enforcement uniform and holding a 2-star police rank. He looks handsome and cool. He couldn't figure out what kind of woman that was. "Captain Zhang, you really didn't lie to me?" Gao Fei's face was full of surprise. Zhang Tian smiled, took out his cell phone from his pocket and dialed the number. Sure enough, Wang Yifei, who was waiting for the elevator, took action and took out her mobile phone from her pocket. Just as the call was connected, Gao Fei heard the angry voice of a woman at the elevator entrance from a few dozen steps away. "Zhang Tian, why did you hang up when I called you?" "What do you mean? I just agreed to your pursuit, and you did this? Are you in love with someone else outside?" "As expected, none of you men are good. I just wanted you to buy me a birthday present, didn't you? If you didn't have money, you poor bastard, you should have said so earlier. Why do this? I'm so rough." Gao Fei could hear the woman's voice clearly from such a distance. "Captain Zhang, I express my condolences." Gao Fei was silent for a moment, and finally offered silent comfort, but looking at Zhang Tian's calm face, Gao Fei was full of admiration. "This way you can stay calm. Alas, a penny can make a hero fall." After taking the video, Zhang Tian turned off the hidden camera. Gao Fei completely relaxed all his vigilance, his face lighting up. Originally he was only half sure of me, but now, Gao Fei was 90% sure. A few minutes later Zhang Tian and Gao Fei came to the private room upstairs. Four people. Zhang Tian frowned. Wrong, because in the previous life, when this group of people were arrested, there were a total of 6 people. In other words, there was one person missing from the scene. Let me introduce to you Captain Jiang, the son of our deputy mayor of Yunhai. He is currently the captain of the anti-drug squad. Please give him a warm welcome, Gao Fei introduced solemnly. Hello, Captain Jiang. Son of the deputy mayor, you've met an important figure. A welcoming voice sounded. Zhang Tian remained silent. After the warm welcome, Gao Fei felt the atmosphere was about right and couldn't help but ask, Captain Jiang, how much does it cost per month to be a drug enforcement officer? Zhang Tian glanced sideways and said calmly, 600 yuan. Only 600. Captain Jiang, you've risked your lives, and you only get 600 a month? Everyone at the table sneered. Zhang Tian's eyes swept across each face. Zhang Tian was deeply impressed by these people, because every one of them was the culprit who forced his sister to inject drugs and killed her in the previous life. After all, it's to protect the lives and property of the country and the people. Zhang Tian looked slightly indignant. This made Gao Fei even more excited, and he thought to himself that there was hope. Captain Jiang, a little token of my appreciation. Gao Fei took out a box from under the table, then he took it to the table with great effort. What are you doing? Zhang Tian pretended to be surprised. Captain Zhang, this is a gift from us brothers. Gao Fei explained. Zhang Tian lowered his eyes, opened the small box and took a look. He lowered his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, and prepared to take advantage of the situation. Captain Jiang, there is 1 million here. If you work, can you earn that much money in your lifetime? Gao Fei asked. 600 a month, 7,000 a year. Indeed, it would take at least 130 years to earn 1 million. What are you going to do? Zhang Tian remained calm, but his heart was filled with sneers. We have a batch of goods that we want to ship in. Captain Jiang, please give us a hand when you are on duty at the border. Gao Fei said while he was speaking. Zhang Tian glanced around calmly and found that everyone at the table was staring at him nervously and warily. If something seemed amiss, they would take action immediately. You are all the proud children of Yunde University. How did you choose this path? Zhang Tian asked knowingly. How much money can a chosen one earn? Take Captain Jiang for example. You graduated from the police academy with great effort, and your father is the director of the Public Security Bureau and the deputy mayor. But is it any use? You still have nothing. We can earn an astronomical amount of money by making a single trip of goods, which is more than you can earn in your entire life. Gao Fei continued. Zhang Tian shook his head righteously. Hey, you guys, but the risk is a bit too great. You guys should figure it out on your own. Captain Jiang. Everyone present changed their expressions. Zhang Tian shook his head and sighed. You guys make so much money on a single trip, yet you're only willing to give me such a small profit. The risk isn't proportional to the effort. Gao Fei was obviously relieved. Captain Jiang, tell me the number. Zhang Tian stretched out one of his hands. What? Gao Fei sat up suddenly. Returning to this era, Zhang Tian couldn't help but sigh at how rampant drug dealers were in this era of blatant bribery, and the drug enforcement officers, while bearing the danger to their families, have to resist this temptation and eliminate drug dealers. It is conceivable what a terrible price drug enforcement police have paid in this era. Every piece is hard-earned. Captain Jiang, I'll make a phone call. Gao Fei's face looked grim. He didn't expect Zhang Tian to have such a big appetite. He seemed unable to make the decision. When Zhang Tian heard this, he unconsciously clenched his hands. His expression remained unchanged, but Zhang Tian was extremely shocked inside, because this showed that this was not Gao Fei himself. In other words, there is someone behind Gao Fei. Zhang Tian didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. I originally wanted to save my sister and take down the little drug dealer at the same time. I never dreamed that there was a drug trafficking gang behind. This drug dealer. Isn't this the credit? No one knew where Gao Fei went after he went out, but an hour later, Gao Fei came back with a few boxes. 5 boxes, neatly packed with 5 million. Rampant, this is how rampant it is. In this era, the rampant drug dealers are so terrifying. Zhang Tian was also very sure that the other party was so generous because he wanted to drag him and his father into the water through him. As long as the money is collected, even if we are completely tied together in the future, however, they probably never dreamed of it. Captain Jiang, the money is all here. Gao Fei felt a little jealous that he secretly hated Zhang Tian in his heart for being too greedy, but Gao Fei's heart trembled when he thought that he could control Zhang Tian's family from now on. He thought of Zhang Xiaoyu. Gao Fei sneered in his heart. No matter how much he ate now, he would take it back with interest. Not only that, he would also take Jiang Xiaoyu with him. Thinking about this, Gao Fei felt a little less heartbroken and took a fruit knife to cut the watermelon. Captain Jiang, this watermelon is good. Gao Fei was in a good mood. What do you want to do with the knife? Zhang Tian stood up angrily. Gao Fei was completely confused. Only then did he realize that a hidden camera had been attached to Zhang Tian's chest without him noticing. Zhang Tian was still shocked and asked, "You drug dealers are not only so audacious, but you even dare to threaten the police with knives?" Gao Fei's head was buzzing and he became even more confused just when he saw Zhang Tian pull out a gun. "No, I was just cutting the watermelon." Zhang Tian, bang. At the same time, at the door of the box.Lizjin, Zhang Xiaoyu and 4 others stood at the door. Every word that was spoken in the box fell into their ears. "Brother?" Zhang Xiaoyu covered his mouth in disbelief. Zhao Wei and Li Zijin were even more terrified. They didn't expect Zhang Tian to be so bold. "I never expected that Zhang Tian would really be a black sheep. It's a cancer, it's a cancer." Li Zijin gritted his teeth in hatred. Lian Xian followed behind Zhang Xiaoyu, trembling. Just the next moment, bang. While they were still immersed in shock, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the box. The sound was deafening. Not good. Zhao Wei's face was shocked. The next moment, when they rushed in and everywhere you look, Zhang Tian held up his gun, as if calling out names. No one sitting at the table seemed to react. Bang bang bang. Zhang Tian shot them in the head, one by one, with an expressionless face. Gao Fei sat next to Zhang Tian, holding a fruit knife with a dazed look on his face. "Zhao Wei, please record the following. 5 drug traffickers just offered bribes to me, a public servant, to help them smuggle drugs. I preferred death to submission. The drug traffickers attempted to attack me with a knife, so I had no choice but to fight back with my gun. I successfully killed 4, arrested 1, and seized 5 million in drug money from the traffickers." Gao Fei? "I just wanted to cut a watermelon, why did it turn out like this?" Chapter 18 Collapse. You are not a policeman, you are a lunatic. Time goes back 3 minutes ago, when Gao Fei just came into the box. Lizjin and Zhao Wei, who were in the box downstairs, brought their people down with concern. As an old veteran who has been in the police force for 2 or 3 years, Li Zijin has a keen sense of smell, and she also keenly realized that there is definitely something wrong with Gao Fei. In addition, Zhang Tian's actions gave people the impression of being a corrupt official. Zhang Xiaoyu was also extremely anxious. "Don't worry, Xiaoyu. Brother Jiang loves you so much that he will definitely not agree to Gao Fei pursuing you." Lian Xian comforted Zhang Xiaoyu. The 4 people walked to the door of the box, and at this moment, the door, which was not closed too tightly, could clearly hear the voices of people talking inside the box. In the box, Gao Fei's 4 accomplices were all talking and laughing while eating. Who is Zhang Tian? He is a young, first-level, second-level anti-drug team leader. The most terrifying thing is the background behind Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian's father is the police chief of Yunhai. In this case, Zhang Tian was dragged into the water, and through Zhang Tian, it can be said that Zhang Tian's father was also dragged into the water at once. Throughout the sea of clouds, they will be able to act without fear in the future. What does this represent? It represents huge profits. 0.5 million. Very scary, especially the 5 million in this era is terrifying. It can be said that for people in the system, it is an astronomical figure. After all, Zhang Tian's salary is only 700 yuan a month, and this is his income after being converted to a regular employee. Before becoming a regular employee, Mr. Zhang Tian earned 230 yuan a month during his internship. This is still high standards and high welfare. Even Zhang Tian's current monthly salary is higher than that of Jiang Peng, the police chief. After all, the police chief only earns 500 yuan a month. Yes, you read that right, this is the salary you receive every month. 0.5 million. This is indeed a terrifying number. However, for Zhang Tian, this was no less than a provocation from a drug dealer. A provocation to the judiciary. Brother Gao's skill in cutting watermelons is quite good. It's straight and even. Ah, Captain Jiang, don't worry. No one can predict our delivery route. Yes. After a brief chat, Zhang Tian understood almost everything. The whole thing can be summed up in 4 words. Audacious in the extreme. To what extent? They regarded Yunnan University as their drug den. They rented a classroom in the school's entrepreneurship park through the Yunnan University campus. Drug trafficking is carried out here. It can be said that they have taken the darkness under the lamp to the extreme. No one would have thought that they would put the drug den in a double first-class key university. If it were exposed, it would be a terrifying earthquake, because through them, the students in the school can be assimilated briefly, or even quickly, turning some gifted people into drug addicts. The case is huge and horrific. Captain Jiang, after all, 5 million is enough, right? Gao Fei was cutting the watermelon with a smile on his face, but in his heart he was full of contempt for Zhang Tian. Gao Fei believes that he has relied on himself to get to where he is today. Although he has embarked on the path of breaking the law and committing crimes, he has taken a key step towards becoming rich, and based on the current shipment volume and situation, the future prospects will become increasingly bright. As for Zhang Tian, he is just a second-generation rich man who lives a life of idleness and waiting to die. How great it would be if the anti-drug team were all such idiots. Gao Fei was still thinking about it. He looked at Zhang Tian with a smile on his face. 5 million, he believed that Zhang Tian would find it absolutely difficult to refuse. Some people even said that they were scared by the money. 5 million, and you also want me to work for you? Zhang Tian sneered. What's the meaning? Zhang Tian, don't be ungrateful. Are you kidding us? Kid, you think you can fool us just because you're in the drug control department? We all know your family situation. Don't just sit there and wait for punishment. Think about your sister instead of yourself. Bump. A drug dealer stood up angrily. What greeted him was a black muzzle of a gun. Ha! The drug dealer raised his hand in astonishment, but he was horrified to find that Zhang Tian had pulled the safety catch and fired without hesitation. The next moment, the bullet shot from the bottom up, entering his lower abdomen and exiting his back. Adrenaline surged, and he sat on the bench with a pale face. Quick, an ambulance. But Zhang Tian stood up and shot him in the head. The blood spurted out. Too arrogant. A drug dealer can openly threaten the drug enforcement police and want to take revenge on my family. Sorry, you don't have a chance. Zhang Tian called out names. The 3 drug dealers who stood up were shot in the head one by one. The drug dealer sitting opposite him had a dazed look on his face, full of confusion. He seemed to be confused. They were just talking nicely, but in the blink of an eye, 3 accomplices were shot dead. Isn't Zhang Tian a second-generation idiot? Weren't they bribed? You can't kill me, you are a policeman, you can't kill me. The drug dealer immediately raised his hands. What are you doing with a fruit knife? Do you want to threaten me or the police? Zhang Tian sneered. Joked out. It's bad enough that they threatened him, but they also dared to threaten his family. In his previous life, this group of people killed his sister. Zhang Tian was in no mood to play the game of eagle catches chicken with them. Bang! A gunshot rang out and the drug dealer fell to the ground instantly. So when the people at the door opened it, they saw only 4 bodies lying in a mess in the room. The only person alive is Gao Fei. Gao Fei cannot be killed yet, because Zhang Tian keenly feels that there may be a big fish behind Gao Fei. So, as the mastermind, Gao Fei was killed directly. It would be too easy for him. When Li Zijin and Zhao Wei came in. Zhao Wei, please record the following. 5 drug traffickers just offered bribes to me, a public servant, to help them smuggle drugs. I prefer death to submission. The drug traffickers attempted to attack me with a knife, so I had no choice but to fight back with my gun. I successfully killed 4, arrested 1, and seized 5 million in drug money from the traffickers. Snap. Gao Fei's fruit knife fell to the ground. He looked at Zhang Tian with a confused face. Confused. Gao Fei, who was admitted to the Key Yunnan University, couldn't figure out what happened. Why did Zhang Tian, who just had a greedy face and was willing to negotiate anything, raise his gun and kill them the next moment? What did they do wrong? No, I didn't. I'm not a drug dealer. I was just cutting watermelon. I have evidence. This is the watermelon I cut. I want to report it. You anti-drug police are killing innocent people. Gao Fei stood up and roared in despair. Bang! The next moment, a gunshot rang out. Gao Fei instantly felt a terrifying impact on his leg. After being shot, his adrenaline surged rapidly. It didn't hurt particularly, but when Gao Fei looked down he found that he had been shot in the leg. When the drug mastermind was about to be arrested, he jumped up and attempted to resist. This officer had no choice but to fire another shot. Zhang Tianping held the gun calmly and blew away the smoke coming out of the muzzle, then he calmly placed it on his waist. Gulu. Zhao Wei swallowed. Li Zijin looked up at Zhang Tian stunned after being shot. Gao Fei sat on the bench in the box with a pale face, covering his thighs with his hands, looking at Zhang Tian with some horror in his eyes. Scared. Madman, this is a madman. Gao Fei looked at Zhang Tian in horror, unconsciously a little dazed. He thought of the beginning when he treated Zhang Tian as a little lamb, a second-generation rich guy who was just waiting to die. I thought I could just drag him into this mess and let these drug dealers take advantage of me. Don't underestimate this private room. But the place where they paid is where the most hidden camera is located. As long as Zhang Tian accepts the money, Zhang Tian and Zhang Tian's father will never escape their control in this life. This is a common tactic used by drug Dealers. He used this method to easily cheat a school leader out of 100,000 yuan, allowing them to place drugs in the school's entrepreneurship park almost unscrupulously. I originally thought that Zhang Tian and that school leader were of the same level, and at most they would pay a higher price, but the rewards would be worth it. What they found, this guy is not a little lamb at all. This guy is a lunatic. A complete lunatic. Just because he was using a machete to cut a watermelon, he turned around and shot all his accomplices to death, shooting suddenly, bang. Thinking of this, Gao Fei slapped himself with his bloody palm. He was such a fool that he tried to bribe a madman with money. He is also a madman who kills without blinking an eye. What are you standing there for? Did you write it down? Having just killed a few people, Zhang Tian was filled with murderous intent. His eyes seemed to be red. As soon as he spoke, a murderous aura rushed towards him. Zhao Wei shuddered, his hands trembling as he quickly took out his notebook and pen and scribbled, "Remember this, remember this. Don't kill me." Hey! Zhang Tian was speechless. Is he that scary? It would be fine if these drug dealers did not threaten Zhang Tian and Zhang Tian's sister, but these drug dealers actually dared to openly threaten his sister and family. How could Zhang Tian tolerate this? Besides, it is only natural for the police to crack down on drug dealers. Moreover, their anti-drug police have strict regulations in the police law. When facing drug dealers, they can use unlimited self-defense whenever they think they are in danger. This self-defense force can be said to be very strong. Zhang Tian looked at Li Zijin in a daze and sighed in his heart. It was no wonder that the drug dealers were so arrogant when facing such a person with such low quality. For Zhang Tian, if he wants to wipe out drug dealers, he has to be more arrogant than them, more ferocious and more brutally. Zhang Tian took out handcuffs from his waist. Crack. Lock Gao Fei's hands behind his back. I'm bleeding, I need to go to the hospital. Gao Fei collapsed. As time passed and the adrenaline faded, she felt a piercing pain. His face turned pale almost instantly. Bang! Zhang Tian swung his hand and slapped him. Shut up, can't you see I'm performing official duties? Don't you know that obstructing public service is aggravated crime? As Zhang Tian spoke, he looked at the bright red Gao Fei punctuation mark on the scanning radar. He couldn't wait to know how many horrific judgment points Gao Fei would gain by judging him. I'm going to sue you, you heartless bastard. You're not a policeman, you're an executioner, you're a lunatic, you're a psychopath. Gao Fei was almost going crazy. He felt that Zhang Tian was definitely a lunatic. A complete lunatic. A policeman was actually countless times more brutal than the drug dealers. They were drug dealers, but several of them were shot to death by the police over a disagreement. Don't you need a trial before you execute someone? Don't you need evidence to execute someone? Just because he used a fruit knife to cut the watermelon, he said I was holding him hostage. Wow. Just then, a vomiting sound suddenly occurred. Zhang Tian turned around and saw Zhang Xiaoyu and Lian Xian vomiting wildly outside the door. Two little girls. A little girl who was still in school. God knows what they went through. Gao Fei is their classmate, although he has been following them to pursue Zhang Xiaoyu. His lack of sense of boundaries is annoying and disgusting. However, they definitely never thought of killing them directly, or kill them with a gun. Although Gao Fei's accomplices were not their classmates, they were from the same department and could often be seen in large classes. These people are their classmates, and now we have to watch helplessly as the lives that were once vibrant and alive fall in a pool of blood. One can even say that their faces are difficult to distinguish because they were pierced by bullets and covered in blood. When has a little girl ever been stimulated like this? Lian Xian lay on the ground and vomited violently. In addition to vomiting, Zhang Xiaoyu was so pale that he could hardly stand. Lian Xian was just afraid and disgusted by the sight of the dead, but Zhang Xiaoyu was much more worried. They were just a few dogskin plasters. Why did my brother shoot them one by one? Brother, you killed someone. Zhang Xiaoyu's face was full of horror. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyu was most worried about Zhang Tian. Killing is against the law, and killing means paying with one's life. This was the education he had received since childhood. Brother, you won't be shot, right? Zhang Xiaoyu was terrified. Zhang Tian comforted her, and now inside the box. Li Zijin's hands were shaking as he took out his cell phone and called Captain Song. When Captain Song saw Li Zijin's call, the corners of his mouth curled up, as if he had expected it. After all, it is not easy for drug dealers to find clues. Especially the search like a headless fly is even more impossible. They wanted to search for drug dealers through various means, such as technology, clues, and reporting to the police, but these technologies were definitely not something Zhang Tian and the other two could master. It's a good thing to kill Xiao Zhang's limelight. Captain Song was in a good mood. Nonsense, the whole team won first-class merit, and he also had a police god under his command. How could he not be comfortable? Even the above-mentioned it was praised. Captain Song asked with a smile, Shaoli, don't you have any clues? If you don't have any clues, you can take your police dogs to the border to help the border police search for people passing by. Maybe you can run into them. Captain Song, something bad has happened. We are at the Xingshan Hotel across from Yunnan University. Captain Jiang has killed people. 4 or 5 people have been shot. Li Zijin said in a trembling voice. There was silence on the line. It wasn't until some time had passed that Captain Song's trembling voice rang out. Jiang Tian shot 4 or 5 people? Yes, 4 people were shot in the head, and 1 was hit in the thigh. Li Zijin said accurately. I forgot. Captain Song suddenly forgot one thing, because the mission was urgent. Jiang Tian went back home to rest early last night, and I forgot to provide psychological counseling for Jiang Tian. Thinking of this, Song Ligwa's heart skipped a beat. I just saw that they seem to have prepared several million to bribe Captain Jiang, but Captain Jiang shot them all. Chapter 19, The Sky Falls. After the serious case is exposed for the police force and the military, psychological counseling must be provided whenever there are casualties while performing their duties, because Jiang Tian had made a contribution yesterday and there was an emergency award ceremony today. His psychological counseling was slightly delayed. If it is not done the first time, as someone who has experienced it, Song Ligwa knows very well how terrible the personal impact is, especially the psychological impact. After killing someone, Song Ligwa's heart skipped a beat. The ominous feeling grew stronger and stronger. Oh shit, they finally got a god of war and god of police in Yunhai. What if, due to the failure of psychological counseling, they made mistakes or killed innocent people? No matter how great Jiang Tian's achievements are, he cannot pass this level. Half an hour later, Song Ligwa arrived at the scene. As far as the eye could see, there were 4 bodies lying in a mess in the box, and 1 person was injured and tied up. Jiang Tian. Song Ligwa's expression was very serious. 4 lives. This was an accident, huge accident. More than 3 lives were lost, and 3 people were injured or killed at the same time. No matter where it happened, it would be a major event that would break the world. Even if it is an accident, if there are more than 3 casualties, it is horrific and can be felt to the sky. Besides, 4 people have already died. Song Ji, these 5 people here are all students of Yunnan University. Jiang Tian saluted. Hiss. Song Ligwa's face turned pale in an instant. Damn, is he still the favored child of Yunnan University? Song Ligwa's head was about to explode. This matter was going to get out of hand. It's broken, the sky is falling. Song Ligwa has been in the anti-drug team for so many years and has not encountered many earth-shattering things. However, in 2 consecutive days, the sky fell twice. Song Ligwa didn't know whether it was because of his old age or because the stress he endured was too great, which caused his heart to show some symptoms of heart disease. You are the pride of Yunnan University, and you were able to kill 4 people? Song Ligwa was confused. Song Ji, they are not only the pride of Yunnan University and double first-class university students, but also a group of cruel and daring drug dealers. Jiang Tian's eyes flashed her forehead. Drug dealer? Song Ligwa raised his head and took a deep breath. Good job, I kept saying what a great guy. The 4 proud sons of Yin University are all drug dealers. Song Ligwa's face turned even paler. Is this a good thing? No, this is not a good thing. Damn, a college student, a key university student at that, has become a drug dealer in Yunhai. This shows how rampant drug traffickers are. The higher-ups were already extremely dissatisfied with Yunhai, and now drug trafficking gangs had appeared in key universities. Song Ligwa didn't dare to think about it anymore, because there are drug dealers in key universities. So what about below? How rampant are the drug dealers in the entire Yunhai? Jiang Tian also sighed. To be honest, in the previous life, my father Jiang Peng and Song Ligwa were placed under double supervision together. To be honest, in the past month since joining the team, Song Ligwa has taken good care of Jiang Tian in every way, which is really good, especially in many things. Song Ligwa basically gives priority to taking care of Jiang Tian. In addition to the official relationship, their private relationship is actually also good. Song Ligwa has been Jiang Tian's neighbor since he was a child, and the relationship between the 2 families has always been good. There are 2 reasons why his father and Song Ligwa were placed under double supervision. This is also the truth that Song Ligwa said after he was placed under double supervision and saw Jiang Tian fall into low ebb. That is because the drug trafficking forces in the entire Yunhai are too rampant. In the first 2 months after Jiang Tian joined the team, a group of super drug lords were hunted down domestically, and more than 100 kilograms of methamphetamine, commonly known as ice, were seized at one time. This solved case was originally a happy occasion for everyone. However, in addition to the meritorious service of those who solved the case, the lack of strong drug control measures in the country was exposed, and the higher authorities also attached great importance to it. The harm of drugs is well known to everyone. 300 kilograms of drugs will cause countless families to be broken up and killed. 50 grams is enough to impose the death penalty, and 300 kilograms is simply a crime. After investigation, it was finally discovered that the source of these drugs was through the Sea of Clouds. This incident completely triggered the dissatisfaction of the higher-ups. Moreover, when tracing the source of all drugs seized in the country, 70% may be a bit too much. but at least 50% was spread across the country through the sea of clouds. The higher-ups have become extremely dissatisfied with the anti-drug efforts of the entire Yunhai from top to bottom. Gao Xiaolong is just an introduction. What ignited all this was that Yunhai's anti-drug efforts were not strong enough. The idea of replacing someone has already been considered. In other words, if he didn't make any achievements, Jiang Tian knew very well that both his father and Song Ligua might have to move to other positions, get someone who can govern. Although the drug dealers that Jiang Tian eliminated yesterday were able to slow down this trend, it was only a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. In essence, the drug dealers in Yunhai are still rampant. He is a drug enforcement officer, yet he dares to bribe openly. Jiang Tian couldn't even imagine how terrifying and rampant the drug dealers in the entire Yunhai were. No, Jiang Tian suddenly thought of his previous life. After his father stepped down, the newly appointed director had only been in office for 3 months when he had an accident. Not only him, but also his family members were in the car accident afterwards. It seemed that it was because of tracking down a drug dealer. Jiang Tian took a deep breath. Overall, Yunhai's anti-drug work is still a long and arduous journey. Jiang Tian clenched his fists, determined not to let the tragedy of his previous life happen again. It would be fine if he didn't have the ability, but Jiang Tian looked at his terrifying entry and realized that if he had the ability, he would definitely clear out the entire sea of clouds. Drug dealers appeared in Lianyundu. Song Ligua's eyelids twitched. Pill, how can this be so terrifying? Just by doing a quick check, there is a saying that goes, when you see a cockroach, there are already countless cockroaches in the corners you can't see. You are a proud child of Yunnan University, with a bright future after graduation. How did you end up on such a path? How does Yunnan University educate its students? Song Ligua covered his heart, which was irritated. Jiang Tian didn't hide it either. Not only that, they also used the Yunnan University Entrepreneurship Park as their drug trafficking transit point. It's so dark under the light. To be honest, if they hadn't said it, I wouldn't even have thought they could be so audacious. Buzz exploded. Song Ligua was completely furious, and he stared at Jiang Tian with wide eyes. His chest felt like it was exploding. My head felt like it was about to explode. Jiang Tian, can you take responsibility for every word you say? Song Ligua said in a low, trembling voice. Pierce the sky. This is another revelation. It can't be suppressed. It can't be suppressed at all. Song Ligua couldn't believe how these people could be so crazy. Yes, Jiang Tian didn't expect them to be so crazy, even so bold, because, if it weren't for them, who would have thought that a double first-class key university would become a den for drug dealers? The anti-drug police would never have imagined that there would be a drug den in such a place. Crazy, completely crazy. Song Ligua knew that this matter was about to explode, the rhythm of breaking the sky. I'm 100% sure. They just took out 5 million to bribe me. That guy even held a fruit knife and seemed to want to attack me. In order to protect myself, I had to take the initiative and deal with the drug dealers first. This one is the leader. I deliberately risked my life to stay here. Is that okay? Jiang Tian explained in a low voice. No matter what, for lives are no small matter. If what you said is true, then these are not a big deal. Not only are they not a big deal, they are also great achievements, tremendous achievements. Song Ligua said with a sour tone. Jiang Tian exposed this achievement and took the credit, but their Yunhai anti-drug team might not feel good about it. The higher-ups will hold everyone accountable from top to bottom. So, I just picked the abscess myself and made amends for my mistake. If it was discovered by outsiders, Song Ligua couldn't even imagine it. By the way, I suggest that Cao Fei be interrogated as soon as possible. There are people behind him, and there may be accomplices who have escaped. Jiang Tian said quickly. Song Ligua also knew the seriousness of the matter. I know without you telling me that for a college student like him to be in contact with these criminal forces, there must be someone behind the scenes directing or even guiding him. Captain Gua, take your men to the school to investigate immediately. Once the evidence is true, seal off the entire school immediately. Jiang Tian, come with me to report to Chief Gao. Song Ligua said. A key university, if this matter is not handled properly, it will be a major incident. Song Ligua did not dare to act on his own and left with Jiang Tian. However, when Jiang Tian was leaving, he saw Xiaobo watching the fun at the elevator entrance in the lobby. At this moment, she was looking at him with a sinister expression. Not only that, she was holding a phone in her hand. Yes, Director Sun, I promise it's absolutely true. It's simply audacious to slander college students as drug dealers and shoot and kill several college students just because of a quarrel. Don't worry, I would never lie to you. I guarantee it with my integrity. Xiaobo's personality seemed to be very useful, and I didn't know what the other party did after hanging up the phone. Jiang Tian and Song Ligua, along with their junior high school friends Zhang Xiaoyu and Lian Xian, who served as witnesses, sat in the back seat of the police car. Both of their faces looked pale, watching the wailing police sirens piercing the street from front and back. We have to take urgent measures and the situation is urgent. We can't worry about hiding our whereabouts now. The matter became a big deal. Before they arrived at the police station, Municipal Party Committee Secretary Zhou Zhao, Director Jiang Pang, and Deputy Director were waiting at the door of the police station. Gao Xiaolong was the first to take the lead, his expression very heavy and serious. If what Zhang Tian said is true. Gao Xiaolong hardly dared to imagine the drug trafficking strength of the entire Yunhai and how rampant those drug dealers were. Key universities are turned into drug dens, key university students become drug dealers. This is no less than a provocative act against the authorities. Report, this is Operation Team 2. We have found 20 kilograms of methamphetamine in the entrepreneurship park. When they arrived at the police station, Yunda, which was closest to the hotel, had already been led by Captain Gui into the entrepreneurship park, and they had indeed found evidence of drugs. At this moment, a voice came from the intercom. Jiang Pang looked heavy-faced as he watched the anti-drug convoy enter the police station. The atmosphere was heavy and no one spoke. Who dares to speak? At this moment, Gao Xiaolong's face was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip from it. Who just said Zhang Tian is a black sheep and a cancer? Gao Xiaolong turned his head with a gloomy expression and looked behind him. The shooting of 4 college students has attracted great attention from the higher authorities. The first thing Gao Xiaolong and Zhou Zhao did when they arrived at the police station was to question the culprit. Of course, the most important thing is the person who delivers the message to them. Who said that Zhang Tian was unruly, a black sheep, a cancer in the police force, and arrogant because of his favor? As a drug enforcement officer, he shot and killed 4 college students because of a personal dispute, and he should be shot? Gao Xiaolong raised his voice, angry. Gao Xiaolong was completely furious. God knows, when he ran to the Municipal Party Committee to learn about the entire anti-drug situation in Yunhai, suddenly, people from the Municipal Party Committee ran to the office where he and Zhou Zhao were discussing things, and started talking a lot. They were shocked and shot 4 college students, which was a big deal. But when they arrived and understood the situation, they found that things were not as they thought at all. Shooting 4 college students, well done. It was simply a good kill, but it also indirectly illustrates the situation and the rampant drug traffickers. As drug enforcement officers, we are already under tremendous pressure when facing drug dealers. We face terrible dangers and the possibility of losing our lives at any time. At times like this, our own people are still dragging us down. Gao Xiaolong suppressed his anger and looked at the person next to Jiang Pang, Sun Haiba, deputy director of Yunhai. He said this when he called the municipal party committee. I called without understanding the situation clearly, and these things didn't even pass Jiang Pang. Jiang Pang glanced sideways at Sun Haiba. It wasn't that the two of them didn't get along on a daily basis, but it could be said that Sun Haiba liked to put on trouble behind Jiang Pang's back more than once or twice. Jiang Pang usually doesn't want to pay attention to it, but this time it was too much. When the news reached the police station, instead of passing it on to him immediately, it was reported to a higher level and even exaggerated. Gao Xiaolong even wanted to kill someone with such a leader. It's no wonder that drug dealers in Yunhai are so rampant. If the leaders act like this, how can the drug enforcement officers below do their job? Who would dare to put their life in the hands of someone who stabs them in the back? At this moment, the person with the most explosive mentality is Sun Haiba. Sun Haiba knew Xiaobo's character. In the past, he valued Xiaobo very much. He also admired Xiaobo very much, thinking that he was a great general who did things in moderation. He has a very good grasp of both professional knowledge and social skills. If he is well trained, he will take over the Narcotics Control Brigade in the future, and by then, the Narcotics Control Brigade will be under his control. This time, Sun Haiba decided to trust Xiaobo once. If he succeeded, he would bring down Jiang Pang and his son, who were now in the limelight of wireless, and the vacant radish pit would be his turn. Who knows the result? Damn it, if I hadn't said anything, I would have been fine. I was really screwed by Xiaobo all at once. Looking at the city committee's own backer, he looked like he was going to kill someone. Seeing the leaders looking down on him, Sun Haiba felt very depressed. I admire and trust you so much, yet you have harmed me to this extent? Xiaobo, you killed me. Sun Haiba's eyes were full of resentment. However, Gao Xiaolong did not seem to pursue the matter further at this time, because the most important thing at the moment was the Yunda drug trafficking case. Comrades, this is a shame, a huge shame. The higher-ups sent me here to prepare for the rampant drug traffickers in Yunhai. I didn't expect it to become so rampant. Key universities have become drug dens, and key university students are involved in drug trafficking. What is this? This is a dereliction of duty in drug control. This is your dereliction of duty, and it is the dereliction of duty of your entire Yunhai. Gao Xiaolong was furious. Chapter 20. I am doing meritorious service. Xiaobo, what are you doing? At this critical moment, we should hurry up and interrogate the captured Gao Fei. He is the only survivor. Zhang Peng could only bite the bullet and speak at this time. As the police chief, to be honest, he cannot escape blame for such a huge and terrible mistake in the work he is in charge of. As for Liu Haiba, who was telling tales behind the scenes, Zhang Peng couldn't take care of him now. However, what is certain is that Sun Haiba's political career has basically come to an end. My goodness. Not only did the report go up the chain of command and reach the municipal party committee, but it even led to such a blunder in the end. It gave everyone a shock like an 18th level earthquake. He shot and killed several college students for no reason, including college students from Yunhai, because of a personal dispute. It can be said that no one can save Zhang Tian. Even Gao Xiaolong felt the same way, because this was something that could truly break the sky. Haven't you seen that in college, even if there is one person who jumps off a building due to too much pressure, the whole school will end up feeling like they are facing a great enemy and will be sweating profusely to deal with it, not to mention that several people have died directly. However, if these people are drug dealers, the impact will not be diminished in the slightest, because this represents an even more terrifying influence. Zhang Tian got out of the car. At this moment, an ambulance had already arrived and was giving Gao Fei emergency treatment. It can't be said to be rescue, it was just a hit in the thigh, so some emergency measures were taken, but it did not affect their interrogation work. As soon as I got off the car, I turned around and heard the sounds of people scolding and discussing at the gate of the Public Security Bureau. Zhang Tian's hearing is so terrifying, and with so many entries at his disposal, he can be said to be an invincible hexagonal warrior. The shooting skill is the golden entry and it is invincible. The fighting skill is the golden entry and it is still invincible, both near and far. In addition, he has a physical fitness that exceeds the limit. Although it has not reached the golden level, it is far superior to that of ordinary people. His hearing is also terrifying and he can hear clearly even at such a distance. Sun Haiba. Zhang Tian narrowed his eyes and suddenly thought of Sun Haiba. That if we were to ask who took the most advantage of their family after it fell in their previous life, it would undoubtedly be Sun Haiba. He was the most active in suppressing them and also the one who jumped for joy the most. They accused Zhang Peng of having the final say and put all the blame on Zhang Peng for the loss of control of the Yunhai drug dealers. In addition to these, Sun Haiba can also be said to be Xiaobo's mentor. Xiaobo's road to power was also inseparable from Sun Haiba's support. But Zhang Tian's eyes flickered. If he remembered correctly, Sun Haiba's case happened a few years later. After Zhang Peng was brought down, the parachuted-in director had an accident. After Sun Haiba's case broke out, it was confirmed that Sun Haiba did it. Behind this, there was even a horrific major case involved. The person who exposed the incident in his previous life was, if nothing unexpected happened, Xiaobo, whom he promoted personally. Xiaobo took advantage of this achievement to go one step further. Before Zhang Tian traveled through time in his previous life, at the age of less than 40, he had already achieved more than Zhang Peng. At that time, the scenery was truly glorious. It's just that fate in the previous life has made me feel relieved. In this life, Zhang Tian really wanted to know what other path Xiaobo could take. But now, I have seen your true face. It seems that this time it was you who lied to Sun Haiba and caused such a big misunderstanding. Xiaobo, what capital do you have in this life? Zhang Tian thought to himself. He still felt a little insecure. I feel like I can find an opportunity to give the photos I took to the fiancé that Sun Haiba is pursuing when I have time. Comrade Zhang Tian, you've done a great job. The success you've achieved in this case is crucial. Time is of the essence. Immediately lead your men to assist Songji in tracking down all the drug trafficking forces behind Gao Fei. After Zhang Tian followed him over, Gao Xiaolong spoke to Zhang Tian immediately. To be honest, the municipal party committee, Gao Xiaolong, and Zhou Zhao lamented that Zhang Tian's personal strength was sufficient. But drug enforcement police were different from the military. It doesn't mean that you can be perfect just by having good marksmanship and good body movements. It also requires extremely rich experience in drug control and criminal investigation. Drug enforcement police are arguably the most dangerous and challenging of all police types. The required professional knowledge and professional qualities are comprehensive. Just based on yesterday's performance, he recognized Zhang Tian's fighting ability, but as for his experience in criminal investigation and drug control, he still had a mentality of watching him make fun of it. The main reason for the exceptional promotion was to hone his skills. Because according to the administrative level, the team leader can also be said to be the deputy section chief, and the team leader is the section chief. After 1 month of work, he was directly promoted as an exception. Gao Xiaolong also had the mentality of honing Zhang Tian's skills unexpectedly. Such a big case was solved on the first day, especially his fierce and decisive actions. What drug enforcement police lack are such elites? Thinking of this, the more Gao Xiaolong looked at Zhang Tian, the more admiration appeared on his face. Last night, he was still in the meeting scolding Zhang Tian as a black sheep. I even asked someone and found out that many people were scolding Zhang Tian as a bad apple. And a person who got in through the back door. He was extremely disgusted with Zhang Tian yesterday, but now, Cao Xiaolong just wants to know, who is spreading the rumors, who is targeting the police god? Yes. Zhang Tian saluted, witnessed Zhang Tian bringing people into the interrogation room. Cao Xiaolong's eyes were filled with hatred. Who is this genius, slandering genius? Are you spreading rumors about this police god? Police station conference room. This conference room is very large, covering an area of about 400 to 500 square meters, enough to accommodate dozens or even hundreds of people. For many things, we cannot rely on Zhang Tian's one-sided statement. Although the evidence is conclusive, the rules and regulations are here. Then Zhang Tian continued to record his confession about what happened today, as did his companion Zhang Xiaoyu. The confessions are basically consistent. Zhang Tian didn't want to hide anything, and basically told everything in front of all the leaders in the conference room, including a bribe of 5 million and so on. Wait, how can we be sure that you didn't start out demanding a bribe, and then discovered someone eavesdropping outside the door, so you suddenly attacked and killed people? Sun Haiba said impatiently, as if he had discovered something. Zhang Tian and his son are becoming more and more brilliant. For Sun Haiba, it was as uncomfortable as eating shit. As a deputy chief, he has no say or presence in the police station. What's the use of him being the deputy chief, especially with Zhang Tian's rapid prosperity and bright future? Sun Haiba felt as uncomfortable as eating shit. If Zhang Peng doesn't fall, won't he be unable to get promoted even after he retires? Now that he has finally caught the evidence, how can Sun Haiba give up? After all, Zhang Tian's achievements were already known yesterday, and with such a great achievement today, who can suppress the momentum of Zhang Tian and his son? Sun Haiba, now we understand the case. Zhang Peng couldn't help knocking on the table with a gloomy face. Sun Haiba's words have a strong sense of guidance and inducement. A bad answer would mean that Zhang Tian was asking for bribes and accepting bribes. At that time, let alone any credit, he might even be given a demerit. Now we understand the case. Sun Haiba looked at Zhang Tian with a sharp gaze. Could it be that you wanted to take bribes from the beginning? And according to the surveillance footage, it wasn't enough at first, and Gao Fei even brought an extra 4 million later. In the end, you wanted to kill to silence the witnesses, but you didn't expect Li Zijin and the others to suddenly burst in, so you only had time to fire a shot that missed and didn't kill him. As soon as Sun Haiba finished speaking, everyone looked at Zhang Tian. This is not a small problem. In fact, Sun Haiba's doubts have always existed in the police force, and the supervision of drug enforcement police is the strictest. There are too many drug dealers who will stop at nothing to tempt drug enforcement officers, using money, beauty, and anything else. There are even cases where family members are used to coerce drug enforcement officers into cooperating. Behind every bloody incident in the past, in every regulation, there are tragic lessons learned. The interrogation of Gao Fei is still going on. Zhang Tian did not participate in this matter. The police station naturally has interrogation experts. Zhang Tian was originally assisting with the case, but he was unexpectedly called over halfway. After Sun Haiba's analysis, he suddenly felt his mind broadened. All the causes and consequences have been analyzed almost the same. The analysis of the problem makes sense. Everyone thought it made sense. Isn't criminal investigation all about analyzing facts? However, everyone present felt that something was wrong. Zhang Tian looked at this person in his previous life who was the one who took great pleasure in kicking his family when they were down, then, thinking about the major cases behind the other party. No one expected how terrifying the involvement of this deputy director Sun Haiba was. It was so terrifying that it made Xiaobo's future political career bright. But now, Zhang Tian curled his lips and said with disdain, "You didn't hit me with a single shot. How about a bet, Deputy Director Sun? I'll ask you to run 3,000 meters. If I give you a sniper rifle, I can kill you with one shot." Forehead, everyone suddenly remembered Zhang Tian's horrific performance last night. A record of killing every time shot. Deputy Director Sun, don't you know that if I don't ask for bribes, how can the drug dealers trust me, and how can I know that their hideout is in Yunnan University? When Zhang Tian said this, his expression did not change at all, but Sun Haiba's face was already purple, but he still insisted, "You are a good shot, why don't you leave them here and let us arrange the arrest? Why act on your own without asking your superiors for permission?" At this point, Sun Haiba could only hold on and move on. Indeed, if you plan carefully, you may gain more. But if they hadn't threatened Zhang Tian's family, Zhang Tian might have accompanied them to find more evidence. I was facing 5 drug dealers alone, and you were blind and didn't see that they were holding weapons in their hands. Zhang Tian slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Sun Haiba's face and scolding him. Now Zhang Tian is registered there. To be honest, even though Sun Haiba is the deputy director, he is not afraid at all. My father Jiang Peng's character is not weak, but he is not very tough either. Sun Haiba's prestige in the police station is average, and he has caused trouble for Jiang's father in the past due to his status as an old man, until now that he still dares to act like a demon. Jiang Tian won't tolerate him. How dare you scold me? I'm the deputy director. What's wrong with asking you a few questions? They are just cutting watermelons. Sun Haiba's face turned completely black. He was humiliated in front of most members of the anti-drug squad. You say they are cutting watermelons, and they are cutting watermelons. Drug dealers are vicious, and our frontline fighters are always facing life-threatening dangers. What if they intend to kill people in a fit of rage? Drug enforcement officers should make protecting their own safety their top priority. This is stipulated in the Police Act. In other words, Director Sun, why don't you go talk to a few drug dealers? If they don't take action, then we drug enforcement officers can't take action either? Jiang Tian retorted logically. At this point, Jiang Tian sneered, what's more, I have made contributions, but you haven't done anything at all. Yet you are trying to interrogate a meritorious official like a criminal. What are your intentions, Sun Haiba? Jiang Tian went up and used his ultimate skill directly. Sun Haiba looked at all the leaders looking at him with anger on their faces, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. It angered the public. Then he looked at the way the drug enforcement officers looked at him. They all looked like flames rising. Hiss. Jiang Tian just pulled him to the opposite side. In the past, Jiang's father didn't care, but Sun Haiba not only tried to make his presence felt, but also frantically sought power and won over people. The grassroots basically protected Sun Haiba. It can be said that Sun Haiba and Xiaobo are both the same kind of people. Crazy recruitment. Many people are very protective of Sun Haiba, but now, Jiang Tian's words are almost like saying directly that you are sitting in a safe office and suppressing our frontline meritorious personnel. That's not right. Jiang Tian suddenly remembered that Xiaobo's crazy and intentional or unintentional suppression of him in his previous life was probably also instructed by Sun Haiba. Okay, Jiang Tian decided to investigate Sun Haiba in the next case. If he remembered correctly in his previous life, Sun Haiba bought a villa and hid a terrifying amount of cash in it. That's enough. Sun Haiba was about to say something when Gao Xiaolong slammed his fist on the table. It's already this late, and you're still arguing. And Sun Haiba, Comrade Jiang Tian has performed meritorious service, but instead of praising him, you're being aggressive. What do you want? Comrade Jiang Tian is a drug enforcement hero, not a criminal under your command. Sun Haiba's face turned green. Comrade Sun Haiba's personal cadre quality needs to be improved. Zhou Jiao frowned slightly. Simply put, your butt is sitting crookedly. Report, the interrogation results are out. Although Gao Fei was stubborn at first, under the guidance of our interrogation experts, he successfully realized his mistakes and has confessed everything. At this moment, Song Ligua pushed open the door of the conference room and walked over quickly with a report. No way, the anti-drug detachment alone cannot handle this matter. It's broken. It might even reach Kyoto. Very scary, because the concept of Yunnan University as a key university is too bad an impact. It was so bad that the case could not even be made public. And according to Gao Fei's interrogation, sure enough, Gao Fei was hiding something, although he confessed to the fact of drug trafficking. He also confessed the assistance of the school staff. However, the sixth person in Jiang Tian's memory did not appear, also, the person behind Gao Fei. He wasn't honest and didn't explain clearly. Jiang Tian looked at the confession with a frown on his face. He knew that this matter had to be completed as quickly as possible and at the most beautiful speed. He also knew that it was not just Cao Xiaolong and his team who were watching this case, but it's the people in Kyoto who are watching. As long as this case is solved. At the very least, it was Xiaobo's status in his previous life. Offense and defense transition. In this life, Jiang Tian really wants to see what Xiaobo's expression will be when their positions are reversed. I am doing meritorious service, and Xiaobo, what are you doing? Jiang Tian held the confession tightly. Chapter 21, The Arrogance of the Couple Must Be Doubled. I feel the same way, Jiang Tian. I didn't expect you to observe so carefully. Song Ligua said with some surprise. As an old drug enforcement officer, I can say that drug enforcement officers also have many connections with criminal investigation. To some extent, the two sides are inseparable. For example, many times, cases involving drugs require joint efforts with the criminal investigation team to solve the case, but don't forget, Jiang Tian's performance was already very evil, and now, does that mean even criminal investigators can understand it? Oh my god, Jiang Tian seemed to have just graduated, or even joined the police force for just 1 month. Strictly speaking, Jiang Tian had not yet received his diploma. The police academy starts in the senior year, or at the latest in the second half of the senior year, and students will enter the police force for internship. If the internship goes well, the police force will issue an internship certificate. If there are no problems, you will be converted to a regular employee in the original police force. However, special cases such as failure or feeling unsuitable and wanting to transfer from the position are not ruled out. Zhang Tian became a narcotics enforcement officer directly in the second half of his senior year. In other words, Song Ligua, a senior student now, always feels that Zhang Tian's behavior is even more outrageous than that of an old drug enforcement officer like him. It's quite normal. The confession not only reveals the school leaders but also the routes of the drug dealers. But, how could a college student have access to these things, especially a key genius? Someone must have dragged him into this. Zhang Tian analyzed that he knew about this case in his previous life, but by then, he had already been transferred from the drug enforcement police force. He only learned about it through Wang Yifei's bragging. That's right, for more than 10 years, every time Xiaobo got promoted, made a contribution, solved a case, etc., Wang Yifei would brag to him crazily, and then step on him. At that time, Zhang Tian felt that he was really not up to the task. Watching Xiaobo's promotion step by step to higher positions, he only had heartfelt blessings and regret for himself. He dreamed of changing that incident countless times. I never thought that the relationship between the two people would be so close, and I never thought that Xiaobo, this bastard, would be so shameless. Yes, we have just immediately investigated the families of the 4 people, including the one you shot dead. They are basically from remote areas, and their families are honest. It is basically impossible for any of their relatives to be involved in drug trafficking. Song Ligua nodded. Zhang Tian was thinking about the 6th person. That he had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Zhang Xiaoyu. As long as this case is not concluded, it means that Zhang Xiaoyu may be in danger at any time, especially Zhang Tian thought of his family. Although they were all leaders and their living safety was guaranteed, it is true that there is no way to guard against thieves even when they are thieves. On the way to and from get off work, as well as Zhang Xiaoyu and others, there is no guarantee that the drug dealers will not retaliate. Zhang Tian, you have to be careful recently. Your sister should not go to school for the time being. Song Ligua advised. In this case, it can be said that almost all of Zhang Tian's information was exposed to the drug dealers. In other words, Zhang Tian should actually make a more in-depth plan to catch them all in one fell swoop, but the final result cannot be changed. Zhang Tian does not have the time and energy to accompany the other party, especially when the other party is using Zhang Xiaoyu as a threat. How can Zhang Tian tolerate this? Never mind, let's arrest the leader involved in the case first. Zhang Tian took his men and got into the car and left. He was quite anxious, and the 6th person was secondary. Zhang Tian had a target in mind and knew who it was, but what Zhang Tian absolutely cannot allow is the big drug lord behind them. Anyway, this case was a bombshell, and as the discoverer of this case, Zhang Tian once again entered the sight of the upper echelons. In just 2 days, Zhang Tian's name appeared in the eyes of the top leader again. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the future is basically set to be bright. Arriving at the door of the police station, Zhang Tian called Captain Song and asked him to find someone to send his sister Zhang Xiaoyu home first. Brother, be careful. Zhang Xiaoyu also knew that those people were big drug lords. I also realized that the impact of this case is extremely terrifying. His face was full of worry when he looked at Zhang Tian. I'm fine. Zhang Tian comforted. Turning around, he saw Lian Xian's eyes full of admiration for him. Unconsciously, Zhang Tian straightened his chest. You have to know that in her previous life, Lian Xian despised and resentful Zhang Tian, because if it weren't for Wang Yifei, Zhang Xiaoyu would not have returned to school. The most important thing is that Wang Yifei bullied Zhang Xiaoyu, his own sister, but Zhang Tian turned a blind eye. But it was too late to say anything at that time. Even if Zhang Tian beat himself madly, it would not change anything. Later, before traveling through time. If Zhang Tian remembered correctly, there was a seminar on an important case in their region. A partner from a super law firm in Kyoto's Red Circle was chatting and laughing with a group of party committee leaders on the podium. However, Zhang Tian was not even qualified to watch and could only take notes and study while the broadcast was being broadcast, and that partner is Lian Xian. After more than 10 years of reunion, Lian Xian still seemed to have not gotten rid of her resentment towards Zhang Tian, but she had let go of a lot. She invited Zhang Tian to dinner and said that if Zhang Tian took the bar exam, she could help him get a job in a prestigious law firm and start over. After returning home, Zhang Tian told Wang Yifei about this matter. As a result, Wang Yifei turned around and angrily accused Zhang Tian of having an affair with that bitch Lian Xian, and then turned around and scolded Lian Xian again. At that time, Zhang Tian was angry and wanted to divorce, but Wang Yifei turned around and apologized to him, saying that she was too sensitive because she loved him too much. Jiang Tian thought that she really had too much control and loved him too much. He never dreamed that this bitch was deliberately harming him. At that time, the bitch might have turned around and passed the news to Xiao Bo. Xiao Bo was afraid that he would rise again, so he assigned him the task, but this life will be different. Lian Xian, you and Xiao Yu should stop going to school for now. Come and live at my house. Let's settle this case first to prevent the drug dealers from taking revenge on you out of desperation. Jiang Tian said every rule and every warning comes from bloody lessons. Even if the anti-drug police receive a report from the heavenly powers, they cannot reveal their faces. A drug dealer's revenge against drug enforcement officers has never stopped and will never stop. Yeah, brother Jiang, Xiao Yu and I will listen to you. At this moment, Lian Xian seemed to be full of admiration for Jiang Tian. In the previous life, more than 10 years later, Jiang Tian could only look up at the other person from a high position, but in this life, she became his little fangirl. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian nodded with a sense of satisfaction and left fully armed. The moment Jiang Tian turned around, the sunlight shone on his profile. Lian Xian was stunned by the tall and straight figure and the sense of security of being fully armed. She swore that the scene, frozen like a photo, would be remembered by her for the rest of her life. Hey, wake up! Lian Xian came to her senses and saw Jiang Xiaoyu puffing up his little goldfish mouth, looking at her warily with eyes full of vigilance. Are you going to eat my brother? Brother Jiang is awesome. This case is now over, at least it's another first-class merit. Zhao Wei, who was driving, gave Jiang Tian a thumbs up. As someone who came from Kyoto, Zhao Wei looked at Jiang Tian, and his eyes couldn't help but emit bright flames. Good job, what a great guy. They carried out such an important mission yesterday and were awarded the second-class collective merit right after graduation. Even though he was just a bystander, however, Zhao Wei felt that he had seen a god. This guy is more than just a big brother, he is a super boss. He originally thought that by following Jiang Tian's team, he might be able to achieve some merit in the future, but he never expected that. It came too fast. The next day, just the next day, Jiang Tian achieved another heavenly achievement. This is a thigh, a super invincible thigh. Zhao Wei's admiration for Jiang Tian is almost crazy. At this moment, Jiang Tian was simply his god. The amount of drugs seized from several drug dealers is not an outrageous amount, but it is not a small amount either. However, the problem lies in the drug den in a key university. It's simply amazing. Holding onto this thigh tightly, the more Zhao Wei thought about it, the redder his eyes became. Damn, red light, that's fucking lucky. Jiang Tian already grabbed the seatbelt switch with one hand. Zhao Wei, that bastard, his eyes were red and his breathing was rapid as if he was in heat. He ran a red light and a car named Diane came running from the side and almost had sex with him. Although Jiang Tian is very powerful, he cannot withstand the crushing of the tonnage of Diane heavy truck. Sorry, brother Jiang, I didn't see it. Zhao Wei smiled awkwardly. Fuck, 200 drug dealers failed to kill me, but you almost killed me. Jiang Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Brother Jiang, we will never doubt you again in the future. Zhao Wei said excitedly. Jiang Tian rolled his eyes. Hurry up and go to Yunda. Yunda is on vacation now. We should hurry up and investigate. Now, Jiang Tian can only investigate this case from the side. Song Ligua and Captain Guo followed, but no one could take away Jiang Tian's credit. At most, they could just follow Jiang Tian and get some benefits. Jiang Tian, who is currently assisting in solving the case, has a high degree of freedom. Sirens wailed along the way as they rushed towards Yunnan University. When Jiang Tian arrived, the school security guard saw the police car with sirens blaring and hurried out of the pavilion. I am Jiang Tian, the squad leader of the Yunhai Anti-Drug Brigade. This is my ID. Jiang Tian handed over his ID. After all, it is a school, and the impact must be considered, especially the news, which must be blocked because the impact is too great and too bad. Okay comrade, I'll open the door right away. The security guard hurriedly ran to open the door. Good heavens, the security guard had already sensed something was wrong. 3 anti-drug police cars entered in the first wave, and now the anti-drug police are coming again. Yunde, anti-drug police? Could it be that some Yunnan University students are taking drugs? There's no need to mobilize so many people, right? The security guard at the door muttered to himself, hey, he's already been admitted to Yunnan University, and his future is so bright. Who has the brains to be involved with drugs? The old gatekeeper opened the door and watched the police car enter the campus. Just before getting on the car, Jiang Tian felt the radar warning. The so-called radar warning means that when a criminal with murderous intentions towards Jiang Tian or a serious crime appears within a kilometer, an automatic warning will be issued. This is also the awesomeness and terror of the golden entry scanning radar. In other words, if someone wants to harm Jiang Tian will already know about it before he even passes the exam, and a sneak attack will never be possible. There is murderous intention. Zhang Tian paused, but his eyes unconsciously glanced at the senior management of the hotel across the street. Could it be Xiaobo? Zhang Tian frowned. Sure enough, just as he got into the police car, Zhang Tian's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Wang Yifei. When Zhang Tian saw this name, he became furious. This bitch was simply incessant. I caused him so much harm in my previous life, and in this life, I haven't even started to take revenge on him, and now I'm still pestering him and causing him harm. Zhang Tian was not in a hurry. He answered the call without saying anything. Zhang Tian, I was a little loud at noon. I apologize to you. Huh? Wang Yifei's voice sounded. Zhang Tian had a sneer on his face and a heavy nasal tone. Zhang Tian had already guessed that this bitch and Xiaobo had a big fight in the hotel. However, when Zhang Tian was at the police station, he copied the photos of Xiaobo and Wang Yifei entering the hotel intimately from the camera. This was a drug suppression camera, and the pictures it took were absolutely crystal clear. As long as Xiaobo's fiancé, the rich second-generation man he is pursuing, knows about this, there will be no hope for Xiaobo to turn things around in this life. What's the matter? Zhang Tian asked indifferently. You don't love me anymore. You don't, care about me anymore. I've already apologized to you. Don't you care about me at all? Yesterday you kept saying you loved me. Do you have a new love? Wang Yifei began to question. Zhang Tian was almost laughing out of anger. This bitch, she took her man to a hotel to get a room, and then turned around and questioned him? Bitch, you and Xiaobo went to the hotel to get a room at noon. Do you think I don't know? How dare you call me now? Zhang Tian was completely amused by this shameless bitch. Are you following me? The panting stopped and Wang Yifei suddenly asked in a harsh voice. After a moment, Wang Yifei seemed to realize she had let something slip, and then she slowed down her voice and said, Xiaobo was suspended today because of you, and he even gave you a first-class merit. He just came to me to ask what happened. Is there any misunderstanding between you two? What did you think made you so distrustful of me? Wow, Zhang Tian exclaimed in his heart, this is amazing. He was suspended for his own misconduct, but the blame was put on him. It even sounded like the first-class merit was given to Xiaobo. Besides, they were both being affectionate, and she called him for excitement, and you still said she didn't trust him. This bitch. If they weren't investigating drug dealers here, Zhang Tian would have wanted to kick the door open and kill the two scumbags. Okay, I forgive you. Let's not talk about this anymore. I came to you for something important. Xiaobo said that Chief Gao values you. You go and tell Chief Gao to let Xiaobo reinstate his post. Wang Yifei continued, hooray. Zhang Tian spitted at him. This bitch actually gave him orders directly? Bitch, don't you understand what I'm saying? What does I have to do with you? You bitch, you really think I'm a cuckold? Zhang Tian hung up the phone directly. What forbearance? No need. Zhang Tian started with 2 kings and 4 second kings. He was crazy about solving cases and making meritorious deeds, and his future was bright. As for Xiaobo, the possibility of him making a comeback was infinitely close to zero, but that alone is not enough. Brother Jiang is here. Just at this time, Zhang Tian came to the entrepreneurship park. At this moment, the entrepreneurship park has been surrounded by drug enforcement police, and many graduate students and college students who have not left are passing by, looking at it with curious eyes. Chapter 22 Political Legacy will eventually reach the pinnacle of power. Zhang Tian frowned slightly. This was the impact, a huge impact, even though it was Zhang Tian who exposed the case. However, Zhang Tian understood even more clearly how horrific the impact this case had on society was. At the meeting, Gao Xiaolong repeatedly warned Zhang Tian that he must be cautious in this case, especially the details of the case must not be revealed. If it is exposed, it will easily cause huge shock in society. Thinking about it, Zhang Tian felt somewhat fortunate that this was not 10 or 20 years later. If it were the era of internet self-media, as soon as the drug enforcement police, ran into a key university, the entire internet would probably explode, but this matter must not be exposed. Everyone, hurry up and read your books. We're only here because there's a small case detail that needs to be investigated. Please don't spread rumors. Spreading rumors is illegal. Do you understand? Zhang Tian quickly spoke to those who were still standing there watching. It is human nature to watch the fun. After Zhang Tian casually expelled them, he quickly walked into the corridor. The most important thing for Zhang Tian now is to find the 6th person. Zhang Tian vaguely felt that this 6th person might be the core of the case, because when he solved the case in his previous life, Zhang Tian knew a small part of it, and he learned it from Lian Xian. There were a total of 6 people who forced Jiang Xiaoyu, but in the subsequent pursuit, only 5 drug traffickers were arrested. Lian Xian did have some communication with Zhang Tian afterwards, but finally discovered that the sixth person had disappeared. Zhang Tian vaguely felt that the missing sixth person was the core of the case, especially in this life. Zhang Tian originally thought that the sixth person would appear together, but now he finds that it is not the case at all. Zhang Tian walked into the entrepreneurship park with a gloomy face. Captain Gua. Zhang Tian nodded and greeted him. Captain Gua is the captain of their first team. According to the administrative level, he should be a section chief and is Zhang Tian's direct supervisor. In the past, the relationship between Zhang Tian and Captain Guo was normal. However, due to Xiaobo's instigation, Zhang Tian's relationship with the entire police force was not very good. Unfortunately, after yesterday's drug dealer incident, almost everyone was grateful to Zhang Tian. Captain Guo greeted Zhang Tian with a broad smile upon seeing him. Xiao Zhang, you've done a great deed again this time. I've almost finished my investigation here, and the school leader has been apprehended. You've earned at least another first-class merit this time, 2 first-class merits in 2 days. When speaking, Captain Guo's face was full of envy. This kind of thing cannot be envied. After all, it is one thing for drug dealers to be bold, but Zhang Tian was able to ignore the temptation of 5 million and directly shot the drug dealer. That's 5 million. Even someone at Captain Guo's level would be shocked when he saw it. How many years will it take for them to hope to earn 5 million? Of course, Captain Guo also thought that Zhang Tian was afraid that the credit would be taken away from him, so he mentioned Zhang Tian indirectly, saying that the credit belonged to Zhang Tian, and others could only get a little credit but could not take it away from him. After all, he is just a newcomer, and Captain Guo can understand. Captain Guo, I just thought of some details of the case, so I came here to investigate. Zhang Tian said. Captain Guo frowned. What do you mean? Bring the school leaders involved here first, I'll ask about the situation. Zhang Tian now urgently wants to find the sixth person. In his previous life, Zhang Tian had asked Xiaobo for help countless times to see if there was any hope of finding the sixth person, but more than 10 years have passed, and the sixth man seems to have disappeared. Looking back on the case this time, Zhang Tian was shocked to find that this case was probably far from as simple as he had imagined. The school leaders recruited and corrupted by Gao Fei were actually not big leaders. He is the administrator of an entrepreneurial park, but don't underestimate him as a small administrator. He has considerable power and can manage the rental and distribution of the entire park. The administrator who was taken to the classroom looked pale. Zhang Tian even found that he had difficulty walking. He could only walk with the help of 2 drug enforcement officers. Pity. Zhang Tian shook his head. If he had known this would happen, he would not have done it in the first place. Do you know that the other party is a drug dealer? Zhang Tian asked. Zhang Tian searched the classroom carefully. It was a very simple classroom. Inside the room, there were only 2 simple pieces of equipment. Although Zhang Tian had only been in the police force for a month, he could recognize these pieces of equipment at a glance. This is fine processing, the last step of ICE, the tools for fine processing. Hiss. It's a pity that no criminal investigation entries were revealed. Zhang Tian frowned. To be honest, according to the clues at the scene, Zhang Tian couldn't see any problems. The items placed there were only bags containing drugs. There was also some methamphetamine scattered on the table. And 5 stools. Could it be that the clues to the case are about to be cut off? Zhang Tian felt a chill in his heart. If this clue is lost, the missing sixth person may pose a terrorist threat to Zhang Tian's family at any time, especially if the problem of the missing sixth person is not solved. Zhang Tian dare not think that if Zhang Xiaoyu continues to study in this school, his life may be in danger at any time. Drug dealers are a group of reckless thugs. I don't know. They gave me 100,000 yuan just to ask me to help open a small classroom for them. If I knew that they were doing this, I would never approve it for them. The administrator's legs went weak and his face was full of despair. You dare to ask for 100,000 yuan? Zhang Tian said in a deep voice. The administrator is a man in his 30s. He does not hold any official position in the school, but he has considerable power. This reminded Zhang Tian of a case in the future where an employer hired a truck to transport drugs at a price far exceeding the market price and was subsequently convicted of drug trafficking. I was wrong, police comrade, please give me a chance, I will take out all the money. The administrator burst into tears. Zhang Tian turned on the scanning radar and took a look at the administrator. The SIN value on it was very light in color. This proved that he was indeed not in the same group as those drug dealers, which made Zhang Tian even more disappointed. Tell me how many people came in and out in total. Zhang Tian asked directly. Gao Fei and 5 other people rented the place together, but there were often 2 strangers coming in with them, the administrator said directly. Are you sure? Zhang Tian frowned even more deeply. I'm sure there are 5 people. The administrator nodded continuously. For a drug dealer, the most important thing is the upper and lower levels. Gao Fei explained all his upper and lower limits. There were two people from society who were dispersed to the downline, and they were both in this classroom at school when they were trading. Wow, a key university has been used as a drug trafficking site. Have they had any contact with anyone else? Zhang Tian racked his brains to ask. I promise, no. They paid me so much money, so I paid more attention to it. The administrator shook his head hurriedly. Trouble, the subordinates that Gao Fei entrusted have been arrested, and as for the superiors, they basically have only one line of contact. That is, there is only a single line of contact at the time of delivery. The delivery location is here, but the other party will only contact them when they arrive. Zhang Tian kept reviewing the details of the case in his previous life and comparing them with this life in his mind. There are many secrets in it. Especially the sixth person. No, in the previous life, it's possible that the sixth person didn't discover it, or that he was caught. However, the sixth person's identity couldn't be revealed, so it's possible that he was deliberately concealed. Zhang Tian was thinking in his heart. In his previous life, Zhang Tian gave this credit to Xiao Bo, and with the help of his family's influence, Xiao Bo's political career soared. But in this life, everything is completely reversed. Just when Zhang Tian was still deep in thought, the phone rang. Zhang Tian picked up the phone. Seeing that it was Song Ligua calling, Zhang Tian quickly answered the call. Zhang Tian, are you with Captain Guo now? Song Ligua asked directly. Together, we are investigating at school. Zhang Tian replied. Okay, your hunch is right. There is a sixth person here. Gao Fei has confessed everything after our interrogation. Song Ligua spoke quickly. Zhang Tian's eyes lit up, and his heart made a dull sound. Really, Zhang Tian was certain that there were only 5 people exposed in his previous life, which was not right in itself. This case was so big that it was impossible for someone to escape behind the scenes. There is absolutely no way Gao Fei could hide this from the interrogation expert. In other words, the identity of the sixth person is top secret to IT is an identity with that special situation. Wei Rong is a senior this year. He is the student union president of Yunnan University and one of the top 10 outstanding students of Yunnan University. It is possible that Wei Rong is in the school. You should search the school first. Also, according to Gao Fei's explanation, Wei Rong has a strong desire for revenge. You have to be careful. Song Ligua spoke quickly. Okay. Zhang Tian felt completely relieved. As long as you know the person, that's enough. Although Zhang Tian was still confused, although being a student union president had a bad influence, it was not to the point where absolute confidentiality was required. Zhang Tian felt that there was a huge involvement behind this, and similarly, this credit would become greater and greater, but no matter what, Zhang Tian felt completely relieved. Dang dang dang. At this moment, a burst of extremely hurried footsteps was heard. Zhang Tian turned his head and saw a group of people in suits and ties running in hurriedly, sweating profusely, especially the leader, who saw all kinds of equipment in the classroom and small bags of white powder clearly displayed on the table in the blink of an eye. I'm rough. The leader's face turned pale and he almost stumbled and fainted on the ground. Zhang Tian could understand this. Think about it, if a student couldn't bear the pressure at school and jumped off a building, it would cause huge social outcry, not to mention that there were students who formed a group to sell drugs. This is fucking awful. Zhang Tian put himself in their shoes and thought, if he were a school leader, he would probably be in a state of panic right now. Hello, young comrade. I'm Lianing, the school's principal. Your anti-drug team has already informed me of the specific situation and has been briefed on it. Our school is deeply outraged by the drug trafficking activities of these 5 individuals. Lianing held Zhang Tian's hand, feeling extremely cold. God knows, I thought it was a beautiful Sunday and a happy holiday, but when I woke up, the sky fell. My own students are involved in drug trafficking. Lianing, Zhang Tian's ears twitched, thinking to himself that this couldn't be such a coincidence. However, facing Lian Ying's enthusiasm, Zhang Tian expressed sympathy and understanding. We police officers understand Principal Lian's anger and hope the school can strengthen its management in the future. Of course, Song Ji just called me. According to the latest case, your school's student union president, Wei Rong, whom you awarded as one of the school's top 10 outstanding students, is the leader and guide of this gang. I hope the school will cooperate with us police to apprehend the criminals as soon as possible. They may have escaped. What, Wei Rong? Lian Ying's face stiffened. The leaders following Lianing all turned pale. What's wrong? Zhang Tian asked curiously. Comrade, Wei Rong's family is a wealthy businessman in Yunhai. They just donated money to our school some time ago, and Wei Rong's father is also a representative of our Yunhai conference. Lianing explained. Good job, Jiang Tian exclaimed. What a great guy. Jiang Tian really hadn't thought about this level of relationship. He didn't have time to think about how Wei Rong, as a rich second generation, would be involved in drug trafficking. Which dormitory is Wei Rong in? Jiang Tian asked directly when Song Ji called. A large number of police forces had already been dispatched to investigate and hunt down Wei Rong. In addition to the police force from their school, some people have already gone to places where Wei Rong might have been. The year 2000 has just passed, and there are not many cameras deployed across the country. This actually makes solving cases and arresting criminals much more difficult than in later generations. The crime clearance rate in this era is very low. I know the place. I'll take you there. Lianing said hurriedly. Good job. How could he not know? Lianing even went to Wei Rong's dormitory a few days ago, had a special chat with Wei Rong, this outstanding student, and asked him about the accommodation environment. Now, this is fucking. Lianing even wanted to kill Wei Rong. Looking at Lianing jogging along, Jiang Tian pursed his lips and said nothing. At this moment, he suddenly understood why Xiao Bo in his previous life took off as if he had cheated after he fell to the bottom. There is no other reason, because in his previous life, he gave the clues of Jiang Xiaoyu and others and the credit of the case to Xiao Bo, which not only brought Xiao Bo huge exposure and credit, and Lianing. As the principal, he caught the drug dealer in the school and nipped the crime in the bud. Why doesn't Lianing seem angry about being implicated? Because if this is not caught and exposed, the problem will be terrible. By then, more and more students may be dragged into the water through them. Shocked to hear. If things really get out of control, Lianing might even have to go to jail directly. From this perspective, Jiang Tian suddenly thought that Lianing might have been directly grateful to Xiao Bo in her previous life. The president of Yunnan University, a key university, has political connections, official positions, etc. This is not even something Zhang's father could have imagined just now. What belongs to me, Xiao Bo, you will never get. Jiang Tian took a deep breath. If it were just that, it would be fine, but the key point is that Xiao Bo not only doesn't feel the slightest bit of gratitude, instead, they suppressed him in every way, and finally cut off all his livelihood. Not only did they process his resignation, they even had the beast they had raised for more than 10 years beaten to death. But now, Jiang Tian's eyes flashed. He would eventually reach the pinnacle of power. Comrade, Wei Rong's dormitory building is just ahead. Just as Jiang Tian was thinking along the way, Lianing had a kind face and seemed to like Jiang Tian more and more. Chapter 23, Saving the President of Yunde University. The drug dealer went crazy. He lives on the 3rd floor, in dormitory 309. I don't know if Wei Rong is there now. After all, today is Sunday and Wei Rong's family is in this city. Maybe he will go home. Lianing said. Good job. Lianing knew Wei Rong like never before because of his family's donation to the school and his own good grades. This guy was not only the student union president, but was also selected as one of the top 10 outstanding students. Thinking of this, Lianing's face looked uglier than eating shit. Jiang Tian looked at Wei Rong's expression and could guess what Lianing was thinking. Putting himself in her shoes, Jiang Tian felt that if he were Lianing, he would also spit out blood. However, Jiang Tian clearly understood that although Lianing's attitude was good now, Lianing was the president of a key university, high position and power. This is a truly powerful position, an administrative level that even Zhang's father cannot compare to. Compared to Jiang Tian, he was once a figure in heaven. But now, the early discovery of this case, if the impact is small, can be said to have saved Lian Ying's political career without exaggeration. This political legacy. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes. He had sensed something was wrong in his previous life, because ever since his family fell into poverty, Xiao Bo's promotion had been like a rocket. I didn't think much about it at that time, but now, Jiang Tian thought that it must be him who gave him the clue of the case in his previous life, which finally gave him sufficient political resources and allowed him to pursue the second generation. Finally, success is getting higher and higher. It can be said that he gave Xiao Bo a chance to go to heaven. These things, clues, etc. were all provided by Jiang Tian, but Xiao Bo did not have the slightest gratitude towards him. It must be this guy. Damn, only a rich second generation could come up with 5 million so easily. Besides, he's a good rich second generation, why not do something else but sell drugs? Jiang Tian thought to himself and smacked his lips in amazement. He then looked at Principal Lian and said, Principal Lian, please wait here. We are not sure if the drug dealers have any dangerous weapons. I'm sorry to bother you. Thank you. Lianing said with gratitude. Jiang Tian turned his head and glanced at Captain Guo. Originally, Jiang Tian didn't intend to say too much. Many things could be negotiated with Captain Guo. However, the principal went straight to him as soon as he entered the door. Jiang Tian could only spread his hands helplessly. It's okay, you did a good job. This time you have saved our Yunhai from a huge loss. I just didn't expect that the drug dealers were so arrogant. Captain Gua said with a smile without saying much, because this case is so big, no matter what, they will be able to reap the benefits from it, and maybe even get some collective credit, following Jiang Tian's but to reap the collective credit, and he just saved them. How could Captain Gua be angry or think too much? His expression towards Jiang Tian was as friendly as possible, but just as Captain Gua and his men were about to go in, Jiang Tian suddenly stopped him and said, "Wait. What's wrong?" Captain Gua looked confused. At this time, we were very close to the dormitory building. Yunnan University is a key university with a very large campus. I didn't notice it when I first entered the school, but as I got closer to the boys' dormitory, Jiang Tian's map warning appeared. Scarlet map warning. Jiang Tian frowned. That Wei Rong might have a weapon in his hand. He looked at the scarlet target. A drug dealer of this level might have a gun in his hand. Wei Rong is a student after all. We will be careful and nothing will happen to him. Captain Gua said comfortingly. Lianing also comforted him. Comrade, that Wei Rong should not be here. As he spoke, he glanced at the dormitory building unnaturally. As they arrived, students coming and going in the dormitory building looked at them with curiosity. This is the boys' dormitory. As a key university, Yunnan University has many students from all over the world. Even during holidays, most of the weekends are spent in school. Lianing couldn't even think about it. If the damn Wei Rong had a weapon in his hand and openly used it in this dormitory building, Lian Ying's scalp would go numb at the thought. Young comrades, thank you for your hard work. Lianing still wanted to comfort him, but the next moment, before Lianing could react, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Lianing almost vomited blood and said, "You kicked me?" And at the same time, inside the dormitory building, there is a 6-person dormitory room. Because it was the weekend, there were only 2 students in the dormitory. Oh my god, there are so many police cars here, what big thing happened? One of the students leaned on the window and looked down in surprise. "President, do you think something happened in our dormitory?" the student asked casually while leaning against the window. Bang. Before the student could finish his words, a deafening sound appeared in his ears, which really filled his entire ears. The sound is too loud. It was as if a huge firecracker was set off next to his ear, and his whole head was buzzing. The student's eyes widened, and his peripheral vision gradually shifted. When he saw the president he was talking about, holding a gun and pointing it downwards, his whole body went cold. There was still a slight smoke coming out of the muzzle of the gun, telling us that the man had just fired a gun, and the muzzle was also hot. And just before the gunshot rang out, the radar warning in Jiang Tian's mind almost reached its peak. I even felt a sharp pain between my eyebrows. The police car stopped directly downstairs of the dormitory building. After everyone got out of the car, Jiang Tian was still standing with Lianing, and was about to ask Lianing and other leaders to stay outside when they rushed in. The terrifying sense of crisis arose. Never miss a target. Gold, scanning radar. Gold, martial arts master. Red, strong and healthy. Green, a little bit of disguise, excellent memory. Green, a little bit of gambling skill. Green, sin value, 2000. Jiang Tian's entry is now almost explosively powerful, especially the scanning radar, which can provide instant warning of any danger or enemy within a kilometer range, especially in life and death situations. A terrifying existence similar to spider sense can appear. Combined with the martial arts master's fighting ability and reaction ability, Jiang Tian kicked him away without thinking. "You kicked me?" Lianing has been in a high position of power for so long, and he has never been kicked out before, but today he was kicked out. Jiang Tian kicked him away and his body fell down. Bang. At this critical moment, gunshots rang out. Lianing subconsciously covered her ears. His face was extremely pale. "Quick, second window on the 3rd floor, shoot." Captain Guo was stunned for less than half a second and then shouted loudly. After all, they are all veteran drug enforcement police who have experienced gunfire and fought with drug dealers countless times. These are extremely vicious and inhumane people who are capable of doing anything. Captain Gua determined the location through the sound of gunfire in half a second and issued an order immediately without giving any orders. Jiang Tian pulled the stunned Lianing and rushed into the dormitory. Hearing the gunshots outside, Lian Ying's face turned pale. This time, he felt his ear itchy, and subconsciously touched it, only to see his hands covered in blood. "Principal Lian, the situation just now was urgent." Jiang Tian was also frightened while holding the pistol. Just almost. He and Lianing stood together, and when that extreme feeling arose, Jiang Tian didn't even have extra time to react whether the bullet was aimed at him or Lianing. The situation was urgent and he had no choice but to resort to this last resort. However, after Jiang Tian took a look at the trajectory, he was basically certain that the bullet was aimed at Lianing, but Jiang Tian thought about it and it made sense. For Wei Rong, it was impossible for the other party to recognize him in such a short time, and he didn't have the time. What's more, he was fully armed and wearing a helmet. People who are not familiar with it cannot recognize it at all. "Thank you, young comrade." Lian Ying's face was pale, with some cold sweat on his forehead, and he was still scared. He looked at Jiang Tian, and Lianing knew that he was almost there just now. Was it Wei Rong who did it just now? Lianing still couldn't believe it. After all, in his previous impression, Lianing always gave him a good impression. Zhang Tian nodded, holding the gun. Otherwise, why do we have to crack down on drugs so severely? Once they get involved with this stuff, whether it's drug trafficking or drug use, they can do anything. So fierce. To be honest, Zhang Tian also felt a huge danger. After all, drug enforcement police are one of the few departments that are still exposed to gunfire and bullets in peacetime, because drug dealers are really capable of doing anything. Thank you so much, young comrade. Lianing kept thanking him with lingering fear. Everyone, go back to the dormitory quickly and don't show your head out. Zhang Tian saw some classmates sticking their heads out of the dormitory and spoke quickly. Fortunately, there are not many students on weekends. Zhang Tian was holding a gun and was about to go upstairs, but when he glanced at the scanning radar, he saw that the red dot was constantly moving. Captain Guo looked at Zhang Tian and didn't follow him. Where are you running to? The drug dealer is upstairs. Forget it, this kid is still young after all. Let's go up first and teach him slowly later. Captain Guai hesitated to continue what he was going to say. The main thing was that Zhang Tian acted on his own and did not follow the others in attacking the drug dealers. If it weren't for what happened yesterday, Captain Guo would have almost scolded this cowardly black sheep. I have a god's perspective. What can you use to fight me? Zhang Tian was leaving with a look of surprise on his face, and he didn't hear what Captain Guo said. This god's perspective is a real killer. He didn't go upstairs. He looked at the direction the red dot was moving, walked straight through the dormitory, and stood against the wall in the corner of another staircase. Through here, he could see the stairs above. Although there was no sound from above, Zhang Tian knew from his god's perspective that Wei Rong was there. Sure enough, 2 seconds later, a foot slowly walked down the stairs. Crack. At this moment, the dormitory door next to Zhang Tian was open and a head popped out from inside. Zhang Tian frowned, retracted his foot, and made a gesture to silence the student who had leaned out. Damn it, if the situation wasn't wrong, Zhang Tian would have wanted to slap him. But if you dare to watch anything exciting, you are really risking your life. But fortunately, after a few seconds, the footsteps seemed to be unable to wait and ran down hurriedly. At the next moment, the entire perspective of the figure appeared in Zhang Tian's sight. Face to face, the other party was visibly stunned when he saw Zhang Tian. When Zhang Tian was pointed at with a gun, he raised his hand and said, "I surrender." Bang! But before he could finish his words, Zhang Tian shot him in the hand holding the gun. The pistol fell to the ground. Wei Rong was completely stunned, even forgetting the severe pain in his arm. I said I surrendered. Why are you still hitting me? If you want to surrender, drop your gun first. If you raise your gun, who knows if you want to resist? Zhang Tian said as a matter of course. While speaking, Zhang Tian took out the handcuffs and directly burned the other person's hands. Looking at Wei Rong's face. To be honest, this was the first time Zhang Tian saw the last enemy who killed his sister. Even in his previous life, he knew that there was a 6th person who killed his sister, but he had never seen him, let alone knew what he looked like. It's all over. Zhang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, Zhang Tian was actually planning to kill him with that shot just now. He killed his sister in his previous life. Although it hasn't happened yet in this life, Zhang Tian has never forgotten the hatred from his previous life. But Zhang Tian turned around and thought, this crime of forcing someone to commit is basically punishable by execution. Besides, drug dealers generally focus on catching them alive. After joining the anti-drug police, Zhang Tian also realized that many times, anti-drug police would rush forward regardless of danger just to capture the criminals alive. Even if there is a risk of sacrifice, we must do it. The main reason is that a living drug dealer has extremely terrifying value. First of all, the online value, and then the offline value, which are both of huge intelligence value. Only when Wei Rong is alive can his value be maximized. Tung tung tang. Just at this moment, there was a hurried sound from the stairs. Captain Guo and his men had already rushed down. When they saw Wei Rong squatting on the ground covered in blood and a pistol dropped beside him, 2 people behind Captain Guo rushed up quickly and held Wei Rong down. He almost got away. Captain Guo looked relieved. It was impossible for him to run away. The key point was that he was carrying a pistol and ran to a crowded place, which caused a terrible impact. As for the school and dormitory, this is the school's problem. If we block it off a little, the news will not be able to spread. Captain Guo went up and slapped Zhang Tian's shoulder furiously. Damn it! You even predicted the drug dealer's movements? So cool. Oh shit. When rushing in, Captain Guo saw Zhang Tian running to the first floor and thought that this guy was giving up, or that this guy didn't know how to catch drug dealers. The experience is not enough. Who would have thought that the other party would catch the drug dealer directly on the first floor and predict the drug dealer's movements in advance, especially when Captain Guo thought about what happened at the stairs just now. He thought Zhang Tian was afraid to rush forward and was afraid of death. The result was a slap in the face. Captain Gua seemed to have felt the same way as his superior. Captain Gua touched his weathered face, which seemed a little hot and red. Was this what it felt like to be slapped in the face? Usually dormitory buildings have 2 staircases. I guess that, Zhang Tian explained. Captain Gua's face was filled with envy. He couldn't express his jealousy in any way. This talent was simply beyond his comprehension. This kid, not only did he make another contribution, but Captain Gua also clearly knew that Yunnan University would probably treat Zhang Tian as a VIP in the future, especially since Zhang Tian had just saved the president of Yunnan University. That's a huge gain, hiss. Captain Gua simply couldn't imagine Zhang Tian's future with 2 first-class merits after joining the team and good connections. Who can stop him from being promoted in the future? You are born to be a drug enforcement officer. Captain Gua made an important comment on this. Chapter 24 Perfect Goddess Muya, you Xiao Bo are not worthy. I want to report this police officer. He deliberately shot me even after I surrendered. He broke the law. I am reporting him for breaking the law. Wei Rong was forcibly grabbed by 2 drug enforcement officers, but at this moment he only felt the burning pain in his arm. The flame of anger burned in his heart. Damn it really deserves to die. The severe pain made Wei Rong's mood explode, but at the same time, the severe pain he felt made him want to kill the policeman in front of him. What's going on? Captain Guo frowned and looked at Zhang Tian and asked if shooting occurs after surrender, it would be a major accident. Although it is said that drug enforcement police have the highest right of self-defense among all departments and police types, after all, they deal with drug dealers on a daily basis. The level of danger is so high that even criminal investigation police can only follow behind them. I immediately raised my hands in surrender when I saw him, but he still shot at me. This policeman broke the law. I request that you arrest him as well. He is also suspected of intentional injury. Wei Rong spoke excitedly. Everyone present looked at Zhang Tian. This is no minor accident, especially since Wei Rong is also a drug dealer. His identity is unusual. If any violation occurs, the follow-up handling will be very troublesome. Catch him quickly, catch him together. Wei Rong said impatiently. Even if he dies, he will take someone with him. He raised his hands with a gun. Who knows whether he was surrendering or shooting? Zhang Tian spread his hands. Joke, was he wrong to shoot? Indeed, he knew that the other party was surrendering, but would surrendering make him feel comfortable? This person killed his own sister in his previous life. Well, that's no problem. Captain Boy nodded in understanding. Wei Rong looked at these people in confusion. Zhang Tian walked up and looked at Wei Rong with a cold face. Damn, this bastard was the mastermind behind killing my sister in my previous life, committed many evil deeds. Zhang Tian looked at the bright spot on the scanning radar that was almost turning purple. Now Zhang Tian can almost understand all the functions of the scanning radar. The lower the sin value and the less maliciousness, the fewer crimes there are. On the contrary, the brighter and redder the spot, the more serious the sin, and it is obvious that Wei Rong is deeply sinful. I'm going to sue you for covering up for each other. Wei Rong felt a chill in his heart. Captain Guo was just about to say something, but at this time Zhang Tian walked up, raised his fist and hit Wei Rong in the face with a bang. Zhang Tian held back on this punch. Otherwise, with the martial arts master Zhang Tian's current skills, Zhang Tian could even have countless ways to kill him within a second. Even with this one punch, Zhang Tian, whose physical fitness was close to the limit of the human body, would definitely not be able to withstand it. Puff! Wei Rong vomited blood, and there seemed to be a tooth. The next moment, a sharp pain came from the top of his head. He opened his eyes dazedly and saw Zhang Tian with a sarcastic smile on his face. One of his hands was grabbing his hair. I'm warning you, don't make trouble here. You are a drug dealer now. You have no human rights. You are such a heartless drug dealer. I will beat you to death. Whoa, I'm going to sue all of you. Wei Rong kept talking incoherently. As one of the richest second-generation people in Yunhai, he seems to be enjoying great glory on the surface. Right. Beauty. Wealth. The IT is within easy reach through money. He corrupted many people, but only this time. So fierce. Jiawei gasped. To be honest, Jiawei and Zhang Tian joined the police force at the same time, but in Jiawei's impression, Zhang Tian has been mediocre for the past month or so until yesterday. Bang! The next moment, before Wei Rong finished speaking, Zhang Tian punched him again. At the same time, he pulled Wei Rong's hair. Zhang Tian still couldn't understand one thing, which was why drug dealers were still so arrogant. Didn't they know that drug dealers had no human rights at all? No, if I'm not mistaken, a month after my previous life, due to the rampant drug traffickers, Kyoto even sent a patrol team to Yunhai to specifically investigate and crack down on drug trafficking. Even the patrol team encountered threats from drug traffickers. Zhang Tian narrowed his eyes. From this, it can be seen how rampant and terrifying the drug dealers in the entire Yunhai are. They even dare to threaten the inspection team, but at the same time, Zhang Tian also knew that this place was too close to the border and it was a developed city, so the entire Yunhai was almost a paradise for drug dealers. They can't stop doing this despite repeated bans. This is the drug dealer in Yunhai. Xiao Jiang, stop hitting him, stop hitting him. If you continue, he will be killed, and it will be difficult to interrogate him later. Captain Guo was panicking at this moment. Oh shit, Zhang Tian is too fierce. He slapped Wei Rong left and right without mercy, and his face was almost broken. Now my speech is unclear. I couldn't help myself because I saw the drug dealers were so arrogant. Zhang Tian explained the key point is, such arrogant drug dealers still want so-called human rights, and such vicious thugs also want human rights? Captain Guo, I feel that this person is definitely not just directing drug trafficking from behind the scenes. There may be other cases as well. Zhang Tian reminded while looking at the bright red mark. You're right. Captain Guo also remembered how this guy dared to shoot in public. By the way, where did that shot land? The next moment, Captain Guo saw it, and Yunda President Lianing covered his bleeding ear and came over with a cannon. Principal Lian, why are you here? Didn't the ambulance come to take you to the hospital? Zhang Tian asked. Young comrade, I was really worried and came to see you. Thank you for saving me just now. If it weren't for you, your police force's inspection department came over and said that if you hadn't saved me, that bullet would have blown me in the head. Lianing said with lingering fear. I'm rough, the action just now was too hasty, so Captain Guo overlooked a lot. Now hear the principal's voice. Captain Guo was envious, saving a president of Yunnan University. What does this represent? It represents connections, huge connections. This is what we should do. Zhang Tian felt that the other party was a little too enthusiastic, but he forgot the feeling when a person faces a life and death crisis and a savior. Young comrade, I will definitely go to your police force on behalf of Yunnan University to present you with a banner. Lianing thanked again. This is not my credit alone. Zhang Tian said. Lian Ying's eyes flashed when he heard this. He was in a high position of power and his connections in the entire Yunhai were extremely terrifying. He had even called to find out that it was the person in front of him who solved the case. The drug trafficking case of Yunda University was uncovered. This saved his political career for the first time, and the second time, he even saved him from gunpoint. This happened twice in a row, and the other party was even able to deny the credit in this way. In an instant, Lianing felt that the young man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. Yes, it's my fault. Your police force also has a banner. Lianing changed his words. Zhang Tian nodded and left with everyone. After they left, a group of students in the dormitory behind them poked their heads out. Just now, many of them had been secretly observing. See? The policeman just now was about the same age as you, but he was holding a gun to defend his country and fight against drug dealers. And we are students from a key university, and some of us have even committed crimes. Are you ashamed? Lian Ying's smile faded. He turned around and angrily scolded them, but unfortunately, Zhang Tian couldn't hear these words. He was sitting in the shabby little Kyoto Jeep official car. Next to him was Wei Rong, and on the other side of Wei Rong was Captain Guo. Although Wei Rong was bleeding profusely, the case was too important and complicated and needed to be tried as soon as possible. Leaving in a police car, from this window in the hotel suite opposite Yunnan University, you can just see the main entrance of Yunnan University. Xiaobo stood in front of the window. He looked at the drug enforcement officers who were dressed in neat police uniforms, and even carried the recently equipped Type 95 rifles, pistols and other equipment in their hands. Looking fully armed. There are so many police cars here. What happened at Yunda University? Wang Yifei came behind Xiaobo naked and hugged him without anyone noticing. That's the drug enforcement officer from our city bureau. Xiaobo said, gritting his teeth. He should have participated in the operation. The case of Yunda University might be a case with a major impact. If it was solved, he might even be able to make a great contribution, but now, he has been suspended. All this happened because of Zhang Tian. Damn Zhang Tian, you are so heartless and disloyal. I took such good care of you in the police force. The veins on Xiaobo's forehead bulged. When Xiaobo spoke, he forgot how he plotted against Zhang Tian in the police force. Even if Zhang Tian had not displayed his extraordinary power yesterday and known the situation in advance, Zhang Tian and his family would probably be facing a terrible crisis today, and all this was because of his conspiracy behind the scenes. That bastard Zhang Tian actually got you suspended. You took such good care of him, but he still wanted to harm you. Today he even called me a bitch. Wang Yifei gritted her teeth as she spoke. After all, he has done a good deed, so this bastard has become arrogant. Xiaobo grabbed Wang Yifei's hair and vented his anger madly, as if this could be a way to take revenge on Zhang Tian. Brother Bo, didn't you say that he made meritorious service and was valued by the leaders? I will ask him out tonight and treat him to a meal. Brother Bo, don't worry, as long as I give him a little sweetness, he will immediately plead for you like a dog and let you return to the police force. Wang Yifei replied with pursed lips. Xiaobo was even more satisfied, but the next moment Xiaobo's phone rang. He glanced at it, hurriedly shushed Wang Yifei, then quietly walked to the window and carefully answered the phone. Xiaoya, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Are you in the police force? I'm here in your police force. Xiaoya said on the phone. Hiss. Xiaobo's face changed drastically. Muya is the second generation he has always been pursuing. A few years ago, the police force organized a study opportunity at Yunnan University. Xiaobo luckily got this opportunity and entered Yunnan University to learn more advanced drug control knowledge. It was at that time that he accidentally learned about Muya's background. At that time, no one in the school knew about Muya's background. It was rumored that she was a little rich, but in fact, she was just a rich second generation because her father was in business. Her grandfather had an even more terrifying and profound background. After he found out, he began to pursue her madly, and not only her background, but even her appearance was the most innocent and beautiful thing Xiaobo had ever seen in his life. He was so afraid of losing Muya that he tried every possible means but still couldn't get in touch with her. Muya seemed to have been seeking her family's opinion, so she never agreed to keep him hanging, but he was happy to do so. Until recently, he had been pursuing a step closer. Muya's family does not seek to curry favor with the powerful and look down on the weak. They just ask for the students to demonstrate their abilities. This is the minimum requirement, that is, to be able to be promoted this year based on their own abilities and achievements. This was a small test, but Muya's father also asked him not to touch Muya with a finger until he fulfilled this requirement. Thinking of Muya's background, he didn't even dare to have the slightest idea, but it was not so easy to be promoted out of turn. It was not until Zhang Tian joined the police force that he began to scheme against Zhang Tian crazily, wanting Zhang Tian's family to promote him. Just now, not only was he not promoted, he was even suspended. What's more, he even offended the senior leader, Chief Gao. If Muya's family knew about this, Xiaobo would almost go crazy and couldn't even think about it. Xiaoya, don't go over there. Xiaobo said hurriedly. Why? Xiaoya was curious. I'm working on a case outside, a very big case. Xiaobo replied casually. Really? Muya's voice was full of surprise. Her father said that the city's anti-drug police cracked a major case and won the second-class collective merit. It was expected that everyone seemed to have the possibility of exceptional promotion, so she was specially allowed to come and see Xiaobo today. She was even a little touched thinking that Xiaobo worked hard to solve the case yesterday and was still busy with the big case today. It seemed that she could choose him on the next moment. Muya said to the phone, I'm here, swish. Xiaobo's face turned pale. He was terrified that Muya would know the truth of all this, because that would mean Muya would leave him. At this moment, a male voice familiar to Xiaobo came from Muya's phone. Comrade, you look familiar. Are you looking for Xiaobo? Buzz. Hearing this voice, Xiaobo's mind was spinning and he almost fainted on the ground because he recognized the voice. This is Zhang Tian's. If Zhang Tian exposed his current situation, if Muya knew that he was suspended, and if Muya's family knew about this, he will lose Muya, his true love, and all his future capital for advancement. Muya is more important than his life, beauty, power, and wealth. The Muya family combines these three into one, making her Xiaobo's lifelong dream lover. No, Xiaoya, don't talk to him. Xiaobo said madly into the phone, but it's a pity. Muya didn't seem to be listening to the phone, but was talking to the person on the other end. Hello, police officer, my name is Muya, can you tell me where Xiaobo went? Don't say it. Xiaobo's hand was shaking as he held the phone. He was afraid, terrified that the other party would tell the truth about it all. Chapter 25. A whip kick shatters the drug dealer's arrogant dream. At the entrance of the police station, Zhang Tian was pressing Wei Rong down from the police car with rough and simple movements. You have to know that Wei Rong's arm was broken by Zhang Tian's gunshot. He was already in great pain, and Zhang Tian beat him up inhumanely. The drug enforcement police were very understanding of this kind of thing. Since this bastard dared to shoot, it could be said that Wei Rong was lucky that they didn't kill him. What's wrong with being a little rough and enforcing the law a little more strictly? It hurts, it hurts. Wei Rong shouted in pain, looking at Zhang Tian. Flames of hatred and anger kept flashing in his eyes. Wei Rong remembered this policeman, especially the revenge he had today. He definitely remembered it. It hurts, that's right. If it didn't hurt, why would I spank you? Bang! There was no one around, so Zhang Tian slapped him in the face. My father is Wei Yudao. If you dare to take revenge on me, I will remember you, kid. Wei Rong's eyes were swollen into slits, but he was still looking at Zhang Tian viciously. The storm of revenge was constantly on his mind. If you ask why he is so arrogant, it's very simple, because his father is Wei Yudao. Just this name is enough. I in the sea of clouds, you have enough power and influence. It is also enough to have power and wealth. Wei Yudao? When Zhang Tian came, he already knew about Wei Rong's family background. His father, Wei Yudao, quickly became rich after having Wei Rong in the 1980s. He only had Wei Rong as his son and doted on him extremely. Initially, he made his fortune through transportation, managing the market channels for Yunhai vegetables and other products. Later, he invested in real estate and his business soared. Today, it is considered a star enterprise with a brilliant and extremely dazzling scale, and is considered the local business card of Yunhai. So the question is, why would Wei Yudao's son, who is so wealthy, be involved in drug trafficking? Zhang Tian narrowed his eyes, feeling that something was not right. Are you scared? If you kneel down and beg me now, I might forgive you. Wei Rong had a sarcastic smile on his face. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. As the leading enterprise in Yunhai, Wei Yudao has used some ruthless means. When it emerged in the early years, the brighter it is on the surface, the darker it is in the dark. If Zhang Tian was an ordinary police officer, he would definitely not be able to withstand Wei Rong's revenge. Please? Zhang Tian was a little confused. Boy, do you know the revenge methods of drug dealers? Don't you know what happened to the families of some of your predecessors after joining the police force? Wei Rong had a ferocious smile on his face. Buzz. Flames instantly rose in Zhang Tian's mind. And nothing matters, but only the lonely person has been the Achilles heel in Zhang Tian's heart since he was reborn. After being reborn and dying, Zhang Tian finally saw through the world and everyone's heart. After being reborn, he had already fully awakened and now, they are blatantly threatening him with his family. You bastard, kneel down and beg me, and I will release your family members. How about that? Wei Rong continued to laugh wildly. All our police force files are confidential. How could you know my family's information? Zhang Tian suppressed his anger. You little piece of trash, we know these people in your police force better than you do. If you kneel down now and crawl under my crotch, I might be able to spare your family. Wei Rong had an arrogant and ferocious smile on his face. Arrogant. Seeing the arrogance reach such a level, Zhang Tian was filled with anger and felt shocked at the same time. In particular, what shocked Zhang Tian the most was that another team leader, also a veteran drug enforcement officer, who, like Zhang Tian, had two weapons, one on each side, and was suppressing Wei Rong, Li Feng, actually lowered his head and did not speak. Zhang Tian noticed that Li Feng kept his head down and said, "Nothing to suppress the arrogant Wei Rong. Allow drug dealers to be arrogant. What does this represent?" It represents the terror and rampant drug traffickers. Zhang Tian clenched his fists. This horrific and shocking chaos was undoubtedly a microcosm of the entire sea of clouds. Wei Rong, who was pressed down by two people, stopped and even spread his legs. Zhang Tian raised his head, and when he looked at Li Feng even shook his head at him, which meant that Zhang Tian should calm down for a while and ignore him. This made his heart sink. No matter the background or his own merits, Zhang Tian was naturally not afraid, but Li Feng, who had no background, faced such a vicious drug dealer. Think about it more deeply. Who leaked the information of these drug enforcement officers? Come here. Wei Rong said viciously. He tolerated it in the school where there were many people around, but when there was no one around, Wei Rong decided to teach the young policeman a lesson. At the entrance of the police station, not far from the police car, Muya was still talking on the phone with Xiaobo, but in fact her eyes had been focused here from the beginning. Especially when the criminal arrogantly revealed his background name and threatened the police to kneel down. This made Muya, who hated evil, clench her fists tightly. How can this be? The criminals even threatened the families of police comrades. How could they do this? Muya was stunned, and her worldview, which had been refreshed since she had lived in a beautiful environment since she was a child, was refreshed. She couldn't believe what she saw before her eyes. The drug dealers were so arrogant. So, will the threatened policeman kneel down? If your family is threatened, it's okay even if you have to kneel on the ground. Muya bit her bright red lips. I feel more and more angry and distressed for the anti-drug police officers. These anti-drug police officers face bullets and gunfire to catch criminals. Not only are they in danger all the time, but their families are also in danger. How great this is. In fact, it was precisely because of this that Muya had an extraordinary admiration for the police, especially those on the front line, and that was why she did not directly reject Xiaobo, but gave him a test. But now, she is watching the greatest darkness in the world. So, what will this young drug enforcement officer do? The next moment, she saw it. The criminal was crossing his legs, waiting for the young narcotics officer to get through, and that young narcotics officer slowly bent his knees. Did he surrender? Facing the threats from drug dealers, was he surrendering? Muya bit her lips until they were bleeding. It was not because of the shame of the young narcotics officer, but because of the humiliation of an upright narcotics officer who had to compromise and kneel down in the face of threats to his family. It made her extremely distressed. Wei Yudao, he is the biggest businessman in Yunhai and also a representative of the conference. His son threatened us. It would be fine if we didn't see it, but if we did, I can't let this happen in front of my eyes. Muya gritted her teeth and was about to stand up, but, the moment she raised her leg, it bang. The little narcotics officer who took a knee took action, but he did not take a knee to kneel, but lift your legs. In Muya's eyes, the young drug enforcement officer raised one foot, and the other foot jumped up like a spring, reaching a very high height, with his whole body circling. Then he kicked the criminal in the face with a whip kick. Crack. Watching from a distance of more than 10 or 20 meters, Muya subconsciously sniffed, feeling the pain in his nose, but compared to this ferocious look, Muya's eyes couldn't help but reveal a bright light. The dim light is brightening. Zhang Tian's whip kick was fast, accurate and fierce. Zhang Tian almost kicked Wei Rong's nose to pieces. Zhang Tian used a little more force in this kick, and with this little bit of extra force, Wei Rong's entire body flew into the air, stayed in the air for a moment, flew 1 or 2 meters, and fell heavily to the ground. This moment Wei Rong's face was completely disfigured. This moment Wei Rong seemed unable to open his eyes, but the pain in his body was nothing compared to the confusion in his mind. Why, how dare he? Why would he dare? My dad is a delegate to the conference, my dad is a wealthy man in Yunhai, how could a mere policeman dare to do that? Wei Rong's body was twitching due to severe pain and fear. This whip kick shattered his arrogant dream. Too cruel. It was so brutal that Li Feng, the captain of another squad in the same action team, subconsciously pounced and hugged Zhang Tian, who was about to take another step forward. Xiaojiang, stop fighting. Something bad will happen if you continue. Li Feng was so scared that he hugged Zhang Tian's chest. That kick made Li Feng go crazy. The style and power of that kick were so impressive that Li Feng thought he would never be able to make such a cool kick in his entire life. Li Feng quickly drove away the thoughts in his mind and hugged Zhang Tian and dragged him. Captain Gua, who got off the car the fastest and was almost at the door of the police station, turned around belatedly. Captain Gua's eyes almost popped out of his head at this sight. He had just gotten off the car first with the documents in hand, and was about to find Song Ji to report his work, but who knew that he would end up jogging all the way without noticing. When he turned around, he saw the elegance of Zhang Tian's kick. The move was so cool. Even though Captain Gua had undergone a lot of training and thought he was strong in fighting, he would never be able to perform such a kick. Xiaojiang, you are crazy, what are you doing, what are you doing? Captain Gua was almost furious and rushed forward. Good boy, he had to charge. Zhang Tian pulled Li Feng, who was holding him, away and rushed towards Wei Rong, who was lying on the ground. Help me quickly. Captain Gua rushed forward and hugged Zhang Tian. At this moment, Zhang Tian looked at the two people holding his feet, Zhao Wei and Li Zijin holding his hands, and Li Feng and Captain Gua hugging his chest madly to stop him. Although, with Zhang Tian's fighting ability, it is easy to get rid of him, but Zhang Tian thought about it and decided to forget it. Any moves he used would almost all be killing moves. Wu, don't hit me, don't hit me. With his arms broken, his face covered in blood, and his nose broken, Wei Rong could only use his legs, trembling, struggling, and curling up to retreat. He looked at the 6 people holding and pulling Zhang Tian with fear in his eyes. He was terrified. This whip kick woke him up. However, the anger in Zhang Tian's eyes subsided slightly as he pointed at Wei Rong and said, "See? If a drug dealer acts arrogantly, he'll wake up after being whipped twice. We can't tolerate these drug dealers who harm others. If they act arrogantly, we'll whip them once and wake them up." He can tolerate the arrogance of drug dealers, but his family is his bottom line. The police officer holding Zhang Tian swallowed and nodded uncontrollably. A police officer was already there, dragging Wei Rong, who was lying on the ground. After the criminals left, Captain Gua, after understanding the situation, couldn't help but twitch his lips. This kid really deserves it. Not to mention facing it, even Captain Gua became furious when he heard about it. Okay, I know about this. Xiaojiang, calm down. Don't participate in the interrogation for now. We still need to learn more from him. Captain Gua said quickly. Zhang Tian hesitated for a moment and nodded slightly. Zhang Tian didn't kill him just now. In fact, Zhang Tian was very fierce, but he was also controlling himself, otherwise he could have been killed with one move. However, the life of a drug dealer is sometimes a precious clue. If Wei Rong is kicked to death, this clue will be easily cut off. You are awesome. Li Feng was breathing heavily. He had just tried to stop Zhang Tian, using all his strength, but he was horrified to find that Zhang Tian didn't move at all. He felt as if he was facing an elephant. The horror was appalling. The most terrifying thing is that he has become a coward. If not for himself, he also wants to do it for his family. However, facing the arrogance of drug dealers, he also feels angry. Zhang Tian's actions undoubtedly make him feel refreshed and admired. A whip kick shattered the drug dealer's arrogance. It's really a fatal blow. Li Feng swallowed his saliva. After spending more than a month together, he realized that Zhang Tian was really terrifying. Don't be afraid of drug dealers. Only by being more vicious and cruel than them can you stop them. Zhang Tian sneered, kill his whole family. Before that, Zhang Tian wanted to kill the drug dealer's entire family. Although fighting violence with violence is not a good behavior, it is definitely the most effective behavior. Captain, where are we going now? Zhao Wei asked confusedly as he followed Zhang Tian. The two of them sat in the back car. He did hear it, but before he could get over, Zhang Tian took action. Didn't you hear? Captain Guo told me to take a break for a while and stop participating in the interrogation. I'm waiting for the psychologist to treat me. Zhang Tian said unhappily, but just as Zhang Tian finished his words, in the corner of my eye, I suddenly noticed a beautiful shadow. Oh no, it even looks a little familiar. The next moment. Really, memories of past lives overlap. Muya in this life does not know Zhang Tian, but Zhang Tian in the previous life knew Muya too well. In his previous life, Zhang Tian never knew Xiaobo's true face, but after getting married, Muya seemed to gradually understand Xiaobo's disgusting and ugly side. Even so, Muya did not choose to divorce, but separated from Xiaobo, because according to Muya, one person, a lifetime, Zhang Tian envied her so much that his eyes almost turned red. How many women like this can there be in this era? In his previous life, Zhang Tian's family was in turmoil because of Wang Yifei, who threatened to divorce him at every turn. However, Zhang Tian had been tolerating her for the sake of his beastly son. At that time, he had thought about it and denied himself that only someone like Xiaobo was worthy of Muya, but now thinking about it, Zhang Tian wanted to slap himself a few times. He really was a cheapskate. Otherwise, why would you have that thought? Why didn't I see through his true face earlier? In the previous life, Muya was also very caring towards Zhang Tian. Perhaps she saw through Xiaobo's character. Muya had hinted to Zhang Tian more than once that Xiaobo was a villain and not as upright as he seemed. However, Zhang Tian in the previous life seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit and only recognized Xiaobo as the team leader. Perhaps, when he first joined the police force, he was fooled too badly by Xiaobo and could not see through him. After reminding Zhang Tian several times, Muya was very disappointed that he didn't obey. In particular, there were many times in Zhang Tian's previous life when he quarreled with Wang Yifei, and Zhang Tian could not help but find Muya to confide in. Because in his heart, Muya was like his dearest and most beloved elder sister, but in Muya's previous life, whether it was because of guilt or for other reasons, her attitude towards Zhang Tian was definitely good. Even though there were times when Zhang Tian was brought home by Xiaobo in a timid manner, and Xiaobo mocked and ridiculed Zhang Tian in front of Muya, Zhang Tian still tried his best to cooperate. Even though he was as weak as an ant, Muya never looked down on him, and even encouraged him constantly. The past life was like a cloud, and Zhang Tian's eyes were confused for a moment before he came back to his senses. I have to say, Zhang Tian in later generations knew Muya's true identity. It was because of this that Zhang Tian realized what an excellent woman Muya was. Not only her family background, but even her appearance, figure and heart seemed flawless. At this time, Xiaobo seems to still be pursuing her, and Muya hasn't even agreed. In other words, what can Zhang Tian say? Xiaobo must never be allowed to get a woman like this. Comrade, where did Xiaobo go on his mission? When Muya heard what had just happened, that even the conference delegate, the son of Yunhai's richest man, had been arrested, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva, thinking secretly in her heart that Xiaobo had indeed not lied to her. It's really a big task. Is the reason why Xiaobo didn't show up because there are subsequent plans to arrest him? Narcotics police are truly great. Muya's eyes shone with increasingly brighter light. Chapter 26 The truth is revealed. Xiaobo is actually a beast. My name is not Xiao Comrade. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian's eyes flickered. It was fine that he didn't have the chance in his previous life, but now that he had the chance in this life, how could Zhang Tian allow such a beautiful flower to be ruined by that beast Xiaobo after being reborn? Zhang Tian only needed to think about it for a moment before he understood how many times Xiaobo had harmed him, openly or covertly, and ruined his reputation. An ordinary, mediocre second-generation person with status who came to gild himself, etc. Before this rumor had already spread in their police force, so that many people had a bad impression of Zhang Tian. All this is thanks to Xiaobo murder for money. The son I raised for more than 10 years turned out to be Xiaobo's. The family was broken up and everyone died, and it was Xiaobo who was behind it in this life. Zhang Tian decided to let him seize the opportunity to have this goddess with a good personality and perfect looks. Zhang Tian? Muya lost her voice. You know me? Zhang Tian was stunned for a moment. Muya looked a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say, because Xiaobo had told her more than once, both openly and secretly, that a gilded official's son named Zhang Tian had joined their police force, and she, who hated evil, had no good feelings towards Zhang Tian, especially since he had been secretly damaged more than once. Zhang Tian was just a waste. He came here just to eat and wait for death, dragging them down and making them take risks to gild this waste. It was even assigned to him, causing him to take a huge risk for the son of an official, which made Muya, who hated evil, even more angry. It was even possible that the credit belonged to Xiaobo, but was snatched away by Zhang Tian. Thinking of this, Muya took 2 steps back, keeping his distance. I'm sorry, Officer Jiang. I didn't call you that just now. Muya's tone was a little distant, and there was even more contempt when she looked at Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian instantly realized the difference in attitude. Zhang Tian realized instantly that Xiaobo, that bastard, was taking care of him openly, but his biggest hobby and emotion in secret was to slander him everywhere. He also relies on his status to elevate himself and show that he is not afraid of powerful people. Zhang Tian was instantly furious. Zhang Tian suffered so much in his previous life, but in this life, Zhang Tian is rewriting his life bit by bit, because he clearly understood that Muya was definitely not the kind of person who would change his mind frequently. Xiaobo betrayed Muya so much, but in the end Muya had no intention of divorce. She was determined to stay alone for the rest of her life and silently help Xiaobo to deal with the disaster caused by Xiaobo. This is truly a good wife. Not only are they secretly slandering him, but he also has a bitch girlfriend in public. Wang Yifei, under normal circumstances, pursuing Muya is as difficult as climbing to the sky, but Zhang Tian was not angry, because he has a big move. Zhang Tian was looking forward to it. When Muya found out that while he was carrying out a mission outside in the midst of bullets and gunfire, his teammate Xiaobo was secretly having an affair with his teammate's girlfriend, Zhang Tian was looking forward to seeing what expression Muya, who had an extraordinary fondness and admiration for the police, would have when she knew the truth. Officer Jiang, I'm here to look for your colleague Xiaobo. He's right here, and he's also a drug enforcement officer. Is he still out there on a big mission? Muya looked at Zhang Tian with a cold expression, and spoke with some disgust. When Zhang Tian whipped her just now, Muya unconsciously put away her phone and even forgot to hang up the call. He's on a big mission? Zhang Tian's eyes flashed, but Xiao Wei and Li Zijin behind Zhang Tian almost burst into laughter. As if they didn't know what to say, both of them looked at Zhang Tian unknowingly. Zhang Tian had completely conquered these 2 younger brothers. Oh no, there should be a little sister, but at this time, Zhang Tian had a smile on his face, carrying out a big mission. Looking at the expectant expression on Muya's face, it was indeed a big task, but this big task was to play with a girl in the hotel. And she was Zhang Tian's current girlfriend. This time, Muya immediately asked, seeing that you just arrested the son of our city guard Wei Yudao, this must be a major case. What, in the hotel across from Yunnan University? Xiaobo, who was urgently putting on his clothes and listening on his cell phone, was stunned. The police force is on another big operation, and it seems that he is the son of a wealthy man in Yunhai. They have even been arrested, which proves that the evidence is conclusive. Unfortunately, I didn't participate in this mission. Thinking of this, Xiaobo's expression almost turned green. However, on the other hand, Xiaobo was a little scared, afraid that the truth would be revealed. Xiaobo's scalp was tingling. He absolutely cannot lose Muya. Muya is his life. Brother Xiao, why are you in such a hurry? I'm still waiting for you. It's only been the 2nd time today. Let's do it again. Wang Yifei said seductively while hugging Xiaobo's back on the bed. If Zhang Tian saw this scene, he would definitely ridicule this bitch for being so hypocritical. Not only did she get pregnant with Xiaobo's child in her previous life, she didn't even let Zhang Tian touch him, under the pretext of protecting the child. In other words, Zhang Tian never touched Wang Yifei. But Wang Yifei schemed to raise her child for more than 10 years, but when facing Xiaobo, he tried his best to seduce him. Get out! I don't care what method you use, you must make an appointment with that loser Zhang Tian today, and find a way to make that loser think that the child is his. Xiaobo pushed Wang Yifei away without mercy, but Wang Yifei didn't get angry at all. She just kept nodding in agreement. Brother Xiao, we have already planned it out, it's absolutely foolproof. Xiaobo didn't say anything and left in a hurry. Although he was suspended from work, he wanted to go back and find out the situation. He can't be decadent here. Zhang Tian, you beast, I'm letting you raise my son, which is a bargain for me. Xiaobo, who pushed the door open, thought of this and felt that he had given Zhang Tian a great charity and gift. When Xiaobo thought about letting a son of an official raise his child, a child from a mountain village, he was so excited that he almost trembled with excitement. Before leaving, Xiaobo turned around and looked at Wang Yifei with disdain. This bitch is indeed very coquettish, but in front of His goddess Muya, she is simply an ugly duck, not even worthy of carrying his shoes. However, Xiaobo rushed over frantically while listening to the voice on the phone. I was so tense that I felt like I was about to explode. He didn't even know that Zhang Tian had recorded the video of the two of them entering the hotel. If he knew, he would probably be in his darkest mood at this moment. On the other side of the phone, Muya frowned slightly because she felt that the atmosphere was a little off. The two people behind Zhang Tian seemed to have flushed faces. It seems like he has something to say. What's wrong? Did you abandon him and carry out the dangerous mission by yourselves? Muya continued to ask. Who told you that Xiaobo was on a mission? Zhang Tian was quite curious. Good job. The case he encountered today was an unexpected and special situation, mainly because he did not expect the drug dealers to be so arrogant. Xiaobo has been suspended for a long time. Why is he going to steal the credit too? Zhang Tian was about to laugh. Xiaobo said that this mission of yours should be led by Xiaobo, right? Although she wanted to keep a distance from Zhang Tian because of Xiaobo, Muya hesitated for a moment and still asked, because she seemed to remember that Xiaobo said that Zhang Tian, the rich second generation, often dragged him down. However, the truth is, although Zhang Tian's abilities were mediocre, he was definitely Xiaobo's loyal younger brother. He did everything from serving tea to pouring water, and his attitude was very hardworking. What he got in return was Xiaobo's vicious slander and various frame-ups. Ms. Mu, this case has nothing to do with Xiaobo from the beginning to the end. Zhang Tian said with a smile. Muya blushed. She is not an unreasonable person, nor is she unreasonable. Her attitude towards Zhang Tian is due to Xiaobo's slander that is like brainwashing, very embarrassing. Muya felt like her face was smoking, and she fanned herself with her snow-white hands, trying to cool herself down. Zhang Tian, you beast. Xiaobo punched the taxi, his face burning with anger. He didn't expect that Zhang Tian, this beast, would actually dare to tell the truth. Can't you help him keep it secret? Can't you give this credit to Muya? Your brother Xiao is so nice to you every day, why don't you help him with such a small favor? Ungrateful beast. Xiaobo seemed to have forgotten that he had never helped Zhang Tian in any way. Instead, it was Zhang Tian who served him tea and water, but hatred and fear clouded his mind. He knew that Muya hated being lied to the most. He had just told her that he was carrying out an important mission. If Muya knew the truth, plus he was suspended. He was already sweating with fear. Zhang Tian, you are a piece of trash, a damn piece of trash. But at this moment, a voice came from the phone. It was Muya's voice. Xiaobo listened nervously. Muya seemed very embarrassed and wanted to lighten up. Maybe he is carrying out another big mission. Xiaobo was horrified. Zhang Tian, you are such a loser, you must not dare to tell the truth. Because Xiaobo remembered that he had boasted to Zhang Tian more than once about his pursuit of Muya, and mentioned her family conditions, hoping to use the emotional card to convince Zhang Tian and let Zhang Tian use his connections to promote him. Thinking of this, Xiaobo relaxed for a moment. Pity, the next moment. Oh, you mean Xiaobo? He has been suspended. Zhang Tian seemed to think for a long time before he remembered, but the calm words were like the cold wind and frost, blowing on Xiaobo's cold heart. Zhang Tian, you are a waste. You deserve to die. Xiaobo's eyes were bloodshot. Sure enough, as these words were spoken, everyone at the scene was stunned. Muya was indeed stunned. She never expected this answer. Are you mistaken? Xiaobo was so outstanding, how could he be suspended? Zhao Wei then came up with a brilliant assist. How could that be? This was the order personally issued by the high-ranking officer from Kyoto to suspend him. Why? Muya couldn't believe it. What is even more unbelievable is that Xiaobo would actually lie to her. I can't say I'm sad. After all, I'm just optimistic about it and still observing it. I don't have any feelings for it. But I feel a little disappointed that I was cheated. What she hoped more was that Xiaobo was wronged. Did you wrongly accuse him? Muya looked at Zhang Tian and asked. Xiaobo hung up the phone and frantically redialed, trying to end the conversation with Muya. Zhao Wei stood up from beside Zhang Tian and angrily said, yesterday, that bastard Xiaobo went to Brother Zhang's house. Oh, and Brother Zhang's family has some connections. Seeing when Leader Gao would come to the police force, they tricked Brother Zhang's mother into calling someone inside the police force to get a backdoor. As a result, Brother Zhang was madly criticized by Leader Gao at the meeting. This bastard framed his own colleague. Buzz. Muya's eyes widened and her breathing stopped. He did this kind of thing? So vicious, it was so vicious that it chilled her to the bone. She didn't even care about the embarrassment, and stared blankly at the faces of the three people in front of her. The two people behind Zhang Tian looked angry, and it was obvious that they were not lying. But Muya couldn't believe that her worldview had been so greatly impacted, because Muya clearly remembered how useless and brutish Zhang Tian was in Xiaobo's words, how much of a burden he was to her, and how great she was. On the other hand, it also shows its own brilliance and greatness, and its disdain for power. But she never dreamed that it would be like this. The image constructed by Xiaobo was collapsing in her mind. At this moment, Muya's phone rang. Muya took it out. It turned out that Xiaobo had forgotten to hang up the phone. In order to interrupt them, he hung up the phone himself and called the number frantically, but Muya just took a look and put it back in his pocket. She had deep doubts about Xiaobo. It was not only because of Zhao Wei's words, but also because of the way Jiang Tian treated the drug dealers. Such a ferocious whip kick, which almost crippled the person with one kick, was so fierce and sharp. Be decisive in doing things. And when he needs to be calm, his face is calm and he doesn't show any anger. He didn't believe that such a person was the arrogant and useless second generation that Xiaobo mentioned. By the way, what is your relationship with Xiaobo? Zhao Wei asked belatedly after he finished speaking. Friends, I guess. An unnatural look flashed across Muya's face. It's best to stay away from him. This guy is very sinister. Brother Jiang used to serve him tea and water all the time, but who knew that he would secretly harm Brother Jiang like this? He even asked Brother Jiang to use his family connections to get him a promotion, and Brother Jiang agreed. I didn't expect this guy to be so insidious behind the scenes. Zhao Wei cursed to vent his anger. To harm his brother Jiang is to kill him. Zhao Wei wanted to kill that guy Gulu. He did it. Muya's face flashed with confusion. She didn't know whether she should believe it or not. Reason told her that the 3 drug enforcement officers and 1 female drug enforcement officer in front of her were all filled with indignation and could not possibly lie to her, but emotionally speaking, the only person I had a slight affection for in this life turned out to be such a beast. She couldn't accept it. Alright, don't scare Miss Mu. The captain has given us a leave, so let's go do what we need to do. Jiang Tian clapped his hands and laughed. Just wait for our contribution. Jiang Tian wanted to go back and spend time with his sister. I want to talk to my sister more. In his previous life, he felt guilty for more than 10 years and never saw his sister again. Now, he has finally made up for his regret and all the criminals have been brought to justice. My sister will never be in danger again. As for Muya, Jiang Tian was not in a hurry to take out the video that would decide life or death. It was not the right time yet. If we take it out now, although Xiaobo has no chance, Jiang Tian and Muya are not very familiar with each other and it is too difficult to approach them. But this still requires an opportunity. If he remembered correctly, Jiang Tian remembered that in his previous life, Xiaobo had been extremely arrogant and constantly boasted about his glorious history of pursuing Muya. One time, Muya went camping in the suburbs. It happened that at that time, there was a prison under renovation. A major drug dealer who was sentenced to life imprisonment took the opportunity to snatch a gun and the renovation project transport truck and ran to the mountain. Then they kidnapped Muya. While searching the mountain, Xiaobo was lucky enough to bravely save Muya. Officer Jiang, can you please leave me your contact information? If I have any questions, I would like to talk to you later. Muya asked almost cautiously. Reason told her that she had accepted this difficult and heavy truth, so she felt a little guilty for misunderstanding Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian left his cell phone number, but at this moment, Xiaobo crawled out of the taxi. He ran all the way to Muya like crazy. Muya, I'm sorry, it's an urgent task and the case is very big, so I'm late. Xiaobo kept wiping his sweat and pretending to be very busy. Then Xiaobo whispered, so that only the 2 of them could hear, don't believe them. That loser Jiang Tian is a rich second generation. You know I came from a mountain village. Those 2 are his lackeys, deliberately slandering me. Muya, believe me. I just worked hard to handle a dangerous drug trafficking case, and this loser was secretly slandering me from behind. He's worse than an animal. Muya was a little hesitant about who to believe, but at this moment she suddenly saw a bus coming behind Xiaobo. On the body of the bus, it was clearly written that it was Yunnan University's school bus. What is this? Muya was confused, but a moment later, a large group of people in suits and ties got off the school bus. What's more, they were holding a banner in their hands. Muya's eyes flashed, and she looked at the banner with hope. This, following Xiaobo, is to be given to Xiaobo. Have I wronged Xiaobo? Muya frowned slightly. She looked at Jiang Tian, gritted her teeth slightly. If this was true, Jiang Tian deserved to die. If that's the case, she must find his grandfather to explain the situation here. Muya made up her mind. Just the next moment, the leader holding the silk banner saw Jiang Tian and felt as if he had seen a benefactor. He raised the silk banner and shouted, Comrade Xiao Jiang, thank you, and thank you even more, the anti-drug police. This is a silk banner I present to you on behalf of all the teachers and students of Yunnan University. Oh, and there's another one from your police force. As for this one, I personally thank you for saving me. Comrade Xiao Jiang, you saved the teachers and students of Yunnan University. Jiang Tian personally received 2 banners. Xiaobo's head was buzzing, but it's not over yet. The next moment, bang. A loud slap was heard, and Xiaobo only felt a sharp pain on his face. Chapter 27 Paving the Way, Yunnan University graduate students start to soar. A loud slap was heard, and Lianing looked up, as if she felt that the girl who hit him was somewhat familiar, but now Lianing didn't have the mood to think about it any further, because for him, the most important thing now was gratitude. Thanks Jiang Tian. Thank you to the narcotics police for everything they do. Without Jiang Tian and these anti-drug police officers, Yunnan University would have unknowingly become a drug den. However, Lianing did not recognize Muya, but Muya and Xiaobo were very familiar with Lianing. Muya was once a prominent figure in Yunnan University, the dream lover and perfect goddess in the minds of countless people. Xiaobo even studied at Yunnan University and learned advanced drug control knowledge. So the two people were very familiar with Lianing and recognized her at a glance. It was precisely because they recognized it that they were shocked. Lianing personally stepped forward and even presented 2 banners to Jiang Tian alone. I in the name of Yunnan University, a double first-class key university. A banner was presented to Jiang Tian, then he presented Jiang Tian with a banner in the name of the president of Yunnan University. Hiss. What is the concept? Damn it, Xiaobo even forgot the pain from being hit on his face. Envy and jealousy made him unrecognizable. Impossible, this is impossible. This piece of rubbish, it's impossible, how could he do that? This piece of rubbish must have done it through his own connections. Second-generation officials like them can get promoted simply by relying on their family connections. Xiaobo was almost going crazy with envy. After a flash of shock passed across Muya's face, she looked at Xiaobo with a little disappointment. To be honest, Muya had some good feelings towards Xiaobo before, and after today's incident, she still had a little trust in Xiaobo, believing that he was really bullied by the powerful. If that happens, Muya will definitely ask her grandfather for help. But when he heard this, Muya was completely disappointed. You mean, Jiang Tian, whose father is just a director, can make the president of Yunnan University bow down to him? Do you know that he is the president of a double first-class key university, with the rank of director, and his students are all over the world? Such a person would bow down and thank a small second-generation director? Muya said coldly, almost enunciating each word. Lian Ying's rank is very high. To put it bluntly, Jiang Tian's father is a level lower, because now he is only a deputy director and has not even become a regular director. Is it possible that such a person would bow down to a second-generation kid like Jiang Tian? Not only are they jealous of talented people, they are also short-sighted. Impossible. Xiaobo's whole body trembled, then his face turned even redder, and the flames of jealousy in his eyes burned wildly. Allowing Jiang Tian to make meritorious contributions and being so highly valued was even more difficult for him to accept than killing him, and just at this moment, Lian Ying's voice continued, Comrade Xiao Jiang, I've already reported this to my superiors. To be frank, you've saved Yunnan University and countless teachers and students. It seems that these are just a few people trafficking drugs, and they just use Yunda as a den. However, there are too many poor students in this era. From the first 5 or 6 people, they were able to corrupt with money, even teachers and students. Don't trust a person's bad roots, and bottom line, it won't last long. The consequences are horrific. Fortunately, everything is under control now. Everything has not yet become too terrible, and now everything has a chance to be saved. Jiang Tian even indirectly saved all the leaders of Yunnan University. Everyone looked at Jiang Tian with glaring eyes, and Lian Ying's words. This made Xiaobo so jealous that his whole body trembled. Why this piece of trash? Why? Until now, Xiaobo still looks down on Jiang Tian, and has always looked down on Jiang Tian. In his mind, Jiang Tian was a waste who could only follow behind him like a fool, being toyed with by him and still being grateful to him. He was a second-generation waste. He enjoyed the feeling, because this will give him an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. What's wrong with being the son of an official? What's wrong with being the director's father? He is still being played around by him like a shark. He looked down on and even despised this waste from the bottom of his heart, but now, however, he discovered that this waste whom he despised the most was lucky enough to accomplish 2 great feats in 2 consecutive days. The first time was okay, but the second time I was just unlucky again. Yes, that's right, it's just shit luck. If I hadn't been suspended, Jiang Tian's job should have been mine, his achievements should have been mine, and the credit should have been mine. It was this loser who stole my credit. Thinking of this, Xiaobo was so jealous that he almost vomited blood. He looked at Jiang Tian angrily, as if Jiang Tian had really stolen his credit, but at this moment, Jiang Tian didn't care about Xiaobo because before he could respond, a man wearing glasses walked out from behind Lianing. Half of his hair was white, but he looked at Jiang Tian with a bright gaze and said, Comrade Jiang, where did you go to college? How long ago did you graduate? Jiang Tian scratched his head in confusion, but still answered honestly, well, I graduated from our Yunhai Police Academy. This is my internship in the second half of my senior year. I haven't graduated yet. Hiss. Not graduated yet, the leaders of Yunnan University looked at each other in confusion. The person who spoke was even more delighted. He said, "That's perfect. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I am the Dean of the Law Department at Yunnan University. We solemnly invite you to apply for my graduate program." Forehead Jiang Tian blinked. What is Yunnan University? It's the focus of double first-class university. To be honest, Jiang Tian's grades were just enough to get into the police academy, and his academic performance was mediocre. He had never thought that he could become a graduate student at Yunnan University, but then, Jiang Tian suddenly thought of his previous life. It seemed that Xiao Bo, the beast, solved the case after he gave him clues. Later on, it seemed that he went straight to Yunnan University as a graduate student and even became a famous expert in criminal investigation in LAW. In that case, this should be Yunnan University's thanks, but in his previous life, Xiao Bo claimed that he was admitted with excellent grades. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian sneered in his heart. In his previous life, Xiao Bo helped him rise step by step with the help and clues he provided, but Xiao Bo framed him everywhere, and finally teamed up with the beast he had raised for more than 10 years to beat him to death, and now, all of this has returned to what originally belonged to him. Comrade Xiao Jiang, don't underestimate President Qin Gang. He is not only a famous legal expert in our country, but also has made great achievements in criminal investigation. Sometimes he is even invited to join the General Bureau's criminal investigation and detection. Lianing explained to Jiang Tian. Buzz. Xiao Bo, who was standing not far away, had his eyes wide open. Such a big boss actually wants to accept Jiang Tian as his disciple. What does this represent? Jiang Tian didn't expect that the response from Lianing would come so quickly and so fiercely. Xiao Bo had never expected that Jiang Tian would be invited directly. What a concept. The postgraduate examination might just be a formality. Whether he passed or not was not discussed for the time being. Even if he failed, Yunnan University would find a way to let him pass since they invited him. This is equivalent to being designated as a student of a famous criminal investigation and legal expert at Yunnan University. The most terrifying thing is that such a big boss will have a large number of students under him, and he is sure to have made great achievements. For Jiang Tian, these are all connections, the teacher's network of contacts. Jiang Tian obviously thought of it as well and nodded quickly. Does he have the right to refuse? Not at all. What's more, Jiang Tian knew that his profession was simply limited. No matter how much merit he achieved in the future, there would be restrictions, but with a certificate in legal studies, the future path will be bright. No wonder Xiao Bo spent the next decade or so even becoming the executive vice mayor, in charge of important matters such as Yunhai's public security. From this, Jiang Tian finally understood the key reasons why Xiao Bo rose so quickly in his previous life. One was Muya's help, and the other was this incident, but Jiang Tian was very curious about what would become of Xiao Bo after he lost these two people, the scheming beast from the mountain village. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian's inner desire for revenge suddenly erupted. Thank you very much. Lianing patted Jiang Tian's shoulder happily. I should thank you. Then Jiang Tian took Lianing and others into the police force. On behalf of Yunnan University, he expressed warm gratitude to the criminal police of the entire Yunhai anti-drug brigade. Finally, a banner belonging to Yunnan University was presented. Pa pa pa. Applause broke out. The expressions of everyone present were extremely excited because this was recognition of their work. Of course, the most important thing is that everyone's eyes are focused on Jiang Tian. Outside the police station, Xiao Bo continued to try to save the situation and beg, Xiaoya, please believe me, I really didn't lie to you, Jiang Tian is really a waste. Let's not meet again in the future. Muya turned and left with disgust on her face. After learning what happened, even the president of Yunnan University came over. Could it be that Jiang Tian, just a father who was a director, could make all the leaders of Yunnan University come to express their gratitude and support? Isn't this funny? In the final analysis, it was Jiang Tian who made great contributions. Xiao Bo not only schemed to harm his colleagues behind their backs, but also spread rumors about them. Others are making achievements. What are you doing? Muya was very disappointed. She had begun to ponder whether what her father said was right, that Xiao Bo was not a good man. That's right, Muya's family doesn't approve of Xiao Bo. They don't even care about family background, but they attach great importance to a person's character. They could tell at a glance that Xiao Bo was not as upright as he appeared, but Muya persisted. But now Muya discovered with disappointment that perhaps her family was right. This made Muya even more confused. She didn't know what to do, or whether she should forgive Xiao Bo. All this is mine. Outside the police station, Xiao Bo listened to the warm applause from inside the police station. He looked at Jiang Tian jealously, as if he was the moon surrounded by stars, standing in the middle of the crowd enjoying the adulation around him. This made Xiao Bo even more jealous and his whole body was trembling, but unfortunately, Jiang Tian didn't take him seriously at all. In other words, He hasn't made a complete move yet. Jiang Tian, who was the center of attention, glanced sideways outside the police station. Xiaobo's eyes were red with jealousy, and Muya had already left. Jiang Tian raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Just like that, Jiang Tian also understood that it was not enough to completely disappoint Muya, because he knew too well how traditional Muya's character was. Once she decided on someone, it would definitely be a lifelong commitment. Although the relationship with Xiaobo has not developed yet, Muya is definitely not such a heartless person and can really cut off all ties with him completely. It's really hard to find a girl like this. If the two of them really decided to get engaged, even if Jiang Tian used his killer video trick, the girl probably wouldn't look back. Once she makes up her mind, it will be a lifelong thing. Damn it, Jiang Tian is so awesome. What, Jiang Tian? Call me brother Jiang. Damn, that's a rough move, but it's very handsome. In this era, the underworld is too rampant, and drug dealers are even more rampant and outrageous. Among them are criminals with various backgrounds, and they are all very cautious when handling cases, because even if not for themselves, then for their families. Those people are really crazy. If you are not careful, your entire family can be wiped out by those cruel drug dealers. But Jiang Tian dared to be killed by such a heavy blow by a drug dealer with such a powerful background. Many people couldn't help but secretly smack their lips in amazement, but they couldn't help but feel extremely happy in their hearts. This is what they should be like as drug enforcement officers. Uncle, where is my dad? Why can't I find him? At this moment, Jiang Tian felt someone pulling his trouser leg. He looked down and saw that it was a little girl of 5 or 6 years old. At this moment, she was looking at him with pure and curious eyes. Jiang Tian was stunned and squatted down and asked, "Little girl, what's your father's name?" "Brother Jiang, his father is Meng Yang, who died yesterday." Next to Jiang Tian, a newcomer from the same police station whispered, "Yesterday, although Jiang Tian killed many people, the fierce exchange of fire during the hail of bullets and darkness was too intense. Those drug dealers were not without means either. Their firepower was very strong, making it difficult for Jiang Tian to penetrate deep behind enemy lines. It was Meng Yang who brought 3 people to attack from the other side to attract firepower, allowing Jiang Tian to change position smoothly and start a crazy flank harvest, catching the drug dealer off guard and completely securing victory. But Meng Yang was hit by 3 bullets and died heroically this morning. After being reported, the award of first-class merit was approved overnight. Hey, the family came to claim the body today. Meng Yang has only been married for 5 or 6 years and has a 3-year-old son. His father is almost 70 years old, and I don't know how he will live in the future. Those who knew the situation couldn't help but sigh at this moment. At the age of 5 or 6, I don't know what death is. Jiang Tian also had a complicated expression at this moment. The voices of celebration stopped, and even the foxes mourned the loss of their comrades. They watched their comrades fall and their families tragically claim their bodies. These are the backbone of every family. The pillar of the family has fallen, and everyone is in a low mood. Peacetime, there is always a group of people that no one can see, moving forward silently. Jiang Tian also felt heavy-hearted at this moment. Meng Yang died because he attracted fire, leaving such a young child without a father. 5 people died last night. Out of the 38 people who went there, only 33 survived, and 3 were shot and are being treated in the hospital. Little girl, what's your name? Jiang Tian tried hard to put on a smile. At this time, even Jiang Tian's excitement of making a contribution disappeared. Uncle, my name is Meng Tingting. Where is my father? The little girl asked. Tingting, come here. We should go. At this moment, an old man with a hunchback and white hair walked out of Songji's office with an unsteady gait. There were many wrinkles on his face and his eyes were dim as if there was no light in them. Jiang Tian knew that this should be Meng Yang's father. Behind him was a middle-aged woman with red eyes, who looked like she had been crying for a long time. At this moment, Jiang Tian felt very heavy. He always felt that he needed to do something and change something for the CRA. It would be fine if I didn't have the ability, but now, Jiang Tian felt that he should climb up, step by step to the pinnacle of power, and wipe out all the evil spirits in one fell swoop. Chapter 28, Chief Gao was frightened, but the young man remained calm. Songji, was that Captain Meng's family member just now? Jiang Tian walked into Song Ligua's office. Snap. Song Ligua lit a cigarette. As a drug enforcement police officer, both the mission risks and the psychological pressure were enormous. On weekdays, more than half of 10 of them were heavy smokers. In his previous life, Jiang Tian didn't smoke or drink when he was in college. But after joining the police force for a month, Jiang Tian became a heavy smoker. However, after being reborn, Jiang Tian was not addicted to smoking, but he did not deliberately abstain from smoking. Based on Jiang Tian's physical condition, he couldn't cause much harm to him. Jiang Tian vaguely saw Song Ligua's depressed face through the smoke. Jiang Tian joined the police force for internship, and actually followed Captain Meng. Unfortunately, Captain Meng died in the end. Although Jiang Tian was promoted, his joy for the promotion disappeared when he saw Captain Meng's family over the past month. Captain Meng has taken good care of Jiang Tian. In the end, he sacrificed himself to attract fire from Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian even clearly remembered that Meng Yang in his previous life was still alive. In this life, Captain Meng sacrificed himself because of me. When you went to arrest Wei Rong today, the families of those who died yesterday all came, and each family gave a compensation of 100,000 yuan. Song Ligua said. 100,000 is already an extremely high standard, but Jiang Tian frowned. Song Ji, Captain Meng has an old family. The parents have no ability to make money, and they have 2 children to support. How can they survive with 100,000 yuan? 100,000 seems like a huge number. However, for a family's expenses, it is just a drop in the bucket. This is already a special preferential treatment. Under normal circumstances, the amount given is less than 100,000, do you understand? Part of it is supplemented by our case handling funds. How could Song Ji not know what Jiang Tian was thinking? But there are some things that even he cannot decide. Didn't I seize 5 million today? Jiang Tian suddenly said. Ha! Song Ligua looked at Jiang Tian in surprise. Jiang Tian remained calm. You can apply to the higher-ups and say that our case handling funds are severely insufficient and the officers' benefits are too poor, which is not conducive to cracking down on drug traffickers. Furthermore, because drug enforcement officers face a difficult life, drug traffickers dare to bribe them openly. Why not apply to keep that money in our anti-drug detachment to improve their benefits? That's right, Jiang Tian used that money, but it was not spent by Jiang Tian himself. In the final analysis, Jiang Tian really couldn't stand it. It wasn't that their anti-drug police were treated this way, but he wanted to fight against the wealthy and extremely vicious drug dealers. Necessary living conditions need to be guaranteed. Jiang Tian always believes that one should get as much reward as one puts in. Keeping the 5 million as funding is far more useful than handing it over. This is too difficult. Song Ligua thought of their recent 2 achievements, but he felt that there was little hope. You write the application and I approve it. Tun tang tang. Just then, the office door opened. Gao Xiaolong, who was leading the way, had an excited expression on his face, especially after seeing Jiang Tian. Gao Xiaolong's face was full of relief. God knows how he felt when he found out that drug dealers actually had guns in Yunnan University and almost sniped the president of Yunnan University. When Gao Xiaolong learned that the president of Yunnan University came in person to present a banner of thanks, he was so pleased that he could hardly express it in words, because it was Jiang Tian who did all this. Gao Xiaolong has learned about the affairs of Yunnan University in detail and understands the danger involved. The most important thing is that the person arrested this time was a heavyweight drug dealer. He rushed over in a hurry. Although the president of Yunnan University had already left, Gao Xiaolong was not disappointed at all. When he arrived at the office door, he heard Jiang Tian's voice. At this time, 2,000 years had just passed. At least, for Jiang Tian, who was familiar with the future, he felt that the police station was shabby and full of primitive atmosphere. The office door is an iron door. It has no sound insulation effect. Gao Xiaolong heard Jiang Tian's voice. This is a very good proposal. Only by improving the welfare benefits of police officers can we enable our police officers to fight on the front line without hesitation and without worries. Gao Xiaolong spoke directly after coming in. Zhang Pang, who followed behind Gao Xiaolong, seemed like a little follower, a little transparent. There is no sense of existence at all. No, it should be said that in recent days, Zhang Pang has been extremely brilliant in the officialdom of Yunhai. Everyone knows that Zhang Pang's son caught Gao Xiaolong's eye. Gao Xiaolong, the big leader, admires Jiang Tian very much. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. Jiang Tian reversed the outcome yesterday, and at the same time, completely rewritten Zhang Peng's fate. Not only was he not suspended, he was even vaguely recognized and valued by the Yunhai leadership. In particular, Zhang Peng also knew that before coming here, Secretary Zhou had a special conversation with him, and the conversation was all about how to train Jiang Tian, etc. Later, he also implicitly said that if there is a chance in the future, he should find him more often to report on his work, etc. This is the first time in the world, which means that Zhou Jiashu has already treated him as one of his own, and all this was done with the help of my son Jiang Tian. Zhang Peng never thought that one day, the person who supported him would be his own son. He did not provide any resources to his son, but instead ate his son's dividends. He made him feel quite sad but secretly happy inside. After Gao Xiaolong finished his remarks, he came to Jiang Tian, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Jiang, no one was optimistic about you, including me at the beginning, but you are the most promising one." Hiss. After these words appeared, the whole office fell silent. What does this mean? This represents Gao Xiaolong's full recognition. Gao Xiaolong ignored the shocked looks of the others and spoke to himself, whether it's luck or strength, merit is merit. You have saved the country and the people from huge losses twice in a row. Your contribution is invaluable. Jiang Tian was even more shocked. This sentence is the greatest recognition of him. Jiang Tian clenched his fists. His fate had been changed, and so had his father's fate. The man who sacrificed himself to save him in his previous life and eventually dragged him and his entire family into the abyss, had a clear and full recognition of him. And I can make the decision. If you have the ability, you can keep as much as you seize for your anti-drug detachment and don't hand it over. This is my promise to you. Originally, this problem needed to be solved by the state, but now our ability is very limited. Gao Xiaolong sighed as he said this. To be honest, the conditions in the police force are poor and the welfare benefits of anti-drug police officers are too low. These are the current problems. How could he not know? But even though we know the problem, there is no way to solve it. There is a lack of funds from above, and the whole country is tightening its belt now. This also means that every police officer has to face extremely vicious drug dealers day and night, and even more so, they have to face horrific bribes of tens of millions of dollars. A single thought could send them into hell. Thank you, Commander Gao, Song Ji. I hope that part of this money can be given to the families of those who died yesterday. Without their pillar of support, they have no way to survive. A few $100,000 is just a drop in the bucket. Jiang Tian said. Gao Xiaolong looked at Jiang Tian with even more relief. Teammates in mind, powerful capabilities. How many talents like this are there in the world? This is a talent, a genius. Gao Xiaolong thought to himself that he must train him seriously in the future. It has to be said that Jiang Tian has accumulated terrifying political resources without realizing it. There is Gao Xiaolong in front and Yun De behind. In the future, as long as Jiang Tian doesn't encounter any accidents, he will be able to rise to the top smoothly. Leader, I'm leaving now. I need to do a psychological diagnosis later. After resolving these issues, Jiang Tian wrote a report. It was a strict regulation to make a diagnosis after killing someone, and Jiang Tian could not avoid it. You stay here and don't leave. This case is a bit complicated. I didn't know much about it on the way. Besides, you were the one who captured the criminal and discovered the case. There's no need to rush for the diagnosis report. Just listen to it. Gao Xiaolong made the final decision. This case is neither complicated nor difficult, but it is also very difficult if you say it is simple. Wei Yudao made his fortune 20 years ago and eventually built up Yunhai into a leading enterprise, which is related to all aspects of people's livelihood. With such a large business he runs, it should have nothing to do with him. When we were cracking down on drug trafficking recently, we also found that many young people are actually seeking excitement. They have good family conditions, but they just want to take drugs and sell drugs. Song Ligua sighed. He didn't know how to describe this atmosphere. This is an educational problem that needs to be improved, but precisely because of this, drug control becomes urgent. We must resolutely put an end to this bad habit. Gao Xiaolong frowned. This case has a great impact, and Gao Xiaolong understands that this case has alarmed senior leaders. How did the interrogation of Wei Rong go? Zhang Peng asked hurriedly. Song Ligua looked at Jiang Tian with a bit of embarrassment on his face. Good job. Song Ligua took a look and almost didn't recognize that it was a human face. He is now in a coma, and there are doctors here providing simple treatment. Song Ligua explained. How could he be unconscious after being shot in the arm? This is nonsense. This case is very serious and the higher-ups are keeping an eye on it. We must set a deadline to solve the case as soon as possible. How do we interrogate someone who is in a coma? Who is his superior? How did he become a drug trafficker? We must find out as soon as possible. Zhang Peng felt something was wrong. This kind of injury was easy to deal with. Just remove the bullet, bandage it, and then you can start the interrogation. Song Ligua hesitated. He couldn't say that Jiang Tian kicked him directly. He could do such a thing, but he couldn't say it openly. At the entrance of the police station, this drug dealer was too arrogant and threatened to kill our entire family. I kicked him in the face. Jiang Tian explained, but Jiang Tian touched his chin. He knew the strength of that kick and was controlling it, so it was impossible for Wei Rong to fall unconscious. Let's go and take a look at these damn drug dealers first. Gao Xiaolong's eyebrows jumped. Jiang Tian's flowers reminded him of some unpleasant memories. Or rather, the tragic situation of the predecessors of the anti-drug police, because these extremely vicious criminals are not just talk. There are many precedents of this happening more than once. Every time it occurs, it is a vicious case that causes a huge shock. But it cannot be publicized as it may easily cause great panic. Anti-drug police are, after all, human beings. He is fearless in the face of danger, has a strong character, and is not afraid of threats. What a good kid. Who said he is a black sheep? Gao Xiaolong couldn't help but praise Zhang Tian in his heart. What a good child. The act of fighting drug dealers to the end is even more admirable. Soon, Zhang Tian followed him to the treatment room. It was just a simple bed with Wei Rong's limbs tied up on it. Two doctors were calling Wei Rong constantly, but Wei Rong seemed to be dead and didn't respond at all. Leader, we gave him some anesthetic when we treated the wound just now, but he should be able to wake up soon, the doctor explained to Gao Xiaolong. Frowned deeply, as soon as possible. But just as Gao Xiaolong was speaking, Zhang Tian stared at Wei Rong and noticed that Wei Rong's eyebrows moved just now. Damn it, pretending not. It's no wonder that Gao Xiaolong didn't notice it. The main reason was that Wei Rong was kicked beyond recognition by Zhang Tian, and there was a high possibility that he was unconscious. Commander Gao, no need. I have a way. I can definitely wake him up immediately. Zhang Tian had an idea. He's unconscious. What can you do? Don't make trouble. Song Ligua quickly stopped him. The doctors suggested that we wake him up later, so don't make trouble. Jiang Peng also frowned slightly. The main purpose is to remind Zhang Tian not to become arrogant after achieving success. No matter how many meritorious deeds he had accomplished, in their eyes, yesterday proved that Zhang Tian was capable, but today only meant that Zhang Tian was lucky and happened to be bribed by drug dealers. After all, Zhang Tian has only been in the anti-drug detachment for a month, and he is becoming arrogant because he has not made any achievements. Xiao Jiang, Wei Rong's identity is unusual. Gao Xiaolong also spoke. I've issued a military order. Zhang Tian insisted. To be honest, Zhang Tian also wants to solve the case as soon as possible. Is there anyone behind Wei Rong? If there is anyone, they must be caught. There is also Wei Yudao, but he caught his son himself. Zhang Tian's heart sank. For Zhang Tian in this life, he didn't dare to gamble. So I can't wait. Let's try it. When Song Ji was about to say something, Gao Xiaolong made the final decision. Good. Zhang Tian took out a black stick the size of a flashlight from his waist. When they saw what was in Zhang Tian's hand, the three of them were stunned for a moment. Damn it, Zhang Tian, what are you doing? Song Ji's forehead was covered with cold sweat. It's nothing. Wei Rong looks very scary now. His face is completely disfigured and his arm was shot. Song Ji was really afraid that he would be interrogated to death. I'm rough, calm down young man. Gao Xiaolong took a breath. Others don't know, but they don't know yet. Sizzle. Sure enough, the next moment, a crackling arc of light came out of the electric baton in Zhang Tian's hand. Gao Xiaolong just felt his scalp tingling. This guy is so ruthless, and he is a newcomer to the police force. To be honest, Gao Xiaolong still wanted to teach Zhang Tian a lesson, but the next moment Zhang Tian took the electric baton and pressed it directly against Wei Rong's crotch. Before pressing it, Gao Xiaolong saw Wei Rong's face covered in cold sweat. As expected, this guy is pretending, being taught a lesson. I was actually taught a lesson by this young man. I'm rough. Gao Xiaolong's face was filled with daze. As a result, the next moment, he watched with his own eyes that Zhang Tian had clearly seen the other party open his eyes. The electric baton was still pressed down. A hoarse, painful howl echoed for dozens of meters until Wei Yudao, who had just received the notice and walked into the police station, vaguely heard the scream. Why does this sound a bit like my son's? Chapter 29 Revenge from the Drug Lord. At this moment, Zhang Tian began an intensive interrogation. There was no opportunity in the previous life, but in this life, since there is a platform, Zhang Tian is unwilling to give up any opportunity. Having fallen to the bottom for more than 10 years in his previous life, Zhang Tian witnessed too much about the warmth and coldness of human nature. While Zhang Tian was interrogating him intensively, Wei Yudao was talking on his cell phone at the door. Why did such a big mistake occur? Wei Yudao frowned. This time, it was purely because they found a drug enforcement officer named Zhang Tian and tried to bribe him. In the end, Zhang Tian shot and killed several people one after another. Wei Rong was also shot and arrested at the school. A voice came from the phone. This made Wei Yudao's expression change suddenly. Are they crazy? No, it seems that Wei Rong has taken a fancy to Zhang Tian's sister and asked his subordinate Gao Fei to contact her, hoping to drag them into trouble through Zhang Tian. According to their investigation, Zhang Tian is very mediocre. Who knew he would actually dare to do such a thing directly? I'm afraid this was ordered by you. Wei Yudao suppressed his anger. Don't be angry. Don't you have connections? You can use them. Besides, with your status, it's easy for you to protect your son. The voice on the phone was very relaxed, but Wei Yudao hung up the phone angrily. He turned around and was about to walk into the police station, but Wei Yudao was muttering Zhang Tian's name with a gloomy face. Wei Yudao is here. Is there any possibility that he will be involved? Gao Xiaolong proposed a hypothesis just now. Zhang Tian poked Wei Rong hard with an electric baton, causing Wei Rong to scream and wake up. The specific interrogation will be carried out by professional interrogation experts. Zhang Tian stood behind Gao Xiaolong and others. In front of them was a one-way mirror, through which they could clearly see the scene inside the interrogation room. After arresting Wei Rong, although the trial has not yet taken place, Zhang Tian still gained 2,000 sin points. In other words, Zhang Tian's sin value is now accumulated to 4,000 points, and he did not add points arbitrarily, mainly because there is no suitable entry. Being a martial arts master is enough, and my physical fitness is acceptable at the moment, so I won't add any points for the time being. Wei Rong alone contributed a full 2,000 points. The red dot that now appeared in Zhang Tian's scanning radar was even twice as red as Wei Rong's. Dang dang dang. The next moment, there was a knock on the door. After a moment, Li Zijin opened the door and said, "Leader, Wei Yudao is here." Wei Yudao? Zhang Tian's eyes were solemn. At this moment, he realized why there were no subsequent mistakes in this case in his previous life. As far as Zhang Tian knew in his previous life, the number of people involved was only Gao Fei and a few others, and even Wei Rong didn't know. Did he really not know? Or did Xiaobo not investigate further at that time? Or did he investigate too much? But no matter what the reason, Zhang Tian stared at the terrifying scarlet light spot on the scanning radar, and Zhang Tian knew that there was definitely a huge problem with Wei Yudao. I'll go talk to him. Songji stood up. Wait until Song Ligua leaves. Zhang Peng then tentatively analyzed. He has a good reputation in Yunhai, so it shouldn't be possible. Yes, it is unlikely that someone would take the risk and go down this path without any motive, even if he has fame, wealth, and even power. Gao Xiaolong analyzed. Really? If Zhang Tian didn't have a scanning radar, he wouldn't have known that Wei Yudao would have such a terrible problem. Even in comparison, just based on the performance of the scanning radar, Wei Rong is nothing compared to Wei Yudao. Maybe this is a big drug lord. Zhang Tian licked his lips. This is just 2 or ED. In the past, even after more than 10 or 20 years, the problem of drug trafficking was difficult to eradicate. Thanks to the complex geographical environment and cultural environment here, even the terrain is mountainous and well-connected, making it a paradise for drug traffickers. Trying to clear it out is as difficult as hell. Zhang Tian pondered slowly. In his previous life, Wei Yudao was not in trouble. He was even active until 5 years later when the case was finally exposed. Crack. The next moment, Songji pushed open the door and walked in, saying, "I just had a chat with Wei Yudao." Judging from his expression, he seems completely clueless. It doesn't seem like he's acting really. Zhang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. This Wei Yudao had never been discovered from beginning to end. Then Zhang Tian became excited, because this Wei Yudao is a big drug lord. If we catch him, it will be a great achievement. If I remember correctly, 5 years later, it was thanks to this achievement that Xiaobo was able to take a step forward in a key position. Zhang Tian pondered in his heart that he suddenly understood why Xiaobo liked to harm him so much in his previous life. This feeling of revenge is really refreshing. Of course, the most important thing is reciprocity. In this life, he would make Xiaobo pay him back double what Xiaobo owed him in his previous life. Chief, the interrogation is over. It is basically consistent with what Gao Fei confessed. The interrogation expert walked in. Okay, I understand. Take him down for treatment. Gao Xiaolong nodded. Xiaotian, the police have made an appointment for you at the psychology department of Yunhai First Hospital. Go there and get a psychological examination report. Zhang Peng said to Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian left the police station. After changing out of his police uniform and into casual clothes, Zhang Tian still carried his pistol with him. People like him who are on the front line will have special gun licenses. After all, drug enforcement police may encounter various sudden dangers or retaliation from drug dealers at any time. Zhang Tian changed into his leather jacket. Haven't worn it in over 10 years. Since coming back, Zhang Tian has been wearing a police uniform. It feels a bit uncomfortable to suddenly change back to the characteristic attire of this era. The overall feeling was that it looked a little strange, but Zhang Tian didn't think much about it. Young man, can we talk for a minute? Just at this moment, a Mercedes-Benz stopped beside Zhang Tian, and Zhang Tian stopped, looking at the mark with blood-red marks approaching him. But he turned his head and looked at the open window of the back seat, where a warm middle-aged face peeked out. Zhang Tian knew that this was Wei Yudao. To be honest, if it weren't for the terrifying purple-red mark in his mind reminding him, even he wouldn't have realized that the man in front of him with a kind face and an honest look was actually a big criminal. Even more likely, he is a big drug lord. My name is Wei Yudao, and I'm sorry to have caused you trouble. Wei Yudao began to explain. Oh, so you are the drug dealer. How could you, an honest man, raise such a cruel guy? Boss Wei, there is something wrong with your education. Why are you looking for revenge on me? Jiang Tian seemed very surprised at his. A fierce look flashed across Wei Yudao's face, but he disguised it well and said with a smile, "It's my fault, young man. I heard that you arrested him. I wanted to thank you for bringing him to justice. That beast will be shot later, you don't have to thank me." Jiang Tian waved his hand casually. Hiss. Wei Yudao felt a toothache. And no matter how strong his patience was, he still had the urge to kill Jiang Tian directly. Poisonous. Wei Yudao felt that this bastard was simply poisonous, the type who would bring up things that were not related to the topic. "No, Officer Jiang, you have eliminated a scourge for the country and the people. I must thank you." Wei Yudao almost gritted his teeth, but still forced a smile on his face. "You are such a nice person. I was about to shoot your son and you still want to thank me." Jiang Tian showed a strange smile on his face as he looked at the red light spot on the scanning radar that was about to explode. Jiang Tian now understood almost everything. The redder it was, the more sin it represented, and the brighter it was, the more hatred it represented towards him. So, now Wei Yudao wants to kill him, especially if the situation is understood, but at the same time, Jiang Tian also had his eyes on him. "Jiang Tian, you bastard, why didn't you answer the phone when I called you?" Just at this moment, a fierce voice rang out. Jiang Tian turned his head and saw a woman with an average appearance but a vicious expression walking towards him. In a trance, Jiang Tian's memories came back. Familiar. So familiar. Wang Yifei. That's right, Wang Yifei is here. Jiang Tian didn't know that while he was concentrating on solving the case, what hellish torture Xiaobo went through for him. Losing Muya was like losing his life, and all this was because of Jiang Tian. Xiaobo was eager to make Jiang Tian lose everything, but he was even more terrified that he would actually be fired. It would be like the sky falling for him. After returning, Xiaobo scolded Wang Yifei harshly, completely disregarding the baby in Wang Yifei's belly. He madly vented all his hatred for Jiang Tian on Wang Yifei, then let Wang Yifei go to find Jiang Tian. Despite her weak legs and the redness on her face, when enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Wang Yifei, who looked like she had just finished exercising, and his fists clenched so hard that they made a crackling sound. This is not because Jiang Tian still has feelings for Wang Yifei, it's simply because this bitch is so hateful. But then Jiang Tian changed his mind. That beast Xiaobo likes this woman so much. I wish them to be together. I would be disrespectful to refuse Muya. This bitch could harm him like that. Jiang Tian knew that she was inhuman. In his previous life, Xiaobo was successful and powerful, so this woman might be devoted to him, but when Xiaobo failed in everything, Jiang Tian was very curious whether Xiaobo would follow his old path. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian suddenly became very interested. In this life, the positions were reversed, and Jiang Tian's mouth curled up. Those two beasts, even if they were killed, it would be too easy for the beasts. "Oh, I just blocked you. I definitely can't receive your call." Jiang Tian was so sick of being harassed twice that he blocked Wang Yifei. "How dare you, a loser, block me?" Wang Yifei's face was full of disbelief and extreme shock. She didn't seem to have expected that the former bootlicker would dare to block her. Wang Yifei and Jiang Tian were former college classmates. At that time, Jiang Tian didn't know why he went crazy and became Wang Yifei's bootlicker. Wang Yifei even kept him as a backup for 4 years. After he finally graduated and Jiang Tian's background was exposed, the woman finally gave in. A month ago, Jiang Tian and Xiaobo hit it off at first sight, so he took Xiaobo and Wang Yifei to meet each other. Jiang Tian guessed that the two of them were secretly together at that time and she even got pregnant. All we can say is that birds of a feather flock together. This woman's chastity is only in front of him. She's a bitch in front of others. I don't know who gave you the confidence, bitch, you're pretending in front of me. Jiang Tian turned and left. In fact, Jiang Tian was planning to take action today to investigate Wei Yudao. A biting dog doesn't bark, and this Wei Yudao brought Jiang Tian a great sense of crisis. Before that, he was in no mood to play with this bitch. "Officer Jiang, I was wondering why you didn't have time to accompany me. It turns out you had a fight with your girlfriend." Wei Yudao joked in the CAR. It was as if nothing had happened just now. Jiang Tian glanced at him and left without paying any attention. Jiang Tian couldn't alert the enemy now, but he decided that he would kill this guy tonight no matter what. When you have a sharp weapon in your heart, you will naturally have murderous intentions. Okay, so you're afraid of my revenge, so you're deliberately quarreling with your girlfriend. But you never imagined that I've already seen through it. Ha, losing a loved one must be very painful. You're nowhere near as good as me. Watching Jiang Tian leave, Wei Yudao's eyes instantly became extremely cold. He had already regarded everything that had just happened as Jiang Tian acting in an attempt to protect the woman's safety. Chapter 30, The Brutal Attack and the Disappearance of Jiang Yu. What should I do with Xiaobo? He caught us entering the hotel today. He seems very disappointed with me and is ignoring me. What should I do? Watching Zhang Tian riding away on his bicycle, Wang Yifei took out her cell phone and called Xiaobo as expected. At this moment, Xiaobo was racking his brains to think of how to explain to Muya, or even go further. I'm ignoring you. Can't you give him a little sweetness? Xiaobo cursed angrily. But you said he can't touch me. Wang Yifei felt a little aggrieved. That's right, they met because Wang Yifei once came to the police force to find Zhang Tian. At that time, Zhang Tian was pursuing Wang Yifei fiercely. Wang Yifei also relented at that time. When the relationship was developing, it happened to be seen by Xiaobo. When Xiaobo saw Wang Yifei, he had evil thoughts. He could tell at a glance that Wang Yifei was not a good person. In the end, as expected, he just used some tricks and Wang Yifei became so grateful to him that she became attached to him, and she couldn't even be kicked away. Xiaobo suddenly had an idea and asked Zhang Tian to raise his child. In the end, the couple conspired together. So the two of them never took any safety measures, and Wang Yifei was extremely lucky and became pregnant in just a few days. Xiaobo even asked Wang Yifei to maintain her relationship with Zhang Tian and not let Zhang Tian touch her. Wang Yifei simply obeyed his every word. Although Zhang Tian is a brainless loser, you can't just give him no benefits at all. At least give him some benefits while you're hanging him up. It's a sacrifice. Xiaobo continued. But he refused to see me. Wang Yifei was distressed. Okay, come back first, we'll think of a way. In the afternoon, you go to Zhang Tian's house to find his family. Zhang Tian's mother is as simple-minded as this loser, and is also easy to deceive. Xiaobo said. Until now Xiaobo still didn't think that Zhang Tian had changed at all. He thought Zhang Tian was still the waste he remembered, such a waste, just lucky enough to steal his credit. Okay, I'll be there then. Wang Yifei hung up the phone, looking at Zhang Tian's back. Wang Yifei bit her lip, her fox-like eyes revealing a hint of disdain. This loser got a bargain. It seems I need to make a small sacrifice. I'll sleep in the same bed with this loser tonight. I'm sure this loser will be grateful. I'll slowly control him then. Just think about letting this loser touch me. It's really disgusting. Wang Yifei still thought that Zhang Tian was disappointed because he couldn't get it, and if she gave him some sweet treats, this dog might come back. At the same time, Zhang Tian rode his bicycle slowly. Today is administrative leave, and it is paid leave, but he is not planning to rest. He plans to investigate Wei Yudao thoroughly today. If we can find out, it's fine. If we can't keep such a bastard. Zhang Tian frowned. At the same time, his eyes looked in one direction calmly. That's right. At the intersection in the distance, there was a dilapidated Santana waiting for the traffic light. Normally, it would be nothing, and Zhang Tian didn't feel anything unusual, but if it weren't for the dazzling warning in his mind, Zhang Tian didn't realize that this might be an attempt to kill him. Grass. Zhang Tian took a breath. It is easy to avoid an open attack but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. Zhang Tian was glad that he had upgraded his level while eliminating the drug dealers. Just create a scanning radar, otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to deal with these extremely vicious, organized, and premeditated criminal gangs. At this moment, Zhang Tian's hair stood on end. He seemed to be looking around absent-mindedly, but in fact, his eyes were fixed on Santana, who was crossing the intersection across the street. The next moment, the green light is on. Santana suddenly erupted in a fierce roar. Zhang Tian was about to dodge, but the next moment Zhang Tian blinked and suddenly realized that the car was not facing him. It's not me? Zhang Tian was indeed a little surprised, but that kind of malice was definitely not fake, and the scanning radar warning was definitely not faked. A moment later, the vehicle erupted with a violent roar and rushed straight into the person behind Zhang Tian. At this time, Zhang Tian saw the other person's face. A man in his 40s, who seemed to be drunk. Zhang Tian had heard of this kind of accidental murder, and now I have seen it with my own eyes. The next moment, bang! A collision sound was heard. The distance is quite far, about 400 or 500 meters. After hitting the person, the vehicle crashed into a telephone pole. The car didn't even stop, and the next moment it was reversing rapidly, obviously trying to escape the accident. Oh no, if it weren't for the scanning radar in Zhang Tian's mind, this would be considered a hit and run. Moreover, now that there is a scanning radar, it proves one thing even more. This is not an ordinary drunk driving accident, but an intentional one. Parking. Zhang Tian ran wildly behind, but the car was going crazy and didn't stop at all. On the rooftop 2 blocks away from Zhang Tian intersection. At this moment, Wei Yudao, who had already left, was watching this scene with a telescope and a sarcastic look on his face. There was a comfortable expression on his face. Let me first let you experience the pain of losing your loved ones. Some things are not something a mere drug enforcement officer like you can touch. You are not qualified to be arrogant in front of me. Wei Yudao snorted coldly. Tonight, arrange for Lao Lu to cross the border and go abroad to hide in a neighboring country first. After a moment, Wei Yudao said to the secretary behind him. I understand, boss. Wei Yudao nodded without saying anything, looking into the distance. The so-called Lao Lu was the man driving the car, but at this moment, Wei Yudao was slightly stunned, and then a sneer appeared on his face. This kid, is there something wrong with his brain? Oh no, maybe he has gone crazy because of losing his beloved woman. He is holding a broken pistol with an effective range of 50 meters and shooting at a person driving a car 300 meters away. Having said that, Wei Yudao paused slightly. The smile on his face grew wider that he could clearly target Zhang Tian. So why didn't he? Is it because you were afraid of the impact? No. Simply killing Zhang Tian was not enough for Wei Yudao to vent his anger. His face gradually turned cold. After decades of struggle and coming to this point, a good person would never be able to do this. He wants to make Zhang Tian despair. He thought that having a policeman as his father would make him powerful in Yunhai. Call and tell this innocent young man that today is just a lesson. Give him some money and see if he will accept it. First, find a way to rescue Orong. I hope he won't be ungrateful. Wei Yudao said with a faint expression, but the next moment a gunshot rang out, but Wei Yudao didn't take it seriously. Even a sharpshooter couldn't hit it. Boss, the car won't move, the secretary asked in horror. Sixth brother still wants to play? Wei Yudao felt that he needed to teach old Six a lesson and told him not to be so arrogant. Boss, look, Lao Lu in the car has been dragged out. It seems he was shot, the secretary continued. What did you say? Wei Yudao's eyes turned red instantly. Lao Lu is the old man who started with him. Following him are not only his powerful bodyguards, they are also his brothers who have accompanied him in his humble rise. Most importantly, Lao Lu knew a lot about his crimes. Hiss. Hurry, go check it out. We must not let Lao Lu live. Wei Yudao was no longer calm, his scalp was exploding. Are you crazy? Can this be accurate? Oh no, Lao Lu can't be allowed to live. Wei Yudao was terrified. He must not let Lao Lu live, because once he confessed, he would have no chance of survival. Zhang Tian, who was dragging the driver, observed him immediately and was very surprised because his sin value was not low, at least not lower than Wei Rong, but there was no time to think about it. Zhang Tian still wanted to see the injured person, but the next moment, a voice came to his ears. My child, Zhang Tian turned around and was stunned. Wang Yifei was lying in a pool of blood, holding her stomach. So Zhang Yu died before he was born? Zhang Tian was stunned. In this previous life, he killed his rebellious son with a stick. Oh no, it should be the bastard. He disappeared in such an unexpected situation. Butterfly effect. Zhang Tian looked at the driver with a thoughtful look in his eyes. He was sure that it was premeditated. So what was the murderer's purpose? Zhang Tian pondered in his mind, and he felt that he seemed to be about to make a great contribution. No matter who was behind this, he would get rid of it this time. Chapter 31. Don't let him get carried away. What? He has accomplished something again? Who sent you? Zhang Tian dragged the man who was driving, and his keen sense of the abnormality made him aware of it. The taste is wrong. Although Zhang Tian has only been working as a narcotics police officer for a short time, the most common cases he encounters while working in this unit are drug dealers and drug users. At first, Zhang Tian thought the person in front of him was drunk, but it turned out not to be the case. He was taking drugs. Zhang Tian's shot just now did not kill him. The bullet hit the other party's side of the brain and just passed by. This has to do with Zhang Tian's abnormal shooting skills. The hit on the side of the head caused the man to lose consciousness for a short time, but as long as he receives timely treatment, his life will not be in danger. But the prerequisite is to have such amazing shooting skills as Zhang Tian. The driver shook his head, looking not very sober, with blood all over his face. Crack. However, Zhang Tian didn't say anything. He took out handcuffs from his back and put them on the other person's arms and locked them. After doing all this, Zhang Tian turned around. At this moment, Wang Yifei was holding her stomach. I don't know about other parts of her body, but blood was constantly flowing out from her legs. Zhang Tian himself did not expect this scene due to an accident. The rebellious son who would kill him in the future was aborted. Fickle, Zhang Tian was still feeling lost. That rebellious son from his previous life had inherited the beastly genes of Xiao Bo and Wang Yifei. He would definitely not be a good person in the future. Moreover, he had killed him in his previous life. Zhang Tian was wondering how old he should wait to take revenge on the other party. Unexpectedly, before we could take any action, the little bastard was gone. I'll call an ambulance for you. Zhang Tian dialed the ambulance number with his mobile phone. However, according to Zhang Tian's experience, the problem is not small. Wang Yifei sat on the ground with her legs without moving, and if she wasn't careful, her lower body would be paralyzed. Thank you for saving me just now. Wang Yifei covered her stomach with her hands and her face was full of pain, but she was still full of gratitude to Jiang Tian. I have to say that the murderer who caused the accident just now wanted to run over Wang Yifei after seeing that she was not killed. In the end, Jiang Tian fired the shot, which actually gave her a chance to survive. In particular, Jiang Tian fired a shot at the critical moment, which had a great impact on Wang Yifei. Wang Yifei is a woman who admires strong men. And this admiration for strong men has reached a severe level. At this moment, Wang Yifei looked at Jiang Tian's profile and suddenly thought that it would not be a bad thing if she could completely reconcile with Jiang Tian and spend the rest of her life together as before. It was because of Xiaobo's little plan that made her crazy about him and pursue him, and she took the initiative to ask him out. At the end of the day, she's essentially a bitch. This is the first time I hear thank you from you. Jiang Tian sneered. Wang Yifei was stunned by these words. Jiang Tian, I'm in this state, and you don't care about me. Instead, you dwell on such trivial matters. I thought you had grown up a little, but I didn't expect you to be still like this. Jiang Tian almost burst out laughing. He actually wanted to slap this bitch. Why should I care about you? I saved you and I owe you something. Jiang Tian checked the drug dealer's injuries and didn't care about the blood on his hands. The main reason was that he was still afraid that the drug dealer would die. It would be troublesome to die here. He did not respond to Wang Yifei's words, but just pondered in his mind, what, Wang Yifei? That's obviously impossible. Wang Yifei had never been attacked in her previous life, but she was attacked now. This proves that the problem is not with Wang Yifei, but with herself. Until one's identity is revealed and one has grudges, it is only these 2 days of action. If that's the case, then it's very likely that Wei Yudao misunderstood something and did this to retaliate and warn me? Jiang Tian thought of Wei Yudao's gloomy face when he left just now, and he was basically 80% sure in his heart, but it was precisely because of this speculation that Jiang Tiankai was shot and nothing else. Even Jiang Tian gasped at the drug dealer's arrogance. When I saw cases in the past, I didn't feel anything. It was only when I experienced it myself that I could feel it clearly. Jiang Tian didn't even dare to imagine how he would feel if the person lying here was Zhang Xiaoyu instead of Wang Yifei. Wei Yudao. Jiang Tian took a deep breath. The danger for drug enforcement officers is not only for themselves, but also for their families. However, the arrogance and terror of drug dealers in this era are beyond imagination. Jiang Tian determined his goal and decided that it would be better to deal with Wei Yudao sooner rather than later. He must get rid of Wei Yudao today at the latest. Now he is completely confident in his skills. So, Jiang Tian took out his phone and prepared to call Song Ligua to report the situation. Song Ligua squinted his eyes. At this moment, the office was particularly quiet, but Song Ligua was still in a good mood. Jiang Tian turned the tide against all odds yesterday and achieved such great results today, and it was shown in front of Gao Xiaolong. In just 2 days, Song Ligua's perception of Jiang Tian had completely changed. How did this kid do it? Song Ligua took a sip of water and thought silently. There was no other reason. Jiang Tian's performance in the past was too mediocre. It's not that Jiang Tian was a waste or anything. He was good-looking, but his academic performance was mediocre. He just barely passed the police academy. After entering the police academy, I don't know if it was because I couldn't learn or for some other reason, but I failed every year. Of course, in the past, Song Ligua even suggested to Jiang Peng not to let Jiang Tian join the police force, because the most important influence was that Jiang Tian had a somewhat cowardly personality in the past. To put it bluntly, it means being weak and vulnerable. The timid look made Song Ligua doubt whether he had remembered it wrong. After all, Jiang Tian was his neighbor who had grown up under his watch. This kid was definitely hiding before. Not to mention last night, even when we arrested Wei Rong today, he acted decisively, not timidly at all. Captain Gui reported today's detailed operations to Song Ligua. Song Ligua nodded continuously. Jiang Tian entered the police force for internship under the guidance of Meng Yang, a subordinate of Captain Guo. To be precise, Captain Gui of the 1st Brigade is Jiang Tian's immediate superior. You are right, but this kid is also young. After he comes back from the first hospital, you have to take better care of him in the future, especially do a good job of psychological counseling for him. Don't let him get carried away after his achievements. Young people are prone to get carried away. Song Ligua took a sip of tea and smiled in a good mood. Don't worry. I have a feeling that with his incredible marksmanship, within 2 years, this kid will become the backbone of our team. Captain Gui stood up and said, Song Ji, I'll be leaving now. Let's check on the 2 drug dealers who are involved with Gao Fei and Wei Rong. Song Ligua stood up and was about to speak when the phone rang. Song Ligua smiled at Captain Gui, looked at the caller ID, and pressed the answer button. The caller ID showed Jiang Tian's number. As soon as the call was connected. I'm rough, real, good. What are you talking about? This was a drug addict who maliciously hit someone with his car and then ran them over a second time. You saved the person. Okay, I get it. Comrade Xiaojiang, well done, you did a great job. Swish. After he finished speaking, Song Ligua's face was trembling with excitement, and his hands were shaking. God knows how much pressure Song Ligua is under and how terrifying it is. It is no exaggeration to say that the purpose of Gao Xiaolong being sent here is to supervise them. Gao Xiaolong has been here for so many days, but Junhai has not achieved any success. But the drug dealers and drug traffickers in Yunhai are so crazy that they show no signs of restraint, and it seems that they are impossible to catch. Gao Xiaolong has become extremely impatient. Under such circumstances, the anti-drug detachment, eager to make a contribution, finally found information about the overseas investigation. They wanted to do something big, but who knew they would poop so big? If it weren't for Jiang Tian, they would have been wiped out before the day was over. Another group of drug dealers were arrested this morning, and they were from Yunnan University. Give it an administrative leave and go back. Damn, I encountered a drug addict committing murder. As an old drug enforcement officer, Song Ligua instantly and keenly realized what was hidden behind it. That's why Song Ligua was excited. You have to know that before this, Gao Xiaolong had scolded him countless times, and had said more than once that if he couldn't do the job, he should be replaced by someone more capable. Zhang Peng was also reported to the higher authorities by Gao Xiaolong for his unsatisfactory performance in drug control and was held accountable. Damn it, Song Ji, this guy is going to make another contribution? Captain Guo was stunned. What's the matter? It's been 2 days since I last saw this guy, and he's already full of energy. He's given a day off and he can take some credit for it? But Captain Guo was nothing but shocked and excited. My goodness, he couldn't even raise his head when he went to the provincial department for meetings and exchanges. You are being criticized by others for your failure in drug control in Yunhai, which has brought disaster to the area under their jurisdiction. Most of the drugs come out of your Yunhai. I don't know how Yunhai fights drug abuse. There are countless such taunts. This kid is so lucky. He is still applying for the first-class merit of Yunnan University. He won't be rewarded with merit again, right? Captain Guo swallowed his saliva. Yes, other people get first-class merit by doing nothing, but this guy gets first-class merit by wholesale. Let's go and take a look first. If nothing unexpected happens, he will at least get a third-class merit. Songji picked up the clothes. After all, this is saving lives. 2 days, 3 achievements. Wow, Songji thought about himself. He had been a police officer for so many years and had worked diligently in the anti-drug detachment for so many years, but he was almost surpassed by Jiang Tian in 2 days. Oh no, he didn't surpass him in total, but the quality was instantly surpassed, because he hasn't even won a first-class merit yet. Chapter 32, Merit Stamp Collection, Reward God of Wealth Blessing. When Song Ligua and others arrived, all I could see was Jiang Tian locking up the prisoners. There was another girl not far away because she was closest to the police station. So when Song Ligua and others arrived, the ambulance had not arrived yet. How is the injured person? Song Ligua's expression was very serious. Driving under the influence of drugs is much more serious than driving under the influence of alcohol. The situation is quite serious. She is bleeding from her lower body. We need to wait for the doctor to examine her. I didn't touch her. Jiang Tian gave a brief explanation. As a righteous drug enforcement officer, although Wang Yifei is a piece of shit, facing this situation, Jiang Tian still follows the attitude of being impartial and impartial. When it comes to office hours, Jiang Tian will not look at things with tinted glasses. But isn't it bullshit to ask Jiang Tian to take care of you in every possible way and really fulfill his boyfriend's duties? Well, that's good. Let's interrogate him properly. Song Ligua breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no one was killed, it was good. Moreover, if we interrogate a drug addict, we may be able to find out the cause of the crime. Hey, wait, Xiaojiang, isn't this your girlfriend? At this moment, Captain Guo, who was following behind, took a closer look. Wow, this look shocked Captain Guo so much that he took half a step back. His face was also pale. Obviously, this brought bad memories to Captain Guo, having been in the police force for so long, especially as a narcotics officer. Captain Guo has witnessed drug dealers retaliating against their families, and there's precedent for this. Hearing what Captain Guo said, Song Ligua also turned his head. I have to say that there was a regret in the past. Song Ligua once had a good daughter who was a classmate of Jiang Tian, and most importantly, they grew up together. Song Ligua once thought that his daughter and Jiang Tian could be lovers. Although Jiang Tian was a bit ordinary in the past, he was at least honest, so Song Ligua was still very relieved. It's just a pity that Jiang Tian doesn't seem to have any interest in his daughter, and Song Ligua didn't force him, so he just let it go. Her daughter later went abroad to study. No, she is not. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Tian quickly shook his head. Damn it, speaking of this, Zhang Tian wanted to slap himself twice. Why was he so shameless finding a bitch like this? And the key is that she also brought the police force to show off. Break up? Song Ji was slightly surprised. Zhang Tian nodded decisively. We broke up a long time ago. Song Ligua patted Zhang Tian on the shoulder and said, your sister Qiu Wan will be back the day after tomorrow. Let's get together then. You haven't seen each other for a while. Sister Qiu Wan is coming? Zhang Tian looked surprised. Song Qiu Wan's fate in her previous life was also very tragic. In her previous life, Song Qiu Wan was abroad and Song Ligua had been suspended from his job. Later, when Zhang Tian and Song Ligua were drinking, they heard that something happened. A drug-addicted man tried to insult him, and in the end, the drug-addicted man shot and killed him in anger. However, in the previous life, there was no invitation from Song Ligua. At that time, Zhang Tian was still following Wang Yifei like a bootlicker, so Song Ligua may not want the two to meet and cause bad consequences. I understand. Zhang Tian nodded. While they were talking, the ambulance arrived and dragged Wang Yifei away. Zhang Tian didn't even look at Wang Yifei. This bitch, Zhang Tian just saved her, and he was already doing so within the moral bottom line of a police officer. Then Zhang Tian joined the police force for the third time, made a basic report on the task. A bullet shot through the side of the head from 200 or 300 meters away. But the key point was that the person driving under the influence of drugs was not killed. This shooting technique, once again gave the police force a great shock. Wow, that's awesome, the god of gun. Zhao Wei stared at his brother Zheng in amazement. I think there should be no problem in applying for a third-class merit for you this time. Song Ligua also said to Zhang Tian, Dao, the third-class merit. Zhang Tian thought about it for a moment and felt a little disdainful of the third-class merit. Just the third-class merit? Song Ligua looked at Zhang Tian with some disdain, and his face darkened instantly. Get lost, hurry up and go to the hospital for a psychological evaluation. Is that enough for you to take 2 days of paid leave? That's enough. Zhang Tian staggered and walked out of the police station slowly. The smile on his face gradually faded. Before his eyes, a screen of light appeared that only he could see. It is detected that the host has won multiple merits, and the stamp collecting achievement task has been opened. 1. Please collect stamps 3 times and get first-class merit. Reward, God of Wealth item. After wearing it, a certain amount of wealth will be generated every minute. 2. Please collect the first, second, and third level merits once each to receive a reward, a divine item that controls body shape. After wearing it, the host will obtain the most perfect body shape and coordination ability in the world. Hanging Zhang Tian's eyes lit up. Over at Yunda, the case itself wasn't enough. Saving Principal Lianing meant they were awarded a first-class merit. In other words, they're 2 first-class merits short of 1. If they had killed Wei Yudao, that would have been at least a first-class merit as well. As for the second entry, Zhang Tian was even more jealous. Although his figure is better now, he only has a little muscle and looks uncoordinated. At least, according to Zhang Tian's martial arts master's perspective, many parts of his body cannot exert 100% of their strength and perform corresponding movements. Things like muscle groups and body shape can only be achieved through daily exercise. With this, Zhang Tian was able to shape the most perfect body, so how could he not be happy? This is especially true for wealth entries. Zhang's father has a company bus, but Zhang Tian cannot use it for personal purposes, and he is even more forbidden to use the police force's official vehicles for personal purposes. He still rides a small bicycle to and from get off work. 50,000 yuan is not enough to buy a car now. With the god of wealth, Zhang Tian will no longer be afraid of being poor. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian was full of motivation and rode his bicycle directly towards the city center. When he was in the police force, Zhang Tian had already looked up information related to Wei Yudao. In particular, Zhang Tian still had some impressions of his previous life in his mind. Wei Yudao was found out 5 years later. It seemed that it was because there was a factory near the suburbs, which emitted a pungent metallic chemical smell every day. Then a report was filed, and after investigation, it was discovered that it was actually a drug factory, and the boss is Wei Yudao. Once you enter the underworld, it is like entering a deep sea. Although Wei Yudao desperately wants to whitewash himself, black is black. Once you enter this line of work, it is impossible to escape. However, after the truth was finally revealed, Wei Yudao ran away. Finally, a Class A1 and warrant was issued, but until Zhang Tian was reborn, Wei Yudao was not arrested. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian suddenly felt that if he solved this case, he would definitely get the first-class merit. Reborn with 3 first-class merits in hand. When Zhang Tian thought of this, his heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. In a trance, he thought of his previous life. At that time, he was at the lowest point in his life. His parents were placed under double supervision, and he was also suspended from work and stayed at home. The relatives who had once been frantically trying to please him, in an instant, scattered and fled, fearing that they would have anything to do with his family. And the fate of this life has been completely changed. Evening, the starry sky is bright. Jung Tian arrived at the outskirts of Yunhai. The entire sea of clouds is actually surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and various tunnels lead to various parts of the country and abroad. The well-connected mountain and forest environment provides a huge breeding ground for evil. Jung Tian searched for the whole afternoon. Finally, in the evening, he hid outside a factory. It's here. Jung Tian sniffed out a strong, pungent metallic smell rushed into my head. Although he had only been in the anti-drug detachment for more than a month, Jung Tian had learned about drugs when he was in school. This is the process of making ice. After being exposed to high temperatures, it will produce a strong metallic taste, very pungent. Jung Tian observed the environment. The drug factory was located at the edge of the sea of clouds. It was very remote. There was only a small village a few miles away, and a road leading up a mountain through that small village. On the surface, this is an ordinary small steel plant. If it weren't for the dense red dots in Jung Tian's scanning radar, Jung Tian would even find it difficult to detect. It's so hidden, no wonder the drug factory has not been discovered here for so many years. Jung Tian observed with a sharp eye. He took no action. According to his observation, there were probably 2 people on guard at the periphery, but facing Jung Tian, they were able to sneak in easily. In the factory inside the wall, Jung Tian looked through the gaps in the windows and saw people coming and going. He saw at a glance that there were at least 20 people. There is no doubt that this is a huge drug factory, and Jung Tian observed the courtyard. There was also a luxurious Mercedes-Benz parked in the yard. It's Wei Yudao. Jung Tian's eyes lit up, and he was just about to use his phone to notify the police. The next moment, Wei Yudao led his men out of the factory, holding a large Tibetan Mastiff in his hand. Old Ding, I'm leaving this place in your hands. Make sure it's safe. Be careful not to let the news leak out and attract the police. Don't worry, boss. I know what to do. Lao Ding, who seemed to be the person in charge of the factory, replied. You know what I'm talking about. Yunhai has been cracking down on drugs recently. I heard that a senior leader has come down to supervise Yunhai's drug control in person. I'm afraid a major action will be launched soon. However, this batch of goods is very important. After we finish this batch of goods, we will stop temporarily and wait until the storm has passed. Wei Yudao said lightly. The batch of goods will be complete tomorrow. Lao Ding replied. Wei Yudao nodded. The sooner the better. After saying this, Wei Yudao turned to his secretary and said, be more restrained recently. Don't touch Jung Tian's other family members for now, but find an opportunity to kill Jung Tian's drug enforcement officer. When Wei Yudao said this, it didn't seem like he wanted to take a life. It's like killing a cat or dog. They have become indifferent to human life. Boss, we found out that Jung Tian's father is the director of our Yunhai bureau. Should we do this? The secretary hesitated. What's wrong with the director? If the higher-ups hadn't noticed Yunhai, I would have killed his entire family. Wei Yudao said with a faint expression. It doesn't seem like this is the first time this has happened. In the eyes of a cruel person like him, human life may be less valuable than a dog's. Jung Tian, who was hiding behind the wall, had a fierce look in his eyes. Fortunately, we took action early. If we had acted later, I'm afraid Wei Yudao would have been so angry that he would have attacked Xiaoyu and the others. Jung Tian's face was also full of murderous intent. I became completely clear-headed in my mind. Dealing with these drug dealers is different from dealing with criminal police. The drug dealers that drug enforcement police face are organized and countless times more vicious criminals. These people are inhumane and cruel. When they are forced into a desperate situation, they will use any means of revenge. Moreover, most drug dealers have several lives on their hands. Woof. Woof woof. Just at this moment, the sound of dogs barking was heard. In this quiet mountain area and in this silent factory, it is particularly harsh. The Tibetan Mastiff led by Wei Yudao looked in one direction with fierce eyes and howled loudly. He even wanted to break free and rush out. Wei Yudao turned his head curiously and asked, are there new people in the factory? Old Ding shook his head in confusion. Boss, the cops have been patrolling everywhere lately, looking for clues. How dare we hire new people? We haven't had any new people in for over 6 months. The more Wei Yudao listened, the more solemn his expression became. At the end, Wei Yudao suddenly looked at the wall and shouted with a tingling scalp, who? You had to panic, but he was not discovered. He was the richest man in Yunhai. He was a representative of the conference. He was a famous Yunhai philanthropist, and he had donated to more than a dozen primary schools, but he was discovered to be a drug dealer. Anyone who took more than 50 grams would be shot. He had been manufacturing and trafficking drugs for so many years, and he had no idea how much he had taken. Even if they were executed tens of thousands of times, it probably wouldn't be enough. How can I not panic? This is a fatal matter. As long as there is no evidence and no evidence is found, you can do whatever you want even after being discovered. Wei Yudao was still very rational in confronting the state apparatus. After a while, there was no movement around. Wei Yudao took the Tibetan Mastiff and his men and hid behind the car, then gave a look to the security guards guarding the factory. A total of 4 security guards looked at each other, carefully walked out of the vehicle range and approached the wall. 10 meters. 5 meters. The next moment, a flash of silver light. Chapter 33 Upgrade, Triple Limit. This is crushing. The provincial department's conference room was brightly lit in the dark night. Gao Xiaolong sat in the main seat in the conference room. Below them are the director of the provincial department and Jiang Pang, the director of Yunhai. Below that are Song Ligua and other leaders of the anti-drug team, as well as the head of the provincial department's anti-drug brigade, and so on, including Sun Haibo, who sat below Jiang Peng. Everyone had a serious expression on their face, and everyone frowned, waiting for Gao Xiaolong to speak. Gao Xiaolong did not disappoint anyone and glanced at Shen Han, the director of the provincial department. Shen Han checked the time, then spoke with a heavy face. This afternoon, the narcotics control team seized a group of drug dealers at the bus station. They were unexpectedly carrying a large number of firearms, catching the provincial anti-drug police off guard and killing 6 of them. Gao Xiaolong didn't give anyone a chance to react. He knocked on the table and said seriously, "Comrades, our provincial capital has become a drug den. Yunhai's drug-related crimes have reached a point where they can no longer afford to delay. Very serious. The most terrifying thing is that the entire sea of clouds not only persists despite repeated bans, but also becomes more and more numerous the more it is banned." Jiang Peng and Song Ligua, who represented the Yunhai Municipal Bureau, both had sweat on their foreheads, especially when the two of them held hands tightly. Their palms were unconsciously filled with sweat. They had to be nervous. They hadn't noticed it before, but now they finally understood what Gao Xiaolong was doing coming down from Kyoto. It was obvious that he was here to investigate them. In other words, it was just to capture them, but because of Jiang Tian's heroic performance in the previous bloody battle with drug dealers, Gao Xiaolong gave them a chance. "Commander Gao, let me explain." Jiang Peng wanted to explain. Gao Xiaolong raised his hand to interrupt. "I don't want to hear any explanations. I want to see results. I want to see your determination to investigate and punish drug dealers, and I want to see you solve major cases." Shen Han's eyelids twitched. Major cases are not that simple. Shen Han, who has been fighting against drug dealers for many years, knows very well that those drug dealers are not only extremely vicious, but also use various methods to hide drugs that are simply unimaginable. Many methods cannot be detected at all. However, at this time, Shen Han also angrily accused Jiang Peng. The provincial department's anti-drug brigade supervises the entire province, so it's understandable that they can't take care of it. But what's going on with your municipal bureau's anti-drug team? How do you handle cases? Although Jiang Peng wanted to defend himself, he had no choice. Which criminal drug trafficking organization is not experienced and has rich experience in fighting with anti-drug police, especially in some cases? Once the investigation was carried out in depth, there were even problems with the families of the investigators. Of course, this situation has serious historical consequences and did not arise in just a few years. The provincial government has no way to change this situation. After hearing that the provincial department had sacrificed 6 drug enforcement officers in a major case, everyone almost subconsciously began to breathe rapidly. This is not a small problem, it is a huge problem that has alarmed Kyoto. This also fully demonstrates the incompetence of your municipal bureau. Over the years, have you ever had a major case to show for yourself? Drug control is ineffective, and drug dealers are rampant. Shen Han continued. "Well, Director, let me interrupt you. Yesterday, a sharpshooter in our bureau killed 150 drug dealers on the spot." Song Ligua was a little dissatisfied. "I know. Do I need you to remind me? Besides this." Shen Han's brows twitched. As the director, how could he not know such a big thing? He even went to the scene in person afterwards, and still remembered the Jedi Gun King named Zhang Tian vividly. "Well, today we cracked another drug trafficking case at Yunnan University, and Comrade Xiao Jiang is going to receive his second first-class merit." Songji continued. Although it was all Zhang Tian's credit, they were members of their detachment. When Song Ligua spoke, he felt that all the bones in his body were stiff and his face was full of toughness. Changed. Shen Han's eyelids twitched. He knew that this man, who used to be everyone's venting pot and the object of everyone's ridicule and mockery in the provincial department, had changed from today on. Comrade Xiao Jiang is still excellent, but Comrade Xiao Jiang is young after all. He still needs to grow and needs time to be trained. Now, I announce that today's case has alarmed Kyoto, and they require a joint operation with the Anti-Drug Brigade, the Criminal Investigation Brigade, and the Municipal Bureau Detachment to form a 512 task force to solve the case within a time limit. As the director of the department, Shinhan, you will serve as the leader of the task force. Gao Xiaolong slammed the table and said Gao Xiaolong didn't take Zhang Tian seriously. After all, Zhang Tian was still young and just had good marksmanship and a bit of luck, but catching drug dealers was not that easy. But since he was still young and had no experience, Gao Xiaolong didn't mention Zhang Tian much, let alone let Zhang Tian join the task force. Ding ding ding. Everyone stood up and was about to answer. A cell phone rang. Everyone's eyes instantly turned to the direction of the voice. Song Ligua. If Song Ligua had been stared at like this before, it would be no surprise that he would have been covered in cold sweat, but now, Song Ligua straightened his chest. In the past, whenever he entered the provincial department, he had to look down at his feet and never raised his head. But this time, facing so many big men and so many superiors, he dared to hold his head high and answer the phone with his chest puffed out. Zhang Tian handled 2 major cases so beautifully in just 2 days. He must have the confidence. Hello, Comrade Xiao Jiang, please speak. Song Ligua answered the phone. Song Ji, I am at the top of Jialing Mountain. I found a drug manufacturing factory here. Not only that, the boss here is also here. He is Wei Yudao. I request immediate support. Zhang Tian went straight to the main body, but Song Ligua's expression suddenly changed. What did you say? A drug factory? Song Ligua was completely speechless. Who is Wei Yudao? A wealthy man, a conference delegate, powerful and influential. He has everything he wants. So even if they couldn't catch Wei Rong, they never suspected that there was anything wrong with Wei Yudao. The result is now not only did they discover a drug factory, I even watched Wei Yudao in action on the spot. Song Ligua's heart skipped a beat. Abnormal. This pervert. Oh no, big baby, the big darling of their police force. Song Ligua swallowed his saliva, his brain almost unable to react. Okay, you must hide well. No matter what happens, you must ensure your own safety. I will arrange for comrades to go over and support you immediately. Song Ligua hurriedly made arrangements. Loudly anxious. I'm afraid that Zhang Tian might be in danger or have some problems. Now Zhang Tian's status in Song Ligua's heart has been infinitely elevated, and now, before Song Ligua could think deeply about it, the next moment a loud dog barking sound came from the microphone. Song Ligua's heart skipped a beat. Zhang Tian's voice came out. I've been discovered. A dog smelled it. Song Ligua stood up suddenly and said in a lost voice, hold on, I'll be there soon, don't hang up the phone. When I looked up, I was surprised to find that there were many more faces in front of me, especially Zhang Pang, who was almost in front of him, said in a lost voice, what did you just say? Zhang Tian did. Xiao Jiang just discovered a drug manufacturing factory, and it has now been discovered. Song Ligua said simply a drug factory, got confirmed. Everyone present was shocked. What kind of drug manufacturing factory is this? This is an extremely huge and terrifying criminal gang. Being able to operate a drug manufacturing factory means that there must be a terrifying scale of drug traffickers, and it also means that the anti-drug operation will have a great start and make great progress. At this moment, a puffing sound came from the phone that was not hung up. That was the sound of a sharp object piercing flesh. There was a brief moment of silence. Bang bang bang. Fierce gunfire rang out. As they all rushed out of the provincial department gate, the police car rushed over, running through red lights along the way. The fight here at Zhang Tian has already started fiercely. The location is very remote. The provincial department located in the city center would have to drive at full speed to reach the mountainous area in the suburbs. It would take at least half an hour to an hour. So Zhang Tian didn't think about waiting for support. Certainly Zhang Tian wanted to try and feel how terrifying the combat power of such an awesome entry was. Add a little, system, upgrade the strong and healthy attribute. Zhang Tian said impatiently. Never miss a target. Gold, scanning radar. Gold, martial arts master. Red, strong body. Green, talented. Blue, your physical fitness has been greatly improved, about 3 times the human limit. Disguise Xiaocheng. Green, transcendent memory. Green, gambling skill Xiaocheng. Green, sin value, 5000 to 4000. These 5,000 entries were contributed by the 2 people who arrested Wei Rong and Lao Lu for driving under the influence, as well as Gao Fei and his gang. However, Gao Fei and his gang had fewer people, so the majority of the entries were contributed by Wei Rong and Lao Lu. Zhang Tian lives frugally in order to save money for emergencies of black, white, green, blue, red, and gold. Although they are level 6 entries, Zhang Tian discovered that the entry-level items that popped out are white, and black has basically never appeared. White can be upgraded to green with 100 sin points, and can be upgraded to blue with 1000 sin points. It takes 10,000 to upgrade to red, and 100,000 to upgrade to gold. Zhang Tian went through great pains to wipe out more than 100 vicious foreign drug traffickers, and combined with countless low-level and useless entries to make up 1 gold, 1 red, and a few green ones. At this moment, Zhang Tian was afraid that his physical fitness was not enough, so he upgraded his physical fitness in advance. Sure enough, at this moment, Zhang Tian felt as if all the strength in his body had exploded. The green entry brought Zhang Tian almost to the limit of the human body. The blue color directly exceeds the human body limit by 3 times. This made Zhang Tian completely reassured about his safety and combat effectiveness. So when facing the 4 security drug dealers coming over to investigate, Zhang Tian hid behind the wall, relying on the scanning radar without looking. Then Zhang Tian picked up a branch from the ground. A martial arts master with a body 3 times the size of a human's limit. Zhang Tian's close combat killing ability can be said to be invincible in the world. Really? One of the armed security guards and drug dealers carefully peeked behind the wall. The next moment, puff! Zhang Tian took a branch and instantly pierced the other person's eyes and penetrated deep into the brain. The drug dealer was killed on the spot without even having a chance to struggle. The martial arts master allowed Zhang Tian to see all the fatal weaknesses and flaws of his opponent, as well as the combat moves that were the result of the fusion of countless martial arts to the extreme. Every move is a killing move. It is fatal. A security guard drug dealer was horrified and opened fire. Just the next moment. Crack! The 2 sides are very close. Zhang Tian only threw 1 punch, hitting the opponent's throat directly, and the opponent fell to the ground and was obviously dead. The first move is a killing move for Zhang Tian. Killing 2 people was as easy as waving his hand, which even surprised him. But he seems to be much more powerful than imagined, so these drug dealers are in big trouble. Zhang Tian grinned. Chapter 34, Crazy. One man beats up 28 drug dealers with the help of the martial arts master and Blue's innate physical strength. Zhang Tian felt as if his whole body was exploding with joy. The martial arts master had tripled the human body's limit. However, Zhang Tian felt that he was still lacking something. If he could raise the physical fitness item to red, his combat effectiveness should be able to increase several times again. However, Zhang Tian was just thinking about it. To upgrade the red item with extraordinary talent, at least 10,000 sin points were needed, and now there was still a shortfall of 6,000. In addition to these, Zhang Tian actually wants an upgrade for the criminal investigation entry. Although drug enforcement police are not as needed as criminal police, the criminal investigation entry is really important in tracking and clarifying cases in many cases. A thought flashed through Zhang Tian's mind. After smashing the second drug dealer's throat, Zhang Tian grabbed the AK in the other's hand. Zhang Tian did not come out today to carry out a mission. As a drug enforcement police officer, he actually has a privilege, that is, the privilege of carrying guns, because many accidents have occurred when drug enforcement police officers do not have weapons. Behind every system are bloody lessons, not to mention that drug enforcement police face tasks at any time. Even criminal police cannot compare to the freedom they have in terms of firearms. But even if guns have freedom, Zhang Tian only has an ordinary pistol in his hand, which only has a magazine of bullets, and it will be gone in a few shots. There are so many people here. Bang bang bang. Just at this moment, the other 2 men opened fire with firearms. However, Zhang Tian's movements were always faster than theirs. He raised his foot and kicked the person he had killed. The person flew into the air and caught the bullet. The AK in Zhang Tian's hand instantly sprayed out 2 fire snakes, shooting at the 2 men's heads. 4 people die in the blink of an eye. He was killed. It took less than 2 seconds. From the time Zhang Tian took action to the time the 4 people were killed, it was only 2 seconds, with his bullets never missing. Martial arts mastery and 3 times the human body's limit physical fitness. It is no exaggeration to say that Zhang Tian is now a walking strategic weapon. Finally, with the help of the scanning radar, Zhang Tian can be said to be fully armed. Very confused. Wei Yudao had a dazed look on his face as he looked at the 4 bodies lying in disarray on the ground at the intersection behind the wall. There was no wailing sound at all. Because it was outside the suburbs, the air quality was very good, and under the moonlight, Wei Yudao could even see the branch stuck in the eyes of one of the corpses. Hiss. Wei Yudao's scalp felt numb. Ruthless, too cruel. Cop. Wei Yudao hid behind the car, his heart beating fast. Boss, the police are here. Old Ding also had cold sweat on his forehead. They just saw a black shadow flash by, and they didn't even know how many people were outside the wall. It can't be the cops. How could the cops be so fierce? Wei Yudao swallowed, his face even looked a little pale. 4 people were killed instantly, which frightened him. I wonder who is this hero who comes here to find me? Wei Yudao asked loudly. He knows the cops like a narcotics officer knows the dealers. In Wei Yudao's impression, drug enforcement police do not pose any threat to them. This has been proven over the past few years. If there were such a fierce drug enforcement officer, would his drug factory have been here for so many years? Wei Yudao's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he couldn't figure out who he had offended. But unfortunately, the people outside the wall did not make any sound. The silence was like death, and the atmosphere of fear was spreading. "Go and tell everyone inside to come out with weapons." Wei Yudao ordered. Old Ding crouched down. He was already very careful, but the car was still some distance away from the factory and he was sweating profusely. After glancing at the road conditions, he saw that the car was about a few meters away, which made Lao Ding breathe a sigh of relief. He leaped over and ran quickly to the factory to take charge of the situation. When in the air, Old Ding subconsciously turned his head and looked outside the wall. "Firelight?" Old Ding was startled. Where does the fire come from? The next moment, bang! A gunshot then rang out. Lao Ding felt an impact on his head. It was not until this time that Lao Ding's eyes became clear. It turned out that someone was shooting. What a fast gun! Lao Ding's mind spun for a moment, and then he completely lost consciousness and became a corpse. My right-hand man is gone. Wei Yudao, who was hiding behind the car with a Tibetan Mastiff, looked even paler. It is no exaggeration to say that in this sea of clouds for more than 20 years, Wei Yudao has gotten whatever he wants. Standing high above this sea of clouds, everyone who sees him is polite. So far, it has been going smoothly for more than 20 years. He became rich after making huge profits from drugs more than 20 years ago, and his life has been like a cheat. But no matter how profitable other businesses are, they are far less than drug manufacturing. He thought about giving up on whitewashing completely, but the horrific profits made him unwilling to let go. Is it drugs? No, who did I offend? Wei Yudao kept thinking, and more cold sweat appeared on his forehead. "Dahu, get in and drive." Wei Yudao looked at the bodyguard beside him. This bodyguard named Dahu is Wei Yudao's nephew who has been following him for many years. Because he is strong and has a poor brain, he has always been used as a personal bodyguard. Upon hearing this, Dahu did not hesitate, quietly opened the car door, lowered his head and sat in. "Boss, what happened outside? Why is there a gunshot?" At this moment, there was a commotion in the factory, and then more than 20 people rushed out of the factory with guns. Otherwise, how to say it, narcotics are dangerous. This is because the Drug Enforcement Police almost always face large-scale drug trafficking organizations. Not only are they themselves in danger, but even their families may face retaliation at any time. Criminal police spend most of their time solving cases, dealing with conflicts and murders, or chasing wanted criminals. There is a degree of danger, but the individual danger is almost incomparable to the danger faced by drug enforcement officers. "You're here just in time. There's a killer on the other side of the wall. Kill him." Wei Yudao breathed a sigh of relief. Just now he was really afraid that the people in the factory would not react in time and the killer would rush up directly. The killer might be in danger by then, but he, Wei Yudao, had no confidence that he could survive such a horrific and professional killing method. "Brothers, let's go together." The system staff in the factory looked at each other and no one backed down. Although these people are wearing white protective suits and masks, they must not be regarded as scholars or experts. At least Zhang Tian saw through the scanning radar that each one of them was red and purple. How much sin value does this have? Zhang Tian took a deep breath and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, but he did not relax his mind at all. Although he was very powerful now, he was still a mortal after all, and a bullet could still kill him. Including Wei Yudao, there are 28. Zhang Tian calculated in his mind. Here. At this moment, two figures attacked from behind Zhang Tian. Seeing Zhang Tian squatting in the shadow of the wall, the two of them looked surprised. These two people were guarding the gate. When the criminals broke in, they knew they were in trouble and the boss would not let them off, and now is their chance to redeem themselves, and maybe even get valued by their boss. The two men looked at each other, and one of them whispered, pointing the gun at Zhang Tian, but they didn't know that Zhang Tian had already seen them through the scanning radar at this moment. "I didn't do anything just now. I just let everyone else out of the factory." The main reason is that Zhang Tian is afraid that they will destroy the factory. After all, everything in the factory is his work. This is a blatant first-class merit. Zhang Tian can even receive a special entry for the God of Wealth's blessing. Zhang Tian scanned the radar and made sure that there was no one in the factory. At least, if there are people without sin values in the crime factory, the scanning radar also has shortcomings and can only locate people with sin values. Bang. Zhang Tian didn't even look at it. He raised the confiscated AK and fired 2 shots. The 2 drug dealers who were on guard were shot in the head in an instant. Before they died, they had no idea why they were discovered while hiding in the bushes. There are still 26. Zhang Tian muttered to himself, and just at this moment Zhang Tian stood up instantly, holding an AK, without showing his body. After firing 3 rounds of bullets at the walled courtyard, Zhang Tian leaped and instantly rushed towards the bushes where the 2 drug traffickers who had just been killed were hiding. The drug dealers in white chemical protective suits in the yard rushed out and fired wildly in the direction Zhang Tian had just been heading. If he was a step later, Zhang Tian would have been beaten into a sieve. Boom. Amidst the sound of gunfire, there was even a sound of explosion. This is the explosion of a grenade. Zhang Tian's eyebrows twitched. These drug traffickers are quite aggressively armed. But facing him was still a little bit behind. 23 people. Zhang Tian observed the bushes for a moment with a sharp gaze. The muzzle of the gun was extended, and at that moment 5 drug dealers were exposed to his gun. For Zhang Tian, these are not only achievements, but also a pile of sin values that are so red that they are waiting to be harvested. Chapter 35, another explosion of entries. So cool at this time, Zhang Tian didn't even need to aim. He just raised his hand and shot where his eyes were. The golden entry of every bullet hits the target. Gave Zhang Tian the feeling that he just had to raise his hand and shoot. Zhang Tian had a strong intuition about the position of each shot. Just shoot and you'll hit. It feels very simple. Bang bang bang. Zhang Tian didn't hesitate at all. He drew his gun and started shooting. AK bullets are quite difficult to suppress, especially the AK gun. Although it has many advantages, it also has disadvantages, and its range is not particularly far, and after all, it is a relatively old firearm. Compared with the Type 95 automatic rifle that Zhang Tian often used in the police force and in hunting style, the feel is much worse, but for Zhang Tian, there is almost no such thing as lack of touch. No one? The drug dealers who rushed out looked at each other in confusion. The leader was especially confused, because they were indeed here when Zhang Tian fired the gun just now. At that time, they were only 2 or 3 meters away from breaking out of the wall and could go out and see. In less than a second, they opened fire, and at this moment, the people there were gone, while he was still in a daze. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots rang out. 5 shots, although fired in single bursts. Zhang Tian made them sound like continuous shooting. While the leading drug dealer was stunned, the 5 drug dealers around him who were wearing chemical protective suits fell limply to the ground. Are you crazy? The leader looked at his 5 companions who were shot in the head and fell to the ground, and had no time to feel sad. The gunfire was very bright in the dark night, and the sound could also identify the approximate location. He hurriedly shouted, "Shoot that bush!" Bang bang bang. The sound of pistols or automatic guns continued to ring out. The entire bush was shaken to the ground. The sound of fierce gunfire resounded throughout the night sky. But in this fierce gunfire, Zhang Tian also had an opportunity. Anyone with even a little training knows one thing: a sniper never fires a second shot from the same spot. The same is true for Zhang Tian. Shoot once and move to another place. Zhang Tian's figure was like a cheetah in the jungle. In this regard, the jungle gave Zhang Tian great concealment. With his speed that almost surpassed that of a cheetah, he could move quickly after the fight and would hardly be noticed by anyone, even if the two sides were very close. Including Wei Yudao, the bodyguards protecting Wei Yudao, and the secretary, there are 15 drug dealers wearing chemical protective suits in these factories. Zhang Tian calculated in his mind. At this moment, these drug dealers would never have imagined that Zhang Tian was squatting on the tree above their heads, looking down at them from above. It was like the gaze of death. 10 rounds left. Zhang Tian checked the confiscated AK. There were not many bullets left in it, but he still had a spare pistol. No one. The leading drug dealer in chemical protective suit came to the bushes, and after pushing them aside, he found that there was no one inside. Hiss. The leading drug dealer's pupils contracted and he said in a lost voice, "What is this?" What frustrated them the most was that the 2 people on guard rushed out. In just a few minutes, 10 of them had died without realizing it, but the scariest thing now is that they don't even know who did it. Including Lao Ding and the 4 people at the beginning, we lost a total of 15 people. And now you say you haven't even seen anyone, and even each one died in a horrible way, with a headshot. Wei Yudao hid behind the car and lit a cigarette with trembling hands. After more than 20 years of career in the underworld, he thought he had seen too many big scenes, but faced with such a horrible and weird scene, this really made him feel terrified. The unknown is always the scariest thing. Even the secretary was like this, her lips moving as if she wanted to retch. The scene was really bloody. "Boss, let's run first." The secretary followed Wei Yudao and made a nervous request. Wei Yudao nodded. "Run, but don't drive. That mysterious man is guarding the door. Even in this situation, he can still hit the target every time. When did I provoke such a gun master?" Wei Yudao never imagined that his appearance today would bring a huge threat to Zhang Tian. "Back door, go through the back door." "Yes, go through the back door right away. Hold on to me, let's run through the back door." Wei Yudao spoke immediately. "What? You said that those factory drug dealers who were carefully searching for the murderer at the main entrance were not taken seriously by Wei Yudao at all. Even if all these people died, it would not have any impact on Wei Yudao. As long as this place is not exposed, or in other words, as long as he is allowed to leave safely, such a factory will be gone. As long as he cuts off ties with this place, it doesn't matter. Even if all these people die, he will still be the superior person on the surface." "Who is it? Who is it?" Wei Yudao thought fearfully of the gunshots outside. Stopped temporarily. but Wei Yudao refused to believe that the other party had left. He had a strong premonition that the means of leaving almost no one alive were aimed at him. Boss, could it be the drug enforcement officer from this afternoon who was able to directly shoot the sixth brother who fired the gun from a distance of several hundred meters? The secretary suddenly thought of something. This made Wei Yudao stunned. Almost unprecedented marksmanship. Impossible. He was just lucky with that shot this afternoon. His profile says he's a loser. His grades in the police academy were almost at the bottom. Apart from having a father who's a police chief, he couldn't even get into the anti-drug team. Wei Yudao shook his head in assertion that he never looked down upon Zhang Tian. Even if his son was arrested, it would at most mean that this person was fearless and intrepid. The tiger was scary, just like a young and foolish man. He actually shot several people just because they bribed him. About a bit of a green-headed waste. After Wei Yudao finished speaking, he hurriedly left with his secretary from another direction. This trail was planned from the beginning. There is a small path leading to the back of the mountain, hidden behind the factory. There was no path here before, but after Wei Yudao built a factory here, he specially opened a secret path behind the factory just in case. Now it really comes in handy. As they left towards the mountain path, they didn't know that their every move was completely captured by Zhang Tian's scanning radar. Zhang Tian did not hesitate at all. As soon as they took action, Zhang Tian almost guessed their thoughts. If Wei Yudao were to escape, Zhang Tian's first-class merit might not be secure as wish. Zhang Tian clamped the branch with his feet, and his whole body was instantly hanging upside down on the branch like a bat. At this time, the two drug dealers standing back to back were still watching their surroundings. The next moment, crack. They barely struggled, and Zhang Tian broke their necks as if they were chickens. As their bodies fell limply to the ground, no one was alarmed. Yes, these two people have a sin value of 800. Zhang Tian was slightly relieved. This time, Zhang Tian glanced and saw some white entries falling. 2 at once. Chapter 36, Total Destruction, Loot, Fierce, Slightly Pleasant Piano Music, White. Zhang Tian had a strange look on his face, but he still picked it up. But what surprised Zhang Tian was another one. Chinese medicine newbie, White, traditional Chinese medicine. This thing is profound and extensive. Zhang Tian had never expected that there would be such talents among these drug trafficking gangs. These two people are talented. One has a heritage of traditional Chinese medicine, and the other has a talent for visiting relatives, but in the end they became drug dealers. Although I am a novice in traditional Chinese medicine, it is not an ordinary thing to have an entry. At least I have to be quite proficient in this field to have an entry, especially traditional Chinese medicine, which is profound and extensive. The truly amazing traditional Chinese medicine practitioners can even bring people back to life and turn bones into flesh, with miraculous methods. What's more, on the battlefield, Zhang Tian couldn't guarantee that he would not be injured. If he knew some medical skills, he would have an extra trump card. After picking it up, Zhang Tian licked his tongue with satisfaction, and then looked at the two red dots that left, especially his target Wei Yudao. The scanning radar has a distance limit of only 1,000 meters. At this moment, Wei Yudao's icon is moving rapidly and is almost leaving the range of the scanning radar. Zhang Tian was holding a pistol. He spotted a drug dealer and shot him instantly. 9. Zhang Tian muttered to himself, this jungle is simply Zhang Tian's hunting ground, and he doesn't even need to give these drug dealers too much time. Zhang Tian also wants to hunt down Wei Yudao. Before that, Zhang Tian was unwilling to let any of them go. The speed of hunting has obviously increased. Lot 6. Zhang Tian didn't know when he stood behind a drug dealer in a chemical protective suit. He slowly released his arm from the man's neck, and the man fell limply to the ground. 500 sin points is better than nothing. Zhang Tian's heart was no longer greatly shaken. After killing more than 20 drug dealers, Zhang Tian's sin value has doubled from 4,000 after upgrading his talent to about 8,500. After killing the last 6, Zhang Tian was even able to save enough to upgrade his attributes from blue to red, especially since the blue one has 3 times the human limit of physical fitness. Zhang Tian dare not imagine how terrifying the red one's physical fitness will be. No, don't kill me. Zhang Tian estimated that the person who led the drug dealers out at the beginning should be the person in charge of this drug factory. Seeing their men dying one after another by various means, they didn't even dare to leave the dense forest, because once anyone approaches the open area of the factory, he will be greeted with bullets. The key point is that every time they shoot at Zhang Tian, they never hit him. The fear that was like being called out by the god of death finally completely crushed their hearts. While Zhang Tian was excitedly looting the loot, they put down their weapons one by one. Vote now? Zhang Tian was still unsatisfied. The main reason was that Wei Yudao ran away, and he had to chase him down. Zhang Tian feels insecure because Wei Yudao refuses to surrender to the law. Don't kill us, we lay down our weapons and surrender. Are you a police officer? If you are, we won't resist. The last 6 people all put their weapons at their feet under Jiang Tian's gaze, and at this time Jiang Tian slowly walked out from the shadows. At this moment, the 6 tortured people finally saw Jiang Tian's face clearly, a young face, and a faint voice. If you were 3 seconds later, you would be a corpse now. Yes, Jiang Tian was now at the place where he had walked out from behind a tree in the bushes where they had fired upon 2 minutes at Go.at the same time. This is also behind them. Are you a human or a ghost? The leader's pupils contracted. It's nothing. Jiang Tian just looks a little too harmless. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that in just a few minutes, more than 20 of their companions died at the hands of the enemy, and each of them died in a very miserable way. Everyone, squat down with your hands on your heads. Jiang Tian did not answer. All 6 people lowered their heads and squatted on the ground. Jiang Tian put the gun on his waist, then he walked closer to them and prepared to tear some strips of cloth to tie them up. But as soon as I got close, the 2 drug dealers pounced on him in an instant. His eyes were blood red and ferocious. The remaining 4 people rushed towards the guns on the ground. Ouch, I've been fooled. Jiang Tian's eyebrows jumped. He had long been mentally prepared for the brutality of drug dealers, but this was also a personal experience of these cruel drug dealers, who were really willing to risk their lives. For these people, if they surrender and are caught by the police, given their crimes, they cannot escape the death penalty no matter how well they behave, but once they have a chance to survive, they will go crazy. I've known for a long time that you drug dealers are vicious and cruel, but I'm not sure who will be fooled. Jiang Tian grinned and actually laughed. The 2 drug dealers rushed towards him with bloodshot faces, and there was a moment of confusion in their eyes. Jiang Tian looked at the criminal recorder on his chest and helplessly spread his hands, saying, I gave you a chance, but you couldn't seize it. As he spoke, the fist was already in front of him, but Jiang Tian's expression remained unchanged. He grabbed the wrist of the drug dealer in chemical protective suit with one hand and bent it lightly. There was a click, and before the drug dealer could scream, Jiang Tian exerted a little force and pulled the drug dealer closer. The next moment, Jiang Tian's elbow had hit his temple hard. Crack. The sound of skulls cracking could be heard. Before the other drug dealer could get close, Jiang Tian kicked him directly in the chest. Crack. At this moment, Jiang Tian truly used his killing move to the extreme without reservation. If you touch it, you will die. This ordinary kick shattered his sternum, forcing him to lie on the ground and struggle for a few seconds before losing his voice. The other 4 had just picked up the gun at this time. They only had time to look up when they were greeted by Jiang Tian's cruel grin and the black muzzle of a gun pointed in front of them. Don't shoot, I. The person in charge lost his voice trembling in the face of death. I don't want to be a drug dealer in my next life. Jiang Tian's faint voice came out. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and the scene fell into complete silence, with only corpses lying all over the ground. Jiang Tian put away his gun and didn't look at the scene. I hurriedly looted the bag and took a rough look, and found about 2 entries. They were all white entries of the system experts, which almost made Jiang Tian laugh dryly, but fortunately, these entries could provide value to Jiang Tian when he synthesized them in the future. Swish. The next moment, Jiang Tian's shadow flashed, and then he ran at full speed towards the direction of Wei Yudao, who was leaving. The speed turned into a phantom, and in the dark night, it fully demonstrated what it meant to be a terrifying speed, faster than a cheetah, with a physical fitness 3 times the human limit. Even a cheetah could be killed by Jiang Tian with a single slap. In a 100-meter race, even a cheetah couldn't catch up with him. Congratulations to the host for judging 25 drug dealers and obtaining a total of 9,300 sin points. The current sin value is 13,003. While running, Jiang Tian couldn't help but look surprised when he heard the voice in his head. Jiang Tian was so busy killing people and looting that he didn't even have time to check how much sin value he had left. Seeing this, Jiang Tian's face was full of surprise. It was exactly the same as the system reported. The sin value has increased from 5,000 before the action, and then after an upgrade, the remaining 4,000 sin value has become 13,300. This is enough for Jiang Tian to upgrade a blue entry to red, but Jiang Tian was not in a hurry. Now he had enough. Compared with the improvement in his physical body, what Jiang Tian is most eager to obtain now are entries in criminal investigation and other aspects. Jiang Tian is ready to decide how to use these sin values in case of emergency. Chapter 37. Sun Haiba is too proud to be happy in the quiet village. Some villagers couldn't help but stick their heads out tonight. It seems like he is trying to find out who is setting off firecrackers, but at the same time, in sharp contrast to the silence here is the entire public security system. At this moment, the situation has become completely chaotic. Hurry, hurry, gather. Gather immediately, gather immediately. Target Jailing Mountain, gather at Jailing Mountain at full speed. As fast as possible. It's a mess. It's a complete mess, especially the drug enforcement police who were resting were the first to receive the news of the emergency assembly. Simply, although it is already evening, but overall, there is still an emergency response team. Although Gao Xiaolong and Shin Han did not follow the emergency operation, they also sat in the command center and mobilized all armed forces to assist. Armed police, special police, and other forces quickly gathered at Jialing Mountain. It was chaos. The entire sea of clouds had turned into a mess. Exciting. Be ye proud of yourself. This is a drug factory, a major case. Such a large-scale drug manufacturing factory needs to be investigated both online and offline. By then, the people implicated and the scale of drug trafficking involved will be in batches. Then the credit will be given. Yunhai's drug enforcement officers have long had enough. Because in the past, the Yunhai anti-drug police were condemned by people all over the country, but every time they hold a meeting, the Yunhai anti-drug police will be condemned by the whole country. Even the anti-drug units in the province were full of severe condemnation of Yunhai, pointing fingers at them. There were 10 drug cases across the country, 5 of which were related to Yunhai. The drug enforcement police in Yunhai also want this. No, there was no choice before, and now that there is an opportunity, drug enforcement officers are rushing in like crazy. Commander Gao, we have mobilized the Armed Police Action Team, the Drug Enforcement Team, and the Special Police Team, a total of 1,000 people, to go to Jialing Mountain to seal off the mountain. After Shin Han issued a series of orders, he breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Gao Xiaolong said it 3 times. Don't think this is a big deal. After all, such a major case is simply a huge case. Dozens of people were involved in the case. There is no doubt that the number of upstream and downstream distributors and so on, the number of people finally arrested may be doubled. In other words, this time, it was a big one. Pass it on. Everyone, rush to Jialing Mountain as fast as possible, at all costs, and get there as soon as possible before Xiao Jian gets into danger. Gao Xiaolong continued with a serious face, and Shin Han below had a look full of envy, listening to Gao Xiaolong calling Shezhong's name affectionately. Suddenly he understood, this kid Zhang Tian has already won the emperor's favor. Oh no, although Gao Xiaolong is still far from it, he is a big leader in the headquarters. In other words, with Gao Xiaolong's attention, Zhang Tian will definitely be able to dominate the entire public security system in the future. But Shin Han also knew with this kind of thing is not something you can envy yourself for. This was achieved by Zhang Tian shooting one shot at a time, and it was also achieved through his own achievements. There are more than 20 drug dealers and no one is trying to find a way out. No matter how strong that guy is, he's probably in danger. Shin Han said after a moment of hesitation. One person faced more than 20 vicious drug dealers. Hiss. Shin Han's scalp tingled just thinking about it. Even though that boy had good marksmanship, he was attacked by his childhood friend and engaged in a firefight in this situation. It's difficult to persist for more than an hour. Gao Xiaolong frowned. He was also worried. Holding the walkie-talkie, Gao Xiaolong contacted Song Liguo.as for Director Jiang Peng, because it involved Zhang Tian's issue, and considering that Jiang Peng's presence might lead to impulsive and extreme behavior, he also stayed in the command center. Didn't go to the scene. This is the command center. Have you arrived? Gao Xiaolong asked. Almost immediately, we are already at the foot of the mountain. Song Ligua said. Why are you so slow? Rush as fast as you can. Gao Xiaolong looked at the time. According to the time, we should be almost at Jialing Mountain now. Why are you still at the foot of the mountain? Because Director Sun thinks we should wait for the armed police team to avoid alerting the drug dealers. Song Ligua said in a deep voice, and at this moment. At the foot of Jialing Mountain, Sun Haibao looked very proud. Everything seemed to be under his control. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the mountain thoughtfully. Attention, there is no gunfire on Jialing Mountain right now, which proves that the fighting has stopped. If we go up now, we might let the drug dealers escape. We will surround the mountain later and not let a single one slip through the net. Sun Haibao felt a surge of heroic ambition burning in his chest. He saw hope. I see hope for tonight, the hope of achieving great success. Leaders such as Jiang Peng were not there, and the top leader was at the command center. Sun Haibao, the deputy director of Yunhai, is in charge of all the commands here, and it also means that all the credit will belong to him. Thank you. Sun Haibao's eyes were filled with excitement. Although Zhang Tian is not that great, it's worth it for him to be able to contribute such a credit to me. Sun Haibao's face flushed with excitement. He was already fantasizing about Zhang Tian's sacrifice. I walked into the eyes of Gao Xiaolong and the director. From then on, his career went smoothly and he rose to prominence. Sun Haibao took a deep breath. My decision was undoubtedly correct. Sun Haibao, hands behind his back, took the intercom from Song Ligua and said, reporting to the leader, the gunfire has completely stopped here, and there is no sound of fighting. We have reason to suspect that Comrade Zhang Tian has been killed. To reduce further losses, I strongly advocate postponing the operation and waiting for the armed police to seal off the mountain. Gao Xiaolong and Shin Han frowned and looked at each other. Both of them frowned deeply, however, in their hearts. Both of them labeled Sun Haibao as someone who was eager for quick success and cold-blooded like his colleagues. I don't know what Sun Haibao thought after he found out. Comrade Xiao Jiang acted impulsively. I hope Comrade Xiao Jiang is safe. Gao Xiaolong frowned. They knew what the absence of gunfire meant, especially now. No one dares. About 10 minutes later, after the large contingent of armed police arrived, Sun Haiba met with the leaders of the armed police. One of our comrades may have been killed. At the moment, we did not rush in impulsively because we were afraid that the drug lords would escape in the chaos. Your arrival is just the right time to close the mountain and search. Sun Haiba said lightly. We are here to cooperate with the operation and will listen to your instructions. The armed police leader did not say much after all. Although the main task of the armed police is counter-terrorism, there are not many such tasks. There are many crimes, but very few counter-terrorism tasks. Most of the time, they are actually cooperating with the police to hunt down criminals, especially drug enforcement officers. Okay, search the mountain. The anti-drug team, bring your men and follow me. Sun Haiba's face was full of excitement. He seemed to see the credit beckoning him, and this time, he successfully let his leader see his ability to take action. A large number of criminals were arrested, especially the drug manufacturing factory. This is a major case. How can we not be excited? Just at this moment, 3 vague figures staggered out from the darkness. Who? He was about to rush in and lead the team to search the mountain. Drug dealer, depend on. Sun Haiba was instantly excited. We haven't even entered the mountain yet, and we've already achieved this credit? Catch them, quickly, catch these drug dealers. Sun Haiba was about to kneel down at this moment. This was the first time he had seen such a feat in his life. Etc. Just at this moment, Song Ligua was about to go up, but quickly waved his hand. What are you doing? Sun Haiba walked up angrily. As Sun Haiba expected, Zhang Tian died heroically fighting these drug dealers. He led the team to encircle these drug dealers and even encircle the factory. Although he was not the one who discovered the factory, he avenged Comrade Zhang Tian. The task is simple, but the impact is huge. He has more or less won a second-class merit as an individual, and if you think about it more deeply, he may even win a first-class merit, plus the collective credit. Sun Haiba had never fought such a prosperous battle in his life. As a result, some people are now lagging behind you. Song Ligua actually disobeyed orders. What if the drug dealer runs away? But the next moment, Song Ligua's voice came out. Director Sun, these drug dealers seem to have been handcuffed. Sun Haiba pointed to the front. Chapter 38, Chief Gao is furious. Who is making trouble? Really? My vision just now wasn't very clear now. Sun Haiba sees clearly. 2 figures, especially the leader Wei Yudao. I went to the police station this afternoon. It's very familiar. I recognize it at first sight. This has been confirmed, and combined with the information passed on by Zhang Tian, the charges have also been confirmed. Sun Haiba's eyes were burning with anger at the huge contribution made by such a great man, before. Even when Sun Haiba was in front of Wei Yudao, he could only sit below to accompany him. Yunhai is a wealthy man, a conference delegate, and has a terrifying social status, but when Sun Haiba looked down, I saw the handcuffs on Wei Yudao's hands. Wei Yudao was handcuffed together with a drug dealer next to him. Behind the two of them, a shadow slowly walked out. When Sun Haiba saw it clearly, his head buzzed and he almost collapsed. How so? Zhang Tian, what's wrong with you? Why is your phone turned off? Song Ligua didn't rush in immediately because during the gunfight, Zhang Tian's call was hung up and then turned off. Even he thought that Zhang Tian had met with an accident. My phone ran out of battery just now. Zhang Tian spread his hands. What about the drug dealers? At this moment, Sun Haiba ran up hurriedly looking at Zhang Tian. Sun Haiba couldn't help but grit his teeth. What does it mean that Zhang Tian is alive? It's almost groundbreaking. For some time in the past, drug control was not strict, coupled with the many local families and even other ethnic groups that stick together in the complex management environment. It is difficult for drug enforcement police to take action even if they want to, because it's too difficult now that the drug dealers have been investigated and punished. Sun Haiba knows very well what this means. Oh, those drug dealers were all shot dead, and only the two of them are left. Zhang Tian glanced at Sun Haiba and said honestly, you killed more than 20 drug dealers? Sun Haiba sneered, his face full of disbelief. I killed more than 100 drug dealers yesterday. Oh, by the way, you were not there when we were carrying out the mission. Zhang Tian said this with a look of sarcasm on his face as he suddenly realized something. He didn't even get any collective credit. Zhang Tian's mouth was full of sarcasm. Zhang Tian saw through Sun Haiba's thoughts at a glance. However, Sun Haiba is indeed a disaster. If Zhang Tian remembered correctly, this person seemed to have lost several undercover agents because of him in the later period. This made Zhang Tian feel that he had to hurry up and find Sun Haiba's villa. Sun Haiba said with a forced smile, those were our comrades who died yesterday. More than 30 of us fought desperately and attracted all the firepower. It's your improved shooting skills that have earned you merit. Today, you are facing more than 20 drug dealers alone. Xiao Jiang, you will be severely punished for reporting false intelligence. Oh shit, Jiang Tian frowned. In fact, he had felt that Sun Haibo was not a good person in his previous life. Jiang Tian even suspected that there was a high possibility that Xiao Bo went to his house and did this because it was Sun Haibo who instructed him to do so. If Jiang Peng is removed, he will be able to take over the position naturally. Moreover, there are huge conflicts between Sun Haibo and Jiang Peng on a daily basis. I was wondering how Xiao Bo had that brain and the information channels. It was probably Sun Haibo who was behind this. Jiang Tian was 90% certain when he thought of this. Damn it, Jiang Tian's eyes were cold. However, Jiang Tian did not get angry, because there was no need to bother with Sun Haibo, who was going to go to jail and even face being shot once all his crimes were exposed. What's more, there are so many people here now. After all, Sun Haibo is the deputy director. Jiang Tian's current identity as a second-generation person is semi-exposed because of Xiao Bo. He knew very well that if he rushed in directly, now, no matter what the reason, he would give people the impression that he was a second-generation bully. The impression that we created last time with great difficulty will collapse in everyone's mind again. If Jiang Tian had no ambition to pursue a career in politics, he would have naturally gone his own way and gotten by relying on his abilities. However, after more than 10 years of decline in his previous life, Jiang Tian had become politically mature. Not speaking can actually create a better impression. If Director Sun doesn't believe me, you can go and see for yourself. Jiang Tian said slowly. What's your attitude, Da Xuan? Take your men to bring Comrade Jiang Tian back to the police station first. We will go there to investigate the case first. Don't let Comrade Jiang Tian leave the police station. Sun Haibo's face looked unhappy. No one would feel good if they had to watch their great achievements slip away. Song Ligua couldn't bear it any longer and said directly, Director Sun, Comrade Xiao Jiang has just been through a battle. He should go to the hospital to check his injuries. The case is not clear yet. Can you afford the responsibility for mistakes in such a big case? Besides, why is he just standing here? What are you checking? Sun Haibo said righteously. Wei Sun is the captain of the 2nd Brigade. Before, I had no contact with Jiang Tian. However, facing Sun Haibo's order, Wei Sun looked at Jiang Tian. It's okay. Jiang Tian shook his head slightly. His method was just facing more than 20 drug dealers. How could he get hurt? Wait until Jiang Tian leaves. Thousands of people, led by Sun Haibo, rushed to Jailing Mountain, but when they arrived at their destination, the entire drug factory was shrouded in silence, a silence so eerie that it made one's mind numbed, especially when you get close. Ugh. Even a veteran of many battles would feel his stomach churn at the sight of the scene. Many people vomited. There were more than 20 bodies lying all over the ground. Most of them had their heads shot, but the physiological reaction is far less than the inner shock. It's numb, completely numb. More than 20 drug dealers reported by Jiang Tian were all dead. Various firearms, the unimportant ones, were all killed. And the important one, Wei Yu Dao, was even captured alive. What is the merit of this? A huge contribution. And under the halo of Jiang Tian, Sun Haibo clenched his fists, because this means that he can't even drink a sip of soup. Of course, this was not what made Sun Haibo most uncomfortable. What made him most uncomfortable and unacceptable was the strange looks from those around him. Every glance was like a loud slap in the face. Pa papa. They were all slapping him in the face silently. The slap on the face hurt so much. The strange looks made Sun Haibo feel very uneasy, but this time, the action was far more sensational than imagined. At least, Gao Xiaolong and Shin Han from the Municipal Bureau stood up in shock as soon as they heard the situation at the scene. They thought Jiang Tian was not a human being in terms of skills, but they did not expect that without anyone to cooperate, he could destroy more than 20 drug dealers alone. Looking at the preliminary diagnosis report issued by the forensic doctor and the photos inside, Shin Han was shocked. Not only that, according to the forensic doctor's identification, most of the bodies were shot in the head. There are also 10 bodies, all killed by close combat. Some had their sternums shattered and bones pierced into their hearts. Several had their throats directly shattered, and some had branches directly pierced their heads through the eyes. Hiss. Close combat? Gao Xiaolong's whole body trembled. Talent, this is fucking shit. What a genius. His marksmanship is invincible, and his close combat is also so terrifying. They are also good at uncovering and cracking down on drug dealers. Hiss. This boy is born with the ability to fight drug. Look, drug dealers are rampant throughout Yunhai. They haven't come up with a decent case to show the people of the whole country for so many years. Comrade Xiao Jiang, an intern, has been in the police station for a month and solved 2 major cases in one day. Do you feel ashamed? Gao Xiaolong stood up in shock and questioned Shin Han. Director Shin, don't be ashamed. Xiao Jiang is also in our Yunhai system. What's his is also ours. Ignoring him, he said directly, where's Xiao Jiang? Which hospital is Comrade Xiao Jiang in? I want to see Comrade Xiao Jiang right away. After experiencing a battle, especially such a fierce battle, you definitely need to go to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup to prevent injury. After all, there are too many drug dealers. Even if there are no injuries, you should get a checkup. But the person who came to the provincial department to deliver the information was confused. What hospital? Comrade Jiang Tian? He is at the municipal bureau. Who did it? How did they do it? If something happens to Xiao Jiang, who among you can be held responsible? Cao Xiaolong stood up angrily. Whether there is an injury or not, many things cannot be discovered without inspection. 28 drug dealers, fighting alone. Don't go to the hospital for a checkup. Who is messing around here? Comrade Xiao Jiang, who has made great contributions, has encountered problems. Can you take responsibility? Commander Gao, where are you going? Shin Han followed hurriedly from behind. Go to the municipal bureau. Zhang Peng, who had been squatting in silence at the command center, was sweating profusely after hearing the news that Jiang Tian was safe. He now leaned weakly against the wall. God knows how much terrible pressure he just endured. At that moment, Zhang Peng even regretted countless times, thinking that perhaps he shouldn't have let his son in. And now it seems like everything is worth it. My son Jiang Tian is a drug control genius certified by Commander Gao. Chapter 39 Seized 800 kilograms. This is the rhythm of the explosion. Municipal Bureau. Jiang Tian stayed at the interrogation table, explaining the problem calmly. What, you ask why? Director Sun instructed me to do this. Xiao Jiang, I'm sorry to have to bear with you for now. Wei Sun is the captain of the 2nd Brigade. At this moment, I also feel that Sun Haiba has gone a bit too far. No matter what Jiang Tian said, he had killed more than 20 drug dealers and captured 2. As a result, he was taken directly to the interrogation room. He was even asked to carefully inquire about all the issues concerning the case, and there must not be any mistakes or omissions. Especially Sun Haiba, who also gave a few indirect reminders. That is, why did Jiang Tian know that there was something wrong with Wei Yudao? Why was the drug factory so remote that the entire police station didn't know about it, but it was discovered by you, an intern? Is there something fishy going on, and he killed more than 20 people? That's more than 20 people. Who knows if they are all criminals? Is this just Jiang Tian's one-sided statement? What Sun Haiba said was fair and aboveboard, because the case was too serious. Sun Haiba righteously stated that Comrade Jiang Tian should be detained first and all issues should be investigated thoroughly. It would not be too late to release him then. As to whether it was a personal vendetta, to be honest, Wei Sun didn't know. Well, Wei Sun doesn't agree with this argument anyway. I know that too. There's definitely nothing wrong with you. Not only is there nothing wrong with you, but this is a huge contribution. It's just that Director Sun Haiba asked me to keep an eye on you. Wei Sun took a cushion and handed it to Jiang Tian. After all, this bench for prisoners to sit on must be uncomfortable. Captain Wei, don't worry, I know. Jiang Tian smiled. Wei Sun felt relieved. He was really afraid that Jiang Tian would hold a grudge against him. Everyone knows that there is no problem today. Jiang Tian is definitely a natural talent and is highly valued by senior leaders. There is also a father who is a director. What, you said Jiang Tian is too young to be promoted? Jiang Tian's father has been in this position for so many years, he should be promoted, right? In short, Jiang Tian definitely has a bright future, and Wei Sun really doesn't want to offend him unless it's necessary. Hey, I don't know how you offended Director Sunday ever since you joined the police station. I noticed that he had some opinions about you. I'll treat you two to a meal later, and we can talk it out if there's anything. Wei Sun said helplessly. Jiang Tian sneered. With more than 10 years of experience in the future, how could Jiang Tian not know what Sun Dahai meant, especially after figuring out why Xiaobo ran to his house so accurately? Moreover, it happened that Gao Xiaolong was in Song Ligua's office. If I remember correctly, at that time, Song Ligua seemed to have been called out by Director Sunday, so Jiang Tian is now almost 90% certain that Sun Haiba was behind the planning and cooperation of this matter. Taking advantage of Gao Xiaolong's stay in Song Ligua's office, then let Xiaobo directly seduce Jiang Tian's mother. In his previous life, Jiang Tian's entire family was badly cheated by this despicable method, but in this life, Jiang Tianping got through it smoothly, and Jiang's father finally kept his position. How could Sun Haiba be willing to accept this? What's more, Sun Haiba was also afraid that they would know the secret and take revenge, so he would definitely not give in and would spare no effort to find a way to make Jiang Tian make a mistake. There is no way to resolve the conflict anymore. What kind of conflict could there be between Director Sun and me? There's nothing I can do even if Director Sun doesn't like me. I can't just apologize to him just because he doesn't like me. Jiang Tian sneered. Wei Sun could only smile bitterly, helplessly. It was a fight between gods, and he, a small administrative section chief, could not participate at all. And son Haiba, at this moment I feel terrible, I'm in a bad mood. The autopsy reports were out, so they came here and rushed into the factory, and indeed found that it was a huge drug factory. A drug factory hidden under a steel mill. At this moment, the deserted drug factory contains various drug raw materials and system tools. The director has discovered that there are 800 kilograms of drugs here, all pure. Damn, if this gets out, how many families will be harmed? At this moment, a drug enforcement team member ran out with a police dog, looking excited and talking loudly. What did you say? Son Haiba's head was about to explode. 800 kilograms, that's the kind of ice that kills people with 50 grams. Son Haiba clenched his fists. Sometimes the entire detachment might not be able to see such a terrifying amount of ice in several months. This level plus the drug manufacturing factory was enough for 2 or 3 people to receive 2 or 3 first-class merits, and those were individual ones. However, such a great achievement seemed to have nothing to do with him, as all the peaches had been picked by other farmers. The more drugs seized, the greater Zhang Tian's contribution. Director's son, we can now confirm the problem here. It is indeed a group of drug dealers. Wei Yudao's vehicle is parked outside, which means that Wei Yudao is indeed the big drug lord behind the scenes. This means that Comrade Xiao Jiang is fine. Song Ligua couldn't help but speak. Sun Haiba frowned, his hands behind his back as he said calmly, Xiao Song, we represent the interests of the country and the people. We must put aside personal feelings. These findings prove that this is indeed a drug factory, but do we understand the cause and effect? I admit that Zhang Tian found this place quite good, but he acted without orders. Who gave him the authority to do so? Who knows if there are any problems here? Believing his one-sided story and investigating the case based on personal feelings means betraying the people and the masses. You. Song Ligua clenched his fists, looking at Sun Haiba's appearance. I felt furious. Zhang Tian worked hard to solve the case. Yesterday, the fierce battle lasted until half the night, and today he solved 2 major drug trafficking cases in a row. Especially tonight, this major case is the work of the drug factory. In this situation, you, Sun Haiba, did not think about checking Comrade Xiao Zhang's health, but instead suspected your own comrade. Xiao Song, do you have any opinions? Sun Haiba, the highest commander of this operation, asked unhappily with his hands behind his back. Someone actually disobeyed his orders. How outrageous. Sun Haiba thought that he could ignore Jiang Peng just because he had a good relationship with him, and there was a gloom in his eyes, but he didn't know right now Gao Xiaolong and Shen Han had just arrived at the door of the municipal bureau. At this moment, Shen Han was holding the phone with an excited look on his face. What's going on? Gao Xiaolong asked with a frown. Mr. Gao, good news. We seized 800 kilograms of ice from the drug factory. Shen Han said happily. This one-time seizure is something that has never happened before. 800 kilograms, what is the concept? If it is sold, how much money will be involved? Even 8 digits can't reach it. Wei Yudao is also a figure, and has achieved great success. If it weren't for Comrade Xiao Zhang, who would have thought that this guy is actually a big drug lord in Yunhai? Shen Han clicked his tongue. After interrogating some of the information from Wei Yudao, Shen Han couldn't even imagine how many people, both online and offline, were involved. After all, profits drive people crazy. After making such terrifying profits, there will always be a psychological gap when earning hard-earned money. This is why many drug dealers are getting deeper and deeper into drug addiction and unable to extricate themselves. Gao Xiaolong had long understood the criminal psychology of these people. But you're right about one thing. Comrade Xiao Jiang is unexpectedly outstanding. Without Comrade Xiao Jiang, it would be difficult for you to solve this case with your abilities. When talking about Zhang Tian, the expression on Gao Xiaolong's face would slow down. Shen Han didn't know why, but Gao Xiaolong would become so friendly when Zhang Tian was mentioned. He even muttered, for such a great achievement, a first-class merit isn't enough. However, Xiao Jiang is indeed a talent. Shen Han was already thinking about finding an opportunity to promote him as soon as possible. It is such a waste of talent to have such talents at the grassroots level. Unconsciously there are actually many people standing behind Zhang Tian, because Gao Xiaolong and Shen Han have been friends with Zhang Tian for a long time. Although they have never met him, they are full of good feelings towards him. Who asked Zhang Tian to make him give an explanation in front of Gao Xiaolong? Although Zhang Tian was from the municipal bureau, he asked himself whether it fell under the jurisdiction of their provincial department. Seeing Gao Xiaolong getting angry, Shen Han could only helplessly explain, "Don't worry, Mr. Gao, he may just come back to inquire about the case. Comrade Xiao Jiang has been busy all day. Even if the mission was important, he should have gone to the hospital for a checkup. If he had any inquiries, he could have gone to the hospital. How could he be so unreasonable? Chapter 40 Sun Haiba, the leader's favorability troubles me. Gao Xiaolong approached the municipal bureau with an expressionless face. Right now, the city bureau in the evening was not particularly quiet. Almost all the people who were supposed to be off work came back to work overtime. Not only the anti-drug police, but even the people from the behavioral department came back to work overtime. In fact, many times, anti-drug police and criminal police will work together to investigate cases. Sometimes investigating some clues requires the cooperation of criminal police, but similarly, if the criminal police encounter a murder case related to drugs, they also need to hand it over to the anti-drug police for a joint investigation. The brightly lit city bureau. As Gao Xiaolong walked in with an expressionless face, everyone who was working overtime stopped, then they all stood up. Joke. Although Gao Xiaolong had only been there for 2 or 3 days, everyone in the municipal bureau knew him. This came from headquarters. Some people even want to perform well, thinking that if Gao Xiaolong values them and promotes them, they will have a bright future. Pity Gao Xiaolong didn't even look at them. Instead, look around. It seems like he is looking for Zhang Tian. Well, where is Xiao Jiang? Gao Xiaolong's eyebrows jumped. Looking up, Gao Xiaolong immediately saw the door with a sign saying interrogation room. There were 2 people talking about something, and their expressions were a little excited. Gao Xiaolong nodded to everyone, then approached at a very fast pace. Let me in. Captain Jiang is not a criminal. Why are you locking him up here? If you have the time, why don't you go and interrogate Wei Yudao? Why are you just watching here? Zhao Wei found it difficult to understand. Zhao Wei considers himself Zhang Tian's #1 younger brother. Under normal circumstances, support would have been the first priority. However, Zhao Wei had gone to the airport to pick up his sister, so when he arrived here, everyone took action. Before he could react, he learned that Zhang Tian was in custody. Suddenly, Zhao Wei became angry. Why is Captain Jiang being detained as a criminal? Don't be silly. No one said he was the criminal. It's just that too many people died and the matter is very serious. Be careful now. Once the investigation is thorough, he will be found out. It will be a great achievement then. Wei Xin explained helplessly. Gao Xiaolong, who had just approached, was still thinking about how to reward Zhang Tian. First-class hero model, narcotics police, too young, not very good. It is easy to be targeted, and if the news gets out, it will not be good for Zhang Tian's development. Being a second-class hero model is just right, but if it is announced, it is easy to be targeted. Gao Xiaolong felt a little troubled that he could not show off Xiao Zhang's contribution in this case as he had won the first-class merit. Only now, this worry has disappeared. What are these 2 people talking about? Captain Jiang was detained. Gao Xiaolong's eyes flashed with confusion for a moment, as if he didn't know whether this Captain Jiang was the person he thought he was. Commander Gao. When Gao Xiaolong came over, Wei Xin and Zhao Wei quickly saluted. Who's in there? Gao Xiaolong asked with narrowed eyes. Wei Xin smiled and explained, Commander Gao, it's Comrade Zhang Tian. Buzz. At this moment, Gao Xiaolong felt that his brain was not enough. He looked behind him. At this moment, although Wei Yudao was handcuffed and shackled, he was sitting openly on the sofa in the hall. He looked at the interrogation room with the door closed. The interrogation room was not given to the drug dealers for immediate use, but was instead given to the heroes who apprehended them. Is this nonsense? No, this is a reverse coin. This is the reverse of Tiangang. This is the sky falling. Who is it? When Shen Han and Gao Xiaolong came in and took a look, they took a special look. How could they not know Wei Yudao, a famous and powerful figure in Yunhai? Especially after receiving the news, they investigated the intelligence immediately and recognized him at a glance. I was just curious as to why they hadn't taken the opportunity to conduct a surprise interrogation. Good job. The interrogation was an interrogation. It turned out that the person being interrogated was his own colleague. What's your name and position? Gao Xiaolong asked, suppressing his anger. Wei Sun didn't think too much about it. After all, although he didn't agree with what Sun Haiyang said, he felt that it made some sense. Report, my name is Wei Sun, captain of the 2nd Brigade. Wei Sun reported honestly. Then tell me why the drug dealer was not interrogated, but your colleagues were. Gao Xiaolong's voice trembled a little, which showed that he was suppressing his anger. Shen Han was the one who could hear it best. He understood that this was because Gao Xiaolong had endured his anger to the extreme. Wei Sun scratched his head. Well, Director Sun said that Wei Yudao has a special status, so we need to investigate the situation thoroughly before conducting an interrogation. The case is complicated, so we're doing this out of responsibility to the people. Okay, Gao Xiaolong laughed angrily and said okay, 3 times. At this time, even Wei Sun noticed that the atmosphere was not right, but overall he couldn't tell what was wrong. However, when he looked up at Gao Xiaolong, he found that Gao Xiaolong's eyes were flashing with cold light. Crack. And at this time Gao Xiaolong directly opened the door of the interrogation room. After walking in, I looked around first. After seeing Jiang Tian sitting on the interrogation chair, Gao Xiaolong's anger suddenly erupted. Call Sun Haiba now, immediately, and ask him to come over. Gao Xiaolong spoke to Wei Sun with a gloomy face that he wants to get to the bottom of it and get to the bottom of it. No matter who comes, it will be of no use. Didn't get angry at Wei Sun, because Wei Sun's level is not high enough. However, don't think that this means Gao Xiaolong is not angry. You would be totally wrong, otherwise, he wouldn't have criticized Jiang Tian directly in the meeting. This is a leader who really cannot tolerate any sand in his eyes. Yes, I'll be there right away. Wei Sun took out his cell phone. Chief Gao, Director Shen. At this moment Jiang Tian also stood up hurriedly. Well, I'm glad you're okay. Gao Xiaolong forced a smile on his face. At this moment, in Gao Xiaolong's mind, Jiang Tian was already a treasure in the anti-drug team. Chief, this is the recorder at that time. Jiang Tian took out the video, which he had deliberately kept just now, because he always felt that Sun Haiba would linger around and cause trouble, and it turned out to be true. At the same time, Sun Haiba was in a general mood when he came down from Jailing Mountain. Today's trip was in vain, but Jiang Tian's reputation will become even stronger. This forced Sun Haiba to examine his next choice. Although Jailing Mountain is relatively remote, the environment at this location is good. From here, you can even see the brightly lit sea of clouds. Sun Haiba, wearing a uniform, with his hands behind his back. The safety of life and property of tens of millions of people in one city and 5 districts rests on my shoulders. I must cheer up. Sun Haiba muttered to himself indifferently. He felt a little excited and proud. After a moment, there was no response. Sun Haiba sighed. In the past, Xiao Bo would have come out to agree with him. Without Xiao Bo, he always felt like he was missing a right-hand man. Sun Haiba took out his phone and sent Xiao Bo a text message. Come back to work in the next 2 days. I've arranged everything for you. Just then, the phone rang. Sun Haiba answered the phone calmly, his eyes still fixed on the city in the distance. Without even glancing at the caller ID, he said directly, What's the matter? I'm busy. Just tell me. Oh, okay, I'll be back now. Sun Haiba hung up the phone calmly, shaking his head. That's just how it is when you're in a high position. You can't help yourself. I'm always flattered by the boss's favor. After mumbling to himself, Sun Haiba looked at the driver's auxiliary police officer and said, Xiao Wang, have you heard of Commander Gao? Sun Haiba thought about tonight's arrangements. Overall, he was quite satisfied. Although it might not be fair to Xiao Jiang, it should be able to let the leader see his attitude towards the case, which is to never use his power for personal gain and to treat everyone equally. Director, are you going to meet Chief Gao? I saw him on TV. Xiao Wang said excitedly with some surprise. You're a good young man. I have high hopes for you. If you work hard, maybe you'll be able to get a permanent position someday. Sun Haiba was very satisfied with this title, and soon the municipal bureau is getting closer and closer. That's fine. Even though I don't get any credit, it's a bit of hard work. Sun Haiba suppressed his inner excitement and glanced at the bustling urban area around him. At this moment, Sun Haiba walked into the municipal bureau with his chest puffed out, but as far as the eye can see, Sun Haiba found something wrong. Why do those who usually greet and salute him now hurriedly lower their heads when they see him, as if they are afraid of being implicated by him and dare not even look at him? Chapter 41. The boss is paying attention, and we now have a strong backer at the same time. In the conference room, Jiang Tian, Gao Xiaolong, and others were watching the video. Originally, Gao Xiaolong asked Jiang Tian to go to the hospital, get a physical checkup as soon as possible, and arrange for hospitalization, where he could adjust himself and undergo a psychological assessment and psychotherapy. After all, the feeling of killing someone is completely different, not to mention humans, even. A dog will bite people after tasting raw meat once. The same is true for murder. If a person has a bad mentality and kills someone for the first time, it is easy to cause serious psychological trauma and may even lead him to a criminal path. How many people did Jiang Tian kill in just a few days? More than 180 people were killed in 2 days. These were more than 180 bloody lives, all recorded nakedly in Jiang Tian's file bag and kept sealed. However, Jiang Tian did not leave. Chief Gao, the case is too important after all. My opinion is to interrogate Wei Yudao. Secondly, I am here and can also describe the case in detail through the video. Jiang Tian's determination to solve the case instantly formed a sharp contrast with Sun Haiba in the eyes of Gao Xiaolong and Shen Han. Point 1 is concentrating on solving the case, while the other, in such an important department, is thinking about gaining influence and building interpersonal relationships. Thinking of this, Gao Xiaolong couldn't help but breathe heavily, especially when they watched the video next. There were also criminal investigation experts watching in the conference room. From the very beginning, Zhang Tian was lurking. Gao Xiaolong asked, "Xiao Jiang, how do you know there's something wrong with Wei Yudao?" Zhang Tian grinned and replied, "Intuition, I can smell the scent of the criminal." Hiss. Gao Xiaolong looked at Zhang Tian in surprise at this sentence. "Did you smell it?" Zhang Tian thought about it and scanned the radar himself, then nodded with certainty. "Good boy." Gao Xiaolong's face was full of joy, and he looked at the smell emanating from Zhang Tian with admiration that he really didn't expect that Zhang Tian actually had the skill. No doubt, because Zhang Tian has thoroughly proved his ability, otherwise, how could he have sensed that there was something wrong with Wei Yudao and even followed him? However, although you have made a contribution this time, you must never do this kind of thing again in the future. Although you are good at fighting, drug dealers are extremely vicious and it is very dangerous to act rashly. In the future, you must report anything unusual as soon as you notice it. Gao Xiaolong instructed. That's right, Zhang Tian's private actions were indeed problematic, otherwise Sun Haibo would not have seized the opportunity to punish Zhang Tian, who had just made a contribution. This also made Zhang Tian completely relieved. Looking at Gao Xiaolong's admiration in front of him, in his previous life, Gao Xiaolong had already sacrificed himself and even caused a major earthquake, and now, because of his appearance, his own ending, his family's ending, and most importantly, Gao Xiaolong's ending have changed, because this person is an old man who has made great contributions. Moreover, because of the importance this person now values him, Zhang Tian already knows that his future is about to rise rapidly and he will embark on a path that is completely different from his previous life. The recorder video recorded by Zhang Tian was also playing, but because it was night, it was a little unclear. But one can also feel the horror of it. The dog barked. Zhang Tian was discovered immediately. Gao Xiaolong looked serious, seeing the four drug dealers rushing towards him. His heart skipped a beat. If you put yourself in their shoes, you will realize that no drug enforcement officer can easily handle this situation. And then Zhang Tian moved swiftly, and almost every move was fatal. Hiss. Gao Xiaolong took a breath. Even Shinhan was shocked. "Xiao Jiang, are you interested in coming to the provincial department?" Shinhan was moved. He was completely moved. Damn it, who can resist such a talent? Are you still trying to poach people? Gao Xiaolong glanced at him, and then, when more than 20 drug dealers rushed out of the factory, this situation made even the knowledgeable Gao Xiaolong feel his scalp tingling. He was sure that if it were someone else, they would have died here long ago. Gao Xiaolong couldn't even imagine how he could escape when surrounded by more than 20 vicious drug dealers armed with guns, and then, they witnessed with their own eyes what horror was. Zhang Tian's speed was too fast. He changed his position almost after each shot. If he was a second slower in his original position, he would be beaten into a hedgehoggy dangerous. What followed was a silent assassination. It took only a few dozen minutes in total until Wei Yudao was arrested. Gao Xiaolong then realized with shock that he was covered in cold sweat without realizing it. Dangerous stuff. It's too dangerous. If it were someone else, they would definitely have confessed. Are you feeling wronged? Gao Xiaolong let out a breath, then turned to look at Zhang Tian and asked that he had just gone through such a dangerous fight, made great achievements, and wiped out the entire drug factory, but now he was locked up by his leader. Gao Xiaolong felt ashamed of such a heroic policeman. I'm not wronged. I'm serving the people. Zhang Tian said with a gleam in his eyes and a smile. Good. Gao Xiaolong's face was full of relief. He originally thought that Zhang Tian was young and would definitely be angry for being treated like this, but who would have known that Zhang Tian was actually so mature? With Zhang Tian's achievements and abilities, as well as his background, even if he tried to fight Sun Haibo head-on, Sun Haibo would not be able to do anything. But in this way, you will only be impulsive and have no brains, and will be unable to take on big responsibilities, and can only charge into battle. And now, Gao Xiaolong saw Zhang Tian's performance and felt a strong admiration for his talent. This is my cell phone number. If you have any questions, you can call me. Gao Xiaolong took out a business card with only 5 words on it, headquarters Gao Xiaolong, and a mobile phone number at the back. Hiss. Shinhan looked at this scene in shock. Shinhan knew very well what this meant. Mr. Gao was a man who could not tolerate any sand in his eyes. He had never done such a thing before, to openly protect someone, and now he actually left his contact information directly. How could Shinhan not know that Zhang Tian had completely entered Gao Xiaolong's eyes? Zhang Tian quickly put away the business card. Even though he had been decadent for more than 10 years in his previous life, he was so excited that he could hardly suppress it at this moment. This means that from now on, Zhang Tian will not only have a father who was a director, but also a big boss from the headquarters as his backer. Perhaps it is impossible to ask this big boss to help him through the back door, but if Zhang Tian needs to use the back door with his current ability, he might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill himself. What Zhang Tian needs now is a fair and just environment, and Gao Xiaolong can give him that just as Zhang Tian took it. He glanced at it. He found a man standing at the door of the conference room. When I looked at it, I was surprised to see that this was Sun Haiba. But why are his eyes a little red, a little jealous, exploded? Sun Haiba was indeed furious. I felt like my chest was about to explode. Gao Xiaolong actually gave Jiang Tian his business card and contact information. This fair and just boss actually made an exception for Jiang Tian. I felt even more jealous, as this meant that Jiang Tian would be very successful in the future. Sun Haiba was not convinced. Jiang Tian was just lucky and had better skills, but would it be useful if he just rushed around recklessly? Although Sun Haiba has no merit, he has worked hard. Why can't we look upon him with more respect? Chapter 42. Who gave you the right to target heroes? Commander Gao, you came to me. Don't worry, we have properly resolved all the aftermath issues. After our city bureau's arduous investigation, and treating every offender equally and without discrimination, we have already reached a detailed conclusion on this case. Sun Haiba walked up and spoke quickly. Although he did not take credit for himself, he kept showing himself off, but what he didn't expect was, when Gao Xiaolong heard his words, he instantly flew into a rage and sneered. What you call equal treatment is letting the drug lord sit on the sofa without interrogating him, and instead locking up our greatest hero who captured the drug lord and busted the drug factory in a small dark room. Chief, it was mainly because I took into consideration Wei Yudeo's special status as a representative of the conference, and I reported to the higher authorities before taking action. Sun Haiba explained that strictly speaking, what he did made sense, but he forgot that Gao Xiaolong was a man who couldn't tolerate any injustice. He was furious when he heard this explanation. Then you can lock up a hero in a small dark room, Sun Haiba. Who gave you the right to target heroes? Who gave you the right to use your privileges? Let me tell you, rights are given by the people. Equality for all is something we advocate, and it's the bottom line. Just because you have a certain status, you can treat even a big drug lord differently. What else can you not do? Boom. Shock. The entire conference room looked at this scene in shock, especially after hearing Gao Xiaolong's words. The drug enforcement police on the scene were already furious, and even the criminal police who were assisting in the case had fire in their eyes because of Gao Xiaolong's words. They could also empathize with him. Put yourself in their shoes. If you have made a contribution, would you be locked up just because your enemy is a person of some status, who will dare to do it in the future? Gao Xiaolong was also considering this issue. Sun Haiba, who was waiting for praise, had a confused look on his face and sweat broke out unknowingly. He stared blankly at the furious Gao Xiaolong in front of him. He doesn't think he did anything wrong. Sun Haiba, you're in this position to solve cases, not for your social connections. Black is black, white is white. There's no social connections. You're locking up a comrade who's made great contributions in a small dark room just for social connections. What do you want to do? Gao Xiaolong pressed down on the table, with an extremely oppressive look on his face, and looked straight at Sun Haiba. At this moment, Sun Haiba was very panicked and turned to look at Jiang Tian. This bastard. Sun Haiba's eyes were red as he watched Gao Xiaolong scold him mercilessly, and then looked at the business card in Jiang Tian's hand. Sun Haiba's eyes were filled with hatred. Damn it. He deserves to die. Sun Haiba, I will discuss this matter with the headquarters. Is it appropriate to place you in such an important department? In addition, Director Shin has also decided to first notify you of the disciplinary action within the province. Gao Xiaolong continued. Buzz. Sun Haiba's face was pale. It's over. Sun Haiba knew that he was finished. His political future was over, but unfortunately, Jiang Tian didn't have time to watch Sun Haiba's performance before Zhao Wei pulled him out of the meeting room and drove him to the hospital. Brother Jiang, why didn't you call me when you took action? Zhao Wei felt lost. Didn't you say you would pick up your sister by plane tonight? I thought I'd go over and check out the situation myself. Jiang Tian explained calmly, because Jiang Tian remembered this incident very clearly. When Zhao Wei died in his previous life, Zhao Wei's sister arrived tonight. He originally had a chance to turn the tables, but it was ruined by that bitch Wang Yifei. What about me? Li Zijin sat next to Jiang Tian, pulled Jiang Tian to observe him carefully, as if he wanted to see if there were any scars on Jiang Tian's body. Later, when he saw that Jiang Tian had no injuries on his body except for some dirt on his clothes, Li Zijin finally breathed a sigh of relief. That I have to say, as a young man, it was a bit inappropriate for Jiang Tian to be so close to a girl. Of course, the most important thing is that Li Zijin is 2 or 3 years older than Jiang Tian, and looks very pure. It's the kind of thing that when you look at her, you feel like you're seeing a classical beauty right in front of you. Jiang Tian calmly kept a little distance from her before he breathed a sigh of relief. Didn't you say that your blind date asked you out for dinner? Jiang Tian replied. Speaking of this, Jiang Tian suddenly remembered that in his previous life, Li Zijin died in the battle yesterday, and that blind date didn't seem to be a good person either. It seems like he was filming a pornographic drama and was later arrested. Zhang Tian looked at Li Zijin in front of him and felt that he should do something. After all, he had been taking care of him since he joined the police force, and now he was under his command, especially some written reports, case issues, and the police handling procedures. Li Zijin managed them all in an orderly manner, civilian responsibilities within the team. TSK, all men are bad. Sisterly, I will never get married in my life. I am a non-marriageist. Li Zijin complained. Okay, the bad guy wanted to treat you to barbecue, but forget it. Zhang Tian spread his hands. Li Zijin's face suddenly fell. Zhang Tian accurately grasped Li Zijin's fatal flaw. Although she had a good figure, her gluttony was well known to everyone. Forget it, you're not a bad person. Li Zijin pouted with a dark face. Zhang Tian didn't say anything, and Wei Yudeo's case was basically over. As for what to dig out later, it will be a tedious task. However, Zhang Tian is also very clear that some things should be let go, but he already has the greatest credit in his hands, so giving away some leftover scraps to colleagues is a valid way of handling the situation. The small bit of merit won't bring any changes to Zhang Tian, but it can make everyone in the police force feel good about him. This deal is totally worth it. I don't know how Xiaobo would feel if he had the chance to come back and saw everyone was so fond of me and giving me compliments. Zhang Tian looked out the window. Soon the car arrived at the hospital. Although Zhang Tian was fine, the police still issued a certificate and even ordered Zhang Tian to stay in the hospital for one night, and it was at this time, although Wei Yudao was arrested late at night, it still caused a huge shock in the immediate future. Who is Wei Yudao? In the entire Yunhai area, he is involved in both black and white, especially with his huge reputation, and his industries also influence all walks of life in Yunhai provincial cadre's residential area. Muya returned home exhausted. She looked a little haggard. It was a huge shock to Muya that the man she thought she could entrust her life to was actually that kind of person. However, after Muya returned home, she was surprised to find that her father, who had been full of disgust towards Xiaobo before, actually took the initiative to ask about Xiaobo today. Muya, you don't know, the city bureau's anti-drug detachment has been working hard these past 2 days. They have killed 100 or 200 drug dealers abroad, cracked a drug trafficking case in Yunda this morning, and then directly took down a big tiger in our Yunhai, Wei Yudao, tonight. It is said that Wei Yudao is a big drug lord. The most shocking thing about these cases is that they were all solved by the city bureau. Xiaobo is from the city bureau's anti-drug team, right? Muya's father was amazed. Wei Yudao is a big drug lord. Muya was shocked. Even she had heard of Wei Yudao's reputation. Yes, it is said that these cases were solved by a trainee drug enforcement officer. His name has not been leaked, but it is said that his surname is Zhang. I heard that even Mr. Gao looks at him differently. Muya's father was elegant and easygoing, with an unquestionable aura of being in a high position. It's him. Muya instantly thought of Zhang Tian. At this moment, Muya developed a strong curiosity and desire to explore Zhang Tian, as well as an admiration that she herself was not aware of. Yes, it seems that Xiaobo can pass the test. As far as I know, this is at least due to the collective merits of 2 or 3 people. If he had worked harder, Xiaobo might have individual merits. It seems that he has passed the test. Muya's father nodded with a smile on his face. Muya bit her lip. She wanted to completely sever her relationship with Xiaobo, but she couldn't make up her mind. The ideological education she received since she was a child told her to be faithful. Although she had no relationship with Xiaobo and it was not confirmed, if she changed her mind easily, wouldn't it be like being fickle? I understand, but Dad, I want to go camping tomorrow, and you are not allowed to let anyone follow me. Muya wanted to think carefully about how to deal with it. She held the phone and looked at Xiaobo's short essay on the phone, which contained various apologies and a pleading tone, asking him to forgive her just once. Chapter 43, Endless Physical Strength. I am invincible, you can do whatever you want. Municipal Hospital. The morning sun shines down, but on a special bed. Wang Yifei found it hard to accept. I'm sorry, we've tried our best, but unfortunately, the nerves in your left leg are severed. I'm afraid you'll only be able to walk with a cane from now on. These were the doctor's regretful words for Wang Yifei. It was like a bolt from the blue, because this means that she will become a disabled person in the future. Wang Yifei used to be viciously contemptuous of people with disabilities and had a condescending mentality like a fairy, especially after knowing Zhang Tian's identity. She felt even more ecstatic that a second-generation man would be so admiring of her, and now. But tell a little fairy that her legs are disabled? No, this is not true. You did it on purpose. You did it on purpose. Are you doctors doing this on purpose? The little fairy Wang Yifei was so angry that she almost lost her mind. The effect of the anesthetic has worn off. Wang Yifei almost went crazy after losing all sensation in her left leg. I'm sorry, we've tried our best. The doctor's face turned cold. This is simply unreasonable. If it weren't for the fact that she lost a leg, she would be kicked out of the hospital today. Also, your medical expenses currently amount to 130,000 yuan. Please pay it off as soon as possible. The doctor handed down the bill coldly. I originally wanted to give the other party some time to get it together, but now, don't blame the hospital for being ruthless. If Zhang Tian were here, he would be very familiar with all of this. Wang Yifei did the same thing in her previous life, but it was always Zhang Tian who cleaned up the mess. Oh my god, what shall I do? Where did our family get so much money? The doctor frowned slightly and didn't want to argue. If you can't pay the fee, we will have to stop the medication. If an infection occurs, the patient may eventually have to undergo amputation. In the ward, as soon as the doctor left, Wang Yifei's parents, who rushed over, felt like the sky had fallen. After crying, the queen mother seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes lit up and she said, Zhang Tian, yes, daughter, didn't you say that Zhang Tian, that loser, was a second-generation rich man? These officials all have rich families. Come on, ask him for money. Wang Yifei's father also reacted, yes, he must be rich to find such a loser. He used to buy you a mobile phone, gifts, and brand-name bags. He must be rich. Wang Yifei's parents are ordinary workers. They have saved some money by living frugally, but Wang Yifei has a younger brother who is about to get married and needs financial resources, so they are even more reluctant to give money. At this time, Wang Yifei's expression paused. When she heard the name Zhang Tian, she hesitated and didn't know how to explain, because Wang Yifei felt that Zhang Tian had changed. He used to listen to her and do whatever she said, but after seeing her and Xiaobo check into a hotel, Zhang Tian became different. If she had to say what she regretted, it was the emptiness of losing Zhang Tian, her cash cow, but she didn't know that the things Zhang Tian bought for her before were all bought with his hard work doing odd jobs. I can't contact him. Wang Yifei said hesitantly. Wang Yifei's father, Wang Chang, was immediately furious. Did he disappear because you got into trouble? This bastard, if he dares to ignore you, I will report him to the higher-ups and his family. Isn't his father a bureau chief? I will report him. He bought so many things for you, he must have embezzled money. If Zhang Tian were here, he would definitely be very clear about the ugly faces of this family. In the previous life, this family had to buy a house for Wang Yifei's younger brother's marriage, and even if they used up all the tens of thousands of yuan of property left by Zhang Tian's parents, it was still not enough. There is not a single person in this family who is not good at dealing with others. While they were having a heated discussion. At this time, I saw a group of people wearing white shirts walking outside the ward. That's the big leader? Wang Cheng swallowed. Even though he was ignorant, he knew that people wearing white shirts and flowers on their shoulders were definitely important people. The scariest thing was that there were some people in suits following them. The doctor who had just been showing off to them now placed his hands respectfully in front of him, waiting for the group to pass by. She even greeted a man with a seductive smile at the door and called him the dean. Can the hospital director only accompany him, Wang? Chang was shocked and immediately realized that these were even more important people. The elevator in your hospital is not very efficient. You have to go around and change elevators after reaching the 4th floor. Gao Xiaolong commented from the front. What? You said Gao Xiaolong is not from the health system? Sorry, at Gao Xiaolong's level, he can handle all public security issues, and it's okay to make a few unreasonable comments. It turned out that Gao Xiaolong had learned about the case last night and personally oversaw the case solving. He rested for half the night and was worried about his precious Zhang Tian early in the morning. My goodness, the entire sea of clouds has been unable to break through for such a long time. Comrade Xiao Zhang solved 2 major cases with huge impact in one day. The influence is huge. After thinking about it for half a night, he finally discussed with Director Shin and applied for the honorary title of anti-drug pioneer for Zhang Tian. But considering that Zhang Tian is young, has just graduated, and has even been promoted once, promoting him again would seem like forcing things to happen. This honorary title is also a huge medal of merit. So he came early in the morning to report the good news to Zhang Tian. Mr. Gao, you can go directly to the 1st floor, and we can also transfer to the 4th floor. It is not necessary to change elevators. It's just that when we get to the 1st floor, we just happen to take this elevator. The dean explained. Gao Xiaolong smiled slightly and said, Comrade Zhang Tian is a good comrade and a little hero of our public security system. He must be examined with the best equipment and evaluated and treated by the best psychological experts. This is of paramount importance. I have to say, it's very convenient Gao Xiaolong also had a mission when he came down, which was to rectify the drug control and safety protection issues in Yunhai. After a few days, he couldn't find any breakthrough point, and Jiang Tian's appearance was like the sharpest knife in Gao Xiaolong's hand, cut off the dense criminal group in Yunhai. The group walked away. But every word of the voice fell into the ears of Wang Chang and others in the ward. Okay, Jiang Tian, that cold-hearted loser, is actually in this hospital. That's great. All the leaders are here. If he's unwilling to pay, we'll make a fuss and report his family for corruption. Wang Chang's face was full of surprise. Wang Yifei swallowed back the words she wanted to explain. She didn't want to have her limbs amputated. She had thought it through because the doctor said that with proper rehabilitation treatment, she might be able to walk normally in the future, but this requires high medical expenses. Now Wang Yifei can only rely on Jiang Tian. With the leader here, Jiang Tian must be trapped. A spark of hope instantly ignited in Wang Yifei's heart. Wang Mei, silly girl, hurry up and follow. Wang Chang pulled Wang's mother and trotted after them. The two of them were dressed rather simply. Gao Xiaolong and others looked at the two of them and thought that the patient's family didn't think much of it. Psychological rehabilitation is on the 12th floor. The elevator arrived quickly. The dean personally led the way. At this moment, Jiang Tian was looking at his attribute panel boredly. After last night's hard work, Jiang Tian has now successfully upgraded an entry to red. Never miss a target, gold, scanning radar, gold, martial arts master, red, unusual talent, blue, traditional Chinese medicine novice, white, disguise, green, superb memory, green, gambling skills, green, slightly pleasant piano music, white, sin value, 18,300, special missions, blessing of the god of wealth, collect 3 first-class merits, god of body shape, collect first, second, and third-class merits. Jiang Tian lay on the bed with his eyes closed to rest. In fact, at this moment, he was wondering whether his superiors would give him 2 first-class merits. After all, the Yunda incident was a great achievement. A drug factory was discovered at night, especially what was done. Under normal circumstances, it should not be surprising to get 2 first-class merits, but he already has a first-class merit award. Will the higher authorities award him 2 first-class merit awards in succession? Jiang Tian expressed doubt. However, looking at the total revenue of 18,000, the arrest of Wei Yudao was definitely the biggest part, contributing a full 5,000 sin points. That's right, one person contributed 5,000. Jiang Tian had never met someone with such a terrifying sin value. There is no doubt that the crimes are absolutely innumerable. In terms of physique, my natural talent has given me 3 times the maximum strength of a human body. If it's red, wouldn't that be 10 times the starting point? What about gold? Jiang Tian was a little tempted. Only when combined with the red martial arts master can the most powerful force be unleashed. By then, Jiang Tian felt that he could really walk sideways. Give it a try? Jiang Tian thought. To himself, directly click on the upgrade button on the talent. The next moment, Jiang Tian only felt a ball of fire in his body suddenly burning in an instant. All the muscles in my body were trembling. There is also an inexplicable feeling. Gifted, blue, infinite stamina, red. At this moment, you gain endless source of power. As long as you have enough food, your strength will never limit. Hiss. That's awesome. Brother Jiang, why do you look a little different? Zhao Wei, who was accompanying him, said in surprise. Jiang Tian wanted them to leave yesterday, but the two refused to do so. They said that their leader asked them to work overtime to stay and take care of the child, and they were paid, so they could not leave. Last night, Jiang Tian's mother came over, but it turned out that both beds were occupied by 2 people, so Jiang Tian's mother had no choice but to leave. Liz Jin nodded in agreement. In that instant, they all got goosebumps, as if they had seen some ferocious beast, but Jiang Tian didn't have time to answer. The next moment, there was a knock on the door. Before Jiang Tian could turn around, Gao Xiaolong pushed the door open and walked in. However, Jiang Peng did not follow. Jiang Tian only found out yesterday after he called him that his father had worked overtime at the municipal bureau last night to conduct a surprise interrogation of Wei Yudao. In addition to Gao Xiaolong, Jiang Tian discovered that Director Shin had also come. Next to Shin Han was a woman in a white shirt. Yes, a woman, about 34 or 35 years old. The feeling it gives people is that it is very cold and judges everyone. Boss, bye? Jiang Tian narrowed his eyes. He recognized him. This was Bai Qiu, the anti-drug chief of the provincial department. In his previous life, although he was from the lower class, he had seen her photo during a national awards ceremony for heroes and models, because the heroes and models awarded that time were reserved for police officers across the country who sacrificed their lives for their meritorious service. At this moment, Bai Qiu was also looking at her with curiosity. Chapter 44 Honor Award, Anti-Drug Pioneer. Even someone as aloof as Bai Qiu was still shocked by Jiang Tian's record after witnessing it with her own eyes yesterday. She had already gone to the scene last night to participate in the investigation. The scene was so shocking that even she was shocked. Mr. Gao, we have conducted a detailed psychological assessment on this comrade to ensure that there are no problems. He is also in excellent physical health and has no injuries. The dean spoke quickly from the side. Okay. Gao Xiaolong's face was full of joy. Commander Gao, what are you doing? Zhang Tian looked a little confused, but mostly flattered. They were all big shots, and those who came were all big shots. Chief Gao won't say anymore. There is also Director Shen and President Baida. He was just a small drug enforcement officer. How could he have such qualifications? In his previous life, he didn't even have the hope of meeting these people. Chief Gao smiled faintly and said, Comrade Zhang Tian, on behalf of the Ministry of Public Security, I am here to present you with a special award. Now, listen to my orders. At this moment, Wang Chang and his wife had carefully walked to the door of the ward, then a steady voice was heard. Comrade Zhang Tian has braved danger, eradicated evil, and strictly enforced the law against criminals. He has been at the forefront of crime and has been fearless and heroic. He has fully embodied the spirit of the People's Police in the new era, especially in his outstanding performance in combating drug traffickers. To commend his exemplary work and promote righteousness, the Ministry of Public Security has decided to award Comrade Zhang Tian the honorary title of Anti-Drug Pioneer. We hope that Comrade Zhang Tian, who has been commended, will cherish this honor, continue to work hard, forge ahead, and achieve even greater success. Buzz. Li Zijin and Zhao Wei next to Zhang Tian both widened their eyes. When these big guys came in, they lowered their heads and trembled. When Gao Xiaolong finished speaking, they exploded instantly. At this moment they had only one thought: what kind of amazing captain are you following? My brother will always be my brother. Zhao Wei hissed. Anti-drug pioneer. Zhang Tian's eyes lit up. Although it is not a hero model title in all police systems across the country, however, being a pioneer in drug control is definitely a sign of affirmation for him. Moreover, Zhang Tian was not in a hurry at all, because he had only been reborn for 2 days and had only been in the police force for a month. Normally, he still had to intern for a year, but he had already been promoted out of turn. Asking for too much would only lead to overgrowth. Even though Zhang Tian was not afraid, a towering building was built from the ground up. In this life, in addition to wanting to eliminate evil, he also wanted to be the best. Thank you, Chief. Gao Xiaolong shook his head. The Ministry of Public Security has been working overtime to review and approve your Certificate of Honor. It will be delivered to you in a few days, along with your Medal of Honor. Zhang Tian was a little disappointed. I thought I would be able to gather the blessings of the God of Wealth today. In fact, besides Li Zijin and Zhao Wei, there were also 2 people outside the door who were shocked. Lao Wang, what is the honorary title of Anti-Drug Pioneer? Huang Mei asked a little guiltily, because he saw that these leaders in white shirts were a little nice to Zhang Tian. Wang Chang's eyes were filled with excitement at this moment as he said, is there any need to ask about being a pioneer in drug control? He must have made great contributions, and with so many leaders, it must be a great contribution. Who knows, he will have a bright future in the future. He loves Wang Yifei so much. Not only can he get money for medical treatment, but he can even threaten her and blackmail her for her bright future. These officials have a lot of money, and we have to pay for even a small amount of money from them. Not only that, Wang Chang was already thinking in his mind that he should quickly get his daughter Wang Yifei involved with Zhang Tian. Even if they had to blame him, they would have to blame him. At that time, they could make a lot of money by taking advantage of the relationship between Zhang Tian's family. This useless guy, Wang Chang, seemed to have discovered a way to make a fortune. Who are you and what are you doing here? At this moment, the guard at the door finally scolded the 2 of them. We are the parents-in-law of the patient inside. What's your attitude? Wang Chang retorted righteously, and at this moment, in fact, Zhang Tian was communicating with Bai Xiao. Comrade Xiao Jiang, our team has a case recently. We received news that there is a drug deal in Yunhai East District. When the time comes, I hope you can come and assist. Bai Xiao asked calmly. In fact, Bai Xiao wanted to find out and test whether it was really as terrifying as the report said. Mainly, Zhang Tian's young face and the immature air of a student that still seemed to have lingered on him made Bai Xiao feel a little hesitant. Dongcheng District? Zhang Tian's expression changed slightly. He was very familiar with this name because an unprecedented major case had broken out in Dongcheng District before he traveled through time, and Bai Xiao had died in this operation. Because of insufficient preparation, he was caught by drug dealers. The consequence is that he was eventually tortured to death by those vicious drug traffickers. No problem. Zhang Tian nodded without hesitation. Okay, then we'll go first. You can take a rest today and don't have to remember to go back to work. Gao Xiaolong patted Jiang Tian with satisfaction. Huang Mei, who was standing outside the door, was still surprised. Lao Wang, why didn't we go in when the leader was here? Are you stupid? Let's first threaten this loser to pay for Yifei's medical expenses. If he doesn't agree, we will catch up with those leaders and expose the evil deeds of this loser. Wang Chang sneered. Even if it was the second generation, they had experienced this kind of trash before and it was not worth mentioning at all. He believed that it would be 100% successful if he handled it this way. So, when Gao Xiaolong and the others just left. An inopportune voice rang out. Jiang Tian, Yifei's medical expenses are already in arrears. What happened? Now all the medicines have been stopped. If anything happens to Yifei, we will not forgive you. Jiang Tian slowly turned his head, and when he saw the two faces, there was not much surprise on his face. I thought that in the previous life, these two people were even worse than they are now. During this period, Jiang Tian wanted to divorce many times because he could not stand the torture from Wang Yifei and his family, but later, Wang Yifei tied them up with her children. In addition, the family was large, and Wang Yifei had 3 or 4 uncles and a large group of cousins. Hey, what if Xiaobo marries Wang Yifei? Jiang Tian looked at them and suddenly had an idea. He vaguely grasped the inspiration. What if the miserable situation in his previous life was directly handed over to Xiaobo? When Jiang Tian thought of this, he couldn't help but be shocked, because he knew Wang Yifei, that bitch, too well. As far as he knew, she and Xiaobo were together for true love and excitement at first, but later on it was definitely for Xiaobo's power. If Jiang Tian wasn't there, once the initial novelty wore off, Wang Yifei's bad side would have been fully revealed. By then, Xiaobo's family will be in great trouble, as Xiaobo's family background is such that he comes from a mountain village. Marrying Wang Yifei is definitely a great blessing for the whole family. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian pretended to be surprised and said, Uncle Wang, we have broken up, didn't you know? In his previous life, Wang Chang forced Jiang Tian to give money to Wang Yifei's younger brother to buy a house and get a betrothal gift, but in this life, Jiang Tian really wants to see what Xiaobo will look like when facing all this. Break up? Jiang Tian, you dare to break up with our Yifei, you loser, you are just denying your promise after having fun. How can it be so easy? I will report you, we will report you officials to the higher authorities for bullying us ordinary people. Huang Mei jumped out in an instant and burst into tears. Wang Chang also frowned and said, Jiang Tian, you can't do such a thing just because Yifei is injured and needs money. If that happens, I will find your leader. When that happens, think about your bright future being ruined. Will your leader still promote you? With you, the bright future will be ruined. Jiang Tian sneered in his heart, but spread his hands and said, Uncle Wang, you are wrong. Yifei has never let me touch her. Wang Chang was stunned when they knew Jiang Tian's identity. The couple forced their daughter to agree to Jiang Tian's pursuit. They thought they had already been in a relationship. Even if they haven't touched it, we can't evade responsibility. Our daughter is too conservative and wants to save her virginity for when she gets married. Wang Chang played the good guy. Jiang Tian sneered in his heart, that bitch is still conservative. You think too highly of your daughter, don't you? You never thought that, you wouldn't let me touch her, but your daughter checked into a room with some bastard, sheep man outside. Moreover, the medical bills are so high not because of her legs, but because your daughter was so badly beaten during her pregnancy. Most of the money went to preserving the fetus. It's that cheap man's child. After arriving at the hospital, Jiang Tian specially checked Wang Yifei's medical records and found that the baby had not been aborted. Jiang Tian had to sigh that the bastard was really tough and the baby was not aborted. What did you say? I'm going to fight you, you loser. Huang Mei wanted to rush up like crazy. Bang. Jiang Tian slapped Huang Mei, the fat pig, in the face with a slight raise of his hand, and the slap made her vomit blood and fly backwards. You hit me, you killed someone, the police killed someone. Huang Mei cried and made a fuss. At this moment, even Wang Chang was sweating profusely, not knowing how to deal with what was going to happen next, because they found that they had no control over Jiang Tian at all. How has this child changed? This is a money-losing commodity. This is a money-losing commodity. Wang Chang wanted to beat Wang Yifei to death at this moment. Instead of looking for me, you might as well go find that wild man. He played with Yifei, and it's okay for him to deny it. Besides, Yifei and I have no relationship at all. If you ask me for money, it will constitute blackmail. But if you ask the child's father, there will be no problem. If you don't believe me, I can do a DNA test. Jiang Tian made a suggestion. Huang Mei stopped crying, forgot about the beating, and Wang Chang's eyes brightened. As long as they can get benefits and money, they can replace Jiang Tian with someone else. Besides, if that money-losing guy can give up Zhang Tian, he must have found someone better. Doesn't better mean more money, hiss. Who is that man? Tell me quickly. Wang Chang's eyes were red. That wild man is called Xiao Bo, and he's also a native of Yunhai. However, he's currently renting a house in Xinxiang community. By the way, he and I are both drug enforcement officers, but he's been suspended now, so he's probably at home. Zhang Tian kindly revealed the news. Wang Cheng and Huang Mei didn't even say a word. They almost ran out of the ward. Zhang Tian felt relieved at this moment, but he could already foresee that Xiao Bo was going to suffer a great punishment. My goodness, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. I wonder if Xiao Bo's parents who own that kind of land can afford it. In the room, only Zhang Tian, who was watching the show, and Li Zijin and Zhao Wei, who were stunned, were left. They need time to accept this explosive news. Is that beast Xiao Bo still a human being? Zhao Wei's worldview was shocked. He had already thought that Xiao Bo was a beast, but he didn't expect it to be so extreme. Wang Yifei is not a good person either. Captain Zhang, I envied you for how nice you were to Yifei before, but in the end you didn't want to let you touch her. Li Zijin also stood up for her. Sisterly, if I'm nice to you, will you let me touch you? Zhang Tian asked in surprise. Ta. Li Zijin rolled his eyes pretending to be disgusted, but when he turned around, no one noticed his slightly red face. Chapter 45, Eating at a Roadside Stall, and the credit comes to you, Yunshan Prison. It is almost the most famous prison in the entire Yunhai province, because the people imprisoned here are either serving life sentences or serious criminals who are about to be executed. Anyway, if they want to get out, they have to be sentenced to at least several decades. For such an important prison, security measures are naturally extremely important. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for the prisoners here to escape from prison, not even in their lifetime. But the most feared thing is accidents. On this day, there was a hazy drizzle in the sky. In the evening, a huge siren sounded throughout the Yunshan prison, completely breaking all the silence. From the warden to the lowest prison guard, every one of them was in a state of panic, because someone escaped from Yunhai prison. Zhang Tian's memory of his previous life was correct. During the day, after Zhang Tian completed the discharge procedures from the hospital, he took 2 teammates to try his luck on the streets. To be honest, his luck was not very good. After strolling around a few times, Zhang Tian did not find any major criminals. At most, they caught 3 or 4 petty thieves, which was insignificant to Zhang Tian, but this really made Zhao Wei and Li Zijin upset. In the evening, Zhang Tianjing took the 2 of them to eat barbecue. Just now, they handed over a petty thief who stole a mobile phone. Zhang Tian was a little bored. What a joke! What kind of ability did he have? A perpetual motion machine? He wanted to be a drug dealer, but he just wandered around the streets for most of the day and caught a few petty thieves. Zhang Tian felt that this was an insult to his scanning radar. Zhang Tian fell into deep thought. He felt that his thinking might be wrong. Captain Zhang, wow, this feels so good. Today we solved 3 cases in a row and saved people's property safety. Zhao Wei's face was full of satisfaction. Zhang Tian sighed. This silly child was so easily satisfied. Delicious, delicious. Listening to the chewing sounds beside his ears, Zhang Tian turned his head and looked at Li Zijin again. Her mouth was full of oil. To be honest, if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would have believed that such a pure and beautiful woman would eat barbecue like this. Boss, come again. Well, brother Xiaojiang is treating us today, so we must have a big meal. Li Zijin said, raising his little hand. You'll be stuffed to death. Zhang Tian drank a bottle of beer in one breath. For his physical condition, a bottle of beer really didn't feel like anything at all, but the wineglass had just been put down. Zhang Tian felt that his vision dimmed, and he didn't know when someone was standing behind him. Zhang Tian was about to put down the bottle when he felt a hand on his shoulder and a drunken voice. Beauty, what's the point of drinking with 2 little dogs? Our table is short of someone, come drink with us. While speaking, he exerted force with his arms, as if he wanted to throw Zhang Tian aside. Zhang Tian only then raised his head and glanced at the person who was speaking. What he saw was that his arms were decorated with dragons and tigers, and his body was indeed quite large. From the underworld? Zhang Tian was quite surprised. You can ask around in Gangxiling for dozens of miles. My eldest brother is called Gogu. Gogu treats beautiful ladies to a drink. As for you, there's no need. Just go wherever you need to go. My eldest brother has no interest in drinking with 2 skinny dogs. The tattooed man said arrogantly. Zhang Tian slammed the wineglass on the table. Following my gaze, I saw a group of people sitting at the barbecue table next to me. There were 3 or 4 of them at a glance. As for the leader, he was a young man in his 20s. When he saw Zhang Tian looking at him, he raised his glass and smiled slightly. This attitude shows that he has never taken them seriously from the beginning to the end. Requiem and Zhang Tianxia hadn't noticed it just now, but he subconsciously glanced at the scanning radar. Famous underworld figure, dog brother, sin value 1900 points. Zhang Tian was shocked because this sin value was no less than that of the drug dealer Wei Rong. Good job. Zhang Tian didn't expect that he couldn't find it after searching for half a day. While you were enjoying the barbecue, it was delivered to your door. Of course, on the other hand, Zhang Tian didn't feel surprised. Not to mention around the millennium, this situation was very common. Even 10 or 20 years later, wherever there is white in the world, darkness will inevitably arise, and this skilled look, especially when he saw the people eating barbecue around him, turned their heads, saw that it was dog brother, and then turned back as if they didn't see him. Zhang Tian knew that this was definitely not the first time it happened. Ha! At this time, the tattooed man who wanted to push Zhang Tian aside looked confused, because even though he exerted force just now, Zhang Tian's seemingly thin body didn't move at all. It seems that the thin dog is not me, but you. Is this all the strength you have? Zhang Tian pinched the tattooed man with one hand. You dare to fight back? The tattooed man was shocked. He had traveled across Gangxiling for dozens of miles and followed the most famous Big Brother. When had he ever met anyone who dared to go against him? This kid is in trouble. Being targeted by Brother Dog won't end well. Yeah, in the end he was even tortured to the point where his life was worse than death. This kid is in a terrible situation. The people eating barbecue were even more shocked when they saw this scene. Such scenes also brought a heavy feeling to Zhang Tian, because people had seen it so many times that they had even become accustomed to it. It also represents the social crisis and social chaos. This time, Dog Brother, who was not far away, seemed a little surprised. He smiled slightly and said lightly, interesting. Fuck, are you trying to show off in front of Captain Zhang? Jia Wei took a breath. 200 drug dealers were killed by Brother Jiang, and a group of gangsters dare to be so arrogant? Giving opportunities is useless. Zhang Tian glanced at the scanning radar. August 2001, assisted Dog Brother in forcing women and even beat a man to death. Crime value, 200. If they are not the main culprits, most of them are just accomplices, but these are absolutely heinous crimes, worthy of the death penalty. Just watch carefully. We can't show mercy to such social beasts. Zhang Tian said to the two of them. The next moment, puff. Zhang Tian pulled the man's wrist, and when the tattooed man leaned forward, he kneed him in the vital part. It is fast, accurate and ruthless. Although it is not a killing technique, it can definitely make the opponent lose their fighting ability with one move. Crack. You can even hear the sound of the knee bone breaking, let alone the critical part. Hiss. Jia Wei sucked in a breath of cold air and subconsciously clamped his legs together. He raised his head and looked at the tattooed man who had been so arrogant just now. His body was bent like a big shrimp, curled up on the ground and kept rolling around, making a hoarse sound from his mouth, and his eyes were almost bulging out. Too cruel, but Jia Wei immediately thought of the method Zhang Tian used to kill those drug dealers. Oh, that's okay, bang. Boy, you are so brave. Do you know who I am? Dog Brother slammed the table and stood up, grinning slightly, and raised his head with a sneer on his face, but the next moment, beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping from Dog Brother's head. A pitch-black muzzle of a gun was pointing at his head. Just now, Brother Go just saw that Li Zijin was pretty and wanted to have a kiss with her, but who knew that he would meet such a cruel person, with a gun. Brother Go also has a gun, but he would never dare to show it in such a blatant place. Even if he was beaten to death, Zhang Tian had a smile on his face as he looked at the evil smile on Go Ji's face. Bang! Zhang Tian went up and slapped Go hard. With this slap, Go vomited blood from his mouth, and his calm and indifferent expression just now disappeared in an instant. Brother Dog, right? Let's hear the dog bark twice. Zhang Tian said. Don't go too far. Everyone knows my reputation here. Dog Brother's face was sinister. He made up his mind that he would kill them if he had the chance, but the next moment, bang. It wasn't Zhang Tian who did it, but Li Zijin, who kicked Go Ji's vitals. What a bullshit. Go, call me Go Jia from now on. If it wasn't her, Li Zijin, who was here today, and Zhang Tian was by her side, and if it was a powerless woman, Li Zijin couldn't even imagine what would happen if she was targeted by such a person. The Dog Brother bent over, feeling severe pain, as if he was broken, yet as if he could still be saved, but before Dog Brother could cover his vital parts with his hands, he heard a cracking sound. Dog Brother was completely confused. My hands? Who tied my hands? Hey, why are there a pair of silver bracelets on my hands? When he looked up, Zhang Tian was holding his ID and said, We are from the Municipal Bureau. You are suspected of assaulting police officers and obstructing public service. Please come over. Police from the Municipal Bureau? Gogo was dumbfounded. Zhang Tian looked at the red light in his mind. This belongs to Brother Go. Moreover, Zhang Tian also figured out the pattern. A crime value of 1,900 was just a crime of gangster nature and intimidation. It was definitely impossible for it to be so much. By analogy, among various types of crimes, Zhang Tian has figured out a pattern, that is, drug dealers are the most numerous. Pornography, gambling, drugs and crime are inseparable, but among all the crimes committed by drug dealers, the most sinful and harmful ones are also the most serious. Chapter 46: Locking the Mountain and Capturing People. This is a terrifying existence run. In addition to the tattooed man, there were 3 other men under Dog Brother who turned around and tried to run away. No need to chase him. The monk may run away, but the temple cannot. Let's catch this dog first. Zhang Tian called Zhao Wei, who was about to chase him. Since Zhang Tian knew Zhao Wei's identity, he couldn't let Zhao Wei take risks. He. Zhao Wei scratched his head and looked at Dog Brother, who was handcuffed, with an excited smile on his face. I want to go to the hospital. I'm seriously injured. Dog Brother covered his vital parts with cold sweat on his face. Brother Jiang, what should we do? Zhao Wei was a little worried that something might happen. I'll teach you. Zhang Tian grabbed Goji's hair with one hand and slapped him twice in the face with his other hand without mercy. Compared with later generations, Zhang Tian feels that the best thing is that there are not so many self-media, so he can be bolder in doing things, especially when it comes to treating criminals. These damn beasts should not be treated well. No. Dog Brother screamed. When I returned to the Municipal Bureau, there were not many people left inside. There was only the civilian Yu Wei who was on duty, and Captain Guo who was on duty today, and a few others. What's wrong with you? Captain Guo felt his scalp tingling as he watched Zhang Tian bring his men back. Brother Guo, it's a crime of gang nature, openly trying to force Zijin. Zhang Tian explained casually. So arrogant? Captain Guo's face was shocked. Brother Guo, give him some help. I feel it's not just a gang crime, there may be something else. He smells like that thing. Zhang Tian explained. Captain Guo has always been very caring towards Zhang Tian. If Captain Guo can find out the truth through interrogation, Zhang Tian will not hesitate to share the credit. Really? Captain Guo's eyes lit up. I didn't get any credit when I went to Yunnan University yesterday. If it weren't for Zhang Tian, even principaling would have been sacrificed. That would have been the end of the world. Sister Yu Wei, please check the identity information of this dog brother for me. After Captain Guo and his men left, Zhang Tian found a seat next to Yu Wei. Hero Jiang, I see that you have not only made great contributions and become a great hero, but your words have also become sweeter. Yu Wei said in astonishment. I was young and ignorant before, please forgive me, Sister Yu Wei. Zhang Tian scratched his head and suddenly remembered. Before traveling through time, he followed Xiao Bo. At that time, Xiao Bo taught him not to engage in any personal relationships in the police force, and not to pay attention to those people, but to handle his own cases. He had just joined the police force, so he believed it and really did it. As a result, the beast Xiao Bo was secretly doing things behind his back, spreading rumors and slandering him, using him as a bargaining chip to establish relationships with others. This made it difficult for him to advance in the police force. Psychologically speaking, he trusted Xiao Bo more, the only person who treated him well. Thinking about it carefully, there was a reason for the other person's bad attitude before. Zhang Tian remembered that when he first joined the police force, Yu Wei greeted him, but Zhang Tian didn't even pay attention to her. Thinking of this, Zhang Tian really wanted to slap himself twice. Soon, Yu Wei started searching the public security system on her computer. What? No name. The photos taken when entering are directly transferred to the computer for automatic comparison, with an accuracy rate of up to 99%. His registered residence is in Zhangjia Village, Dongcheng District. His name is Zhang Jiagu. He owns 2 nightclubs, both in Dongcheng District, located in the city center and south of the city respectively. However, this person has a criminal record. He was forced to undergo drug rehabilitation because of drug abuse problems. Yu Wei said these are all surface data, which are easy to investigate, but for Zhang Tian, they are enough. Sure enough, my feeling is right. Zhang Tian's eyes lit up. He was now 100% sure that this guy was definitely trafficking drugs, and the scale of his business could not be small. Go to Dongcheng District and investigate. Just as Zhang Tian was about to take action, suddenly, an emergency phone call rang. At this moment, Zhang Tian seemed to have just realized that he seemed to have forgotten something important. Hello, this is the narcotics squad. Okay, yes, our anti-drug detachment will immediately gather personnel to provide support. Yu Wei's face was serious. After hanging up the phone, Yu Wei looked at Zhang Tian and was about to say something. Zhang Tian's cell phone rang. Pulling out his phone, Zhang Tiankai discovered it was from Song Ligua. As soon as the call connected, Song Ligua's voice rang out. Yunchuan prison was undergoing renovations today. A drug dealer sentenced to death was originally scheduled for execution, but the execution has been postponed until further notice. He stole a guard's gun and escaped while the renovations were going on. Lead your team nearby and patrol all areas near Yunchuan. I'll send you photos later. Hiss. Zhang Tian's expression suddenly changed. It was not until this moment that Zhang Tian remembered that he had forgotten something important. That's right, it's Muaya. To be honest, in the past 2 days, after being reborn, Zhang Tian was eager to take action and make changes, but because so many things happened, Zhang Tian forgot such an important thing. According to the previous life, if Xiaobo really saved Muya, then even if anyone said anything, even if Xiaobo was a complete wretch and a beast, it would not change Muya's resolve. She would be completely devoted to Xiaobo for the rest of her life. In this way, if Muya's family and Muya's father helped, Xiaobo would definitely be able to come back to life, and maybe even return to the position he was in his previous life to cause harm. When Zhang Tian thought of this, his eyebrows jumped instantly. Damn, Xiaobo was really brought back to life, and even had a powerful backer in the future. Zhang Tian was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it, how could I forget such an important thing? Zhang Tian patted his head. But you must pay attention. The drug dealer is very strong. He has learned Krav Maga and is very powerful. He said to others that he stole guns and ran away, but in fact he directly killed 2 prison guards, both of whom died with 1 shot. Song Ligua said in a serious tone. Zhang Tian frowned slightly. This incident was indeed not as simple as he had understood in his previous life. In his previous life, Zhang Tian only knew that in this incident, according to Xiaobo's boasting, it was he who saved Muya and captured the escaped drug dealer, which made Muya so devoted to him, but now it seems that the problem is far from that simple. Because he remembered very clearly that not long after this operation in his previous life, the Ministry of Public Security commended several joint action departments. The key point is that this commendation was more like a posthumous honor. In other words, many people were sacrificed in this operation. Then Xiaobo definitely concealed the situation at that time, and it was probably not what he said at all. If this is the case, then this action is terrifying. Although Zhang Tian was mentally prepared, he still felt suffocated when he worked overtime fully armed and put on his police uniform and walked out the door. Yunchuan prison is located in the suburban area, but even though martial law was almost entirely imposed in the city center, every intersection was filled with police officers without anyone noticing. Especially when Zhang Tian was heading towards the mountain. In his memory, the closer he got, the more checkpoints he found on the road. Are you crazy? A drug dealer escaped and made such a big fuss? Zhao Wei found it hard to understand. Even when they go over, they have to open the doors and compartments to check they are official police cars, yet they were also inspected. This is not an ordinary drug dealer. Even if it is an ordinary drug dealer, if he escapes from prison, it will definitely alarm the entire province. Li Zijin explained. TSK, why don't you say it shocked the whole country? Zhao Wei muttered. Zhang Tian looked out the window and said casually, you know what, the Shawshank prison break shocked the whole world. Shawshank? Zhao Wei was stunned and looked at Zhang Tian in astonishment, because he had no ability to refute. Ha, look, even brother Zhang supports me. Li Zijin put his arm around Zhang Tian's shoulders and laughed without caring about his image. Captain Zhang, should we go to the prison to investigate? Zhao Wei asked. Zhang Tian shook his head with a gloomy look. In his previous life, he had been suspended from work and was reflecting at home at this time. Later, there were not many loopholes in the case. Zhang Tian did not know where the drug dealer was caught, but Zhang Tian was not particularly anxious, because the escaped drug dealer would definitely reveal clues. Otherwise, Xiaobo in his previous life was in the police force at this time and would not have had the opportunity to participate. Given Muya's conservative nature, it would be absolutely impossible for her to give Xiaobo any further opportunities before she approved of him. Really. A moment later, the intercom on Zhang Tian's chest rang. Everyone, gather. 3 minutes ago, a villager reported seeing someone who looked like a fugitive going to Baishan. Everyone, gather at Baishan immediately. Block all exits and main roads. The entire mountain is under lockdown. No one else heard it, but Jiang Tian, who was tuned into the intercom channel of this mission, recognized the other party's voice. Shinhan, this is Shinhan. The fact that Shinhan personally took command was enough to prove that Jiang Tian's guess was absolutely correct. The Municipal Bureau's anti-drug squad has received the information and is providing support. Chapter 47 Heavy Losses and Bad News. Brother Jiang, it's time to make a contribution. Zhao Wei's face flushed. Liz Jin looked at Jiang Tian. There was no doubt that in just 2 days, Jiang Tian had completely changed the impression of himself in the minds of everyone in the police station, especially the cases that Jiang Tian solved in the past 2 days made Liz Jin and Zhao Wei admire Jiang Tian so much that they believed him even when Jiang Tian said he could do anything. What are you looking at? This case is not that simple. Jiang Tian said unhappily. Just a drug dealer. We have dispatched thousands of armed police and police from the provincial department and municipal bureau. What kind of trouble can he cause? Zhao Wei held the gun, but his face did not show any tension. Jiang Tian glanced at Zhao Wei and said nothing. If Jiang Tian had not had the experience of his previous life, his thoughts would definitely be similar to Zhao Wei's, or even more unrestrained than Zhao Wei, but after more than 10 years of sinking into the bottom of society, Jiang Tian has already gained a maturity that does not belong to his age. Everyone, urgent alert, attention, 3 armed police officers have been in an accident in Baishan. The drug traffickers are ruthless and may even be disguising themselves in the armed police's clothing and equipment. Everyone, form groups of 2 or more and conduct a blanket search. If found, they are allowed to kill on the spot. Warning, the perpetrators are extremely dangerous, please pay attention to your own safety. Just when Jiang Tian arrived at the foot of Baishan Mountain, an urgent voice came from the walkie-talkie. This made Zhao Wei and Liz Jin in the car look at each other in confusion, their faces pale. This doesn't seem to be an ordinary drug dealer. This drug dealer is extremely dangerous. Jiang Tian showed an unexpected expression. Brother Jiang, how did you know? Zhao Wei asked in surprise. Jiang Tian explained noncommittally, Krav Maga is an extremely deadly and powerful close-quarters combat technique internationally. All of its moves are aimed at vital areas. If confronted, someone like you wouldn't last more than a single round. Jiang Tian, who already has the title of martial arts master, knows the principles and power of this famous fighting technique. Of course, the Krav Maga that is actually circulated is far inferior to what Jiang Tian knows. The Krav Maga in Jiang Tian's mind, also known as ancient Krav Maga, is stronger and more terrifying than the castrated version that is circulated, but Jiang Tian is too lazy to use it. As a martial arts master, he knows almost all kinds of fighting techniques in the world. Jiang Tian did not abandon them. If they went up the mountain alone in the current situation, they might be shot by friendly forces at any time. Brother Jiang, people from the municipal bureau and even the provincial department must have worked overtime to get here, and the entire Yunhai armed police force must have been dispatched. Along the way, Zhao Wei couldn't help but click his tongue. Jiang Tian frowned. The scanning radar is constantly on in my mind. Baishan is very large, and the entire mountain range stretches for dozens of kilometers, making it extremely difficult to find drug dealers. In addition to the criminals' level of vigilance, even if Jiang Tian had a kilometer-long scanning radar, he would not know when he would finish scanning alone. Thinking of this, Jiang Tian felt a little anxious, because he was afraid that because of his appearance, Muya would encounter some accident, or like in his previous life, Xiaobo would really make a comeback regardless of whether Jiang Tian likes Muya or not. Jiang Tian will never allow Xiaobo to succeed and get on her good side directly. Xiaobo is a perfect match for that bitch Wang Yifei. Does anyone know if there is a good place to enjoy the scenery here? Jiang Tian asked. I know. There is an uphill road a few thousand meters ahead. There is a cliff halfway up the south side of Baishan Mountain. From there you can see the continuous mountain ranges and half of the sea of clouds. Li Zijin immediately raised his hand. Jiang Tian had a confused look on his face, as if he didn't understand how Li Zijin knew that. After a pause, Li Zijin explained, when I had nothing to do, I like to come here to climb the mountain and see the scenery, and get some fresh air. Brother Jiang, why do you want to see the scenery? Attention, 2 armed police officers were killed in the eastern part of Baishan. Attention, everyone, surround the east. Director Shin's voice came from the intercom. East, hiss. Jiang Tian took a deep breath and instantly realized that he had found his opponent. Jiang Tian now has only 2 choices, the east, where the new traces were discovered, or the south halfway up the mountain. Which place should I choose? If you choose the east, then it may be a diversion for the murderer, allowing him to escape from Baishan. Jiang Tian would feel his scalp tingling if such a criminal escaped. If he was left alone in the sky, it would be impossible to catch him with such skills once he left the country. This will also be a shame for the entire Yunhai. Choosing the southern halfway point may cause Muya to be sacrificed due to the butterfly effect. because Muya is not necessarily halfway up the mountain, but if you want to get to the southern halfway point of the mountain, it will take at least an hour to walk up the mountain. Bang, provincial department, the lights were bright, but the atmosphere suddenly exploded. 7 people have sacrificed. Gao Xiaolong clenched his fists. After he received the news, he didn't take it too seriously at first, but now, Gao Xiaolong was shocked and his scalp was tingling. With such skills, he is simply an unprecedentedly dangerous person. Even the trio couldn't escape the drug dealer's clutches. His methods were too horrific. They were all killed in one blow. Shinhan looked at the photo transmitted back on the screen with red eyes. Being an enemy of evil means facing terrible danger at any time. No one knows what kind of deadly weapon the criminal will take out next. No one knows when the sacrifice will take place, but they cannot accept that this jailbreak has resulted in 7 deaths and injuries so far. Including the 2 who died during the prison break, there are 9 people now. Gao Xiaolong said angrily. The murderer is too vicious and arrogant. His whole body is covered with mud. Even thermal imaging can't find him. So far, there are not even any witnesses. We can only follow behind him. Shinhan gritted his teeth. Why did you let such a dangerous criminal get away? Gao Xiaolong said angrily. This is a big event, another big event. Although Gao Xiaolong came here to work, he only slept for a few hours in the past 3 days. Don't be fooled by the fact that Zhang Tian seems to be very relaxed after solving the case. However, the aftermath work for those drug dealers that Zhang Tian has dealt with is the most terrifying. Query online and offline and investigate the drug dealers and drug users involved in this route. All of them must be found and dealt with, and now, the matter has not yet come to an end. Wei Yudao, who was caught by Zhang Tian, has not even confessed. He seems to know that he is dead if he says so. By relying on it, at least he can still stay alive. No matter how he was interrogated, Wei Yudao was a tough guy and refused to utter a word. He was now looking for an opportunity to break through Wei Yudao's secretary. There were no keys to the handcuffs and leg cuffs, but he found a pair of large scissors for cutting steel bars from the construction team, cut the shackles, and ran away. Mr. Sun from the Criminal Investigation Corps smiled bitterly. The murderer is too cruel and powerful. Nighttime is like a fish in water for him. No matter how many people we send in, it is not enough for him to run around hunting. The bodies were found in the east, and it is very likely that he is trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. He is not only powerful, but also smart. Gao Xiaolong gritted his teeth. Seal off the mountain, strictly guard all the important roads, and wait until daylight to enter. This was the only solution Gao Xiaolong could think of, and not only that, among the victims, some had lost their walkie-talkies, so the murderer was able to know their action orders. After a moment, President Gao leaned on the table and added, by the way, pass the order down. Whoever catches the murderer will be awarded a first-class merit, and a national A-level bounty will be issued. The reward is 300,000 yuan. Soon, orders were issued to all parts of the province. The lid had become too big and could no longer be covered, and just when the order was given to close the mountain, Xiaobo has found this place at the foot of the mountain, unable to contact. Inside the phone was the last message Muya sent him last night. Let me go out tomorrow and carefully examine the relationship between us. Don't look for me. I'll look for you when I figure it out. This was the text message Muya sent to Xiaobo, and then she blocked him. Xiaobo was so scared that he went to Muya's house immediately and learned from his family that Muya had gone camping. Of course, up to now, Muya's family has changed their opinion of Xiaobo because they did not know the problems and situations involved, so they told Muya the real purpose. Xiaobo was shocked, because he clearly remembered that Muya had said in the past that she longed for Baishan and wanted to go there to see the scenery out. If that's the case, Xiaobo still has nothing. The key point is that this afternoon, Sun Haiba called him and told him that there would be a major operation in the province today. A prisoner sentenced to death escaped from Yunshan prison. He was an expert and has not been caught yet. He seems to have fled to Baishan. Of course, when Sun Haiba told this to Xiaobo, he was not expecting Sun Haiba to catch the murderer, which was impossible. Instead, they used this as an excuse to directly transfer the suspended Xiaobo back on the pretext of lack of staff. But when Xiaobo heard the news, he instantly realized that his opportunity had come. Chapter 48, Discovering Traces and Rewriting History. Even though Xiaobo didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that since the incident at the police station, the image he had created in front of Muya had completely collapsed. The distance between those who want to pursue Muya, the second generation of white, rich and beautiful girls, is getting farther and farther, and at the same time, the opportunity to change their destiny is also getting farther and farther, especially since Zhang Tian, that loser, was now going against him. Xiaobo was very anxious. He knew clearly that if he wanted to climb up from the mountain village, he could only have a chance by relying on his married partner. Now is the opportunity. Seizing this opportunity will make Muya completely fall in love with him. Later, Xiaobo relied on Muya's family to successfully make the leap from a fish to a dragon and soar into the sky. Moreover, he has an advantage over everyone else, that is, no one knows that Muya is in Baishan, no one knows that Muya is in danger, and no one knows it better than him. If he finds Muya now and protects her from leaving Baishan, everything will be successful. So Xiaobo didn't dare to delay at all. If someone found it first, it would be over. And just when Xiaobo was going up the mountain, Zhang Tian gave the order without delay. You two should go to the heroes who sacrificed their lives in Dongshan first to look for clues. Brother Jiang, how about you? Zhao Wei asked. Zhang Tian frowned and said, I'll go to the south to take a look. The south is close to the border. I suspect he might be trying to lure the enemy away, or maybe I'm just overthinking it. But no matter what, you guys go over there and take a look at the situation. If you have any information, tell me. That's true. Zhang Tian now mainly wants to find Muya as soon as possible. But if you meet someone alone, you might be misunderstood. Li Zijin thought carefully. Nowadays, people work in groups of 3 or 4. If you act alone, you can easily be mistaken for a drug dealer. It would be funny if you were shot indiscriminately. The situation is urgent now, and Song Ji from our municipal bureau has already taken people to the south. You go there and keep in touch via walkie-talkie. Zhang Tian explained that he was also afraid of making a mistake, but he couldn't figure out the direction for a moment. With them there, he could quickly find out what was happening in the east. It was just that Zhang Tian had too little useful information. After the two left, Zhang Tian did not delay at all, because Muya could be in danger at any time. More importantly, every delay increases the chances of these heroic police officers encountering danger. Having worked in the lower-level system for more than 10 years in his previous life, Zhang Tian knew too well how difficult the work of lower-level police officers was, especially when handling cases in this era. Anyone with even a little bit of criminal power can be a big shot in the hand. Stop, or I'll shoot. Zhang Tian was running in the dense forest when suddenly, a hurried voice was heard. As a strong flashlight shone over, although the reflection was dazzling, Zhang Tian squinted his eyes and was still able to see the thermal image on the other person's face. Don't shoot, we're one of us. Zhang Tian sighed helplessly. He ran quickly in the dense forest, and did not bring Zhao Wei and the others with him because he was in a hurry. Normally, he would not be discovered, but with thermal imaging, it was too dazzling in the dark night. Give the police your number, and throw out your ID. Zhang Tian had no choice but to do as he was told, and as strong lights came on, Zhang Tian squinted his eyes. Soon, a man came out, bent down, picked up Zhang Tian's ID, looked at it, and scanned his face carefully before turning around and saying, Captain, the ID is real. The bright flashlight finally moved away from Zhang Tian's face, and everyone lowered their guns, and the people surrounding Zhang Tian's leader finally came out at this moment. A man in his 30s extended his hand and said, I'm Song Han, the anti-drug team leader of the Dongsheng branch. Brother, why are you alone? Where are you from? Zhang Tian, from the Municipal Bureau's anti-drug brigade. My teammates are waiting for me up ahead. Zhang Tian responded casually. That criminal is extremely dangerous. Brothers, please be careful. Find your teammates and evacuate quickly. Our superiors have asked us to get down the mountain as soon as possible. Upon hearing about the brother team, Song Han waved goodbye with enthusiasm. Otherwise, even though Zhang Tian's name was exposed and he did something big in the past few days, the team under him didn't know about IT. IT is even less likely to be widely spread because this is a drug enforcement police. The people in the lower branches knew that there was a hero in the municipal bureau, a hero who had made great contributions continuously, but they did not know his name. Because if the name was widely spread, as a drug enforcement officer, the chance of being retaliated against would be almost 100%. Unlike criminal police who spare their families from harming others, drug traffickers are almost always organized and premeditated criminals. In a complicated relationship, there will always be some fish that slip through the net and take revenge on you. Behind every regulation is a bloody lesson. Zhang Tian ran all the way at a very fast speed. If a normal person jogs all the way, especially when it is dark, it will take at least 1 or 2 hours, but Zhang Tian ran to the destination on the south side of the mountain in just half an hour. Muya is indeed here. Zhang Tian instantly breathed a sigh of relief, and his face was completely relieved. He was really afraid that his butterfly effect would cause Muya to have an accident. Or if Xiaobo appears, all his revenge will instantly become a joke. It's not too late now. As far as the eye could see, Muya was squatting outside the tent making a fire. The portable outdoor stove was burning, but the food inside made Zhang Tian's pupils shrink because there was too much. Muya is only 1.7 meters tall, but weighs only a little over 100 kilograms. It is impossible for her to make such a big pot of food. Jiang Tianxia subconsciously glanced at the scanning radar and saw a scarlet dot shining brightly inside the radar. Scarlet, red and black dots are inside the tent at this moment. I'm so rough, I almost got careless. Jiang Tian was shocked. Sure enough, it was here. Then Jiang Tian took a closer look and sure enough, under the gap in the tent, there was a pitch-black gun muzzle pointing outside. Being held hostage, Jiang Tian thought to himself and became more eager to obtain the criminal investigation entries. His current shortcoming is the lack of criminal investigation knowledge. Fortunately, there is a scanning radar, otherwise, if he walked out openly, he would be shot directly. And now, Jiang Tian looked eagerly at the drug dealer hiding in the tent, which most likely meant that the other party had a criminal investigation entry. Jiang Tian slowly took out a pistol from his waist and prepared to shoot inside the tent. Just at this moment, bang! A dull gunshot suddenly rang out. Chapter 49, Instant Kill. That's it. A deadly sense of crisis instantly surged into Jiang Tian's heart, causing him to subconsciously dodge, and a bullet hole instantly appeared on the tree next to him. Discovered? Jiang Tian was shocked, but not sure, because he came here quietly. To be honest, this was the first time he encountered a master. There was no doubt that this drug dealer was a master among masters. Muya was also frozen in place at this moment, his eyes turning towards the bushes with difficulty. Don't hide, I see you. Look what's above your head? A voice came from the tent. Jiang Tian raised his head and found a ribbon above his head. A trap, or perhaps counter-reconnaissance. Jiang Tian had to admire him. Ultimately, it was still a lack of criminal investigation awareness. Criminal investigation includes investigation and counter-investigation. It's so powerful, I guess it can reveal some reconnaissance entries, right? Jiang Tian's eyes brightened. After all, it is simply nonsense to want to get criminal investigation terms from a bunch of criminals, and criminal investigation workers cannot commit crimes and cannot get any information. Kidnapping a woman is nothing. Just run away. Why hurt an innocent woman? Jiang Tian's voice came out slowly and calmly, and at this moment Muya, who was cooking, was stunned for a moment, because he recognized the voice. I just heard it yesterday, a voice I remember clearly. Jiang Tian, it was Jiang Tian. God knows how desperate Muya felt. She had originally just wanted to camp and calm down, but who would have thought that she would run into a death row prisoner who escaped and even kidnapped her to cook? The feeling of inner despair and loneliness and helplessness almost broke Muya's mind completely, and in this case, when a familiar person appears, that feeling is like a ray of light appeared in Muya's eyes. Seeing this situation, Jiang Tian instantly understood that Xiaobo in his previous life probably appeared in front of Muya under such circumstances. I don't know how he survived, but he was definitely no match for this drug dealer. Fortunately, Xiaobo survived, and Muya fell in love with him completely. So where is he now? Of course, Jiang Tian knew even better that